Yeah, here we go. Super Bowl 55 is less than 2 hours away. It's a rematch of a Week 12 game that was a 3-point game. We're hoping for a close one today. Welcome to the Super Bowl pregame party, a.k.a. I think we had it as the Super Happy Fun pregame show fun show. Did I get that right, Dave?
That's perfect. Well done, Adam.
All right, man. Tampa Bay, Kansas City. I cannot wait. I'm so excited for that game. I'm so excited for the 20 wings that I have next to me. Frank Stanfield's here. He has homemade wings. Jacob Gibbs is here. Did you end up getting your wings, or did you get
I did. Yeah, it was a close call.
All right. All right. Well, I'm so glad that everybody is at home watching us right now. We've got coverage through kickoff and then from halftime till the end of the game. Will Brinson's going to be on with the Pick Six guys. We're going to have a bunch of Sportsline guys on. We're going to help you out with DFS, with prop bets, and just having fun. We're going to do some trivia with viewers. It's going to be an awesome show. Probably the most fun pregame show out there, or your money back. So, again, let's do introductions. Tell us who you are and your prediction for the game. Let's start with the man in Fort Lauderdale. Go for it.
Hi, my name is David Lewis Richard, and I work for CBS Sports as a fantasy football writer. I think the Kansas City Chiefs will win the game by 6 points. Go Hurricanes.
I have known you for more than a decade. Never knew your middle name. That's good stuff. Let's go to, I think he lives in Brooklyn. All right.
That would be Queens, but close enough. Frank Stanfield here, host of Fantasy Baseball Today. You probably see me somewhere along the lines, fantasy football as well. I think the Chiefs will also win somewhere in the range of 4 to 10 points, so they also cover.
All right, let's go to the middle of the country. I don't know where Jacob lives. I know he's a Chiefs fan.
Kansas City.
Okay.
Born and raised. What are you talking about?
You're like somewhere else, though. You were in Colorado like 2 days ago or something like that.
Right. Yeah. But Jacob Gibbs, Sportsline fantasy analyst, lifetime Chiefs fan. I think you guys are being way too conservative. I see Chiefs winning by 15 or 20 points today. Easy win.
All right, seriously, how many points are they going to win by?
I think they are a lot better. I think as long as they can keep Mahomes, healthy and upright with that line, I think they win by 8, 10 points, something like that.
Well, that's a big if, I guess. It's Chiefs -3 right now. Total is 56, and we'll be looking at odds on William Hill, props on William Hill. Here's some fun facts. These are the top 2 passing teams in the NFL. That's pretty awesome, pretty unique for a Super Bowl. Since week 8, and including the postseason, the Chiefs have won 9 of 10 games, but 8 of them were by 6 or fewer points. So Jacob thinks they're going to do a little bit better than that. Now they were going to, looks like, beat the Browns by more than 6 points before Mahomes got hurt, and they did beat the Bills by more than 6 points. So maybe they're starting to really put it together. Maybe they're taking things a little bit more seriously now. And here's one for your prop bets. Did you guys know that Tails has won 6 of the last 7 Super Bowl coin tosses?
Of course.
Yeah.
Tails never fails.
Right?
I think it's going to fail because I think we're due for heads. So I'm all in on that. And all right, those are my fun facts. Also, Tampa's #1 export is phosphate, which I learned doing research today. Let's start with a little DFS. And Jacob, who are some sneaky plays? Do you have any sneaky DFS plays?
Sneaky plays. I think that you can look to like Sammy if he's like 100% good to go. I think obviously Tampa Bay is going to blitz a lot, and I think that he's kind of the short yardage guy that's going to operate, in that area of the field, and just see those quick little ADOT dump offs from Mahomes. Other than that, no, there's nobody. It's pretty cut and dry. You're just like finding the salary to fit in the top guys. I love Kelsey. I love Tyreek. So I guess he'd be my sneaky guy.
Dave, who are the must-haves?
Kelsey is the first one. I especially like him in the captain spot on DraftKings, just because you have to spend 1.5 times. So if Kelsey's in your captain spot, that means that each catch is 1.5 points. Each touchdown is 9 points. I think that he's a must. But on FanDuel, I think it's got to be Mahomes. I just think that he's got the best chance to have the best game statistically of anybody out there. Usually you want to play either a quarterback or a running back on FanDuel in that spot. I think Mahomes has the chance to be the best of the bunch, so that's who I would go with. And I don't think on DraftKings you have to have Mahomes in your lineup. But I do think that it's probably not a bad thing just because of the numbers that he puts up. And I think a lot of people are going to try and be a little bit contrarian and to get a little bit away from Mahomes and just load up with Hill and Kelsey and a couple of players on the Bucs, and then maybe a sleeper like Sammy Watkins, who I think is a good sleeper this week. Certainly think with the type of defense that Tampa Bay plays, Sammy's going to have a big opportunity to catch a bunch of passes and make some plays after the catch.
Does everybody have Ronald Jones in their DraftKings lineups at 2,200 when Fournette is considerably more expensive? Fournette is 7,800. Jones 2,200. I mean, do you have to put him in your DraftKings lineup?
I don't think you have to. He's popping up in a lot of optimizers right now just because his salary is so low at 2,200. But I'm looking at my lineup right now. I have Anthony Sherman in it. So I wouldn't really recommend other people doing this, but I wanted to go loaded at my other 5 spots. And to do so, I have a $400 Anthony Sherman. So I hope he falls in the end zone and scores a touchdown here. But I really would not advise other people doing it. I have a lot of Gronk today, Adam. So if Gronk has a big day, I will be having a big day. And so he's not seeing a lot of targets so far in the postseason, but when he's targeted, it's in the red zone. He leads the Bucs with 4 red zone targets here in their 3 playoff games, and he has a great Super Bowl history. So I'm kind of playing the narrative here. Cameron Brate's a little banged up. I'm going Gronk, baby.
Okay. He had 106 yards on 7 targets in the first meeting. Hasn't really been not nearly as involved since then. And we're going to do some trivia later. I'll announce that. I'm having trouble concentrating today because I have 20 wings next to me and they smell incredible. So, all right, Frank, you have the homemade stuff.
Look at this. Look at this mess.
Oh,
He just came out of the oven like 10 minutes ago, man. Like it is. Oh my God.
Resist?
Oh,
I'd be 6 wings in already if I had that in front of me.
God, it's tough. That's why before we started, I said, Adam, can we just lead with like the wing eating contest? It doesn't even have to be a contest. Let's just eat wings because I have like this fantastic bowl. I have a beer right next to me. I didn't know are we just cracking beers and drinking?
Yeah, let's do it, man. All right, so here's how we're doing the wings eating contest. Okay, so we're gonna do it with some props. So all right, here's what I had. All right, wings. So Tom Brady over under 2.5 touchdown passes. Who can eat more than 2.5 wings in 1 minute? Do you think anyone can do that?
Easy.
Easy.
I think I could do it. I know I could have when I was Jacob's age.
Jacob Gibbs is the most confident man in the world today. He says it's
Keeps you playing the Super Bowl, man. Of course I'm confident. I'm feeling great.
So are you ready for our first chicken wing player prop? I'm going to get the timer out.
I got to get my bag of wings.
Just to clarify, are these wings or are these nuggets? I don't know if those count.
Let me see, because I think those are pretty small.
From Wingstop, right? Like these aren't wings. I've got some bone-in wings as well. I thought these one might be cheating.
Yeah, dude, that's cheating. I say 3 wings in 1 minute. I definitely am taking the under here. By the way, I do not think you can do it.
This is gonna be so messy and disgusting.
I know. I've got so many paper towels in here. This is gonna be a mess.
Yeah, I think we all do.
I have a box of tissues. I don't know if this is gonna work, but
tissues. No. You need something thick. All right. Well, you let us know when you're ready, and we'll put you on the clock.
Thank you.
Is this me? Am I doing 3 right now?
Yeah, dude. You took it.
I'm doing them too.
You both are going for it. Hold on. I got
both.
I'll set it up. Are you guys ready?
Yeah. I'm going too. I don't care.
All right, here we go. Oh, everybody. All right.
Thanks for getting on this.
Well, I'm going to talk while they do this for a minute. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Eat 3 wings. Go. All right. So, again, we got a lot of content coming up. Here's one of the things I want to talk about with the guys and with the Sportsline guys is I find the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to be a very, very difficult team to project. And that's why I'm not super confident in their props. And I'm not sure about DFS because you do have people like Scott Miller. The guy gets almost no targets, but he makes them count. Antonio Brown is expected to play, but how healthy is he going to be? We have no idea. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, who do you like better? And then the Chiefs secondary is so good, so underrated. How you guys doing over there? I see 25 seconds left. Tom Brady touchdowns. So I like Brady to go over the yards. But 3 touchdowns is a lot. I don't think he's going to get 3 touchdowns. I do have a stat. We'll talk about props in the next half hour. I do have a stat to talk about that. All right, let's see. How these guys doing? 8 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1. All right, who did it? Who succeeded?
I did it in completely ate 3 wings in 1 minute and 3 seconds.
Okay, so you lost. Right. Jacob, looks like I don't think anybody did it.
I got mine done.
I've eaten like 1.5.
I need to know. I'm going to ask Schrager if they're still chewing and they haven't swallowed. Does that count? Because
Also, I don't think I cleared all the meat on those. Honestly,
kind of a big one. Schrager does not count. That is 3 failures in our first. All right, we've got more coming up. We got Frank. You have gigantic chicken wings, so it's gonna be difficult for you.
Frank's wings look so good, man. I'm jealous.
Tough contest for you guys. All right, so let's talk about that, Dave. Right, he's still eating. Like, how do you look at the Bucs here, and even the running backs? Because I did a Twitter poll yesterday, and I said. I asked who's going to have the most carries in the Super Bowl. I put Jones, Fournette, Darrell Williams, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. And everybody was under 20% except for, who do you think won the poll?
I think Fournette won the poll.
Fournette did win the poll. 55% of the vote.
I'm surprised it was that low.
But I think you had a season of evidence to say that Ronald Jones was the better running back. And Ronald Jones was the starter going into the playoffs. He was the preferred option. They made Fournette inactive. You've got that dynamic. So if Jones is healthy, might he be the lead running back for them? And then you've got Antonio Brown in the mix now. So I find them to be kind of a tricky team. I know people probably don't want to hear that, but just being honest, like I have trouble predicting their stats. Like, do you feel the same way, or how do you look at the Bucs? Dave?
I can jump in if Dave.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I got disconnected, so halfway through your long-ass spiel, I had to move my dog, who disconnected me from the internet. Swear to God, true story. He's here growling at me because I've got chicken wings on a plate on the floor. And he disconnected me from our Twitch stream. Would you mind asking your question again, please?
Yeah. How do you? What do you think about the Bucs today and all of their statistics?
All the Bucs, or just their running game?
Yeah, no, the whole thing, the whole shebang. Because there's a lot of people there, a lot of pieces.
When I went back and watched Week 12,
wait, Dave, should I go with a barbecue wing or a Parmesan garlic?
I've got garlic Parmesan.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Can you even see me right now, or am I frozen?
I wasn't asking about you. I was asking about me, and you're frozen.
Yeah. This is an awesome experience, by the way. I'm not this is fantastic.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
I look like I'm bobbing for apples. So when I went back and I watched the Bucs game, they got off to a slow start against Kansas City because they couldn't catch the football. Brady to Evans. Remember that deep throw that got a lot of attention from Tony Romo, saying that was a great pass. Evans maybe should have caught that one. Brait was late to get his hands around for a pass on a third down, a short third down conversion. Godwin had a drop. This is all early on in the game, and the Chiefs took advantage and jumped off to a 17-0 lead. And then after that, and Tampa Bay tried to come out and run the ball a little bit with Rojo, and I just don't think that they could stick with it. And I think that's the secret to the game. I think if Fournette can have a good game and Ronald Jones maybe in a supplementary role, or maybe Jones is the hotter hand and they go with him, they can just use that as part of their offensive game plan. Not to keep Mahomes off the sideline, but to be balanced and to not necessarily put everything in Tom Brady's hands. But that's just not who they are. You look at Bruce Arians and Byron Leftwich, they're former quarterbacks. They love to air it out. They're definitely here because of Tom Brady. They're going to let Brady air it out. And I almost think that could be their Achilles heel. And it almost ended up costing them last time against Green Bay. So if I were Tampa Bay, I would attack that Chiefs run defense. I know it doesn't rank very high. It's certainly not like the Tampa Bay run defense. And I almost wonder if that could be a key to them pulling away a win here, running a little bit instead of throwing to take the lead and then running to win. Maybe they just try and get balance all day long.
Oh, Heath, what's up, dude?
What's going on? Really enjoying. I was struggling. I was trying to listen to Dave's breakdown, but also I'm watching Miley Cyrus and Joan Jett on CBS on the pregame show. And Miley and Joan Jett's pretty good.
That sounds like a pretty good pregame. This is a better pregame show. What are they singing? Because Frank and I will do a duet right now.
Yeah, I have no idea what they're singing, but it was good. I enjoyed it.
All right, Frank, should we sing Miley or should we sing Joan Jett?
I'm probably more likely to know Miley. I know some Joan Jett. Whatever you want. Which one do you know more?
You know what? I really don't want to sing it. I'm just gonna skip this segment.
We could do like Wrecking Ball or something.
Oh, by Joan Jett.
No.
Oh,
I'm just kidding. Come on.
I am going to have the image of Adam Azer on the Wrecking Ball for the rest of the day.
Damn it,
You
Frankie.
just ruined my day, Frank.
You just made my day, Heath. So there you go.
Heath, how you feeling, man?
I'm uncomfortable with how confident I am.
Right?
You and Jacob.
Like, I mean, there's a chance that some weird stuff could happen. The Chiefs could lose, but I expect a double-digit point victory.
Wow.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. All right, let me get, while you're here, Heath, I got 2 viewer questions that are for DFS, so everybody can jump in on this. The first one is from DWBRJU2. Watkins or Hardman in DFS? Who do you guys like?
Watkins for sure for me. Mecole only played like 30% of the snaps last week.
Yeah, and maybe I'm wrong, but I kind of expect more people to play Mecole. He is always much more enticing to people than Sammy Watkins is. So I'll go with Sammy as well.
Yep. All across the board, Sammy Watkins for me too.
All across the board. From Steve B, thoughts on Tyreek Hill in your captain spot over Brady or Mahomes?
Love it.
So Will and I were on earlier in the week. We were talking DFS, and we said Tyreek Hill in your captain spot probably has the most upside of any player in this game, both quarterbacks included. So we saw what he did in the first game against the Tampa Bay Bucs. I'm not expecting that, but we know it's within his range of outcomes since he already did it.
I'm playing Mahomes in the captain spot. I'm not that original.
Yeah, actually, Mike McClure was talking about that, and captain spot is specific to DraftKings, and in FanDuel, you don't have to pay. There's no difference in price between just as a regular flex and as your MVP. So I think it's probably less likely that you're going to take Tyreek Hill there because you're not saving any money. But in DraftKings, I think you could. What's up, Dave? Welcome back.
What's up? Can you hear me okay?
I can, and Heath is here.
Yes. Heath, how's the meat? Can you show us your meat?
Dave, would you like to see my meat?
Yes, please show me your smoked meat.
This has really gone off the rails.
I can't.
Oh,
now that's impressive.
yeah, that's good.
I mean, I'm really only seeing the grill and like 1/8 of the actual meat.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time with my camera, but there's my meat.
There it is.
There we go.
Wow, pretty legit, man.
Oof.
That is one impressive piece of meat, Heath.
Well,
Yeah, I think in a couple hours it'll probably be pretty good.
Absolutely.
yeah, and if it takes any longer than that, you should visit a doctor. So, since we have 2 Chiefs fans on here that both think the Chiefs are going to win by double digits, let's talk about why that's not going to happen. Because Dave and Frank, what was your final score prediction? Did you give that?
Yeah, I have the Chiefs by 4-10.
Okay, I have them by 6. Well, let's talk about why that might not happen here. So it probably starts with the pass rush, but everybody's saying that. Everybody's like, well, the tackles are out, and you can get. Let's see if they can get pressure. Only rushing for it. That's kind of an obvious thing, I think. So, Frank, give me a non-obvious reason why the Bucs could win or at least keep it very close.
Well, you went with I don't know if it was the most obvious, but how about the GOAT, Tom Brady? I mean, he's been here before. He's been there, done that. I get the biggest reason why I like the Chiefs is because the coaching advantage. I just think Andy Reid is like far superior than Bruce Arians. But I guess if you look at Tom Brady as the coach, like maybe that's not the case. But he's kind of like a player coach in that way, but he just has so much experience. So he's been here before. He's done that. I would say, look, it comes down to Brady. Obviously, the pass rush is massive, but Brady is probably the main key cog here in the Bucs potentially winning this game.
Okay, Dave, what do you think? How can the Bucs win this game?
The Bucs can win this game by forcing some turnovers and certainly getting some third down sacks. So you hear my dog? He's really mad that I'm not giving him a chicken wing. Is he out of here? My daughter's taking him out of the room. Thank you. Okay, so I think that's part of it. I also think running the ball, we already talked about that. What about the other receivers there beyond Evans and Godwin? Antonio Brown has been a pretty big factor very late in the regular season and then through the playoffs. Scotty Miller was a huge factor on a big play. But honestly, I think it's going to come down to the defense getting a turnover or 2 of the Chiefs' offense. which you don't see very often. Part of the reason why Kansas City is so successful is because they take care of the football. And I would imagine that it's going to be a huge part of the game plan for Tampa Bay to just force a couple of turnovers. And if you can't do that, then on those crucial third downs, get to Patrick Mahomes. And they were getting close to him, even right from the jump in week 12. I wonder if they're going to have a better shot to get to him, provided he doesn't move out of the way, which he can do. I think that's part of how Kansas City is going to end up winning this game, is because of Mahomes' mobility. I think that that's all part of the factor here for that Tampa Bay defense to be a factor to help them win.
They could, like, it's much simpler in my mind. They could get lucky. Luck is a factor, and the Chiefs almost always play at least one bad quarter of football. Now, the truth is that 3 quarters of good football for the Chiefs means a double-digit victory, but they might only play like a quarter and a half, like they did last year in the Super Bowl when they won by 11. And this time it might not be quite enough. Mecole Hardman could fumble the ball into the end zone. They could have some stupid things happen, and that becomes evident every year in fantasy football, how often things that we don't think are going to happen actually do happen. And that's how they could win. But they're not. The thing that I believe that maybe somebody else thinks I'm wrong. Tampa Bay is not going to outplay Kansas City. They're not going to both play their best game and Tampa Bay wins.
Well, if they both play their best game, then the Chiefs will win. But if
I think this is a good question. What if it's the Chiefs B game and the Tampa Bay A game?
The Bucs will win. I think they're pretty close. I don't think they're this far apart.
I think we saw the Chiefs B game against Buffalo, and they still easily won that game. They really struggled at the beginning of that game, made some dumb mistakes, and I just think they're significantly better than Tampa Bay. I don't know.
They might have started that game with a C game, and by the time it was probably close to halftime, they were playing at a B+, if not an A level. I would say that their B game was against Cleveland. For the first 3 quarters, I thought that they weren't playing nearly as well in that game as they did later on against Buffalo. They throttled Buffalo, man, on both sides of the ball. So if they come out like that, Tampa Bay is done. They don't have a chance. But if they play like they did against Cleveland and Tampa Bay plays their A style, then I think that Tampa Bay would win. Here's the question. When's the last time we saw Tampa Bay play their A game for 4 quarters? Washington? You might be able to say that.
No, because I think their secondary stunk in that game. And that, like how good of a game did Taylor Heineke have? I just that's what scares me about the Bucs. I think as talented, as young and talented as it, they just don't seem to have a good secondary, and not good enough anyway. And the Chiefs do, which is the underrated X factor in this game. The Chiefs secondary is freaking awesome. It's getting a lot of buzz this week, and they prove it time and time again. In fact, we're going to talk about props a little bit later. Mike Evans, it's down to like 60.5 yards. I was doing the research when it was 62.5. Chris Godwin's around 75 yards. There have been 3 games all year in 18 games where 2 receivers have had 63 or more yards against the Chiefs. That's incredible. So like they have a really good secondary and they can match up. That's why I think there's going to be a lot of reasons why they win if they win. But that's to me a huge difference is the secondaries. But yeah, I don't think the Bucs played their A game against the Reds against Washington because Taylor Heineke had a huge game against them. And if Taylor Heineke did that, what's Patrick Mahomes going to do? Dave,
good point. What's Mahomes going to do? He's going to throw for 330 yards and 3 touchdowns, and I think he might run for 1 and help push Kansas City to 30+ points.
But here's one last thing, right? Or it doesn't have to be the last thing, but here's another thing to think about. Vita Vea hasn't played since I think week 6. He didn't play in the first matchup. Jamel Dean, one of their cornerbacks, didn't play in the first matchup. Mm-hmm. I know the Chiefs don't have to run the ball, but they might run for like 30 yards in this game, other than Mahomes. They really might have almost no rushing game at all, and that could be a problem. Because if you're one-dimensional and your 2 starting tackles are out, and you've got Shaq Barrett and Jason Pierre-Paul coming at you, I know I said that's the obvious thing, but the fact that the Chiefs may not be able to run the ball at all, that would concern me, Jacob Gibbs. I wouldn't be so confident if I were you.
I'm not worried about us running the ball, honestly. I don't think it matters. I'm sorry.
Please do not.
Yeah.
What have to run? All right.
I was gonna say, like, they've been one-dimensional pretty much all season, right? And they've still been dominating everybody, right? So, like, against the Bucs, especially,
haven't been dominating though. That's the thing. They play a lot of close games.
All right.
Yeah,
I don't think
sometimes they take the foot off the pedal, maybe. But I think they're mostly in control of these games, even if the score ends up being close.
All right.
I don't know.
And how about they're going to see Tampa Bay's run defense, and it's already top ranked or second best, top two, because the Rams are up there too. And they've got Vea back. They're not going to say, all right, well, let's run the ball and play that old style of football. It's not what Andy Reid does anymore. It's not what this offense is. They're not going to run very much. In fact, in their first matchup against Tampa, they attacked the edges like crazy. And they had a couple of outside zone runs. They had a lot of screens. I think the way that they negate that pass rush and take advantage of of what's coming at them is with dump off passes, screens to the run backs. Mm-hmm. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if Edwards-Helaire and Darrell Williams each had 2-3 catches in the game.
Hot take. That's what I'm here for, right? Tampa Bay's good run defense is a disadvantage against the Chiefs because Andy Reid and Eric Bieniemy will waste fewer plays running between the tackles. Like, you want the Chiefs to run between the tackles. You would love for them to average 4.5 yards per carry and run the ball 20 times against you. Then you have a chance. If Patrick Mahomes throws it 45 times, you don't have a chance.
I think unless the pass rush is a serious factor, right? And I think the fact that the run defense is getting better, in theory, my theory is Vita Vea plays his regular snap share, and they're going back to being the best run defense in football. The run defense getting better only makes the pass rush better because it allows them to be, Kansas City's one-dimensional. It makes it easier for Tampa Bay. Just a theory. By the way, the weather looks really good. 2% chance of rain. Very little wind, going to be about 60 degrees. So at least that's not going to be a factor here. We did have a question come in, though. This is a tough one, guys, from MD Brennan. What Super Bowl snack has the most upside today? Frank, you want to start? And let me tell you, I've got a cookie inside of a brownie or on top of a brownie.
Oh, those are the best.
Yeah, pretty good. That's got a lot of upside. Frank, what do you got?
Oh, that is massive upside. So we've been talking a lot about dips recently in our work meetings. So yeah, I would go with one of those. I know that you're big on the French onion dip, but artichoke, man, the Spanish artichoke dip, that warm, man, that is with some scoops or some Tostitos, man, that is fantastic. Give me the spinach artichoke dip.
Plus, it's spinach, so you know it's healthy.
Right.
All right, Keith, what's most upside for a snack?
Well, I would probably say burnt ends.
That's not a snack, dude. That's like
it's not a snack.
When you say tomatoes, your favorite food.
These burnt ends throughout the game.
You
can eat them with your fingers.
Come on,
they are bite-sized. What else would you need in a snack?
You know what? I guess I'll allow it because I think pigs in a blanket would qualify.
I mean, it's every bit as much of a snack as a chicken wing. You're going to get your fingers a little bit dirty, but you can eat them in one bite. Yeah, it's definitely a snack.
All right, Dave, Jacob, you guys have anything?
I won. You don't have to ask anybody else. It's obviously burnt ends.
Well, my answer is it's kind of along that same lines. It's the same animal. My answer is just simply bacon.
I am bacon,
man.
My burnt ends are actually beef.
Your burnt ends are beef. Okay.
It's a different animal.
Okay. Jacob, you can have the last word here, and I got some big announcements to make before we get into some props for Super Bowl 55.
Yeah, I can't go wrong with any of those, but I think I'll back Frankie, actually. He took what I was going to say with the spinach artichoke dip. Love it.
Okay. Yeah, I had buffalo chicken dip today, too. That was awesome. And it's got versatility. I put it on some pasta. It was great. All right, so let me tell you a couple things here. We're giving away some stuff. You want to do a trivia contest with us? If you want to join our stream for some trivia, we're going to pick one viewer. Comment your Twitter handle. We will choose one of you. Schrager's going to take care of all this. He's going to DM you the link for you to join on Twitter. So if you want to do some trivia, you can win a prize. We're going to just leave a comment with your Twitter handle. And then we're going to do some player props as well. We're going to do like a viewer contest with player props where we'll wait till the end of the game, see if they hit, and we'll give away some stuff there. I'll get some more details on that, and I'll make an announcement. But I think we should get into our props now for we're counting down 55 of them, right? So let's start. Let's start with the coin toss. I already told you guys Tails is on a heater. What did I say? 6 of the last 7 or 7 of the last
6
goals?
of the last 7.
6 of the last 7. So I'm totally on heads, and it's minus 101 for heads. That's where I'm going. Anybody got the guts to go tails?
Tails, for sure.
Yeah, I'm back in tails.
Tails never fails.
Yeah, I'm usually a big fan of tails never fails as well. But Adam, I'm feeling the logic here, man. Heads is due. So let's go. Let's go ahead.
That is the way it works, Heath. By the time we get to Super Bowl 100, you know it's going to be 50-50. So heads has got to make up some ground right here. How about, will the opening kickoff be a touchback? Yes is minus 290. No is plus 240. And I got the stats. I mean, to sum it up, these kickers kick a lot of touchbacks,
Right?
Especially the Chiefs. So it's probably going to be one, but minus 290 for yes, plus 240 for no. Is anybody have a strong feeling on this one?
No.
My question would be, why would you lay that much? Like, why would you lay 290 for it to be a touchback, right? So like I look back at the past couple of Super Bowls, and maybe it's just like guys being amped up, and when they get the initial kickoff, like they're willing to take it out more often than not. But there was actually like a few recent Super Bowls where players did take it out. So it wasn't these specific kickers. But if I was going to bet it, why wouldn't you take the plus money?
Okay, because if you have an 80% chance of winning,
Frank is not here to take a profit.
Tampa Bay's got an 85% touchback rate, and Kansas City's got a 76% touchdown rate. So probably about an 80% chance it's going to be a touchback. So maybe minus 240 isn't so, or 290. It's not so bad, but
it's brutal because you think it's a lock, and then God forbid they take it out of the end zone, or the kick is just short of the end zone.
Well,
you're out, $29.
Is it too late to cancel my $290 bet, Dave?
No.
Okay, good. First offensive play, a run is minus 120. A pass or a sack is plus 100. Here's a fun fact for you. The Chiefs, their first 9 games, their first play was a run every time. Their first play, not necessarily the first play. Since then, they've been 5 passes, 4 runs in their last 9 games. But yeah, all right. First play being a run is minus 120. A pass is plus 100, or a sack.
I like pass a lot.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm feeling pass as well. I looked at the past 10 Super Bowls. In 6 of them, a pass play was the first play of the game.
And look who's playing in this game. We don't have Rex Grossman and Tony Banks at quarterback. We've got Mahomes and Brady.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Where's Jimmy Garoppolo?
First team to score, Chiefs minus 130, Bucs plus 110.
I actually like the Bucs. The Chiefs defer quite a bit. I wouldn't be surprised if they get first possession and score.
I like
Just with those odds, I think I would take them.
Yeah. And we know, like, the Chiefs sometimes are like, we'll spot you 14. Like, go for it.
Well, I mean, for the ratings purposes, I think the NFL probably asked them to.
Yeah.
Well, look, Matt LaFleur came through for ratings purposes last week, so, all right, let's see. First score of the game, touchdown minus 160. That was a joke saying the Packers threw the game, so it could be Brady versus Mahomes, just in case anybody wasn't clear. Touchdown minus 160, field goal or safety plus 140. So touchdown minus 160, field goal or safety plus 140. What do we think? First score of the game.
I don't hate the field goal. Conservative way to start the game. I think both of these defenses are going to be focused on bending and not breaking. I know that's how Tampa Bay is going to be. So it'll come down to whether or not they can convert inside the red zone. And my guess is that on the early drives of the game, they'll probably keep it a little more conservative. So, and you're getting juice.
I think a really good podcast host told me one time that the Chiefs were like 16th in yards allowed, but 6th in points allowed because they give up field goals and not touchdowns. So I kind of like Dave there.
Okay, and Tampa Bay is 7th in red zone touchdown percentage, but Kansas City is only 14th. So, yeah, okay. So I think we're leaning toward the plus 140 side here. First touchdown scorer. A
football player.
A football player is minus 7,000, Dave. So
I'll take it.
I think we'll get a touchdown here.
From what? What do you mean? I don't get the joke. I think we're
You
going to
didn't get it the first time that joke was made.
Okay. Who scored the first touchdown, guys?
I kind of like Mike Evans. Going back to Tampa Bay, if they do get the ball first, I think he's in a decent spot here. I don't remember what the odds are on him, but they're pretty good, right? Do you have that up?
Yeah, he's 9-1 for Mike Evans, so he has the third best odds behind Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce. I think that's pretty good. I don't mind the running backs either. I feel like just because you're getting them at the fourth and fifth best odds, Leonard Fournette is 10-1, Clyde Edwards-Helaire is 12-1, so I don't mind that. And Gronk, I brought this up earlier in the week. We did FFT in 5. He was 18-1. It's moved up to 15-1. Maybe that's because Cameron Braid is banged up, but yeah, Super Bowl Gronk. I think we get a spike today. Why not the first touchdown?
Yeah.
And I think, Frank, he's probably your favorite pick for anytime touchdown score. That's my guess. Next prop.
Yep, let's go. Big Gronk day means a big Frank day. Let's go.
I'm really disappointed.
Touchdown
Can we just pause for a moment to say that you missed the touchdown here joke?
I'm sorry, I did. Oh, that's what that was?
Yes.
See, you messed up the joke. It's touchdown there. That's what I would have gotten, touchdown there, but I did not get that. I'm sorry, Heath. Does anybody have like a nice dark horse for or a favorite pick based on the odds for an anytime touchdown score?
You mean like at plus 5,000 or something like that?
I don't know. That is, what's Gronk? What's Evans?
Gronk last I saw was 250, and now he's down to 190.
Yep.
So he's definitely been bet down.
You could be talking about his playing weight, by the way.
What about the DSTs at plus 550?
What's Anthony Sherman?
Yes, I'm in.
10,000 plus 10,100 to 1.
Really? Give me a sausage shop.
Higher.
Well,
If you
I
put
mean,
10,000
I don't know why
on
we wouldn't
Anthony
do that.
Sherman to score.
All right, that's it. Anthony Sherman, put something down on that.
Let's go.
Forget about GameStop. You can just go with Anthony Sherman.
I like a couple more
also,
props.
what's Kaiser at?
Who?
Kaiser.
He might not be listed.
Give me the name.
Keizer.
Nick Kaiser plus 8,000. His name is Jaden Mickens. So
Can
wait a minute.
Can I tease those two?
Kaiser and Sherman?
Retiring?
I might take that action, Heath. I don't mind. Jaden Mickens is an interesting play both in DFS and in this
Yes.
milieu that we're discussing because he's been returning kicks and punts. He's had some nice breakaway runs or plays, I should say. And he's played, I think it's 9 offensive snaps in the playoffs. So he'll get around a little bit. Maybe he's worth taking a chance on at plus 8,000.
Okay, so we got 2 more, and then we're going to do some trivia with a viewer here and see if we can give some fun stuff away. First quarter spread, Chiefs minus half a point, plus 105. Bucs plus half a point, minus 125. So, yeah, what do we think about the first quarter spread, guys? Chiefs favored by half a point.
I'd probably go Tampa.
Yeah. Is the juices with Tampa on that or not?
No, they're minus 125 plus half a point, where the Chiefs are plus 105.
I'm not touching either one.
Okay, fair enough. And first half spread, Chiefs minus 2.5, Bucs plus 2.5. Both are minus 110.
Maybe I
I'll
would
take the
take
Bucs
the Bucs there.
Yeah, I think about taking the Bucs. Yeah.
I'm going to take the Chiefs and tease that up to minus 8.5, along with the Sherman and Kaiser touchdowns.
This guy's out of control.
Hey, off of that is probably
Who needs a lottery?
22.
I'm also going to leave. It was a lot of fun, guys.
All right, dude. Good luck.
Later.
All right.
See you.
Later, Heath. Enjoy your meat.
Thank you for hopping on.
The reason why I like Tampa Bay plus 2.5 in the first half is because I'm sure they remember how week 12 went and how they got off to a slow start. I could very easily see them say all week long, we've got to get off to a fast start against this defense. We've got a pass rush that can come up with ways to try and slow them down early. I actually think I like that bet. Tampa Bay plus 2.5 in the first half.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. But before we get to our viewer here who's going to answer some trivia questions, I want to tie this in with something here because one of the props we're about to talk about is Tom Brady. And I think he's at 38.5 passes now. It was 39.5, but pass attempts is down to 38.5. And the Chiefs have allowed a quarterback to go over 40 or more passes 5 times. That's it, 5 times in 19 games. In 4 of those games, Kansas City had scored 27 or more points in the first 3 quarters. So what I'm saying is, if you think Brady's going to throw 40 or more passes, there's a good chance the Chiefs are going to have scored a ton of points through the first 3 quarters. So I don't know if I would pair a Brady over pass attempts with Tampa Bay covering in the first half, unless you just think it's going to be a shootout. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
All right.
And it's minus 125. William Hill has it over 38.5 at minus 125 for Brady's pass attempts.
Right.
So
And
not the best juice situation.
All right, so let's have some fun here with trivia. We're giving away an annual subscription to Sportsline, which is quite a freaking value here, to Ringside Rant, who is ready to join us. So we're gonna get Ringside Rant. Hello, Ringside Rant.
Well, might help if I had mute. There we go. How you doing, guys?
What's up, dude?
Yo, what's up?
Should I call you Ringside?
You can call me RJ if you want.
RJ.
That's just my podcast name. That's the only way I go through Twitch. So,
All right, man. Well, welcome, RJ. How are you?
good. How are you?
We're doing great. Are you ready for some Super Bowl trivia?
I hope so.
Guys, I got 6 questions. Do we make him answer 3 correctly or 4 correctly to win the annual subscription?
4.
Obviously 3. Come on.
He's got to be 50. He's got to be better than 50%.
Jacob, break the tie, 3 or 4.
I think I'll go 4. I don't think these will be too hard knowing Adam, but we'll see. I think it'll be nice here. We'll see.
You know that means I'm dumb or I'm nice. Okay,
That'd be nice.
you got to answer 4 out of. Here's your first question. It's multiple choice. Out of these 3 teams, which team has played in the most Super Bowls? The Green Bay Packers, the Denver Broncos, or the San Francisco 49ers?
San Francisco.
That is incorrect. The Denver Broncos have played in 8 Super Bowls, San Francisco 7. All right, let's see how old school you are. Who did the 1972 Dolphins beat in Super Bowl 7? The undefeated Dolphins.
Dallas.
That is incorrect. It is Washington. All right, you got to run the table here. Run the table.
Put too much faith in Adam. These questions aren't easy. Sorry.
That's all right.
Who was the last? We'll help you out if we have to. Who was the last non-quarterback to win Super Bowl MVP?
I think I got it. I don't know if I got this one.
You can phone a friend if you want to ask Dave.
No, because I'm not sure if I've got it.
Well, it was a defensive player.
His name rhymes with Shmulian Schmedelman.
Oh, Edelman.
Yeah, you got it. Dude.
Nice.
You're on the board.
There we go.
That was a tough clue.
I'm going to give you 20 seconds. You've got one now. I'm going to give you 20 seconds. Can you name all of the teams that Tom Brady has beat in the Super Bowl? There are 6 of them. Can you name all the teams Tom Brady has beat in the Super Bowl?
Panthers, Rams. Oh crap. Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
Falcons.
Mm-hmm.
Crap.
I'll give you 10 more seconds. 2 more teams.
Packers.
No.
No. I'll be in
All right, you're out of time.
San Francisco.
We were looking for the Carolina Panthers and the Los Angeles Rams.
I said Panthers, didn't I?
Oh, I'm sorry. The Seahawks, I think you missed.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, 2 more questions here. Multiple choice. Who did the Green Bay Packers beat in Super Bowl 1? Was it Oakland, Dallas, or Kansas City?
Kansas City.
Kansas City is correct. That gives you 2. You only need to get 3 to win the subscription. I'm making it rules. Which city, another multiple choice, which city has hosted the most Super Bowls? Is it A, Miami, B, Pasadena, or C, New Orleans?
Crap. I know it's 1 or 2. I'm going to say Miami.
Oh, you got it!
Let's go.
RJ with the win, comes back strong and gets the subscription. Congratulations, sir. Thank you for your time and for watching and for tuning in and all that stuff. And enjoy the Super Bowl, man.
Thank you. You guys too.
All right, we're going to hook you up with that annual subscription to Sportsline, which, by the way, is a steal. Even if you don't win a trivia contest and you have to pay for it, you get amazing content, gambling, DFS. If you love sports, you'll love Sportsline, so check it out. All right, guys, let's go back to the props here. We have 11 minutes left, and I've only eaten 2 wings. Oh, wait, yeah, we got to do some wings props as well.
I'm starving, man. Come on.
Tom Brady,
like while we've been talking, I don't really.
Tom Brady over, let's see where we're at here. Tom Brady is now over 303.5 passing yards. Dave, can you eat 304 wings in the next 11 minutes?
No.
Okay. Will Tom Brady go over or under 303.5? Dave, why don't you start?
I think he can. I think push comes to shove. Tampa Bay is a passing team. That's what they want to do. That's where they live. I know that you're excited about the Kansas City secondary, and it's a good secondary, but it's not a great secondary. And Brady's going to have his full complement of receivers available to him. I wouldn't expect him to get too much more than maybe 307, 308, somewhere around there. But I think he can get over.
Yeah, I think he's going over too. I mean, I like the secondary. Even if they give up 305 yards, 304 yards, whatever to Brady, it doesn't mean they can't have a good game. All right, Tom Brady over under 2.5 touchdown passes. Frank, we got a strong one on this one? Strong feeling? Anybody?
Yeah, I would probably go under. That's where the juice is at right now. It's minus 145. As good as the Chiefs defense has played, they've allowed multiple touchdowns in 9 of their last 10 games, multiple passing touchdowns. So I do think Brady gets 2 here, but to get 3, that's pretty tough. I'll take the under.
Yeah, I'm feeling that. Anybody like over?
What are the odds to go over?
It's plus 115.
I got it plus 130 now.
Plus 130 isn't bad.
Yeah.
Go over 2.5?
Yeah. Minus 160 for under.
Yeah. I'd probably stay away from it.
All right, Tom Brady over under 38.5 passes. Again, when the Chiefs have given up 40 or more pass attempts, it's usually been when they've scored a ton of points going into the fourth quarter. I mentioned on our podcast earlier this week, the Chiefs don't have a good fourth quarter defense. The Bucs have one of the best fourth quarter defenses. But, you got to figure Chiefs have a lot of leads. Teams are playing catch up. Anyway, Tom Brady, 38.5. He did go over in the regular season here. Anybody like the over 38.5 pass attempts? Over, let me give you the odds. I'm sorry. Over is minus 125. Under is minus 105.
It's close. I would probably stay away, but I lean with the over, actually.
I would lean with the under if I had to take a side on that one, laying only 105.
Okay.
I'd be taking the under as well.
All right, Jacob, let me give you this one. Leonard Fournette, over under 48.5 rushing yards.
Oh, that's tough. I just don't think I would touch it. If I did bet it, I think I would go under. But, I mean, he definitely could. It's just going to be dependent on the game script, I think. But, I mean, he definitely could. They could control the game on the ground, I think, against Kansas City. But it's not necessarily what I'm expecting, so I guess I'll go under.
All right, no running back has had more than 13 carries against the Chiefs since week 13. So you shouldn't expect a lot of carries from Fournette. So keep that in mind. How about our next one? Leonard Fournette over under 26.5 receiving yards. 26.5 receiving yards. He's gone over that in 2 of 3 postseason games. But 6 of his last 9 games, he's been under 26.5.
I'm actually seeing it at 27.5 on William Hill now.
Okay, I'm tempted to go under here. I would go under.
Line. Because just like Kansas City, I could see Tampa Bay trying to throw to their running backs a little bit more. First of all, he's been playing 70% of the snaps through the playoffs when Ronald Jones has been there anyway, but he's dominating the passing downs. So if I'm going to lean a certain way, and they're both at minus 115, I would take the over on that one.
Yeah, I like the over on his receiving yards and over on his receptions as well. Dave's right, 68 and 69% of the snaps each of the past 2 games, even with Ronald Jones back. So I would expect at least over 60% of the snaps here. And they've been kind of using him as like this James White type back, even though that's not who Leonard Fournette is, but that's the way they're using him.
Yeah, I like the over as well.
I'm on under island, I guess. Let me tell you this, though. We're going to give away some more Sportsline subscriptions. So here's what you're going to do if you want one. Give us your favorite prop pick. I think it doesn't necessarily have to be a player prop, but whatever, your favorite prop pick and your Twitter handle, just like we did with the trivia contest. Comment with your favorite prop pick and your Twitter handle. We'll choose 4 of them. We will track them throughout the game, and we will give away a year of Sportsline to each winner.
Nice.
So all you got to do is pick one prop. If it hits, you're getting a win. You're getting a year of Sportsline. Back to the props here. We, by the way, we're done at 5:30, but we're just handing the reins over to Will Brinson and the Pick Six and the Sportsline guys, and they'll have you covered right up until kickoff here. We're at Ronald Jones. Ronald Jones over under 37.5 rushing yards. Over -120, under -110. Ronald Jones over under 37.5 rushing yards.
Adam, I'm seeing it at 38.5 on William Hill with the same odds.
Okay.
And I'm kind of feeling the under, unless Tampa Bay is going to pull a fast one on us and use Jones more than Fournette. We've just got done talking about how much Fournette's been playing. They haven't both been playing at the same time. While I do think when he does play, he will be in a situation where he'll run and not catch. I just have a hard time believing that he's going to get enough work to come through for 40 yards, 39 yards on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, he could get that on one carry. The weakness of the Chiefs defense is their linebackers. They could give a big play there, but I think really there's no way to know with like any level of any certainty at all what Ronald Jones is going to do today. And so if you're going to get exposure to him, I think it should be through DFS, honestly, just because he brings that volatility where he could have a big game. You know what I mean? When it's just like a lot more upside there in DFS, and he'll be low owned. I just don't think I'd be touching his props, but I would go under if I was taking him.
Does anybody else like? I feel like the odds of Fournette getting 49 rushing yards and Ronald Jones getting 39 rushing yards, to me, feels pretty low. I'd be surprised if they both went over.
Yeah, it would be a bad game for Tom Brady if that happens.
It would just really surprise me. I don't know. So I wonder if taking the under on both of them makes sense, because all right, if you hit one if you go 1-1, you're going to lose a little bit, but you got a chance to hit them both, and I don't think you're going to lose them both. Personally.
But I do like the Fournette one a little bit more. I actually thought the Fournette prop should have been significantly higher.
I remember, if you want to win a year-long Sportsline subscription, leave your favorite in a comment. Leave your favorite player prop or prop bet for the Super Bowl and your Twitter handle. We'll track it throughout the game. If you win, if you are right, then you win yourself a Sportsline subscription for a year. All right, next up we've got Mike Evans. Over under, let's see what it's at now. 61.5, 60.5.
61.5.
61.5. All right. -115 for 61.5, and also for under.
Yep.
Over and under. All right, what are you guys thinking? Over under?
I'd take the over on that. He's also someone I like in DFS because he does have a wide range of outcomes here. But the Chiefs play a ton of man coverage, and he's by far been the most targeted player when facing man. And I don't like the matchup for really any of the receivers. I think L'Jarius Sneed is actually going to do a pretty good job on Godwin. And so I do like Evans in this spot. So I think I'll be taking the over.
Mm-hmm. It's being bet down right now too. So if you like the over, you might want to wait a little bit. It might still keep dropping as well. So I would take the over as well. He had 9 targets in their first meeting, and we know that he can make big plays down the field as well. So yeah, over for me on Evans.
All right, Mike Evans, 4.5 catches. Mike Evans, 4.5 catches. That's what we're looking at right now. Latest was over was +100, under was -130. And the Chiefs, believe it or not, they allow the second fewest receptions to wide receivers. They don't see a lot of wide receiver targets for some reason, but they stink against tight ends. But they did allow 2 wide receivers to have 5 or more catches in both postseason games. So Mike Evans, over under 4.5 catches. Does anybody feel strongly about this one?
I'd much rather take the over on the yards than go anywhere near this, just because I can easily see a line of like 4 for 70 or 4 for 80 if he breaks off one of those big plays. So
right.
I guess I would lean with the under, but I do like the yards prop more.
Frank, Adam, Jacob, what do you think about Mike Evans' first reception over 10.5 yards at -130? Kind of a lot of juice there at 130.
Yeah.
I feel like he could easily get over 10 yards on his first grab.
Yeah, I like that. I wish you weren't getting to 130, but I do like that a lot.
Yeah, I would say that of all the Mike Evans props we've mentioned, that's probably the most likely to happen.
Okay, let's talk about, I think we're on to Chris Godwin now. Chris Godwin, 72.5 receiving yards. Over under, guys, 72.5 receiving yards for Godwin.
I've been on this one all week. I think he does have a good game, and I know the Kansas City man coverage that they play. They're going to play 50-50. That's what they did a lot of throughout the season. I don't think they're going to be super heavy on man in this matchup. And I think Godwin is just one of those guys. You look at Brady's biggest games, at least in terms of fantasy points, Godwin's right there with him with big games almost every single time. I think he can get you over 75 yards in the game.
Okay, he's up to 73.5 now, by the way. You want to see? I'll tell you shortly what our users are. What we have now in our props contest from the users. Okay, our next prop is Chris Godwin, 5.5 catches. 5.5 catches for Chris Godwin.
Yeah, I think if we like Godwin to go over the yards, we got to like him to go over the receptions as well. It's 5.5. It's -120 right now over at William Hill. And I don't know if this is just based on who Brady has had as his pass catchers at previous stops, but in the Super Bowl, he has relied more so on like these short to intermediate routes. Edelman had a monster game. Gronk has had some really big games as well. We all remember James White. So I do expect Chris Godwin to be targeted quite a bit here, probably somewhere in like the 8 to 10 range. So if I was leaning anywhere, probably over, but don't love it.
You know, he's only been over in 3 of the 10 games that he has played with Antonio Brown. I was surprised by that. But Dave, since you had so much conviction on Godwin over the yards, do you think he gets 6 catches?
I'm a little nervous about it. I think it could happen. I wouldn't take it. If I did, it would be for like the stone minimum that my book would allow.
All right, we got to get out of here. So let's do 3 more real quick here. Antonio Brown. By the way, don't go anywhere. We got more coverage coming up with the Sportsline guys and Will Brinson. But the 4 of us are going to eat some wings, and I'm going to have this cookie brownie soon. Antonio Brown, over under 40.5 yards. Jacob Gibbs, over under for Antonio Brown, 40.5 yards.
I think I would go under. He's like we've talked about already, they do play a lot of man coverage, and AB has been the guy who's seen his numbers drop the most in terms of zone versus man splits. He's been much better against zone, just kind of finding the open areas in zones. The Chiefs just don't use that a lot. He's also kind of struggled against press coverage this year, which has been surprising, but and the Chiefs use press coverage at one of the highest rates in the NFL. And then obviously we don't know if he's completely healthy. And we've seen some of these other receivers kind of step up lately, and they might be trying to get them on the field more. So yeah, I think I would take the under on that.
Scotty Miller, over under 16.5 yards, over -145, under is +115. This guy is extremely uninvolved typically. Okay, I don't know why everybody's so excited about Scotty Miller. Frank, over under for Scotty Miller, 16.5 yards. Not a lot. It's not a lot to get to.
Yeah, it's a super low number there. I don't love it either way. I probably would go over and just hope that like Antonio Brown has to leave the game at some point and they're just chasing points. But I don't love this one. Of all the Bucs wide receiver props, I think Antonio Brown under is probably my favorite.
Okay, by the way, postseason snap shares for Scotty Miller, 11% in the 2 games that he played with Antonio Brown, then 43% without Antonio Brown. And finally, Dave, Rob Gronkowski, 28.5 is the over-under. Overs -135, unders +105. What do you got?
I think it's a pretty fair line. I might have actually wanted to see it a little bit lower, but push comes to shove, Brady's going to lean on him. And I think the matchup against Kansas City isn't that bad either. If it's man coverage, Brady will know to go after his big guy and go with the size component against a smaller linebacker, or better yet, a smaller safety. I would take the over on that.
Yeah, I like that as well.
Let me tell you, I got to wrap up because we are eating into Will Brinson's time. You don't want to get on Brinson's bad side. I got to be on with him the entire second half of the game, all right? So let me tell you the 4 props that our viewers are choosing. Max Gorenstein is going under 80.5 penalty yards.
Okay. I like that.
Concat Will is going Tom Brady over 2.5 touchdown passes. Okay. MD Brennan is going under for Mahomes, 339.5 passing yards.
No way.
And Dirk Yules is going Clyde Edwards-Helaire over 8.5 rush attempts. All right.
Okay.
Well, guys, it's cookie brownie time for me.
Can you tweet a picture of that, please, Adam? I'd like to see it.
Take it. Show it up. Show it again.
The cookie brownie dessert that you're gonna have.
There it is. Look at that.
Wow.
Look at that beaut.
Okay. Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah. I was trying to bake it last night. I screwed it up so bad. My wife had to take over. So I didn't mess up the whole recipe. We call it "You break, I fix" is the motto in our kitchen. All right, for Dave and Frank and Jacob, thank you guys. I'm going to hang on for just a bit, as we get, hey, there's the Sportsline crew.
Yes.
Arstein and Will Brinson. RJ White is here. What's up, guys?
How you doing?
I'm doing great.
It's
How's it
Super
going,
Bowl
Adam?
Sunday, man. Best day of the year.
Oh, everybody's
Great.
here. Look at this. Look at the Brady Bunch here.
Great work this past hour, man. This is a lot of props you guys got through.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Brinson, I think you are Alice in this Brady Bunch. I don't know. Well, for me, you're in the middle. I don't know. Can you hear me, Will? He's a little frazzled. It's okay.
I'm just surprised he's here on time.
He really wasn't, though. Like, he's not really here. He's just on camera. There he is. And he's on mute. Ladies. Okay, try one more
He's
time.
never sounded better.
This is the
RJ,
best way to experience Brinson right here.
yeah. Somebody tell me he's on mute. RJ, give me your thoughts on the spread, on the over-under.
I like the spread -3 with the Chiefs. I just think they're the better team here. 3 isn't that much to lay. I was on the under all week, and I'm glad to see it's going down. It's just 50-point totals here in the Super Bowl. The last 7 times this century, they've gone under in regulation. The only one that went over was the overtime game, and that was under during regulation. So I think people are identifying that just because the total is high, Super Bowls tend to start a little slow, and it's just hard to make up that ground and get there. So I think we're going to hit that under here.
Larry, what's going on, man? I haven't spoken to you in a while.
Great to see you, man.
Larry and I used to do a gambling podcast back in the day. There's a new gambling podcast called The Early Edge that you got to hear. Larry, what's your take? -3 for the Chiefs. What do you got for the spread and the total?
Yeah, I don't really have a play on the total, but I do like the Chiefs -3. You know, the game was 27-10 entering the fourth quarter. They were doing exactly what they wanted. They were inside the 23 other times and only came away with a couple of field goals. I just think, you know, if they want to try and play zone again, it's not going to work, on Kelsey. If they want to play man, it's not going to work on Tyreek Hill. And if you look at last week, they got the ball out so fast and the air yards were way down in terms of per attempt, but it's actually the most efficient offensive game they've had. And I heard a great stat that their top 3 offensive performances the last 2 seasons have come in the postseason. So obviously they're turning it up a notch.
Yeah. All right. Well, it was great stuff from the 3 guys that were hanging with me, Frank, Jacob, and Dave. Guys, you are dismissed. Well done. You put in a good hour.
I got a big pile of wings I want to eat.
Yeah.
Adam, I'll see you in the third quarter, man. I'll be back.
All right, my man. I'll see you then. And thank you, everybody, for watching. We're waiting for Will Brinson to hop on here. This is our pregame show. What did we name it earlier today? Dave came up with that fun name, the Super Happy Fun Pregame Show Fun Show, or Super Bowl pregame party, whichever you want to call it. Beginning at halftime and going all the way through for postgame coverage. Make sure you come back right here and check out our content, guys. I don't know how much of our segment you saw, but I began the week really very high on Kansas City. I guess it was 2 weeks ago, actually. Began the 2 weeks, the fortnight. Very high in the Chiefs, but I really, really feel like the Buccaneers can win this game. I'm picking the Chiefs to win by 3. But, yeah, I mean, I'm concerned about the pass rush. I'm concerned about them being a little bit too one-dimensional. They've got Tom Brady. What's the money line looking like? Are people on the money line at all for Tampa Bay? How are people feeling about this game?
Yeah, I mean, it usually happens in the Super Bowl where everyone who likes the dog bets the dog on the money line. So actually, the money line on Kansas City has come all the way down. It was 155 the last I saw it, and it was 165 earlier. Typically, the spread money is going to come in on the favorite and the money line on the dog. So the books will be rooting for like a 2-point Kansas City win. That will be the best case scenario for them.
And it has dipped to -160 at this point. So it was 165 earlier. You can tell that money's coming in on the Bucs because they had to adjust it a little bit. And now it's at -160. We'll see. We got about an hour left. We'll see if it dips anymore after that.
That's it, man. We got about 40 minutes left before the game. Super Bowl Sunday is so fun. You've got people over typically. I mean, this is obviously a different year. You got people over. You're all excited about your food and your conversation. And then it's game time. And at that point, I'm like, everybody stop talking to me. Like, just shut up. You go in the other room if you don't want to watch the game. So I'm looking forward to it. No party this year. Just gonna watch the game, and I'll be watching with all of you beginning in the third quarter. All right, so here are the props that you guys are going to go through with me for now, with Brinson pretty soon. Total touchdowns, over under 6.5. Overs -150, unders +120. Larry, I'll give you the first word on this. Over under 6.5 touchdowns.
Yeah, it's juiced, but I'm going to go over. I mean, people have talked about how aggressive these coaches are going to be. The Bucs know they have to score touchdowns, and like I said in that first meeting, the Chiefs had 3 other red zone tries, and actually KC is the worst team red zone defense, 32nd, and Tampa Bay's only 19th in red zone defense. So I think we get to 7 touchdowns.
Is juice, but it's starting to come down in this moment right now. It's minus 120 on the over and plus 100 on the under. And so it's actually moved that way. I was leaning under anyway. Plus 100 isn't as good a price, but I still like it. Bucs games and Chiefs games average around 6.25 touchdowns each. And as I've said, these 50-point totals have stayed under this century. So I think we only get to 5 or 6 touchdowns. I would lean to the under, especially with that plus money.
The longest touchdown in the game, 43.5 yards. Tyreek Hill is playing. So over under 43.5, RJ, what do you got?
It's ticked down a little. It was 44.5, earlier. I'm fading that move. Chiefs have 27 touchdowns of at least 45 yards in the last 3 years, but just 1 since week 4. These 2 teams have had 10 total touchdowns of at least 45 yards this year while allowing 8. Just breaking down those numbers, I think we do get 1 long touchdown, probably from Tyreek, but it might be Mecole Hardman or someone else. I definitely think it's going to come on the Chiefs side, though. And I believe if you take the team to score the longest touchdown, I believe Chiefs are minus 150 there. So it's a little bonus one that you can take too.
All right, the shortest touchdown of the game, Larry. Over-under is 1.5 yards, and juice to the over plus 140, under minus 160. That's interesting to me. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I mean, I think under is the only way to look. It's hit 21 of 31. I think it's hit 4 of the last 5. Last year, there were 3 one-yard touchdowns in the Super Bowl. And RJ has talked about, pass interference in the end zone, defensive holding. They're going to be tries right down in close, and they're going to go for it. So, take under.
Really? Okay. I just thought the plus 140 was pretty enticing, but that stat about the frequency of 1 yard touchdown, that's pretty interesting. Will there be 3 unanswered scores? Like, who plays these? This is wild. Yes, minus 200. No, plus 170. RJ, will there be 3 unanswered scores?
This used to be a really popular one because the juice used to be a lot lower, but people kind of caught on and everybody would bang it every single year. And now when they release it, it's typically like minus 170, minus 180. At this point, it's all the way up to minus 200. So we like the no side and the guide that we did, the sports line guide, which there's still time to go to cbssports.com and download with those big plus odds. It's only happened in 2 of the last 5 seasons, but we've seen strong movement toward yes. That tells me that the sharps are all on it. My theory of the game has it happening. I think the Bucs get the first touchdown. The Chiefs come back with 3 scores after that, go up by 6 to 10 points. So I think it's going to happen.
Larry, what do you think? Will there be 3 unanswered scores?
I don't think so. I would take the no at the plus money. I would.
Okay. Yeah. All right. It's just so funny because you guys obviously live this stuff. I look at no plus 170 and that just seems like obvious to me, but I felt the same way about the over plus 140 on the shortest touchdown in the game. But, this is why you got to read Sportsline, because as I'm a big football fan, but I don't know the ins and outs of gambling and the trends and things like that. And they do. So they can help you out big time, give you a leg up.
Yeah, Adam. In fact, the only Super Bowl in recent history where there wasn't a 1 yard score was the Rams Patriots 13-3. There was only 1 touchdown and it was a 2 yard score.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. A successful 2-point conversion. I would take the yes on this if it were minus 800. I feel it in my bones, guys. Yes is plus 200. RJ, how are my bones? Like, are they leading me astray? Because yes is plus 200 here on a successful 2-point conversion.
Well, it's moved a little towards no. I've been backing the no, and it seems like, the sharps have been on the no because they've moved in a little bit that direction. Bucs are one of 6 teams without a successful 2-point conversion all year. And both of these teams rank in the bottom 10 of 2-point frequency anyway. So I think we may be lucky if we see 1 attempt. And so you got to hit that 50-50 to get the yes. Now, if you know that there's going to be an attempt, obviously take the yes, because at plus 200, you like that 50-50 odds. But I'm not sure we do get the attempt. So I would lean to the no, but I mean, at minus 250, I'm not playing that.
But the corollary to that is that will there be a missed PAT, which would cause somebody to go for 2? And each of these kickers has missed a PAT in the playoffs. You're getting plus money on the miss. I don't know. I don't have it exactly in front of me what the plus money is. But not only did each of those guys miss one in the playoffs, but Butker missed 4 on the road this season. Actually, 86% on the road with his PATs. And so I like that one. With 6-7 touchdowns, that there will be 1 miss.
So actually, has the betting public or the veterans, whatever, have they cared at all about the home field advantage? Has that factored in at all with the betting?
I think people are baking in a little bit, but it's not like the 3 points that we usually see. It's typically we had Nick Bogdanovich on with Larry on the early edge, and I believe he said actually in our Q&A that he baked in a point, so he was looking at it as a point to the line. So if you handicap this, you might say that okay, Chiefs are now 4 points better because there's probably a point baked into the line there for the books here. So yeah,
okay.
Probably not fully, but yeah, 1 point I would say.
Let's talk about these kickers. Longest field goal, 46.5 yards. Longest made field goal.
Hey,
Brinson.
hey.
Late as usual.
I was trying to say before my audio thing messed up. I don't know. Could you guys hear me at all?
No.
So I'm tied for first in the DraftKings PGA big contest. And if Scotty Scheffler outscores Xander Schauffele on 18, I win $200,000.
Oh my God. Wow.
And if Xander outscores Scotty, I probably win like 80,000.
When will that be? Holy,
sweating, a little sweat here. A little sweat.
When is that going to be over?
What's that?
When is that going to be over?
They're walking to 18 right now for the final hole.
Good luck, but even if they lose, like
it's like stuff could go sideways. So,
are you going to retire mid-show?
Yeah, like am I hosting the?
Nah, I'm gonna
stuff?
All right, so Xander's on the tee right now. I mean, can we talk about this? Is this okay? I know the Super Bowl starts in like 45 minutes. I could care less.
Will, I'm going to hop off. I'm going to tell you where you're at in your rundown.
Yeah, I'm in first place by half a point right now. Xander in the rough. Let's go. Let's sweat. Let's live.
Longest field goal made, okay? Longest made field goal. That's where you're at. All right, can you pick it up from there?
I can. All right, talk to me, guys. By the way, nobody cares about golf on here. What am I doing?
Just a typical recording with Will Brinson. He's just talking about golf, talking about whatever he wants.
I'm up half a point in a DraftKings contest with one hole left. Like all I need is just the three dudes who are out there just tie. Like everybody make par and we're getting rich and we are spending on some props.
How many people in this contest?
I don't know.
That's a good point. Well, I'm going to go over longest made field goal, 46.5 yards. Bucker and Suckup are 9 for 11 from 47 plus. Bucker's at a 50-yard in the playoffs already. So I think we're going to get there. Longest field goal over 46.5.
What do you think about I'm not even here. I'm not
just trying to close the book there.
What do you think about longest over under shortest field goal made 27.5? Did you guys talk about that already?
No, that's the next one. I think we're only going to get like 2 field goals, one long and one short one. So, I mean, I'm trying to thread the needle and say I'll take the over on the longest and the under on the shortest, but I wouldn't bet both. Take whichever one you like better. And I probably feel a little better about the longest.
I'm just shocked that in the first meeting, the Chiefs took a 19-yard field goal instead of going for it on 4th and goal from the 1. But I don't expect too many short field goals today.
Yeah. I'm like losing my mind. I'm trying to get the rundown up. I got for whatever reason my computer decided to be very funky. Let's see if we got Newman says good luck from somebody on Periscope. Yeah, so people are asking, I need Scotty Scheffler to outscore Xander Schauffele, tie or beat or tie on the 18th hole. Xander is in the rough. Brooks chipped in on 17. Hold out for Eagle to launch himself into the top and put me up there. And then JT, whose grandfather died last night, had the worst round on the board, eagled 17 as well. And that launched me up to the top. So for some reason, my computer has just been very slow today. Anyway, do you don't think there are going to be many field goals, right? Do you, RJ?
No, total made field goals is under 3.5. Okay. Bucs have had an average of 3.26. Chiefs are only at 2.89 in those games. Both teams combined in those games. Bucs tied for the most times going for it on 4th down from 35 to 45 yards out. So I think the Bucs know they have to stay aggressive with the Chiefs offense, should pass up some field goal tries. So yeah, I would think 2 or 3 field goals in this game. I would take the under there.
All right. Let's see. All right, I got it now. So that puts a wrap on those. Are we moving to Chiefs player props now? As I'm somebody check your Instagram DM. I'm trying to send you craft beer from New York for a Brinson Sucks hat. Send me an email, willbrinson at gmail.com, Facebook user. I'm terrible at Instagram DMs for whatever reason. So Chiefs player props. Patrick Mahomes, Pete Prisco loves the over on Mahomes' passing yards, and I don't want to get in front of it, but man, I mean, that's all 339.5 passing yards is a ton of passing yards. I would much rather take the over on pass touchdowns personally.
Same here. And also it launched. I mean, it opens so much lower. Like if you take the over now, I mean, you're just getting such a terrible number. I think you could have gotten 15 yards less early in the week. I mean, he did throw for 462, and I believe they will throw 40 plus times, but RJ's got some stats that will make you really reconsider going over.
Yeah, he hasn't topped 325 yards in any of the 7 postseason games. Banged up offensive line. I think that put emphasis on getting the ball out quickly, fewer chunk plays. So I think he is going to be able to advance the ball. It's just not going to be, 20 to 25 yards in a 20-second, 30-second span. So I don't think you'll have to throw downfield much in the second half. Just focus on picking up those first downs. So this number keeps going up. I think you're getting great value here on the under at this point.
I agree. And I think the only concern I have is, and it's the same reason that I'm a little worried about just getting any under in this game. It's the Chiefs, it's Mahomes. Like the Bucs defense, run defense is so good. Is there any chance that they just throw the whole second half, even if they have a lead?
Yeah, but I don't think they're going to be throwing downfield and risking putting the ball, in danger for an interception. So I think it's just throw to the sticks, get 7 yards, get 8 yards, chew up the clock that way. So it's like an extension of the running game more than it is just trying to run up the middle and beat Vita Vea,
Fire Sports on the YouTube points out, he says I have Patrick Mahomes over 3 passing touchdowns plus 200. I like that. Rather than laying the juice, like the juice is, I think, minus 167 or 150 maybe on William Hill for over 2.5. You could still push, obviously, but at the 2-to-1 price, I tend to not hate that. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't think they're running down in the goal line. I mean, Tampa's allowed the fewest rush touchdowns on the season. So if you think they're getting to 3 touchdowns, it's like a little bit of a free roll there to try to get that 4th one.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, no. What happened?
Xander just stuffed one 3 feet out of the rough. Are you effing kidding me? Oh, no. That's going to be expensive. That's going to cost me a lot of money. I'm glad RJ was here to see it.
Oh, damn.
We're now live number for the number of props we get to is down to 16.5 at this point.
Maybe Scotty can make his too instead, and it won't matter.
He's not even listening.
No, I'm not. Xander, are you kidding me, bro? Okay, so Mahomes pass attempts over under 41.5, rushing yards 21.5. I love his over pass attempts for the reason I mentioned. Like the Bucs run defense is so good. Like I just think they're gonna have to pass the ball a ton. And even if they're running out the clock, I think you're going to see him like dinking and dunking and all of that. So I love the over 41.5 pass attempts.
This feels like it's going up like during the show. I mean, it was like 39.5, 40.5 on a show I did earlier today. Now 41.5. But justified. I mean, he threw 49 times. They were throwing with like a 2 or 3 score lead last time. They'll stay aggressive. I wouldn't want to go any higher than this though. I'm not going over 42.5.
Yeah, I think this is right around the number. I think it might sneak over, but this is right where I think it should be. So I don't have a strong play at 41.
Okay. You guys are so succinct. Why don't you like ramble on for a few minits while. Okay,
there's a game that's going to happen pretty soon. So we're trying
Yeah. Darrell Williams. What about the running backs? I mean, over under rushing yards for Darrell Williams 23.5. Over under for Clyde Edwards-Helaire is 28.5. That is an obscenely low number for like the top offense in football in the Super Bowl, and the running backs who are going to get like 10 carries. Oh, here's Scotty's putt, by the way. If he makes this, I think I lock in the 200K. So
that Williams numbers come way down. So with Edwards-Helaire healthy. So I think there is value going over it at, he's been the effective guy the last few weeks. So even with Edwards-Helaire healthy, I don't think there's a guarantee that he gets 10 carries. And even if he does, I mean, he might go under his 28.5. So I would go Darrell Williams. I would lean over, but I probably like the Edwards-Helaire under better.
Yeah. In that first meeting, they did not have a single rusher go over 37. I actually wish, I haven't seen this, but is there a prop for Mahomes to lead the team in rushing? because I think there's a really good chance that he does that tonight. Uh-oh, what happened, Will?
Oh, I just missed it. Oh. That one stings. There's no way Xander can miss a 3-footer, right? Oh my God, I'm going to vomit. I am literally going to vomit all over my keyboard right now. Yeah, I agree. It's a great thought there, Larry. And Travis Kelce and Tyreek Hill, very popular guys in this game, obviously. Kelce, 96.5. 96.5 receiving, 7.5 receptions. Hill, 6.5 and 94.5. I mean, I'm not getting in the way of those overs. No chance.
Yeah, Jacob Gibbs was on our show, the early edge today, and he was talking about Kelce's target share in the postseason on his routes run, 35%, which is like an insane number, higher than Devontae Adams. So yeah, he loves over on both of those, and that's good enough for me if Jacob's on it.
Everybody's on the over. That juice has been rolling on the Kelce reception. So he's gotten 8 catches in 9 of his last 10 games. He's probably gonna get there, but I think it's at minus 180 at this point. I don't know if I want to pay that. But yeah, if you're not taking the under either, I don't think if he goes under, it's probably going to be 7. It's going to be right there on the number at 7. So it'd be a little bit risky going there. So I like him going over on his. I don't know if Hill gets to his. I might lean under there. They've been leaning on him heavily in the playoffs, but he has 6 catches or less in 12 of his 17 games. And slowing him down has to be Tampa's number one concern after what he did in the regular season matchup. So you could see Hill, being doubled and being limited, and then it kind of opens up things for everyone else.
Spieth just made his birdie putt. So that's exciting. That was a sort of a factor that I hadn't really built in. Like I could lose like $190,000 right now instead of just down to like 10,000, which is still a nice haul, but that Spieth putt cost me 120 grand. Oh my God. Oh boy. Or is this Xander putt already in the books?
I feel for you, man.
Oh, that's a lot of money. Yeah, Xander made his. All right, let's see. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. That is going to be expensive.
The good thing is it's not money that's coming out of your pocket. It's money that you would have won, but didn't. So trying to put a spin on it. It's not like you owe somebody this money.
Yeah, that's one way to put it, RJ. Oh my God. They haven't done this. Oh, they haven't done the 18th things yet. Can you guys just like talk for a minute or something?
Yeah, let's move on to these props, RJ. God. RJ, what about Tyreek Hill and his reception 6.5 and his receiving yards 95.5?
Yeah, like I said, they lean on him heavily in the playoffs, but he hasn't been getting to 7 a lot in the season, when all things considered. So getting plus money on under 6.5, I like. I like the under 94.5 on his receiving yards, a little bit less than the receptions prop. I mean, he could get a long play. He could get 3 catches for 100 yards, and it wouldn't shock you. So I would stay away from that one there, but kind of lean to the under getting plus money on the receptions.
I'm not sure about the receptions. I do like the over on the receiving yards. I mean, I was watching highlights, and highlights can prejudice you, but the speed differential between him and Carlton Davis, like streaking down the field, was just blatant, so I know they're going to double him. I know they're going to try things, but this is not a high number for him. I'm kind of surprised it's not even higher.
Yeah. I mean, I think it started a little higher and it's come down a tiny bit because I think everybody's focused on Kelce taking, the attention, as Jacob was saying, with all that target share that he's been getting in the playoffs. So I think that people are really focused on betting the overs on Kelce, and it's kind of letting the Hill numbers slide down just a little bit.
Yeah. How about this next one, RJ?
Okay. Oh, hold on. Sorry.
Oh, you're back? You're back? Go ahead.
They're back. I think I finished in second place. I can live with that.
So that's
80K. I can live with that.
Congrats.
It's big.
I'm like scared to like celebrate there for real, man.
Is everyone off the course?
The tournament's over.
Okay.
The tournament is over. I'm worried that like this, it's saying 0 holes left. I don't want to. We'll just hang out. Well, you know what? Let's get serious and talk some Super Bowl props, and we'll just make sure that doesn't change. But oh man, that miss by Scotty's tough. But you know what? I will take 80 all day long. Okay, so Did you mention Mecole Hardman and Sammy Watkins?
I'm about to move to Mecole Hardman. I like his receiving yards under 28.5. He's only topped this number twice in his last 9. They'll also get him the ball and run. So I would prefer going over 0.5, a half rush yard, as he's had a rush attempt in 4 of his last 5 games. So I think they find creative ways to get him the ball, but I don't know if it's necessarily going to be passing a lot with Sammy Watkins back.
Yes. Carr, my friend Carr did ask, he texted me. He's like, did you just say you won $80,000? That is correct, my friend. Unless there's a scoring change. Okay. So, I like Watkins. I wouldn't touch Hardman with all these guys active. Late full game props. Will the game be tied after 0-0? Yes, -130. No, +110.
This has moved toward the no, as yes was -150 last week. Yes is hitting 4 of the last Super Bowls, 5 of the last 6. No had a long run prior to that. So, I mean, it seems like a little bit of toss up to me, but I would go yes. It's supposed to be a close game. Probably once Tampa gets their score, Kansas City gets their score, and then you cash right there. So,
yeah, I like that as well. And then the next one, in terms of the largest lead, under 14.5. I know RJ loves this one. I also like it. I think this number is too high.
There hasn't been a 15-plus point lead in 13 of the last 17 Super Bowls. Only 4 of the last 17, the over would have hit here. So I think Tampa gets the ball first, like I've said, gets on the board, but the Chiefs win. And so it's going to make getting a bigger lead tougher there if you're already starting in a hole with the team that you think is going to win. So, I love the under there at 14.5.
All right. I dig it. I'm sorry. I'm being terrible at this. You know what? I apologize to all the listeners, all the viewers, because I'm not like this. I'm not spacey. I'm usually locked in, tight, ripping through the rundown. But that was sort of a sweat there. Oh my God, I can't believe that happened. Total players. Largest lead in the game. Over under 14. Did you already say that one?
We just did
okay,
that.
All right.
Yeah,
total players of the pass attempt. Over under 2.5. I usually love the over on this, but I can't get there with these two teams.
And the number's been moving toward the under because, everybody, it's a fun prop. Everybody wants to bet the yes, but I think the pros have just been hammering the under because it started out I think -130, -140, somewhere around there. It's at -180 right now on the under. So it's been moving big time. Kansas City has had 3 non-quarterbacks throw passes. Bucs have had 0. So I don't know if Kansas City will need to go to the well there. I've been saying that I think they might win a little bit more definitively than we're thinking. So I don't know that you need to bust out the trick play in the second half. It's fun to bet the over. I think it's probably going to be under unless there's an injury, obviously.
Yeah, Kelsey, it was twice with Kelsey, and it was against these Bucs when he had Mahomes in the end zone on the Philly special, and they didn't connect. And then it was Watkins and the punter. So they did it 4 times, but the Bucs aren't going to do it. So now you're talking about, is there going to be an injury to justify this price at the plus odds? Is there a chance Chad Henne comes in and throws a pass? I think you got to get more than this to go over.
Yeah, I agree completely. I think you need to get plus 160 is just not enough to go over with the way that these teams operate. So I would just pass on it, I think.
And Reed didn't do it in the Super Bowl last year. Yeah.
Remember okay. Moving along. Will there be a successful 4th down conversion? It's -400. So unless you can parlay it, you're probably not taking that. But I mean, obviously you have to feel pretty good about these two teams converting a ton of 4th downs.
Yeah. Kansas City has 1 in 10 of their 18 games. Tampa has 1 in 10 of their 19 games. So if you combine them and say, what's the percentage? Neither happens. It's about 21%. So yes, -400 is a stay away at this price. You need to get a little bit better than that, and probably -360 to have value there. And you don't want to get +400 on the no to have value there, and you're not getting anywhere near that. So I think just stay away. If you want to parlay it and get something down, that's fine. If it helps you with a parlay. But I just don't like the odds here.
Yeah, combined they're 5 for 5 in the playoffs. This was 360 early in the day, so I thought a little bit of value, but you're right, not at 400.
Everybody points out in the comments that yes, I'm already spending all the money that I'm already spending all the money. I'm halfway to Hawaii. I've completely checked out. Total sacks by both teams. Over under is 4. The juice is just even on that. Larry, I got to think that you're on the over here because I know we talked earlier this week and you liked the over for Buccaneers sacks, right?
Yeah, I mean, I like them over too, just because we're going to get, I believe, 45 dropbacks. And, as quick as he gets the ball out, there are those plays where he's trying to rush, where he might get tackle behind the line. They had 5 sacks last week against Aaron Rodgers. This is not a completely healthy offensive line, but also on the other side, I mean, you look at Chris Jones and Frank Clark, and this team has had 5 sacks in the 2 playoff games against quarterbacks who are a lot more mobile than Tom Brady. So, over 4, I like it a lot.
I think it's going to be a push. I would lean to Larry's. Larry has a good read there, so I would lean to the over. But Kansas City games average 3.5 sacks. That O-line's banged up, so I think you put that number up a little bit there. Bucs games average 4.3 sacks, so I think you're looking probably around 4. But yeah, probably maybe a little bit lean to the over. So if you don't get the push, you might get that cash here like Larry likes.
I would agree. Oh, total punts in the game, over under 6.5. The under juice to -130. The just straight up, if you want to take the over 6.5, RJ.
Chiefs games average 6.38 punts. Bucs games average 7.37 punts. I would tell you probably the over is a better play there if you just look at those numbers. But the Bucs are averaging 3 punts in the playoffs, while the Chiefs have only punted once in 2 games. I don't think you're going to see that, 1 punt from the Chiefs here. So I think we see more there, but I don't know that we get to 7 total. So I would lean to the under. I think it's probably 5 or 6.
Yeah, same here. I think both teams have shown an ability to possess the ball and also an ability to go for it or a desire to go for it. So yeah, I don't think we get 7.
Okay. Will the game go to overtime? Yes, 9-1. No, -1,600.
It's been in overtime once in 54 tries. So you got to look to the no here, but who's going to lay that -1,600 juice? So I think it's just a stay away for everyone. If you want to have fun and try to hit that, yes, I don't think you're getting nearly enough value. So find something better to invest your money and maybe take a long shot MVP or a long shot first touchdown. And I think you probably have a better chance of hitting there.
Yeah, I think the Chiefs are rolling, so I wouldn't advise overtime. The team to score last, Chiefs -120. That's a little cheaper than I thought it would be. The Bucs even money if you want to take them.
Yeah,
and I know Larry loves the related prop to this. Does the team that score last win the game? So if you work backwards from that and you like the Chiefs to win, I gotta think you love the Chiefs here.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, I like the one team to score last wins the game because it's hit in 7 straight and 20 out of 22, which is kind of crazy. And if you just do the math, that should be about -900. But it's last I checked, it was -210 on William Hill. The team that scores last wins the game.
Shout out, by the way, to the fine folks at Stella Artois for sending me some Super Bowl beer that I'm going to enjoy. I know we're working, but I don't care.
You deserve it.
What's that?
You deserve it.
I do deserve it
for that sweat.
What? The last score will be a touchdown. Touchdown is -155. Field goal or safety +135. You think safety you'd get a little more action for that, right? I mean, like don't lump it in there with the field goal. Give me the action on that one.
Well, how about the guy that bet that the Chiefs would score exactly 4 points today, 100 to win? I think it's $1 million or something like that. 2 safeties.
That's crazy.
That is. He bet that they would score exactly 4 points.
He bet both teams would score exactly 4 points. If either of them end on 4, the guy is rich.
That's a terrible bet.
Yeah.
That's a terrible bet.
Not quite a Xander Schauffele bet, but it's something that could happen. Yeah, I think last score will be a touchdown. And the pros have been all on it. Touchdowns taking the action here. It was -155 last week, and it's shot up to 200 now. Its final score has been a touchdown 5 of the last 7 Super Bowls and 12 of the past 16. So historically, it's hitting about 75% over the last 16 Super Bowls. So you got to think -200 is a pretty good price for it.
All right. Moving along. I love Brooks Koepka with all of my heart. He is my favorite golfer of all time. The half with more points, first half or the second half. You got to lay 1.5 points actually with second half and overtime, but I would have no problem with doing that. RJ, we talked about this all week. We love the second half as to be the higher scoring half, right?
One of my favorite props, in the whole 400 plus you can bet. It was, I think it was -110 earlier, -115 last week. It's -125 earlier this week, a couple days ago when we talked about it. -140 now. I mean, juice is going up. Everybody's on that second half. There's been more scoring in the second half in 17 of the last 22 Super Bowls. I expect the game to start slowly, as has been the case in the majority of the time recently, where it's a little bit slow start as teams feel each other out, and then scoring kind of picks up in the second quarter, and then it explodes in the second half. So I think that's what we're going to see here with these teams. 1.5 points isn't much to lay here, so I take that side.
And in past years, RJ, right, this has not been a spread on this prop.
Right. They're making you lay a point and a half here, just because I think they knew everybody was going to be on it, and it hasn't slowed anybody down. I mean, they've had to keep jacking up that juice, so people are still on this even with the 1.5.
Yeah. If just take the second half. This is gonna be a low scoring first half, and then there's gonna be an explosion of points in the second half, depending on obviously it all depends on exactly what exactly what we get in terms of a game script and a score going into the second half. But I mean, if it's close, you're going to see them trade scores, I think. And if either team is down, you're going to see the pace pick up substantially. Particularly, if it's the Bucs down, I think you'll see both teams be throwing in the second half again, because I think the Chiefs will salt the game away via the pass.
And you also have this thing with Byron Leftwich where he's just very stubborn, and he will run the ball on first and second down in the first half. That's what he's done pretty much throughout the year. It's become somewhat predictable, and whenever they don't do that, they have a lot of success, but he just loves to do that. And so, yeah, that plays into it.
Okay. Moving along. The total match points. I don't like calling the Super Bowl a match. I'm going to say that. William Hill, they need to come up with something else. Total game points? Why are we calling it a match? This isn't cricket. Odd, -135. Even, +115. Your thoughts, guys?
Yeah, odds the heavy favorite because, if teams have the same score, they go to overtime. So I think that's one of the reasons there. But even has hit in 7 of the llast 12 playoff games this year and 9 of the last 12 Super Bowls. So I think that this should be closer to 50-50. +115 just seems like you're giving people too nice of a price on the even, considering it's been hitting in these Super Bowls. So I'd hop on that at +115. I think that's a pretty good one where you're getting a nice payout if it hits.
Yeah, nothing to add. Absolutely nothing.
I'm doing such a terrible job. I could care less. I gotta say too, the Super Bowl starts in 20 minutes. It doesn't feel like it, and I understand that's because I'm talking about golf, but this is the weird. It just doesn't. I mean, and maybe it's because I've been going to the game for 10 straight years. Man, it's just hard to wrap my head around the fact that the Super Bowl is kicking off imminently.
It's 364 days of the year. Teams are working to get to this 365th day. So it's the biggest, event, I think, really in sports. When you consider all these things, everybody's focus is on it. So much surrounds the game, all these props, all the matchup, hundreds of millions of people are going to be watching. Free stream on CBSSports.com. So go to CBSSports.com. If you don't have, it on your TV, or you want a second screen there, you can watch it there as well. And just everybody's going to be watching. It's just a huge, huge event. And couple of the best teams, couple of the best quarterbacks ever to play the game, I think we're going to say, with trajectory we think Mahomes is on. So, yeah, it's going to great matchup that I think people are going to look back on fondly for the next 10, 15 years.
And by the way, if you're asking in the chat, no, you cannot watch the Super Bowl here. That's not where you go to watch the Super Bowl. You can stream on CBSSports.com, as RJ pointed out. You can also sign up for CBS All Access, which is an incredible OTT service that we offer, and that I highly recommend. Monthly, you go to sportsline.com/join, use promo code EDGE. You'll get your first month for free at Sportsline, and then you'll get a free CBS All Access login if you're needing a way to stream the Super Bowl. So you can do that as well. Gatorade color. So William Hill, what would be there's no liquid option on there, is there?
Well, clear and water are the same odds.
But see, the Chiefs dumped confetti on Andy Reid after the AFC Championship game. The confetti in a Gatorade cooler. So, I was able to find an option for no liquid at +275 and bet that.
Well, I don't know about that.
I was just wondering, what will they grade if there's no liquid? What if it's there's no water dump? Is it just?
I think it's probably no action. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, they went orange last year, and actually teams that have repeated since 2006, there have been 3 teams that have repeated. They've never used the same color in the second Super Bowl. I heard some money and some action was coming in on clear, and so I like clear.
And it's weird that they would do that. Those teams that get back there, that they would switch it up because, so superstitious about wanting everything perfect for game day and want to recapture what you've done. I think maybe that's a product of the Patriots being some of those teams, and they don't really care about that kind of stuff. But I would think if I was running the NFL team, or I would expect that we were just going to keep everything the same because we want the same success.
I just don't think you dump a Gatorade cooler on somebody, on like a 60-year-old man in a pandemic. Like, I just don't think that's the move. I think you fill it with confetti and you do that, or you just don't have a bath. Like look, we lost out on some traditions and some stuff this year because of the off seasons, because it's a freaking pandemic. One of those things might just have to be Gatorade baths after the Super Bowl. Like, you can celebrate the Super Bowl without being soaked in like Tang. I mean, come on, just get rid of it.
If the Bucs win, I bet they douse Arians. You're not going to let him not have that moment with his winning the Super Bowl. So okay. I would expect it. I don't care what it is for a pandemic. Maybe they go away with it with a Reed because it's a second one now in a row. But Arians, I bet, gets a bath.
Okay. I mean, it on my rundown it says to end the stream and tease the second half. We have like 15 minutes until the game starts. Are we ending the stream, or are we?
I think we're going to go to the MVP pick because I believe the crew that was on earlier skipped the MVP, so we wanted to talk about MVP. Larry's got one of the favorites, so he's going to go lead first, and then I got some long shots. If you want to play a long shot lottery ticket here.
Yeah, I mean, it's super chalky, right, to go Mahomes, but you look at what happened last year when Damian Williams had 133 yards and 2 touchdowns and didn't get him. Mahomes threw for 286, got picked off twice, and got the MVP. So I think people expect him to have a better game tonight. And if the Chiefs win, he's going to be the MVP. 8 of the last 11 has been the, winning quarterback. So I like it -120 compared to -160 on the money line.
Yeah, but these people that are voting have that in their mind. He won it last year. Maybe he didn't quite deserve it. If he doesn't put up those huge Mahomes numbers, are they going to do that again? I don't know. I think they might start looking for Kelsey, might start looking on the other side of the ball because 2 of the last 14 have been defenders. And if the Chiefs defense shows up, which I think is actually a possibility. I mean, they've come in, they've held their opponents through 3 quarters to like 10, 16, 7. I mean, they're all these good scores. And then teams kind of rally back in the 4th quarter against them when the Chiefs get the win, but they're not really worried about covering. I don't think that's going to be a problem here. I think the Chiefs defense is going to play full 60 minutes. They're going to show up. And with Mahomes maybe being limited by the O-line injuries, may not be able to get downfield as much, I think we're underrating the chance the Chiefs D dictates this game. Brady's not playing his best. 3 interceptions on 3 straight drives in the second half. That put Green Bay back in the game, almost won. If Aaron Rodgers takes it into the end zone instead of waiting for his next opportunity, which would never come because his coach kicked a field goal for whatever reason that I don't think anybody's figured out. So I'm looking at the defensive side. I like Tyrann Mathieu at plus 4,000, 40-1. He's had 7 picks, including the playoffs. He had 1 versus the Bucs in the regular season. I don't think Spagnuolo is going to hesitate to throw him in as a blitzer. We've seen him blitz off the edge, before and get to these quarterbacks. I think he might fill up the stat sheet here, and people are going to have to take him seriously as an MVP candidate if the Bucs are only scoring 10 or 13 points. So I like him. I like going Chris Jones, getting that interior pressure. We're talking about his name a lot, even if in the broadcast, even if he doesn't have huge stats. So you could have made an argument he could have got it last year. People wouldn't have been that shocked because he was having a big game. So you look at those 2 guys, 80-1, 40-1. If Mahomes isn't dominant, I think it might go to a defensive guy this year.
Okay. The only problem I have with it is that and I'm curious how it'll go this year because it's a little bit different. But I mean, for people that don't really know how the process works, you have like a 10 to 15 minute window with which to vote on the MVP if you're a sports writer in the press box. And so like you get like I've never voted on it, so it's not like everybody gets a vote on it. They have a group of people that they do it to, but there's only gonna be like 65 people in the press box, I think, this year, which is obviously way down. But when they do this voting process, like a big, you're working. Like you're busy doing your job and you're planning to write a column and you're thinking about other stuff you have to do. And you have like 15 things going on at once. And it's like in the hectic part of the game. And so basically what it boils down to is if the game is, check the quarterback. Did the quarterback play well? He did. Then he gets the MVP. And then if like the quarterback just really didn't stand out, maybe you kind of zig or zag, like, or if it's a blowout, you can get a little cute, like Malcolm Smith for the Seahawks. Like, we got to reward the Seahawks defense. Or, a low scoring game, maybe you get Julian Edelman. I just don't think that's going to be the case here. And I think that Mahomes, like you're just going to see Mahomes' greatness rewarded. And so in my mind, if Mahomes plays well, like Tyreek Hill has to have like 150, 200 receiving yards and 3 touchdowns to topple Mahomes. So I'm just going to take Mahomes at minus 120. If you think the Chiefs are going to win, you should get some Mahomes MVP odds because it's a better money line price than the actual Chiefs money line.
Yeah, totally agree.
Okay. Anything else we were talking about?
Let's go to the first touchdown. Who's going to score the first touchdown? I've been hitting on Mike Evans, but it's at 9-1 now. It was 10-1 earlier. But I like if you go over to a different prop and say player to score the first points in the game, where it includes the kickers there. I think there's a good chance the Bucs get the ball first. Tampa hasn't deferred the last 2 times they won the coin toss. What we saw was in Week 15, Atlanta won the coin toss against them, took the ball. I think they scored right away, and the Bucs kind of took a lesson from that. Then in Week 16, the Bucs come back, win the toss, take the ball, and then blow out the Lions. The rematch with Atlanta, they win the toss, take the ball, beat Atlanta there. They haven't won the coin toss in the playoffs yet. So I think if they're getting the ball first, they can put together a long drive, get in the red zone, get a touchdown. They know that field goals aren't going to cut it in this game. And their best red zone weapon is Mike Evans, who had two touchdowns in the first meeting on just 3 catches. He scored the first touchdown in the Bucs' last 2 games. He scored the first points in the game in the Packers game. So you can get him at 14-1 to be the player to score the first points in the game as opposed to 9-1 to score the first touchdown. I like that little boost there. So that's where I'm going.
I like, oh, sorry.
No, I was going to say, guys, in the chat, you cannot watch the Super Bowl here. Go to cbssports.com. There's a bunch of links that our social feeds just put out there. It's cbssports.com/NFL/Super Bowl, one word, /live. That keep streaming this. I'm not saying to leave, but you can't watch the Super Bowl here. This is Larry, RJ, and Will. This is not Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady. I know that we sort of look like him, but you know what? Yeah, it's not the same one. So make sure you can go check that out on cbssports.com. Sorry, go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, no, I'm going to take a shot on Fournette at 10-1, still at 10-1, just because he has scored in every playoff game. He has a receiving touchdown in the playoffs, 7 touchdowns in his last 8 games, dominating the carries versus Ronald Jones against the Chiefs defense that is very susceptible to the run, 4.6 yards a carry. So I just think it's value at 10-1. But I mean, RJ, I cannot disagree with 14-1 on Mike Evans.
And then you turn to the anytime touchdowns. You know, we got Travis Kelce's all the way up to minus 175. He was minus 162 earlier. I mean, people just expect, you know, he's going to be the workhorse in this offense. And then Tyreek Hill is at minus 162. Then you get the plus odds. And actually, Mike Evans has come down here too. He was plus 120. Now he's at plus 110. I still like him to get a touchdown somewhere, even if it's not the first one. So I would go with him at plus 110. I don't know if you look at these other odds, if there's anybody else that sticks out to you. I know Brinson's probably going to go with Patrick Mahomes at plus 230. He's talked about his ability to get into the end zone when they're blitzing him. He gets off his spot. If he sees a free field, he's not going to be Aaron Rodgers and throw it away. He's going to run in and try to get that touchdown.
And for what it's worth, Coach, you know, who hosts the Early Edge, he does have a source within the Chiefs organization. And he was talking about this, you know, after the concussion, and he had an update that he was going to be fine to play. But this week, his source has told him, you know, that Mahomes has basically never looked better in a week of practice. Take it for what it's worth, just in terms of his toe and his mobility.
Worth pointing out, by the way, that the under looks like it is cratering right now, down to 55.5, and the under is juiced to 115 there. So it looks like people are hitting the under. I like the first half under at 27.5. I was hoping to get to 28, and obviously that never happened. But as far as first touchdown goes, man, I love Mahomes. And also worth noting on Patrick Mahomes, I don't know if you guys saw the MVP voting. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers won. He got 44 votes. The other 6 votes were split, 4 to Josh Allen and 2 to Patrick Mahomes. Do you think that Patrick Mahomes will be a little ticked off by that? I know some people go, oh, it's a Super Bowl. Why would he care about that? Like, these dudes get mad. Like, they have you hear about these chips on their shoulders all the time. Like, these guys are going to be like, Mahomes is going to be pissed off, and I think he's going to come out slanging. So I love Mahomes, and I think I've got him to score the first touchdown as well. I think I got 13-1, but you know, I think it's like 17-1 depending on what you get out there. So obviously a good option. Are we getting
15-1 at William Hill? 15-1 at William Hill right now for the first touchdown. Yeah, I definitely think that he stayed up last night, you know, getting angry about the MVP vote that he knew he wasn't going to win anyway. I'm sure he had nothing else on his mind, you know, 24 hours before the Super Bowl. That's what distracted him.
Well, one thing I do like, I don't know if we have time for this, but I do like Mahomes rushing prop over 22.5 or 21.5, just because Tampa defends the run very well, but not the QB run. Second worst in the league at defending design QB runs. I think with the makeshift offensive line, he will be scrambling a lot. He'll always be looking downfield, but he's going to take off, not like Aaron Rodgers, who should have taken off, but Mahomes will take off. And basically you need 2 scrambles to get that number, plus a design run here or there.
And I got one more guy scoring a touchdown for you. I'm going to bring this back up from the Pick Six pod where I threw my last dollar on the last touchdown scored be Anthony Sherman at 100-1. He's 20-1 for any time touchdown. I just think that Andy Reid is going to do some, a little bit of wild stuff in this game. Why wouldn't he script a little used player to get a red zone look to ice the game? That Ravens game in week 3 was supposed to be the battle of the number 1 seed. And the Ravens didn't hold up their end of the bargain as the season went along. But Andy Reid went to Sherman in the red zone there, got a 5-yard touchdown. In the end of that game, they needed to ice the game. He went to Eric Fisher for a touchdown. He's not afraid in these big spots to go to little used players that he knows the defense hasn't spent a lot of time preparing for. So I think Sherman could get a look here in the red zone that people aren't expecting. And if he gets that last touchdown, we're talking about 100-1 and big party there. It might not be 80 grand like the Will Brinson special, but I think we're going to love that.
By the way, if you bet on Andy Reid will wear a mask that looks like a bird beak feed bag at -250, you've already cashed your first bet of the Super Bowl. So congratulations on that. I think that this golf sweat and this show kind of cost me a chance to put in some more props. That's going to build some more stuff.
I was going to ask you, how much of the 80K have you placed while we were sitting here?
Well, I had Brooks outright. I hit him twice. I got him once at 15-1 after the first day, and then again at 35-1 after the second day. So nice little Sunday for yours truly. But I would say 15% of it, Larry. Yeah. Just mainly, I've just bought a bunch of rope hats. Actually, that's all I bought. Is I have literally hundreds of rope hats. By the way, if you're asking in the chat, is this where we watch the Super Bowl? No, it's not. Still, no. Go to CBSSports.com. Oh, we got Anthem actually coming. All right, I have a max bet on the Anthem over at 1 minute and 57 seconds. Let's go. You ready?
Oh, this would be easy cash.
It should be. It's a duet. If these guys don't go 2 minutes, that's my favorite tradition is that oh yeah, lingering guitar solo. Let's go, church. They're gonna milk the living crap out of this. I love it.
The last time it was a duet, it went 208. It was Aaron Neville and Aretha Franklin, and I thought, definitely go over on that 159 price. So, I mean, they haven't had I doubt that they've had a chance to rehearse together a ton, and so when that happens, you see that it takes a little time for the music to reset and take your place. You're not going to be smoothly transitioning from one verse to the other between these people.
Didn't they have this
is amazing. I'm sorry. I know this is disrespectful to be yelling during the anthem, but I mean, they might be at a minute and a half right now, honestly. I didn't even get my timer going, but unless they just speed this up all of a sudden, this feels like a laugh riot going over.
And didn't the 3 rehearsals that were recorded surreptitiously, they went way over?
Yeah.
I only saw one.
There's a guy that went to the stadium outside and timed it at 2:15 and he tweeted it out. And everybody got really mad at him.
I can't wait to tell.
Anybody watching this? Is anybody timing it? I don't have a time on there. No, we're not showing the game here. Go to CBSSports.com to watch the game there. That's where you go to CBSSports.com.
I don't have it on, so I'm not timing it. I think we're going to be joined by Coach here in a minute. I can't wait to tell him about the Brinson sweat. Here he is. Brinson, tell him about your bet.
Coach.
No. Believe me, I've been watching. I know all about the golf bet. Trust me. I know all about the golf bet. So I don't understand why you're telling people to go away. What you should be telling them is put your TV on and leave the iPad on, and we can do both because we're going to stay here now. We got a huge audience. Don't tell people to go away. Don't tell people to go away.
No, but this is a second screen experience. But I'm just making sure we're not doing the game here.
I got the TV here. We're going to stay on. We were going to come off at the beginning of the game. We've got a massive audience right now, so we're going to stay on.
Oh, what's weird, by the way? I just realized I started my day by watching you on PGA Tour Live.
That's right. I just left the studio, raced back here, and now we're coming on and doing this. This literally is what I live for. This is like a dream for me, doing PGA Tour golf. And then, by the way, sorry you lost $200,000. And by the
120
way,
on
it
Xander.
went way over. I'm already at 2 minutes and 6 seconds. I started late.
Let's go!
I started it late.
To the moon!
I started it late.
I might go buy a Bitcoin.
I'm full service, baby. So it's going to be like 2:20 because I started like 6 seconds late.
So I'm 1-0 is what you're saying. I'm 1-0 so far.
There you go, baby. There you go. I'm fired up. We're going to stay here, and we're going to stay here as long as
on the
people
Super
want.
Bowl already. Let's rock and roll. Go
That's
Chiefs.
exactly right. This is exactly why people want to hear about the betting. They want to talk about the betting. That's why so many people are watching right now. Remember, use that promo code EarlyEdge and get 30 days for free. Will, you don't need a free subscription. You're loaded now. You are loaded now.
No, I think it's like my same login that I use for like my works.
There you go. There you go. Now I was just listening to you guys talk about the MVP voting, and I thought Will brought up a good point that with the lower amount of media that are going to be paying attention to the game, going to be in the game, I think a lot of them, because I've done this before when I've been at a game, that you're just like, they hand you the paper, you just write somebody down and you go. And the easy one, obviously, is Patrick Mahomes. So I literally just put a bet in, thanks to the maestro, because I will follow the maestro to the ends of the earth and back again. And so I put real money on, I'll tell you what I have. I have Super Bowl MVP. I have Kelsey over 87.5. Tyreek longest pass over 27.5. I actually, and I wanted to get RJ's take on this. As a Chiefs fan, the last thing I want is to win by 1 or 2 and be happy that I won and mad that I lost my bet. So I laid the 158 and I bet the Chiefs on the money line tonight.
I love it.
I think you're good with that money line. Yeah. And you have to kind of just divest those things. You know, you got to say, root for yourself as a fan, root for your money second. If it's a huge game for you, and put whatever money you're comfortable losing on, and just know that you might lose it. You might have to say goodbye to it, and just root your heart out for your team. I think that's why we're all in this game. We all became fans not to win money when we were 5, 6, 7 years old, 8 years old. We became fans of these teams. So exactly I would root them first.
I tell you what, I know you guys have been talking the gambling. CBS has done a really incredible job of tugging at your heartstrings on the pregame show. They had a package with all the parents. They had a package with it's been an incredible pregame show. But now that we're getting ready to start, now the real fans, and I've been watching you guys, and I've been seeing the comments, they are really into all these prop bets. We did the prop show on Friday. You guys did an amazing job with the book and all that. And now this is when it pays off.
Coach,
and this is why we're doing it this year.
I'm already sweaty.
I know.
Already sweaty.
All right, I'm gonna let you guys take over, Coach. This is your show. I'm gonna bounce. I'm gonna cruise out of here, and I'll be back for sometime in the second half to sweat out some bets.
Sounds good, man.
Let's grab Mahomes first TD.
We'll see.
It's not going to be any bigger sweat than what you've already gone through today. So
that's exactly
put your feet up and take it easy.
All right.
All right. Well, we'll catch you later, bud. All right. Now we can get down to business. Yeah. Let's go. Now we got the Early Edge crew here. And while we have a couple minutes, we want to thank everybody for making the show just an absolutely huge success. And by the amount of people watching right now, they want this feed. So what I have is the TV up here. I'm sure you guys are the same way. The iPad right here. And we're going nowhere. We're going to be here the entire first half, so let's go. So let's talk about what we think is going to happen at the beginning of the game. I saw minus 319. I almost bet it on a touchback on the opening kickoff.
Yeah, it's happened almost all the time. Go ahead, RJ.
It's gone up and up and up. And actually, the thing is, in the Super Bowl, it doesn't happen that often because people get their nerves. They want to make a big play. They bring it out at the end zone. So I believe it only happened like in 2 of the last 14 or some crazy number that when I looked it up, I think it might have only happened 5 or 6 times all time that you've had a touchback to start the game. So, but this number has gone up and up because these kickers, number 1 and number 2 in the league in touchback percentage. So if you're ever going to see a touchback in the Super Bowl, it's going to be with these 2 teams and these 2 kickers.
Interesting. I also saw a note last night. I want to make sure I get this right because you talk about the over-under in the first half being in that 27.5 range, depending on the book. But Brady in all of his Super Bowl, either his wins or his Super Bowls, period, has only scored 3 first-quarter points. Is that right?
It's unbelievable. 9 Super Bowls.
That's crazy. I would take the Chiefs in the first quarter all day long just because of that stat.
The Bucs have been a pretty good first quarter team, I think, though. And I think the trends with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, the trends with them not deferring. The coin toss. I don't know if they've flipped the coin yet. I've been flipping back and forth, but if they don't defer and they take the ball, I mean, it's then 100% Chiefs are going to defer if they win the toss. So if Bucs are getting the ball first, I think they can go down and get a points there. So I think that's what you're kind of weighing against if you take the Chiefs for the
All
first
right. Well,
quarter.
right now the coin toss is getting ready to come. By the way, and I don't think it's real, but Pat McAfee, one of the national radio hosts, he put $30,000 on tails. It should be noted he has a partnership with FanDuel. Let's just put that out there. But they are at midfield right now.
Well, Kenny White was making a point on excuse me, Coach, for interrupting, on CBS Sports HQ this afternoon, that the coin is so heavy. It's like a big coin that does increase the chance of tails. He was making that case today.
Okay.
Tails is 29 and 25 all time. So you're at least four games over for the tails there.
6 of the last 7 as well.
And we've just been told at William Hill that after being stuck at 56 all week long, the total has now dipped down to 55.5. That's significant. That half point, big significant. Especially with teams that like to score touchdowns as opposed to kick field goals.
Yeah, you're talking about 28-28 on the 56. So you're talking about 8 total touchdowns there, no field goals. So if you don't think there's going to be a lot of field goals in this game, that 56 is a pretty key number.
That's right. So, all right. So the coin toss is coming up. I got to tell you, I dreamed about doing a betting feed during the Super Bowl my entire life. So you guys are a part of my bucket list. Let me just say that. I'm not even going to pretend like I don't think this is the coolest thing I've ever done. All right, here we go. There's a lot of money on the coin toss here. I don't know who the young lady is that flipped it, but there it is. Heads.
It's heads.
It's heads. It's heads. Sorry, Pat McAfee. So the Bucs will get the opening kickoff, and the Chiefs will kick off, and they will get the ball in the second half. You're 2-0 now, RJ?
Yeah, I took heads in our guide. I mentioned the stat, the 29-25 stat, but I was like, take the heads here. I just have a feeling heads is coming up this time.
Yeah, a little bit of a feeling. So now it starts to bring into the discussion, because a lot of people may have bet on the Chiefs to score first or Mahomes to throw the first touchdown pass or all of that. Now you start to turn towards the odds for the Bucs. So RJ and Maestro, I know you've talked about it, but who should we be looking at during this first drive that could be winning some bets for people?
And this is what I've been saying. Like, take the Bucs are going to get that ball first. They're probably going to have the first chance to score. You're getting good odds on the Bucs players, and Mike Evans is the guy they go to in the red zone more often than not. 2 touchdowns in that first game on only 3 catches. He's been the first touchdown scorer in the last 2 Bucs playoff games. He scored the first points in the game in the Packers game. That was a touchdown and not a field goal. So I like that 14-1. Be the first player to score points at Mike Evans, and it's down to 9-1 now for first touchdown. It was at 10. So I think you're getting a little bit of value there, getting that odds boost on the first player to score.
Yeah, it's gonna change as we go. Go ahead, Maestro.
I'm just curious now. I was checking to see if now we know who's getting the ball, if the odds have moved on that, but they haven't yet, is what I'm seeing. I guess.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Maestro, I want you to jump in. It looks like you got your computer going the whole time. So anytime you see something, just jump in and let people know what's going on, because I do not. I'm going to be doing this. Yeah. So I want you to do that for us.
Yeah, RJ likes Evans, and I can't disagree. I like Fournette at 10-1 just because he scored in 3 straight playoff games, has a receiving touchdown as well. The Chiefs do give up 7th most catches to running backs and the most receiving yards to running backs. They also give up 4.6 yards a carry on the ground. So it just sets up well. He's dominating the carries. Everyone's expecting a big game from him. Regardless if you think the Chiefs are going to win and cover like I do, everyone thinks, everyone I talk to thinks Fournette is going to have a good day. So 10-1 to be the first TD. I like it.
Okay.
You're on board with Fournette being the guy, and take the unders on Jones is what you're saying, Ronald Jones.
Yeah, completely.
I agree with that.
Although it's gone so far down, but still, yeah. I don't want any part of Ronald Jones tonight.
What about the odds for the first points to be a field goal with the background that Brady has had in his career and the lack of points in the first quarter? I think there's some value on the field goal being the first score in the game if they can have a successful drive here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a touchdown. I think you got to go for the touchdown, and the odds for the touchdown have gone up and up. I believe it might be a minus 200 now heading into kickoff, and it was minus 170, minus 160 earlier. So I think people are on the touchdown to be the play. It's what you expect. A lot of points in this game. You would expect a touchdown to come out the gate. So yeah, you could see the possibility there of the kicker going. And like we've been saying, lower scoring first half than second half. So, if teams are tight and they just can't get it done in the red zone, where the Chiefs have struggled this year, if teams can get to the red zone on them, they get touchdowns. Yeah. So that's another factor there for liking the Bucs.
Sorry to interrupt, but 32nd in red zone defense, the Chiefs.
Yeah, so no touchback. So the minus 319s.
You called it, RJ. Right RJ, you're on a roll.
RJ, you called it.
What are you, 3-0?
I think we took touchback in the guide there just because of the percentages of the kickers. So I went against the recent history, the Super Bowl history, just playing those kickers. But yeah, should have just went with my gut there.
If you're just joining us, this is the Super Bowl 55 watch party. We are the Early Edge crew, the show of record for CBS Sports Line, and we will be here. It looks like the entire first half because we've got a massive audience. So set your screens so you can listen to us. We're going to tell you everything that's going on as far as odds, as far as props, as far as the what cashes. We're going to have it all for you right here. He is the maestro, Larry Hartstein, right next to me, and then RJ White, the number one capper at CBS Sports Line. And the first catch of the game,
that's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. I had over 5.5 with Godwin is one of my main props tonight. So that's nice.
Exactly right. That's exactly right. So Godwin catches the first play of the game. And
I'm liking these new graphics here for CBS. They just roll out the new graphics here.
I love them. So it's going to be right off the bat. We're going to have a third down for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And this is a big deal because when you get the ball first and you go 3 and out, that significantly changes so much in the game because now you're essentially giving away both halves. And right now, this is a big-time stop if the Chiefs can make it happen.
Especially against a team like the Chiefs. I mean, Chiefs can score. What do you think the live odds will be there on the money line, Larry, if they get a stop here?
It's going to flip. And, this is what they had against the Packers. They had a lot of long third downs, and they converted all of them in the first half.
Incomplete to Godwin. So 3 and out for the Bucs. Just like that, the Chiefs get the stop. And so a great start for the Chiefs defense.
Seeing minus 4.5 right now for the live is a minus 4.5 on the Chiefs at this point.
Oh, it's already gone up a point.
Yep, and the total is down to 54.5, and that was a bad throw.
Yeah, he was open. He was absolutely open.
Tom Brady, it was a kind of a struggling second half, like I mentioned in that Packers game. 3 interceptions on 3 straight drives. They were dominating that game, and Packers got back into it. So, he misfire there. It's just one throw. You can't read too much into just one throw. But he needs to get his act together, pretty soon. Otherwise, people are going to start tensing up, like what's happening here with him.
All right, so not a great punt. The Chiefs going to get the ball at the 34-yard line, and I heard you, Maestro, you tell the audience, but I'll tell them again that my sources with the Chiefs have said that Patrick Mahomes is 100% healthy. He's moving around great. He's never thrown it better. They said he's throwing it on a dime, hitting everybody right in the hands, and they think that he's going to have the best game of his season tonight against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, that's all obviously from the Chiefs side of things, right, but you wouldn't say that, you wouldn't put it out there if he wasn't looking great in practice. So no commercial, and the Chiefs take over 1st and 10 at their own 33-yard line, it looks like. Boy, this is – how far have we come? So they're going to throw it first play and a completed pass for Patrick Mahomes to Pringle.
Yeah, Byron Pringle.
I wonder what the odds would have been on first completed pass to Pringle.
1,800 on DraftKings. I almost rostered him. I kind of wish I had, but no, he's actually had a little bit more of a role down the stretch. And Tyreek Hill's been saying he needs more touches. He needs more opportunities.
Wonder what it means for him getting the first target with Sammy Watkins. We thought he's healthy coming into this game, get used more. But when Watkins is out, that's when Pringle gets used more. So for Pringle to be the first look, you kind of wonder what's going on with Sammy here.
Boy, this field looks absolutely in perfect condition. And Mahomes gets pressured, and he goes down, but he gets rid of it. So now both teams, guys, are going to be forced to face a 3rd and 7 to start this game off.
Almost had your sack, Larry, your first one.
I know.
Just missed it.
I'm torn on that one. I think I'm a little bit more invested in the Chiefs than I am in that sack prop, but
see, that's a weird thing, Maestros. I'm looking at all my bets, and I'm saying to myself, as long as the Chiefs win the game, I'm good because it'll cover all the other bets if I lose them. So I'm with you that I need the Chiefs to win, and that's all that matters to me. But I'd like to win everything. He's got a lot of room out there, and Patrick Mahomes rushes for about 10 yards, so a first down for Kansas City Chiefs. I told you he looked good.
That's what I'm talking about. Go over 20. Well, you said 21.5. It was 22.5 last I checked, but I'll take 21.5 as well.
Well, there you see on the bottom of the screen, Patrick Mahomes over under 21.5, and on his first run, it's at least 9 or 10 yards. And that's the difference, guys, between Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady. He can make those plays. Tom Brady's not going to do that. I think that's why the Chiefs have a significant advantage between these two teams. I really do.
It's definitely a different dynamic, and you got to wonder how teams are going to win if they don't have that type of quarterback moving forward. Because you got to pick up those yards and pick up those first downs with a guy that can move. You can't just be Tom Brady, Peyton Manning anymore.
No, exactly right. So he rushes again for the second straight play, but he just gets about 1 yard. But when you only need 21.5, 1 yard is good. That's exactly right.
13's what you want to see on the first drive.
I got to pull up the box score.
I should know this, RJ, but if he runs out of bounds behind the line and steps out, is that technically a sack?
Yes, but I believe if there's nobody around him, which I don't know why he would, then they wouldn't count it. But if somebody's around him pressuring him, then they'll give that guy a sack if he steps out of bounds.
All right, good coverage. They went deep to Hardman. No flag there, so another third down for the Chiefs. Great coverage there by the Bucs. So officially, Mahomes does have 13 yards rushing so far and 3 yards passing.
Just what we expected to see.
It looks like there's more than 25,000 people there too, by the way. I mean, it looks pretty full. So this is a big
the cutouts going on, maybe.
Maybe are you think the cutouts are making a lot of noise?
I think use the cutouts here and then ship them over to Trop and put them in the Ray Stadium. So it looks like there's finally people at one of those games.
Wow, Hardman was wide open. Well, I don't know why Hardman stopped, but that was a great pass by Mahomes, but incomplete. So the Chiefs are going to punt. So both teams unable to do anything in their first drives. But wow, I guess it was a little bit of an overthrow. But it looks like early on, guys, that the game plan is going to be long shots down the field. And I know one of the prop bets that, Maestro, you like the most is Tyreek Hill, longest reception over 27.5 yards.
Yeah, that was Emery Hunt's one of his top plays as well. I like it. I like it too. That play was there. Was a little bit overthrown. I'm not sure about the route if he ran the exact route. But it's interesting that Tyreek Hill didn't get a target.
Do you think that maybe
or Kelsey, right?
That was kind of the game plan. They're going to commercial right now. That was kind of the game plan to start off, get other guys, because we saw against Buffalo that Hardman was so nervous when he caught the punt that he fumbled and they went down 9-0. I think Andy Reid is so smart that he says, I got to get these guys that I know I'm going to need for this entire game. Let them touch the ball. Let them feel the ball. Let them get the sweat off their hands a little bit, because I know Tyreek is going to be good. I know Kelsey is going to be good. I don't mind the approach, but I would have liked a couple more first downs.
Plus, you got to come into the game thinking that they're going to be targeting, Hill and Kelsey. That they know they have to stop them to win those games. So if you're Andy Reid, you script your first drive to other guys because you think that they're going to be open. And he did have Hardman there. So I mean, if they could have connected there, I mean, you're looking at first and goal, first and 10 at the 15. So it's smart. It just didn't get executed correctly.
Yeah, it's exactly right. He was 1 for 4 on his first drive for 3 yards.
Well, I mean, the pressure was there. I mean, the line was, wasn't getting run over completely, but the protection was not holding up beautifully either.
All right, so the over-under for punts in the game, 6.5. We already have 2 in the first 5 minutes. So
They'll get things going. We talked about a slow start. You know, we like the second half to be outscore the first half. I talked about it all these last 2 weeks. Talking about I like the under, and it's all based on it being a slow start, and that's what we're seeing here. We see 2 punts now, but it wouldn't surprise you if they only had 2 more punts the entire game, would it? I mean, with these offenses.
No. And it looks like the weather's great. Now, I've been down here in Florida the whole week, and it's been pouring down rain the entire state. In fact, last night they had a bunch of rain. But they said that they worked on the field all day, and you can see it looks spectacular. So the weather is certainly not an issue at all.
And wow, the live total's down to 51.5.
Is it really?
Spreads at 3.5 now. Chiefs 3.5 minus 105. So favoring the Bucs there because it kind of makes sense. You exchange punts there. You would think that it would be +3. It would just reset to 3. So I bet people are going to be hammering the Bucs here at +3.5.
So my book just had it at +115, and the money line for the Chiefs has gone from around the 157, 158 up to 165 now. That's interesting. Why do you think that both of those went up after the first 2 drives?
In this drive, I don't know, but I mean, you could say field position, but he punted it into the end zone, so you're not getting much field position there. So I'm seeing right now William Hill minus 160 for the Chiefs on the money line, +130 for the Bucs. It's pretty much reset from what it was pregame. So I think people were kind of getting to that equilibrium of we're right where we thought we were going to be about 20 minutes ago.
All right, we are back on the game, and Tom Brady and the Bucs take over at the 20-yard line, and they are going to run on the first play, and a 14-yard run for Blunt. So a good first down play for them. First down of the game for Tampa Bay. What was the line on rushing yards for
Ronald Jones with the carry?
Sorry, Ronald Jones. My apologies. Yeah.
We don't want to see that.
What's the line on him, RJ?
I think Larry was monitoring the numbers because he was a big Fournette fan, and it was coming down. So he might actually be close to it at this point.
Wow, 37.5 is what we're showing up on the screen. But yeah, that was a surprising play, but they caught him.
Oh, great play there by Frank Clark. So they're going to lose 4 yards on first down. They tried to run an end around to one of their wide receivers, and that's the dude who said he could beat Tyreek Hill in a race. What's his name again?
Is that Scotty Miller?
Scotty Miller.
Yeah, Scotty Miller just got caught by Frank Hill behind. When I saw that, I said, Scotty, you got to stop.
He thinks he could beat him, but Scotty doesn't know.
A 4-2. And McCole Hardman ran a 4-3. They got 2 guys that would beat you. So just relax. So 2nd and 13 now from their own 30, and Brady's in the shotgun. So he's going to complete the pass.
Great.
To Brait. Didn't we have him as a prop today on the show, Maestro?
Yeah, Jacob liked him under. Dealing with an injury was questionable. Liked him under. I believe it was in the 28 or 30 range. And I mean, there was a lot of people that were very high on Gronk and DFS today because of Brait, being banged up.
Mm-hmm. And I think one of his considerations was that even though his numbers were good, he ran 12 routes in 57 plays or whatever. So he wasn't running a lot of routes. He just happened to be getting the ball when he did. So I think that was Jacob's reasoning that he would go under, because when that evens out and that comes through, you would think that it's going to come down on the under at that point.
We got that first.
Okay, we got the first sack of the game.
And who was that? Was that your MVP? No.
It looks like it was Frank Clark, the first to get there. But the entire pocket closed down, and 4 or 5 Chiefs got their hands on him. So it'll be interesting to see who they give the credit to. Yeah, it's definitely Frank Clark.
NFL Jesus is saying Clark, yeah.
Yeah. I was saying MVP because RJ mentioned Chris Jones. He liked Chris Jones as a long shot.
Dark horse.
Okay. So this will be the 3rd punt of the game in the first 6.5 minutes.
That cashes
I'm all over that, though. I'm all over that bet.
The number was, will there be a score in the first X minutes? Sometimes it's 6, sometimes it's 5.5.
Oh,
this one was 5.
What a play. So the Chiefs, the ball went backwards to the 40, and the Bucs just stood there. So one of the Chiefs players picked it up and ran it 10 yards. So it looks like they're going to get a 1st and 10 at midfield instead of the 40. What an incredible play. And they're going to be in fantastic field position after the commercial.
And the reason you do that is because the Bucs player touched the ball, and once the Bucs player touches the ball, nothing bad can happen. If you're a Chiefs player, you pick it up,
right.
because you can't turn it over. You're going to get it wherever he touched the ball at worst. So that's why you go and try to make that play. You see a line for the ball, you got to pick it, try to scoop it up and run with it, because only good things can happen at that point.
We are approaching the top of the hour, the 7 p.m. Eastern hour. So thank you all for joining us. This is the Super Bowl watch party. We are the Early Edge crew. We are live in your feeds every single day before 11 a.m. We do our show in 10 minutes or less. You all have been so nice about all the extra content that we gave you this week. And it's not like we need the thank yous, but it certainly is nice. So thank you for that. So now the live line, guys, as the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes are getting ready to take over, it's gone up to 4.5, and the total has plummeted almost 6 points, guys. It's barely over 50 now.
The first half under is going to come when we're talking 27.5. Look good. I mean, and you'd like to say that because we're exchanging possessions here with punts, but how much time's been off the board? What, 6 minutes?
Yeah, it's 8.5 minutes. Yeah, 8.5 right now.
So
yeah.
It seems like this game's in for a marathon the way it's feeling right now. It's going to be 4 hours of punts.
It's funny because you talk about nerves and how much nerves play a part. And today, Jordan Spieth, he's won how many majors, how many tournaments? He said, I'm not going to feel nerves. And then he went out there and shot over par today. This is the one game that no matter who you are, I don't care if you're Tom Brady, you're going to feel the nerves. And it's going to take you a little while to really settle in. And even if it's your 10th Super Bowl, which is a crazy number. And in our lifetime, when we were kids, if you would have said that there'd be a quarterback going to 10 Super Bowls, a chance to win 7 Super Bowls, we would have told you were crazy. But now, guys, as we look at the live money line, we got a chance to have the other quarterback, if he's victorious tonight, could set himself up to challenge that record. Once again, in our lifetime, it's crazy to think about.
You talk about nerves. I mean, it's such a weird game too. It starts at 6:30. There's such a lead up to the game. There's so much that goes into it. So it's just like this preparation. If you've been there before, the Chiefs are coming off a Super Bowl, so they know. Tom Brady's coming off a Super Bowl, they know. He knows. If you've been there before, you're kind of used to this and you know what to expect. But I know it's got to be draining for these players that haven't been there before. You get to 6:30, the game's already kicking off. It feels like you've had a whole day of lead up and anticipation and being kind of at the top of your mental level. That it's just hard to get through for 3 hours, I think, at that point.
And they were giving him the ball at the 38.
Oh, okay. So I guess they didn't get the extra 10 yards. I just had somebody tweet me, and I just want to make sure and people understand. They said, Coach, you're giving out the live line. I went to try and bet it, and I'm locked out. You get most live bets you have to do during the commercial break because once it comes back, they lock it up. So that's what live betting is all about. So you got to get in right when they go to break if you want to get that live bet in. And the money line now is minus 220, and Tyreek Hill on an end around, and he's going to get like 5 yards. That's a play they absolutely love to run.
And it was a backwards toss too, so it doesn't count to. Sometimes you get those pop passes that the guy's coming across the center, and that counts for a passing yardage. So anybody that's taking Tyreek Hill receiving yards, that doesn't count to your total because it was.
That's exactly right.
Toss.
Well, they love to do that little when they're down inside the 10. They love to do that little shovel to Kelsey when everybody's going the one way, and they love that play. So look out for that if they get inside the 5 and the 10. So officially, Tyreek got 5 yards, and they're going to run it on second down. And wow, he got a nice push from that offensive line, and it looks like they will give him the first down. So the second first down for the Chiefs, and guys, they're already up by midfield. So now the entire playbook is open for Mahomes now, and now you're starting to see the Tyreek Hills, and I would expect Kelsey to get involved here very, very soon.
You think so? They got to stop throwing it deep to guys like Hardman, and you got to get the playmakers involved here. Yeah.
The eternal pessimist, R.J. White. So 1st and 10 at the 48 for the Chiefs, and Mahomes is going to roll to the left, and he's going to run again. And guys, he's going to get 8 to 9 yards.
And I say, why not? I say, why the heck not?
Of course you do.
Let's get over.
He might be at the over right now.
But you know what?
That ball over the line, yeah.
But you know what? You know what, Coach? This bet is never over, as we saw last year. 43 rushing yards going into the last drive, and then the 3 kneel downs. So we don't have to go back to that heartbreak for a lot of people on the Mahomes rushing prop. So it's never over. But yeah, it looks.
You got to feel good though. I mean, 24 already. You're already over, and you're 3 breaths into the game. So
it looks good so far.
Exactly
but
right.
Hey, Jacob, our producer, do not put a check mark by that prop. that is not a win. It's not a win.
That's true because sacks do count against it. That's very true.
Well, sacks don't, but
don't they?
No. But if you kneel down,
that's what I meant. I'm sorry, that's what I meant. So 3 carries, 24 yards for Patrick Mahomes. The over/under was 21.5. So they gave him 11 on that last play. So now they're down to the 35, and the first team inside the others. And nearly a touchdown. That was a free play. The Bucs jumped off sides. So it may have looked like Mahomes had a bad decision, but he really didn't. And he threw it to Pringle again. Pringle was the intended wide receiver on that play, but offside. So the Chiefs are going to get a first down now, and they'll be inside the 30.
And first penalty, one of our sharpest listeners is on the under 80.5 penalty yards in this game, and under 10.5 penalties combined accepted.
Okay.
Typically these Super Bowls, they don't call a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you're kind of handcuffed there as the ref. When the guy jumps, you got to throw it. Yeah. So not really much you could do at that one.
All right, so 1st and 10 for the Chiefs at the Tampa Bay 30, their deepest penetration thus far here in the first quarter. And wow. McCole Hardman seems like his head's not in the game right now. That's a second play that he hasn't even turned around or known that the ball was coming to him, and he was wide open running down the far sidelines.
He watched all that tape of the first meeting. He knows that Tyreek Hill's the guy that gets all the yards, so he's not expecting to get the ball. He's like, throw it to Tyreek. What are you throwing to me for?
Wow, he's not even paying attention. And this is what I was obviously it's only second down, but first points in the game is always a prop that people love to play. It's something that it's a great predictor, and it's hard to predict. And now they're going to get no yards, so they're going to be stopped for a 2-yard loss. Now, this is what I don't understand, because it happened against when Mahomes got knocked out. They ran the option. They should never run the option with Patrick Mahomes ever. And if I'm Tampa, I'm not even going after Patrick because he's not going to run it right there. That would be the dumbest thing the Chiefs could possibly do, is risk getting him knocked out of the game. All right, so the biggest third down here in the first quarter, 3rd and 11 from the Tampa Bay 31, just over 5 minutes to go in the game, or in the first quarter. And, what a move by Mahomes. You got to be kidding me. Wow. Nearly a touchdown catch by Tyreek Hill. It drops in the end zone, but an amazing move by Mahomes, and he nearly made a spectacular throw, but it falls incomplete. Kelsey was in the same area, guys. Look at that move right there.
And it looks like we're going to have a shot at hitting the over on the longest field goal here, because I believe the number was 46 and a half, and this is going to be, 48?
Oh, Tyreek should have caught that.
It hit him in the helmet.
Hit him in the helmet.
But
wow,
that
should have been a touchdown.
May have been a little bit deflected, hard to.
Yeah. And the hand might have been in his face a little bit. So.
Easy to say from here that he should have caught it.
Yeah, exactly right. So Harrison Buckner, this is going to be 49 yards straight down the middle. So cash that ticket if you had a field goal by the Chiefs as the first score of the game. I guarantee you there's a lot of unhappy people out there right now.
Longest made field goal, too. I mean, 46 and a half was the number, so we can put that to bed already. And
we can put that to bed.
First score, first quarter. So
wow, a lot of props are coming off the board right away in this game. So the Chiefs go up 3-0, 5 minutes to go in the first quarter. What have you guys made of what we saw, what we've seen so far from the game plan for both? It looks like, and I know we've talked a lot about it on the show and on the different fantasy shows, but the Chiefs defense is very underrated. And RJ, that was one of the biggest reasons on the early edge that you believe the under was the play tonight.
Yeah, Chiefs haven't gotten their due credit defensively. I mean, if you go back and look, starting with the Bucs game, how they performed, and it's just their point totals through 3 quarters. You're talking about like 10 points, 16 points, 13 points, 7 points. Then you had the week 7. I don't know exactly if I got those numbers all right, but those were when I did my research. It was around there. Week 17, you throw out because they weren't trying. Both playoff games, it was low like that. So then it gets to the fourth quarter. They let teams back in. They just concerned with winning the game. They don't care about covering spreads. I know we all want them to cover the spread, but they don't care. They're still getting those wins, 14-2, best franchise record ever, 14-2 for the Chiefs. So they took care of business, and this defense is going to play 4 quarters here. I'm not worried about them letting a team back in the game when it's the Super Bowl. Nothing to play for tomorrow. So leave it all out on the field. And yeah, we could see a situation where they're only giving up 10 to 13 to 17 points here in this game.
So the first field goal as the first score of the game hits at plus 140. So field goal or safety comes in at plus 140. So anybody that bet that comes back at plus money. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, I'm impressed with the Bucs defense so far, and the Chiefs are not really picking up the blitzes, and it's all been because of Mahomes that they've avoided some disaster plays so far. I mean, Chiefs offense out of sync with, like you said. I mean, Kelsey has not been targeted yet. And although, right. And he did go to Hill a couple times so far, or at least one on the toss and once in the end zone. But the background guys have not really stepped up yet. For the Chiefs.
We're 4 drives in and we've had 9 passing yards, just like everybody thought.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And RJ's feeling good about under 339 on Mahomes passing yards. I know that.
That's right.
Gotta love it.
People looking to bet the Chiefs right now, the live line is at -3.5. The total has remained at 50.5. Are you surprised, RJ, it hasn't gone up with the Chiefs up 3-0?
No, I think it's about where you expect it to be. I mean, you got to score at some point. So, I mean, yeah, you do put some points on the board. So maybe you would think it'd tick up a little bit, but I think we were kind of expecting 7 there. We expect the Chiefs to get in the end zone, I think, every time they get the ball. Their 3 is kind of like if you get 3 per drive on 10 drives, 11 drives, whatever, you're getting to that 30 to 33 to 36 range that we thought they were going to get to anyway. So I think 3 points is kind of the default for when you're talking about a Chiefs drive.
All right, I've got to call myself out right now. I'm the idiot. I didn't realize that all the extra seats were full with cardboard cutouts.
It fooled me too. I was like, boy, there's a lot of people there.
That's what I'm saying. Take them over to the Tropicana where they never get any attendance for the Rays games. Put them there, and you finally sell out a Rays game for once.
That's exactly right. All right, so the Buccaneers and Tom Brady, they have punted twice so far, and they've really done nothing offensively. And this though, if you're a Bucs fan and you're worried about it, you shouldn't be, because Tom Brady notoriously is a slow starter in the Super Bowl. He's never got off to really fast starts. So that was a touchback. So they'll take over at the 25, 5:10 to go here in the first quarter. And Tom Brady's going to hand off on first down. They'll get about 4 yards.
Now, is that Fournette or Jones? It looks like Fournette. Yeah.
Is it Fournette?
Yeah, it's
okay.
Fournette, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to be interested to see how much they target, because I don't know how healthy Antonio Brown is tonight. He's a go. And they've said that everybody is full strength. And, of course, Bruce Arians is going to say that. But I think Godwin's going to get a lot of play, and Steve Spagnuolo is going to roll everybody to cover Godwin and the more important receivers. So they're going to get up to the 34. So it's going to bring up another third down for the Bucs. So it's been a very conservative play calling so far for Tampa Bay and Bruce Arians, guys.
Well, Byron Leftwich, I mean, he loves to run on first and second down, especially, in game neutral situations until they're behind. That's what he does. They pound the ball and they set up third downs. Against the Packers, I think they set up like 4 third and longs in the first quarter and a half, and they converted all of them. But this is only 3rd and 1 here.
Mm-hmm. So 3rd and 1, they're going to run it straight up the middle, and they'll get it. 6 yards for Fournette. What's the over-under for Fournette, guys?
I think it was in the 47, 48 range, somewhere around there.
Because he's already at 18 yards, averaging 4.5 yards a carry in the first quarter. Brady only has 6 yards passing thus far.
It's time to take a shot here, though.
Yeah, you'd have to think at some point they're going to open it up, or Tom Brady's going to lose his mind and his helmet's going to pop off his head. And so now he's got plenty of time. And wow, well, flag comes down. I think it's going to be on Kansas City, and what a shock! Breland, who is a walking penalty for the Chiefs, is going to be called against Mike Evans. As a Chiefs fan and as an NFL fan, Breland drives me absolutely bananas. And just when you think that you don't want him on your team anymore, then he makes a big play. So it's holding, not pass interference. And somebody can tell Breland that you can't touch Mike Evans 20 yards down the field. Or the other side, touching Godwin 20 yards down the field. So the Bucs' best drive so far, clock stopped at 3:14. So first down and 10 at their own 45. You're watching the Super Bowl watch party with the Early Edge crew. And, well, just when I said they weren't targeting Antonio Brown, Tom Brady throws an absolute dart. And they have first down at the Chiefs' 37. Do we know what the longest pass play over-under is for Brady tonight? I'm assuming he's in the 30s.
I don't know what it was offhand.
I don't have that, yeah.
Maybe in the 20s.
So that was a really nice play. So they're going to officially, they have it at the 39. And that was just 16 yards.
The live total had dipped to 49.5 at William Hill, and then they took it off the board with them and starting to get in scoring range and pop back up to 50.5. So,
well, if you bet on Brait, you probably already hit it because he just caught another one and a long play for him. So for Antonio Brown, the over-under was 40.5. He has 17 now. And then Brait goes for, how long is that? That one was, he's got 2 catches for 20 yards. Now, just like that, the Bucs are inside of the Chiefs' 25-yard line.
And the Chiefs are only minus 2.5 right now on William Hill.
I would love to do a story or figure. Oh, wow. So Fournette bounces outside, and he goes for 11 yards. So now he's up to 29 yards in the first quarter. Great run for him. Wouldn't you guys love to be able to sit next to the guy at William Hill or any sports book as they're continually changing the live line? I think that would be fascinating.
I'm trying to needle him every time. Have my live betting app on one side, and then trying to feed him information, get in his head on the other side.
Yeah. All right. So now the Bucs have first down, very important, inside the 15, and out to Antonio Brown, and he's going to go for 6 yards. So it looks like the Bucs are trying for the quick passing to stop the Chiefs' really fast defense. So the break play and now the Antonio play. The Gronk. So a couple weeks ago on the Early Edge, the Gronk over-under was 29.5, and we bet Gronk under. And he had 1 catch for 29 yards. And we won it by half a yard. He had 1 catch. And so I wonder tonight how much they're going to target Gronk. And this would be the spot to target him.
Yep.
And there you go. Gronk touchdown. What did I say? Gronk touchdown.
You called it.
The Bucs, yeah. I said that I knew they were – I told you on the show the other day that they keep going. When you get to the Super Bowl, Tom Brady looks for number 87. So what was the odds on Gronk to score the first touchdown of the game?
18-1.
18-1 for Gronk. 18-1 first touchdown.
That was a beautiful drive. I mean, just the way they set it up, pounding the ball, the first 3 carries really softened up the Chiefs. Really great drive.
Yeah, they really were. And Gronk looks fast tonight. He looks healthy. He looks fast. 8 plays, 75 yards, 433. And after 2 drives that they did nothing, the Bucs scored a touchdown. And that's why, if you're the Chiefs, you got to take advantage of those drives when Tom Brady doesn't do anything, because you knew he was going to start figuring it out. But now on the other side, you know that at some point Patrick Mahomes is going to start to figure it out as well. Here's the problem I have, and we'll get you the live line for all of you watching right now in a second.
You got Chiefs -1.5 right now. Live total is 53.5. So it's creeping back up, obviously, after a touchdown.
Okay. Wow, that's so they're down 4. I'm always amazed at how this works and how they decide. So they're down 4 and they're still giving 1.5, which I know it's the first quarter.
Well, they get the ball next, and they get the ball in the second half. So
Yeah.
you factor in those extra possessions there. I think that's what's happening.
And I know that we're talking about numbers, and the numbers are what they are. But for some reason, because of what happened last year in the playoffs and the fact that the Chiefs were down by double digits in every single playoff game, I feel like they have a tendency to be very, very to start slow because they feel like, hey, no matter what happens, we can come back and win. No matter what happens, we can come back and get it done. And that's a scary proposition. It's one thing to do it against Jimmy Garoppolo and Houston. It's a whole different story to do it against Tom Brady and the Buccaneers.
Well, it's the script that Tom Brady wrote against the Falcons. And, you know, you never down and out when you have Tom Brady on your team, because 28-3, he rolls back and wins the game. And I think the Chiefs have kind of captured some of that mojo the last few years. Doesn't matter how much they're down, you know, that they're still in the game. I mean, it was, you know, down for Houston 10 points, and then all of a sudden they're 28-10 out of nowhere. You just know that that's coming at some point.
You're exactly right.
I agree. This is a huge drive, just because if they don't do anything with this drive, I think the Bucs are really going to just keep pounding it. I mean, they had real good success running the ball.
And you can see the Bucs in the first quarter, the spread was plus 0.5 point. So obviously right now with 37 seconds left, barring a kickoff return or a long play on the first offensive play, the Bucs would cover that bet, would cover that prop bet.
And we did have that in the prop guide too. We had Bucs plus 0.5 at -125 as the pick for the first quarter.
What was the thought process with that?
You know, they did have a negative point differential in the first quarter, but Tom Brady has won or tied in the first quarter 73% of his career starts. So you just figure that he knows how to adjust to this game. Has so much experience in this game that he wasn't going to get perturbed. He was going to engineer a drive here at some point.
All right, so they're back from commercial break, and the Chiefs have all the speed, but they also these guys are nervous when they play in these big games. The Pringles, the Hardmans. And I would expect on this drive that Andy Reid is going to call the number of the guys that are his money guys. We're going to see Kelsey. We're going to see Tyreek Hill. I really believe that.
Yeah, I think they got to get Kelsey involved.
Guys, how about this stat? That's the first touchdown drive in the first quarter in Tom Brady's career in 10 Super Bowl games. That is crazy to think about.
3 points coming into the game. Only 3 points in 9 first quarters, and he finally got his touchdown.
That's incredible.
It's bound to happen. I told you the percentage of times that he scores in the first quarter, you know, a second ago. So it was bound to happen in a Super Bowl eventually. You give him enough tries, he's got to get there at some point.
And Pringle, a really good kickoff return for him. He takes it almost all the way out to the 40-yard line. So really good field position for the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. And he needs now to settle down. And so much has been made, guys, about this offensive line and the fact that they're missing 2 or 3 of their starters and they're all backups. But at some point, you got to say we got to play. And we've seen through the first quarter in my show, you talked about it, that they're missing assignments. And there are guys coming absolutely free at Patrick Mahomes. And you don't want that to happen for 4 quarters. So 1st and 10 at the 37 for the Chiefs. Again, you're watching the Super Bowl watch party, part of the early edge. And Pierre Paul knocks the side pass from Mahomes down. That was a wide open. That would have gone for at least 10, 12 yards.
Yeah, he had good protection there.
You saw the safety close
really
on him,
did.
And they wasted, they wasted it. Yeah.
So Mahomes in the first quarter, he has started 1 for 7, just 3 yards.
I think shocking is the only thing to say about those numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, 1 of 7, nobody would guess 1 of 7.
There's been one drop that would have been a touchdown that hit Tyreek Hill in the hands and then the head. And now Travis Kelce gets his first catch of the game. So this is exactly what I thought would happen. But now it's 3rd down. The clock's going to go down, so it'll be into the first quarter. So the Bucs plus 0.5 cashes at the end of the first quarter, plus 0.5 point cashes. And at the end of the first quarter, it's going to be Bucs 7 and the Chiefs 3. What is your takeaway from the first quarter, guys?
Love that Patrick Mahomes under on his passing yards. That's my takeaway right now.
My takeaway is that, I'm going to be real interested to see what they do if they don't pick this up. I believe it was at 3rd and 3 or 3rd and 4.
Yeah.
3rd and 4 on the 43. I'll be fascinated to see what they do. It's hard to see them punting the ball away if they don't make it here.
Andy Reid, we know will,
especially if they gain a couple. Like if they gain a couple, I think they're for sure going to go for it if it's 4th and 1, 4th and 2 here.
You have to at some point allow for who's on the other side of the football. And right now the live line, according to William Hill, is still at -1.5 Chiefs, and the over/under, as RJ said, has risen a little bit back up to 53.5. The first half again was over 27.5, right? That's what it closed at right before the game?
Correct.
Okay. So they're at 10. I wouldn't feel, to be honest, now that the teams are getting, I wouldn't feel all that comfortable if I was sitting on an under first half bet. I don't know. I wouldn't feel super comfortable with it. I hate the hook though. I hate that because I could easily see 2 touchdowns and a field goal here in the second quarter. But how many times have you bet that first half and it's 28.5 or 27.5 and you're like, my goodness, I'm going to lose by half a point. And it's absolutely the right number.
So that's the tough part of it. If it was easy, it wouldn't be gambling. It'd just be printing money.
By the way.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, this is supposed to be the highest scoring quarter. Some people had the 4th, but the second last week, both are in the championship games. Each second quarter had 24 points in it.
Okay.
And for the season, this was always the highest scoring quarter for both of these teams, averaging over 10 points in the second quarter alone.
Okay.
So we'll see if that holds true.
Yeah, the Chiefs have the better second quarter point differential of the two, but they've only won the second quarter far fewer games. Bucs have won the second quarter in 13 of their games. Chiefs have done it in 8, so when they do win the second quarter, they score a ton of points. So they have had a better point differential, like I said, but the Bucs just seem to come out ahead in the second quarter a lot more often.
If you're just logging in, welcome to the CBS HQ Twitch channel. I'm the coach. He is the maestro, Larry Harstein, RJ White right below me. This is the Super Bowl watch party, courtesy of Sportsline. We are the Early Edge crew. We're in your feed every single day. We're killing it right now, 7 days a week. We do it in about 10 minutes or less. But the one, as we come back to play, the one play that I know you love is that second half, more points in the first. So you need a silent second quarter right here, RJ.
Yeah, we're looking pretty good right now. Only 10 points in the first quarter. 10, 10, 10, 10, and 10 get you to 40. So I think it's under what people thought it would be anyway. So I got to feel good about that, even with the -1.5 at this point.
All right. So again, another incomplete pass. So the Bucs stopped the Chiefs, and Patrick Mahomes did that thing where he backed up, and he had 3 or 4 guys on him. And so right now there's nobody getting open, and the Chiefs just don't look good on offense right now, and Tyreek Hill didn't even run a route. And I think
the offensive line is having issues.
They're having big-time issues. They look lost.
And Kelsey was completely covered. Yeah, the offensive line not really giving him time.
No.
You've got to take Pringle off the field at this point, get an extra blocker in because you've got to keep people off Mahomes.
100%. Right now, he is 2 for 9 for 9 yards in the first quarter and 10 seconds. And the one thing that Andy Reid is great at when it comes to offensive football, and that is adjustments. Right now, they're showing all the inductees into the Pro Football Hall of Fames. And I love the when they show the videos and they surprise them. But how in the world do you tell Peyton Manning, we're going to do an interview, we're going to stand on the field at Mile High, and we're going to have all these camera crews around, then all of a sudden they show up behind him and he acts like he didn't know they were coming. Or you're Charles Woodson and you're doing an interview with a camera crew and they show up behind you and you didn't know they were coming. I would love to know what they're telling them when they're doing these interviews, that they're, then they surprise them. So no commercial, and the Bucs incomplete to Jones on the first play as they tried to run a screen. I think this is a huge possession, guys, for the Chiefs defense. Huge.
Yeah, you would expect if you're the Chiefs defense that your offense is going to have a lot of points on the board at this point, double digits at this point, and it's not happening. So if you're the defense, you're looking at each other saying, we might have to go out and win this game. We better come up with a stop here.
Mm-hmm. And they have been able to do it this year.
Sorry, that was kind of an upset to even see Ronald Jones targeted.
So now they're going to go from the spread, 3 wideouts, and Brady, and he's going to complete a pass to Gronk, short completion, about 3 or 4 yards, so it's going to bring up a big third down. So that'll be his second completion of the day. Do we
2.5 catches.
Over? 2.5, okay. Yeah. So he's already at 2. And I thought I should have bet that because I really thought that he would target him a lot. He's his blanket. He's his Teddy.
Yeah, and
in the Super
Braid's
Bowl.
got 2 also so far, right? Oh, penalty.
Yeah. All right, so there's a flag down. Jeez. Chris Jones, unnecessary roughness after the play. So instead of a 3rd and 7, it's going to be a 1st down and 10. And what are you doing, Chris? That's just stupid. There was absolutely no reason to do that. Tom Brady's got that sheepish smile on his face like, yeah, we got you. You can't do that. It's just dumb. So now the penalties, what did you say it was? 85 yards was the total?
80.5.
Okay, so we're at like 25 right now, but that was a big one because that would have been 3rd and 7 for the Bucs, and now they're up near midfield. Nothing drives me nuts more than when players lose their cool for absolutely no reason in a football game.
I mean, he got shoved. He got an extra little shove at the end that didn't need to happen, but you got to know that's what that guy's trying to do is to get you to react and get a penalty out of you.
100%. And you can't hit him in the face when you're coming back. If you shove him coming back, you're probably not going to get that penalty called on you. So they hand it off to Jones again. Clearly, they saw something on tape, guys, that they believe they can run on the Chiefs.
Yeah, well, I think go ahead, RJ. But
you want to do that because you don't want to expose Brady to any unnecessary hits. So if you just back there throwing 40 times a game, they can just bring the house at you with Frank Clark and Chris Jones and all these guys. So you want to establish a run. You want to make sure that they're playing that they don't just bring people after Brady over and over.
And Chris Jones could have got another penalty on that play too. So 1st down, a 6-yard run for Jones. And right now they're absolutely gashing this Chiefs defense.
Yeah, I was going to say, 4.6 yards a carry they give up. I believe they were 31st in DVOA against the run. But a lot of teams haven't been able to exploit that.
Mm-hmm. You're exactly right. This is very different than how the first game started between these two. The Chiefs came out, they played great in the first half, and they had a big lead, and then they shut everything down in the second half and barely held on. So now Brady wide open over the middle, Mike Evans inside the 10, and he goes out of bounds at the 6. So the Bucs, just like that, have it 1st and goal at the 6, and the Chiefs are reeling, and they're on their heels, and the Bucs look really good after those first 2 possessions.
I mean, they just set it up with the run and the play action. It's wide open.
Now we're looking at live line Bucs -3.5, over under 55.5.
Okay. What is the Ronald Jones 28 rushing yards? His over-under was 37.5, so he's already close there. So a lot of the offensive prop bets are very close because the Bucs are getting chunk after chunk after chunk. 1st and goal now at the 6, and Brady's going to call a timeout. It's always amazing when you have a rematch from the regular season and how most of the time it goes completely different than it did in the regular season. And I expected Kansas City to start slow, but I did not expect them to start like this.
Yeah,
it's go down 4. Go ahead, RJ.
They're used to it though. I mean, this is a position they're not going to panic. We've talked about last year. They were down double digits every single game, and so they know what this is, and they know that their offense has so much of a ceiling that they can score 10 points in a hurry. So I know the defense wants to stop here. They need to get a stop here, but the Chiefs aren't. They're never going to think they're out of it. Not until
no question.
At the end, so.
And all those Chiefs rushing props are pretty much going to be, if they go down 14-3, those aren't going to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Unless it's like a jet sweep or something like that.
You hit that Mahomes passing attempts over pretty easily at that point.
Yeah. So was that for? No, that's Jones. So Jones gets 3 more yards. So he's up to 32 now. So he's only 5 away from cashing that ticket. And Chris Jones just saved a touchdown, making the play at the 2. So Jones, 4 carries, 32 yards, averaging 8 yards a carry. So now 2nd and goal from the 2. And they're in the I formation. And nobody's guarding. Okay, now they're out there. Tyrann Mathieu ran out there. And, nearly a completed pass to an offensive lineman.
Should have had
Whoever
it.
They should have had it and got knocked away at the last second. Whoever number 73 is.
Haig, I think.
Boy, he should have caught that. That should have been a touchdown. Oh, yeah. Take it out.
That's that old Andy Reid, Eric Fisher play from that Ravens game.
Yeah. Oh, what a great play by the linebacker. And at least for now, they dodged the pull. That is Haig. So now bunch formation, I formation again, and they're going to run. And, and he got stopped. And I think he fumbled. Did the ball come out? So they're at the 1. You got to believe
for it. He's going to go for it.
He's got to go for it here. So 4th and goal. I thought he was in, and then he got stood up.
Yeah,
so
this
what do
was
you do?
minus 360. This up to minus 400. These teams combined 5 for 5 on 4th downs in the playoffs.
And they got Vita Vea in here, blocking on these games. What do you think about a pass to Vita Vea?
That ball came out.
They're not stopping it though.
I think he recovered it.
They're saying no, he didn't get in. He got stopped at the 1.
Oh man, it looked like he was in.
I thought he was in too, but I guess we'll see it.
That
wow, Brady believes they was in.
Official has the good look there, so I mean.
So. Guys, he did not get in. No, he did not get in. What a great. From up top, it doesn't look like he got in.
Yeah, that second push, it looked like he might have been there, but I think the guy was pushing him back at that point, so I don't think he got there.
And why
it's going to be hard to reverse.
I guess Ronald Jones is playing well, but Fournette is like, where am I?
Yeah. Wow. Boy, that's a big time stop. If indeed it is, and it looks like from up top it was. You drop the touchdown pass on 2nd down to the lineman, and then you get stopped on 3rd and 4th. Big time plays. So we keep it at 10. So RJ, you got to be feeling even better now. And I'm anxious to see what the lines are. Will there be a successful 4th down conversion? Minus 400. And interesting.
Diego said over under 15 minutes of review on this.
I'm going to predict when we come back, they'll be lined up on offense. The Chiefs will. I don't think he got in. I really don't.
People on Twitter saying, "Where's Brady sneak?" I mean, he's a master. He's a master at that.
The 1-yard touchdown we were talking about too, that would have got you there, for the shortest touchdown of the game. If that would have hit. I think the play is under review right now, according to the box score for Jesus. It says the play is under review. So I think they are looking at it right now, but we'll see if they're moving on with the game by the time we get back.
Wow, boy, that we got to remember that one. When we talk at halftime, that was a big time stop. You're talking about the difference between wow. So 14-3 instead of 7-3, and they get the ball back.
They get the ball at the 1, but it's you can't run on Tampa. So what do you dial up here? Is it a Mahomes, run to the edge and see if he can get a few yards on his own? Is it a quick pass to Kelsey? What are you going to do here? Because you can't feel confident running into the middle of that line with Vita Vea there.
I think it's a rollout. It's definitely a rollout play here. And if I were the Chiefs and I were a guy that had a safety ticket, I would be getting excited here because of a potential, holding in the end zone. Safety is one of those that, the books hate it when it cashes. People love. There was that run in the Super Bowl where it hit like 2 or 3 straight years. It hit with the first play, with Peyton Manning and the bad snap. But
The first year it didn't hit, the books loved it because people were loading up on it, and the books are sitting there like, this is not going to have to not hit at some point. So everybody's hitting that yes, and this is free money for the books.
Oh, it stands. It stands. So it's going to be Chiefs football. And the Bucs are going to be charged with their first timeout. They're showing the replay.
Let's see. Who made the play? Who made the play? Oh, wow.
Two guys. The initial hit, and then how does he not get in? That is incredible.
It looked like he had to have been in.
He could have reached out. He didn't really. He was just tucking the ball.
Incredible play. All right, so it stands. So now the Chiefs get the ball at the half-yard line, and so 10:50 to go, and put a star by that play, 4th down stop, and that completely changes this game now from what they were staring at and what their play calls would have had to be. 14-3, how you react, the pressure on yourself. Now it's okay. So if you're the Bucs, boy, what a missed opportunity that was. So now 4 wide receivers and 1 back in the backfield. And that's a nice play. Tyreek Hill out to the 15. That looked very dangerous, but Mahomes waited, and so Tyreek gets his first catch, and boy, that's a really nice play design, and boy, he's playing pinball out there.
Creative way to open up that part of the field because the way he's kind of slipped in and out of there, didn't really expect he'd be the guy there at that point of the field, and they opened it up for him.
You're exactly right. So the live line right now, Chiefs back to -1.5, and the over under 47.5. Boy, I wish I would have got the Chiefs +3.5. And incomplete pass. They wouldn't have gone anywhere anyway. That was to McCole Hardman. It really looks like the Bucs are well prepared, and
I think anytime
is feeling frustrated.
Anytime anybody's in this game betting live odds, anytime they hang a plus number on the money line for the Chiefs, people are got to be hammering it because just with their history of coming back in these games and figuring that they're going to get the ball first after halftime too. So if you're looking to play something on the live odds, you can get plus 105 or whatever on the money line. Nail it.
Well, now it's going to be 2nd down and 10 from their own 15, but at least they're out from the shadows of their own goal line. But on 2nd down, they go absolutely nowhere, maybe a couple of yards. So now another big 3rd down play for the Chiefs as the clock runs inside of 10 minutes. It's 7-3 Tampa. If you're just joining us, we've crossed the bottom of the hour. It's 7:30 here on the East Coast. This is the Super Bowl watch party with the Early Edge crew, the Maestro RJ White. I am the coach. We have a show in your feed every single day before 11 a.m. Okay. So 3rd down and 8.
Speaking to that, don't go away just because it's the NFL. I mean, you guys have been killing it on NBA picks. So you guys got to be following this day in and day out and getting these winners on these NBA picks. That's how you're making your money right now is with the NBA.
Yeah, we're doing really well in NBA, and Maestro's killing college. So now, Kelsey drops it.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. What a drop for Kelsey. What a play by Mahomes. And the Chiefs, again, are stopped by the Buccaneers, and the Chiefs stop themselves.
You watch this team all the time, Coach. I mean, he catches that 99 out of 100, right?
Yeah, 100%. I watch every minute of every game. I mean, it's right. I mean,
that is a shocker. That is an absolute shocker and a huge. I mean, obviously, massive drop.
Oh no! Oh, and the punter drops the ball, but the Bucs, thank goodness, weren't rushing, and then he hits an absolute bomb and a great play. So the Bucs all the way back at their own 30. Chiefs dodged all kinds of bullets on that play. Holy mackerel.
You know what that almost was? If they had some pressure there, maybe he picks it up. He sees somebody in his face. He rolls out. He throws it. There's your over on the number of people to throw a pass attempt right there.
Oh, man. Well, that was the Chiefs' 4th punt. That over-under punt, 6.5, that's going to get blown out of the water. What are they at right now? How many punts? The Chiefs have 4 by themselves, and the Bucs have 2.
The Chiefs have 4 already? No, 3.
They just put 3 after. I thought that was before they punted. So maybe that was their 3rd. And it looks like it's going to be on the Chiefs. Probably a legal man downfield, I'm going to guess, because he dropped the punt. And they're probably going to make them punt again because that was a great punt.
Yeah, 5 total punts so far. I think three for the Chiefs.
Wow, holding. So you're going to back it up 10. So they're going to punt from their 7 now. And they would have had a first down at the 35. So, yeah, the up man held one of the Bucs players, clearly held him.
Yeah,
it's a good thing he did.
Yeah, even in the Super Bowl, they're going to call that.
If he didn't hold him, I mean, he runs in there and knocks the ball down when the punter bobbles it. So that's a good hold right there.
So this is just an absolute nightmare start for the Chiefs, punting the ball back to the Bucs again, and
Bucs are favored on the live line
everybody's
too.
just really nervous. They're the team that played in the Super Bowl last year, and they're the ones that are dropping everything in this first half. So now in their end zone, and that looks like a shank. Yep, it is. They're going to get it to 39 of the Chiefs instead of the 30 of the Bucs. So you're talking 20,
40,
11,
39 yards, yeah.
30,
or 41.
31-yard difference by the Chiefs punter.
Chiefs
and
now
it goes from bad to worse.
Plus 120 on the live line now for the Chiefs. So if you think the Chiefs are going to win no matter what, I mean, plus 120 is looking pretty good for you. It's the best number I think you could have got so far. Bucs are minus 2.5 on the spread.
I'll be honest. I'm going to look right now, and I may make a live bet right here on the show because that's what we do. So I've got the Chiefs at plus 2.5 right now. So I'm going to hammer that.
What do you got for money line?
It doesn't have one. Let me. Okay, here we go. Plus 118. Plus 118.
Got to be pretty good with their history, and they get the ball first in the second half.
I'd rather have the money line on that.
Would you really?
Well, just because I mean, there hasn't been anything unusual in terms of like that's off the 3s or the 7s yet. So
yeah, that's true. That's true. I just like getting the couple of points. I just it's.
You could be right. You could be right.
What's the stat? I think we've been hitting it a lot. I think 46 of the outright winners cover the spread. It's like 46, 8, and
40.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's 45 and 6 with 45 times the team that wins the game also covers the spread. And in fact, there's never been a team that was a 6-point dog or less, like the Bucs, to cover but not win. So
cover but not win. Okay.
In other words, if you like the Bucs, beforehand, just play them on the money line.
Oh, I see.
So
they're not losing. They're not losing by 2, is what you're saying.
Right. And also on the other side, for the Chiefs to win and not cover, that's only happened 6 times.
Wow, some of these numbers are astounding that come out at the Super Bowl every year. It's almost like they're unbelievable when you say them. It's just like the Brady first quarter number, that number right there. It's amazing how it plays out over the course of the last 55 years, because there's been 55 Super Bowls. But my gut still tells me that whatever happens here late in the first half, we're still going to see fireworks in the second half. The Chiefs aren't going to be nervous forever. At least I hope they're not. But right now you got to catch the ball. You can't win if you can't catch the ball. Tyreek has dropped one in the end zone, and Kelsey dropped a long first down pass that stopped 2 different drives. So
took them 3 quarters last year. So I mean, you can see the same thing again. Just turn it on in the fourth quarter, and as long as they're close, they're going to get there.
Yeah, that may have been because I was at that game with my son, and may have been the most scared, the most frustrated. Any word you have possible. All right, the live line, as we said, Bucs are minus 2.5. The totals come all the way down to 48.5. 9:03 to go. We are back, and the Bucs have excellent field position, and they're going to toss it to Antonio Brown, and he's going to be taken down for a 3-yard loss by the Bucs defense. And that went absolutely nowhere.
I mean, they are just running. They were pounding the ball, running right at him. And now they set up a 2nd and 12 with that kind of gimmick. I mean, you're basically having your way up front. And I don't like that call at all.
And that one counts as a pass too. So you take 3 yards off of Brady's total, 3 yards off of Brown's total for receiving and passing yards, because that was a forward pass. So.
Okay. So now it'll be 2nd and 13. They're having a shot at Byron Leftwich, the offensive coordinator for the Bucs. and to Gronkowski again, and he's going to get about 7 yards. So now a huge third down for the Bucs. So that just went over. So you just cashed that ticket, right? Gronk has 3 catches.
Number, yeah.
Yeah. So the Gronk, the number was 2.5 catches, and he now has 3. Brady 9 for 12 for 81 yards in that touchdown. So you'd have to believe the leader in the clubhouse for the MVP is the Bucs quarterback Tom Brady. All right, 4 wide receivers, 3rd and 4 from the Chiefs' 33-yard line. Oh, interception by the Honey Badger. Interception by the Honey Badger.
Oh, my God. RJ, you called it.
Tipped. You called it, RJ. You called it.
That's one.
Oh, there's a flag. There's a flag on the play.
Oh,
Hold on. There's a flag on the play, and I believe it's going to be holding on the Chiefs.
And
that's what Brady thinks.
Yeah. But now it's going to be
prior to the pass, holding on the Chiefs. Oh, wow. Oh, Charvarius Ward. They've got to get their hands off these receivers. It drives me nuts. It's one thing in college because college players are stupid, but you can't put your hands on it. It was the right call. And what's funny is it didn't matter because it was tipped and it was intercepted near the line of scrimmage.
I mean,
Chris Jones tipped it,
I don't know.
And then Fournette tipped it, and then the Honey Badger caught it. You just can't do that. You got to know as a professional defensive back, when they're making their turn, you can't grab them. So now 1st and 10 from the 28, and they run it again.
Yeah, and that also would have cashed the Tom Brady over 0.5 interceptions, which started in the minus 150 range and was all the way up to minus 170.
Wow. Boy, so many big plays that we can point to at halftime that keep swinging this game back and forth and back and forth. I think as a fan, everybody can relate to watching their favorite team or even watching football in general and being frustrated at defensive backs and what they do. But it's a hard position to play, and I understand that. But
especially nowadays.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't do anything as a defensive back nowadays. So
that's exactly right. So short pass to Fournette. Good wrap up, about 3 yards. So now another big-time third down for the Bucs. It'll be about 3rd and 6. The clock is now inside of 7 minutes. And your lean that you liked with the most points in the second half, it looks fantastic now.
Another thing we're looking at here is there's the prop. Will both teams have a field goal of 35 yards or longer? If the Bucs don't pick this up, they're right in that, I think, 38 range. So if they hit it, Chiefs already have theirs. That prop would cash the yes at this point.
And what was that, plus money?
Let me look at the number as third down happens. We'll see.
All right, third down in about 5, and Brady plenty of time, and incomplete as there was some confusion, and he was throwing it to Mike Evans. Antonio Brown was crossing, and if Brown would have caught it, he would have scored. So the Chiefs, another big stop.
I'm not sure what it was, closing, but when we did the guide last week, we put the numbers in. Yes, on that prop, 35 yards or longer, both teams was plus 100, and no was minus 120.
Okay, so now they're lining up Ryan Suckup, who used to kick for the Chiefs, 12 for 12 in his career in the postseason.
And that was Fournette's first catch, 3.5, and it was juiced to the over. Everybody was jumping on the over, including myself, so he's got 1 so far.
Okay, and Suckup right down the middle, but there's a flag, and it better not be on the Chiefs because that was 4th and 5, so that would be a first down if it is on the Chiefs.
Looks like the
yeah, they're talking about it. You got to be kidding me.
Offsides? No.
Yeah. And it's going to be a first down.
Unbelievable.
Wow. He lined up offsides, and
I thought D Ford isn't in Kansas City anymore.
I mean, you don't expect these kind of mistakes from the Chiefs on special teams. One of the best special teams coaches in the game.
Wow.
It's just not something that happens very often.
Unbelievable. So the Chiefs on 4th down, kicking a field goal. What are you doing? They're like almost in the backfield. That guy is unbelievable. What are they doing? That was McCole Hardman. All these wide receivers it wasn't on 20, it was on Hardman. Boy, Andy Reid better lay into this team at halftime because it is mental mistake after mental mistake after mental mistake. And that prop bet that would have hit with the 40-yard field goal, you take that off the board. And now the Bucs and Brady, plenty of time, touchdown, Gronkowski again. Wow.
Wow.
What a mistake. A 4-point mistake. But there's a flag on the play, and it's probably going to be
they were asking for offensive interference. They were asking for it.
Defensive holding.
Defensive holding. Wow.
Defensive holding. I mean, this is – I told you guys before the game, that's who he's going to look for. So now Gronk goes over his total. Clearly, that was, an 18-yard play.
16-1 to score 2 touchdowns. So for Gronk. So anybody that took Gronk on 2 touchdowns, 16-1 just cashed. And Debo points out that defensive holding call is getting crushed online. I think that's going to be the narrative of the first half. Is that not a great call? Should have been an interception. Chiefs going the other way, and that's a 7-point swing now.
Wow. So it's 13-3 pending the extra point, and
the thing about that. Just going back to that defensive holding, and I'd like to watch it again and again, it looked like just from the replay that the ball was out, that was already deflected by the time that because you're allowed to jam him in the first 5 yards, but that hold part looked like, the ball was already but that,
it had to have been called right on the turn, that first move, because that's the only way, like you're saying. By anything after that, the ball would have had to been out at that point.
Wow. So
unbelievable.
That's unbelievable. So they have an interception that the Honey Badger had overturned. They had a field goal taken off the board, and in the very first play, a touchdown to Gronk, and that cashes a 16-1 ticket for 2 touchdown catches. So imagine
live line now is only
guys.
Live line now is only 3.5. With the Chiefs getting the ball now and getting the ball at the start the second half, it's only 3.5. Buccaneers minus 210 on the money line. Now down to minus 190 at William Hill. Chiefs plus 155. So, 11 point game, double digit game, but obviously Chiefs are still in this at this point.
Great note there from the producer: 60-1 to win Super Bowl MVP. Gronk.
Wow. Right now, you'd have to say he would be it, wouldn't you? Because, Brady's 12-16 and Buck 11, 2 touchdowns. Gronk, 4 catches, 37 yards, 2 touchdowns. So he's cashed his over total as well, which was 29.5.
Yeah.
Maybe you give it to the ref that threw the holding flag.
I'm trying to be as unbiased as I can be, but I clearly feel the same way that you guys do, that in the Super Bowl, you got to let guys play. And, again, the Chiefs also have a reputation for having defensive backs that aren't very good, and they like to hold. And that's just who they've been for years and years and years and years. But now they have good defensive linemen, good linebackers that cover for them. Well, tonight so far, the referees clearly have been looking for that.
Yeah, but no excuse for the offsides. I mean, that's
none.
Yeah,
inexcusable. So many things have cashed right now. And it's funny because there's a lot of people out there, millions that have bet all the different things. And I would love to have a camera on people who had the bet with the 2 field goals over 38 yards and then take it off the board. Who had Honey Badger or whatever the odds were to have 1 interception, take that off the board. I mean, that's the beauty of the Super Bowl.
I think it was about 4-1. He had 7 picks. He has 1 in the playoffs. I think it was about 4-1 on his interception.
Okay. Had 1 in the first game too against the Bucs.
Wow. Well, I told you, I had a bunch of – all my plays were on Chiefs wide receivers, and right now they've done absolutely nothing. So
except
far –
make penalties.
Yeah, except
make
penalties.
Five of the 6 penalties now are on the Chiefs so far. So
my lineup on DK, Gronk was the only Buck. So if
that looks pretty good for you.
Well, if the Chiefs wake up, I mean, you need
unless you fired some running backs for some reason. But yeah, if you have a bunch of Chiefs pass catchers, then Gronk, you're looking pretty good because game script's helping you there.
Yeah. Well, they're replaying the touchdown from behind, and Brady literally had like 10 seconds to throw the ball. You got to put pressure on him, or he's going to dissect you all night long. So now here's where Patrick Mahomes has to,
get Kelsey involved.
First, all right, Kelsey, 14 yards, just like that. They're up to the 39, and that's what they're going to have to do. This is where this is why you're a star. This is why you are who you are. And so Kelsey, that's his second catch. And his total was 87.5, I believe was the number, and over 7.5 for catches.
Now, considering they haven't looked great, Coach, would you rather them just go down and score quickly as possible and get that score quickly, or do you want to milk the clock here, try to get to halftime, not give the Bucs the ball back, and just put a long drive together? What would be your preference here?
I honestly just want to score.
Mm-hmm.
And so Hardman 4 yards. Because if they start trying to do both, that's when you get stopped. So just run your regular offense, go down, get some rhythm, because the defense really hasn't played that bad. It's been bad penalties at wrong times that have cost them. So they just need to go down, get in that rhythm, and score. And then I think they'll be fine in the second half, because we remember what happened in Green Bay. Brady started throwing interceptions to everybody on Green Bay's team. So 2nd and 6, the Chiefs have only had the ball for a little over 9 minutes and punted 3 times. And, okay. So completed to Travis Kelce again. So first down Chiefs, nearly got sacked.
He's unbelievable. I mean, he was basically going down when he throws that.
And I don't think Kelce was the intended target there. Look, he was looking right instead, and it was covered. And, he had to scramble, make something happen, and sees Kelce over the middle.
They had 2 guys going after Watkins, and they left Kelce wide open.
It was way behind him. Great catch. So he's trying to make up. He's trying to make up for it.
So Kelce, 3 catches, 31 yards, and the clock is down to 4 minutes. 1st and 10, Chiefs. All right, now Patrick's going to run again, and he's going to get 10 yards that time. So another first down for the Chiefs, and this is their best drive so far.
Get some breathing room on your rushing yard prop there, Larry.
That's exactly right.
Keep it going.
Almost a bad play by the fullback with the block in the back. So Mahomes has 34 rushing yards, 52 in the air. And so the Chiefs now have the ball 1st and 10 at the Tampa Bay 36. And they're going to run it up the middle, and another good pickup inside the 30. So this is a must score. No question about it. It's an absolute must score for the Chiefs. And I think they're thinking the way you're thinking, RJ, is let's run the ball, let's score right before halftime, go in 14-10, regroup, we get the ball, we're fine. I think that's the process.
The Bucs had that challenge earlier. They're already down to 1 timeout. So the Chiefs know if they can milk the clock some, the Bucs don't have a ton to work with only 1 timeout left.
That's exactly right. So 2nd and 3 for the Chiefs, 4 wide receivers, 245 and counting, and now Tyreek Hill. Oh, what a play. What a play. Kelce stays up, completed again inside the 20, 1st and 10 Chiefs, and that's the 4th catch for Kelce, 3rd guys on this drive.
He's trying to get us over in the first half.
Yeah.
Need to get to 8, and he's like, I'm going to get there now.
Boy, I tell you what, you got to give Mahomes a lot of credit because this offensive line is not playing very well tonight, and we expected that. And he's making the Mahomes-type plays, but now at least Kelce is catching the ball, and that's what they weren't doing so far in the first half. So it doesn't look like they'll run a play, so they will go to the 2-minute warning. So this is best case scenario for the Chiefs. They're going to have first down. We come back inside the 20.
Need to get some blocking help. Need to get some blocking help in there. Get my guy Anthony Sherman in the game.
But if the Chiefs do score quick or quicker than than your guys are talking about. They do have all their timeouts. So if they were able to, I think they're fine if they score quick. I think they just want to score, but if they do score quick, they could use their timeouts on defense if they, had him pinned.
I hear what you're saying, but I think right now with all the mental mistakes that they made, Andy Reid is probably thinking, let me get a touchdown. Let me get to the locker room, lay into my guys, and tell them, guys, this is what we do. We've got to keep our heads in the game. We've caused ourselves an interception, 4 points on a field goal, because if they wouldn't have been offsides, a touchdown right here ties the game going into halftime.
Yeah, I mean,
that's how big that was.
Yeah, they'll feel good if they go down 14-10 if they go into the locker room.
The way they played, absolutely.
Getting the ball to start the second half too. So, I mean, you think you get this touchdown here, even if you don't have a chance at more points before the halftime, you can still get the lead coming out of halftime.
So right now the live line, according to William Hill, is -1.5. They're giving the Chiefs a lot of respect, down 11, that it's only a minus. I bet people are loading up on the Bucs right now. Loading up on the Bucs.
It's hard because we still got that extra possession to come after halftime.
I know. You're absolutely right. But how many times have we seen coming out of halftime because it's 25 minutes and it's, you've got that long halftime show.
Right. Brady's looking at it like an hour or so between, possessions for him.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be a positive for the Chiefs.
If they don't get it before halftime.
Yeah, good call. Good call. I love when the announcers say that. It's been an hour and 12 minutes since Tom Brady has touched the football. It happens so often. It happens so often with that halftime show. Who is the halftime show, by the way? Anybody know?
The Weeknd.
The Weeknd. No wonder I didn't remember. I know he's a big star. Don't get me wrong. I don't need to be getting tweeted at. People are like, Coach, you don't know who the Weeknd is? Yes, I know who the Weeknd is. So right now, let's look at who potentially Patrick Mahomes could be looking at. He has targeted Kelsey 4 times on this drive, 3 times on this drive, and he's completed all 3, 4 catches, 42 yards. But now this is where you can really open it up. Tyreek Hill, Kelsey. I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't even target Hardman or Pringle right now because their head is exploding. They don't even know what they're doing out there right now.
Yeah, I think you're trying to get Kelsey in space right now, and that's your reliable guy. He's not going to drop another one. Just do what you need to do to get him a little bit of space and get some positive yards out of him.
All right, so now we are back 2 minutes. 1st and 10 for the Chiefs at the Bucs 19. Tyreek Hill in motion. He comes back, and okay. Well, he's going to go out of bounds, and he's going to lose 1 yard, and they are barking at him. I think part of their game plan, and it worked with Chris Jones, I think part of their game plan is to bark, and get the Chiefs to get out of their own head and stop focusing on offense and the game. And so far it's worked. White was really letting Tyreek have it.
Well, you know what they're telling him. You got us last game for the 1,000 yards. You got 13 yards now. So I mean, it's a whole different ballgame this time. They're telling him that they got his number this time around.
So 2nd and 11 from the 20.
What, do you realize Hardman has 5 targets?
And that's completed to Kelsey again, but a very short gain. So Kelsey has 5 catches now. What was that, Maestro? What'd you say?
Oh, yeah. Kelsey's 5 for 47, but Hardman has 5 targets, 1 catch.
Jeez.
So, it's about 4 too many.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a feeling, in the Bills game when he dropped the punt and they scored a touchdown, everyone was like, be you. This may be who he is.
What do you think they do if they don't get it here?
Oh, you got to kick a field goal. You can't come away with no points because then that would make it a 1-possession game coming out of halftime. And, of course, he runs all the way back to the 35. They can't stop this pass rush. This is just absolutely it's almost embarrassing. But they chased him all the way back to the 35, and all he could do was throw it away. So now the Chiefs forced to kick a field goal or attempt a field goal. And I know these are backups, at least 3 are, but they're missing every assignment possible.
And why do you got 5 guys blocking? You knew this was going to be a problem coming in against this pass rush. You down, they're coming after you. Why do you got 5 guys blocking?
Maybe that will be the adjustment they make going into halftime. They had 4 wide receivers and a running back going out into the pattern. They've had five guys, to your point, and 5 guys blocking. So a 34-yard attempt, and so that's good. So the Chiefs at least get 3 back. So it's 14-6, 1:01 to play in the first half, and a very frustrated Patrick Mahomes is on the sidelines. So it brings up a very interesting dilemma. If you are the Bucs, you would assume it's going to be a touchback. And so you have 1st and 10 at the 25. Do you try and score or do you kneel on it and go into halftime?
I don't think you kneel. I think you definitely see what you can get on 1st or 2nd down. Try to pick up a 1st down. If you can get a 1st down early in the drive, early in the sequence, then you're going for points. But if not, then you're probably playing for the punt here. Or
and look how aggressive they were at halftime. Right before halftime against the Packers. I think they'll stay in attack mode. But that field goal also puts into play the 2-point conversion. So if there is no more scoring, the Chiefs come out after halftime. Most likely, I'm guessing they would go for 2. On that touchdown.
Yeah, that's a good point. And
what was the odds on it? Sorry, over under successful field goals was 3.5 too. So I mean, we're halfway there off of that field goal.
Halfway there. They're halfway there. Kelsey right now is really the only player prop for the Chiefs that is anywhere close to cashing going into halftime. He's got 5 catches, 47 yards. 7.5 was his total. 87 yards was the receiving total. So he's more than halfway there for both guys. And I think we assume that. That's why the juice went up so high.
And the Mahomes rushing yards. I mean, Mahomes already got his rushing yards as long as he doesn't have kneel down, start race it. So I know that's a popular one. We look a lot at quarterback rushing in these games, and looks like he's well on his way to catching that one. That's
exactly right. And then on the other side with the Bucs, you've got Brady. Has been pretty accurate, 12 of 16, a buck 11, 2 scores. Jones, 33 yards rushing. Fournette has 30 yards, so combined 12 carries, 63 yards. So they're averaging, if you take Miller's little dump thing that they gave to him,
over 5
Jones
a
and
carry.
Fournette are both, over 5 a carry.
Yeah.
And that's just too much. That's just way too much if you're the Chiefs. And then how about Gronk showing up, 4 catches, 37, and 2 scores?
And that running game is going to be the focus of the second half. If they stay ahead, they know it was working in the first half. That why make it tough on yourself and give Brady the chance to throw interceptions like he did in that last game? Just pound it with the running game if you're getting 5 yards a clip.
That's exactly right. I'm going to be interested to see what the line is going to be at halftime if the score stays 14-6. Any predictions?
I think we're looking at the Chiefs are obviously going to be favored just in the second half. So I think you might be looking right now. We're looking at Bucs -3.5 on the live line. So maybe Chiefs are -6 on the second half line, something like that.
Wow, that seems pretty high. But I know they're giving 3 to for the total game. So this is not going to be a touchback. It's going to be brought out and it's going to be out to the 29. So pretty good return for the Bucs. So 55 seconds to go. And so far, we can target 4 or 5 plays, guys, that have significantly changed the course of this game. And I think the storyline for the Chiefs, it's mistakes here in the first half. And Brady's barking with he was barking earlier with Tyrann Mathieu. All right, so we'll see what the Bucs decide to do. I think they're going to run it here, and if they get any extensive yard, that's exactly what they're going to do, and they get stopped.
They should call timeout right now, the Chiefs.
They absolutely should. And they do call a timeout, the Chiefs, with 47 seconds to go in the first half. As bad as they play, Russell Wilson is in the house tonight, the Walter Payton Man of the Year award winner.
Do you see the report that teams are sending in trade offers trying to get Russell Wilson? There's no way the Seahawks are trading him. I don't even know that's just a wasted phone call if you're calling them to see about the availability of Russell Wilson. There's no way.
Yeah, Can you believe that? If boy, that would be the blockbuster. That would be 10 times the trade that the Deshaun Watson one would be if that actually happens. All right, so the Chiefs call timeout. They put 2 seconds back on the clock, so there's 49 seconds left. 2nd and 10 for the Bucs.
What do you do here, RJ? You throw it?
Yeah, throw it. I would throw it. You got to try to get this first down.
And Romo, all right, so they're going to go to Godwin, and Godwin about 8 yards. And so another timeout for the Chiefs. So
3rd and 2.
Yeah, so I like the being aggressive with the timeouts because if you stop them here, they're going to have to punt. The problem is if they get a big play here, there's still going to be over 40 seconds to go, and we know that Brady very easily could go down and get a field goal. So they're at the 38-yard line, and this is an interesting call by the Chiefs, but I think you have to do it when you're down by 8. You have to take a chance and bet on your defense.
Oh, for sure.
And as long as somebody doesn't make another dumb mistake and get a flag thrown on them, I mean, they've been making stops.
Oh, my gosh.
They get those flags get thrown.
So Godwin's got 2.
And, all right, first down, Gronkowski, another catch. And so now the Bucs are going to go in the hurry up. And how does nobody guard Gronk on that play? What are they thinking about?
They made some space behind that. I think they made some space behind that receiver. He kind of ducked in there, and once he got the ball in his hands, he could muscle his way for it first.
Deep shot, and they're going to call it. They're going to call it.
Breeland tackled him on the deep shot, and this was the problem. This was what I was afraid of. And now Breeland is acting like what they do. He tackled Mike Evans, or it would have been a touchdown. Take my fandom away. The Chiefs have the worst defensive backfield minus the Honey Badger in football. I've always said this. You put any defensive back in the Chiefs uniform, they become horrible. And, you know what? That's kind of a bad – wow. That was kind of a weak call. Now that I look at it, they were just –
let's see.
That was just inadvertent. Oh, I don't like that call.
I mean, Evans, he feels the contact. He's got to go down.
Evans just goes down. He felt,
Wow. So now 1st and 10 at the 25 and wide open over the middle down to the 10. And so what looked like could have been a potential stop, 9, 8. Now they called a timeout already. So
what does everyone think of that call?
I love that call.
No. The pass interference.
I think you got to call
it.
He fouled. He made contact with his feet.
Yeah. The bottom line was Mike Evans was 2 yards past him. If they would have been, and he clipped his feet. It's just, but that's Breeland, and that's why and so now he's out there and he's going to get in his head, and you watch, they're going to score on him on the next play because he can't let it go. That's who Breeland is. That's who he's always been.
This will be a fade to Evans, huh?
100%. You've got to throw it into the end zone. You can't run it underneath or the clock will run out. So they put 3 seconds back on the clock. So it's 1st and goal. So now the Chiefs called their last timeout. And I'm sure Twitter right now is roasting Reed for calling the timeout on that 3rd and 2. But you had to do it. You had to do it.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, there was the mentality that Larry was talking about. Try to get that ball back and get some points.
It was the right call. And so Adam Azer is going to be joining us at halftime. He's the host of our Fantasy Football Today podcast. So it'll be the 4 of us. Actually, Larry and RJ, we're going to give you a break at halftime. So you guys are going to dip out for a few minutes, get something to drink, get something to eat, and then be back in the second half. All right, Brady back into the end zone, and a flag in the end zone. and they're calling on Matthew. He thought it was offensive pass interference, and they're calling it on Tyrann Mathieu. This is incredible. Wow.
This is getting
Here's the thing: if you're the Chiefs now, you get to 10 seconds left. You better be committing penalties if your guy is.
What is
on the other side, because you're going to run out of time at some point.
Is that? I guess.
Well, he got in his way. That was the right call. He impeded his progress to the back of the end zone, and I'm trying. These are pros. When they do this whole demonstrative, what are you calling? You can't stand in front of a receiver and stop them from running straight forward. So now it's 1st and goal at the 1. This time Brady's going to go over the top. Well, you can't.
That was only 3 seconds, huh? Wow.
And touchdown, Antonio Brown. So, what a break for the Bucs, and they score with 6 seconds to go in the first half. So now Brady's 16 of 20, 140, 3 scores in the first half, and
we got an extra point sweat coming here
because trouble.
Because Larry will tell you, my one of my favorite props was under 14.5 for a largest lead of the game. So we got an extra point sweat coming here.
Wait, there's another flag.
Well, Matthew went after the referee, I think. And so that prop, largest lead of the game, over 14.5. So now Brady is barking again at Matthew. And so so this would cash the prop bet of the biggest lead being over 14.5.
Shockingly, I think if we thought one team was going to do it, it'd be the Chiefs, and it's the other way around now.
It is. I do think some of these flags have been accurate, but I mean, 5 plays, 71 yards, and the big play was obviously the pass interference on Breeland. But just like against the Packers, if there's only 30 seconds to go in the game, why do you not have a deep safety helping Breeland back there? That's the only thing that they can do to get into field goal percentage. It makes no sense to me, because the Packers did it, and now the Chiefs did it, and it cost them both.
And it feels like the Chiefs haven't even had time to throw those long passes to even draw the pass interference. They're throwing behind the line, they're throwing short, and there it is. Yep, 21-6.
100%. So that cashes the biggest deficit in the game, over 14.5. That cashes.
It was 4. Hit it 4 out of 17 times. Coming into this one. So I like the.
Why would you go after?
Obviously, that did not work out. That's one. It's a loser.
So Matthews, after that play, got in Brady's face, and who knows what he said, but why would you get in Tom Brady's face when you're down 15? If there's a time not to talk trash, is when you're down 15 in the Super Bowl. As a former athlete, knowing when to talk trash, when to keep your mouth shut, and when to focus on what you're doing, because right now the Chiefs are doing everything wrong. Anything they could possibly do wrong, they're doing wrong in this first half. I know Andy Reid's not a rah-rah guy, but if he's not in their grill in the locker room, then he's not the coach that we all think that he is.
They had the live money line up at plus 300. It looks like somebody's banging the Chiefs because it's down to plus 270 already. So Bucs are minus 350 on the live money line. Chiefs are plus 270. The live spread is minus 6.5 over at William Hill for the Bucs. So still not getting that quite out of hand, even though it feels like it's out of hand. And the over-unders are back up to 55.5, right where it was when we opened. So,
exactly. So it's fun.
Do you take a knee, or do you just throw it deep?
Oh, you got to take a knee. I mean, the thing, if you right now, the way this first half has gone, if they throw it deep, it'll get intercepted and they'd get taken back for a touchdown. So they'll take a knee and they'll go into the halftime 21-6. And during halftime, hang with us here on the CBS Watch Party on CBS HQ Twitch. And Matthew is not happy. We're going to go over all the props that hit in the first half, the props that are coming up in the second half line, the second half totals. And there is our guy, Son, I'll call you after the game, okay? And so we needed some release. What's up, man?
Yeah, listen, I don't know if Larry and RJ are hopping off. They got the 1 yard touchdown. I was like,
oh yeah.
The total over under 1.5 for the shortest touchdown. And Ronald Jones, they had 3 cracks at it in the first quarter and didn't get it. And then finally they got it after the pass interference call. That was something, guys.
Hang tight. It's so hot in my room right now. I got to turn my air conditioner on because I'm fired up for the halftime. So I'll be right back in 10 seconds.
We got
Go for it, Coach. That's 6 out of 7 years and 22 out of 32 with the 1 yard touchdown.
So I want to hear some live MVP odds real quick. Live MVP odds. Brady minus 260, Gronk at plus 180, Mahomes still at plus 320, and then everybody else is 20 to 1 or higher. So Gronk is in there plus 180 now.
Where's Kelsey?
Kelsey is plus 2,000, 20 to 1.
All right, because he's leading the game in receiving yards right now. He's the leading receiver, 5 catches for 47 yards. And you saw what happened. Their best drive of the game ended with a field goal, but 4 catches for Travis Kelce. So if they come back and win, and by the way, San Francisco was trailing 20-10 after 3 quarters last year in the Super Bowl. It was 10-10 at halftime. Kansas. I don't know if I said San Francisco or Kansas City. It was 10-10 at halftime. San Francisco was leading 20-10 going into the fourth quarter, pardon me, and then a 21-0 score in the fourth quarter. So you're giving MVP odds, I assume? I didn't hear the beginning, RJ. Those were MVP odds?
Yeah, those were live MVP odds.
Yeah. Kelsey, if they win this game, Kelsey is going to have a huge game. So that's where I'd be looking.
I'm getting tweets right now that people that have been listening and watching, and they're like, we know that you guys were on the Honey Badger potential MVP. They're like, he's the least valuable player right now because we make a big deal about how much he's in the game. He's the defensive captain, and but right now he's outside of his head. He's talking trash to Brady instead of talking to his own team. That's who he needs to talk to and start playing within yourselves because they're not playing that bad, but they're making big mistakes, and those mistakes, Tom Brady is the type of guy that's going to capitalize. They're not playing against Garoppolo this year. And Aaron, I was in the stadium last year, and it felt worse than it feels right now. When it was 20-10 at the end of the third, it felt worse. I'm telling you than it feels right now because of the mistakes the Chiefs are making. Meister, did you get handed dinner?
Look at what my beautiful wife just brought me.
Hey, all right.
Wow.
Good,
Look at that.
Burger, pickle, pepper.
I had, if anybody cares, I had 15 wings today. 15. So that's where I'm at, where I got 2 left, but I don't think I can possibly stomach them. But it's been a fun day. It's been a fun day of eating.
What did you lose to Dave too? By 15 or 16? Or how many did Dave hit?
Dave?
How many did you lose by Dave?
I'll find out. I don't think I want to know, man. He's going to humiliate me. All right, so I want to know how you guys feel about this. I put up a Twitter poll. Who's going to win the game? 21-6 Bucs at halftime. Who's going to win the game? Tampa Bay, 56.5% of the vote, and Kansas City, 43.5% of the vote. So nobody's counting the Chiefs. Very few people counting the Chiefs out right now. Who do you guys think is going to win?
Say the Bucs at this point. They're minus 7.5 at this point.
You got to take the Bucs.
You got to take the Bucs. Just win. Minus 320 on the money line.
I mean, people like to believe that the Chiefs, because they've come back so many times, but the difference is, Aaron, here right now, what's different than what they've done in the past is their offensive line is shot. Patrick Mahomes has no time whatsoever to throw. So to ask them to score 16 more points than the Bucs in the second half is a daunting task when he has no time to throw right now whatsoever. So to put 3 or 4, because you got to believe the Bucs are going to score at least once. So you're going to have to score 4 times if they only score 1 touchdown in the second half. I just don't know if they can do that the way it looks right now. And they got to stop making mistakes too. Too many mistakes.
Yeah, bring some blockers in. He needs to block at home.
RJ, you're dead right. You can't send 5 guys out in the route anymore. You just can't do that.
Not working, man.
But what are they going to do? I mean, they're not going to keep Kelsey in a block.
No, well, you could bring in an extra tight end and have that tight end block. But
I've been noticing where the Tampa Bay defensive backs are lining up. They're like at George Steinbrenner Field. they're just keeping everything in front of them. That's why Kelsey's going to end up with a huge stat line here. But can the Chiefs break a deep one to Tyreek Hill? And I just don't know. And the other thing is, I mean, they're just – I talked about this before the game started, and nobody seemed to care. But I know they don't have to be a good running team, but they can't be a zero running team. And Clyde Edwards-Helaire, 4 carries for 17 yards. Meanwhile, you've got 13 carries for 63 yards for Ronald Jones and Leonard Fournette. So they've got to run the ball a little bit, even trailing by 15. Like, the game is far from over. 2-possession game. Let's get a made 2-point conversion.
People love that. They love that bet.
But the game's far from over. But you got to be able to run the ball a little bit here. Give a shot. I mean, that's going to help. That's going to help get rid of that pass rush if you stop being so one-dimensional. But they
100%.
barely run any plays. I mean, I don't know. It's been the worst. I don't know when the Chiefs have had a half this bad in terms offensively.
They haven't. I've watched every minute of every game for the last 15 years. They've never, certainly during the Patrick Mahomes era. Let's keep it to the Patrick Mahomes era.
Yeah.
And they've never had a half this bad. And even he looks like he's a little bit off. Like, he's every play, even when they're completing to Travis Kelce, he's having to look off. He's getting hit. He's almost getting sacked. He has absolutely no time. It's not on Patrick Mahomes. Andy Reid and Eric Bieniemy better be in the locker room right now figuring out, how do we block this team? How do we block this team to have enough time to get it to Tyreek Hill and to continue to get it to Travis Kelce? Because they can't guard Kelce.
No.
They can't guard Kelce. But you've got to give him some time. That's what it's going to take. And they have to score right out of halftime. They have to. They have to.
And
if they don't, I think it's over.
They punted 3 times tonight. They punted 1 time in their first 2 playoff games combined.
Yeah.
Just a weird game, man. RJ, what's catching your eye, either in terms of the game or in terms of the bets?
Yeah, it's the blocking. You need to figure out a way to block. And Coach is right. They're just making so many mistakes defensively that they're just extending drives. I mean, they should have the field at times. You give them free points to the Bucs, and you just can't do that with the Tom Brady team. I mean, you make mistakes against him. It's not like playing Jim Garoppolo this year. So, they need to get mentally. They need to get on the right page, because it looks like they've been there before. I know they just won the Super Bowl. We expected this team. They know how to play in this game. They come out here. They look like they haven't played in this game before. They don't know what to expect. They look shell-shocked. So I don't know what team this is that showed up. Yeah. Maybe it was the Bills that won last week, and they switched uniforms. Because this is a performance I'd expect at the Buffalo Bills in a Super Bowl at this point.
Hey, RJ, real quick, why don't you dump out and jump back in, because your audio is really bad, so I think you need to reset it. So why don't you dump out and then jump back in? I think that'll fix it. Okay?
Right. Yeah,
because the audio's pretty bad.
This is classic RJ White. He wanted to watch The Weeknd. I would have messed with my audio right now. Get out of here. I'm just looking at the stats here. Gronkowski, 5 catches, 42 yards, and 2 touchdowns. I mean, how funny is this that Gronkowski's so completely uninvolved in the first 3 playoff games, and now he's the man. He's Gronk again.
I called it on the early edge. I said, whenever Tom Brady gets to the Super Bowl, everything changes for him, because he likes to go to his blanket. He likes to go to his teddy bear, and that's Gronk. And I think, Aaron, that we should have saw this coming, because if you saw the sound from Gronk this week and Tom Brady, it was like a love fest. And they were like, yeah, when I really need a big play, that's who I'm going to go to. So the first touchdown, that clearly was a play for him. He was wide open, strolled into the end zone. And then when you give Tom Brady 10 seconds to throw the football, he's going to find somebody. You throw it up, and Gronk was there. I think a lot of people won on all of the Gronk prop bets because he's a popular dude. And in the Super Bowl, they knew Tom Brady was going to go to him. Every prop, I believe, that he's had, catches, yards, and touchdowns, they've all cashed.
Yeah, Frank Stanfield was talking about that. A lot of us were talking about that. It just felt kind of poetic, right, for Gronkowski to score. He scored twice. Antonio Brown. I think the one that's going to kill a lot of people that were listening to us, listening to Fantasy Football Today and FFT and 5, was I feel like we liked Chris Godwin a lot in this game. And he's got 2 catches for 9 yards on 3 targets. But, Coach, what I was saying in our pregame show was, I know people, they listen to us, they want a lot of confidence, and I get that, but I'm never afraid to say I just don't know. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are an I just don't know kind of team for me, because I said, Ronald Jones was their starting running back before he got hurt. So why am I going to sit here and think Leonard Fournette is going to get all the carries? And now you've got Antonio Brown back in the mix. But I just didn't know how the yards, the targets were going to get divvied up. The only thing I felt good about was Tom Brady, who's on pace to go well under his total of 303.5 or whatever it ended up being. He's on pace for 200 yards. I felt good about him having a big game. I didn't know where it was going to come from. But they've got so many weapons right now, and it's Evans has one catch for 31 yards, so he's on pace to go well under the catches, but over the yards. Godwin's invisible, 2 catches for 9 yards, but it's the Gronk show. Who saw this coming?
And if you look at Mike Evans, though, even though he has one catch, nobody saw the Gronk thing coming. I mean, we had the under the last game, which was his receiving yards was over 29.5. We had the under. He had that one catch for 29 yards, and we catched it barely by a half a yard. But the hidden yards here with Mike Evans, even though gamblers aren't going to be happy, he's responsible for 2 of the scores. He's had the defensive holding on 3rd down that kept the drive going. They scored. And then at the end of the half, Breeland, who's terrible, basically tackled him in slow motion, and then they end up scoring there as well. I don't understand, Aaron, how teams – it happened to the Packers, and then it happened tonight to the Chiefs. When you got 30 seconds and the team only has one timeout, how you're not putting 2 safeties deep and letting them dump it over the middle is beyond me.
Yeah.
And Mike Evans would have scored a touchdown if he wouldn't have tripped right there. It would have been a score.
Yeah.
How does that happen?
Well,
how does that happen?
I always want to see the all 22 and see what it was like. How many vertical routes were there? Where were the safeties? Were there just guys? I don't know. I mean, I agree with you.
That's true.
You gotta play conservatively. The Packers certainly learned that lesson 2 weeks ago in the NFC Championship game. But I just don't know. But yeah, I mean, that's a big mess up. So you're a Chiefs fan, I gather.
Well, yeah, I was born. I was born and raised, my man. And I had the honor of getting to go to the Super Bowl last year as a fan, and I took my 10-year-old son, who right now is in tears at home. And yeah, I began my career in Kansas City. Kansas City's everything to me. But I've been doing this long enough at the national level that I can separate. And even though I love the Chiefs and I want them to win, I'm objective. And objectively speaking, they've made a lot of dumb mistakes. Now, the one call that I did not agree with was the fact the defensive holding when the Honey Badger had the interception. I thought the ball was thrown before Mike Evans even turned around. And that's when the hold to me
a little bit of a
was called.
Anyway.
You
could call, like that's the kind of play, even if there were before the deflection or whatever, that's the kind of holding and contact you see a lot. That one didn't see a penalty to me. So that was, kind of weak, I thought. I'm still trying to find a replay of the Mike Evans pass interference or the Breeland pass interference call. I saw it once, but I never saw the replay. I know people were freaking out about it. What did you think about it?
Say it to me one more time. Eric was texting me, so I didn't hear what you told
Oh,
me.
yeah, no, I said I saw the Rashad Breeland penalty on Evans live, but I never got to see the replay, so I want to see it again.
It was inadvertent. It was inadvertent contact. But the reason they had to call it is that Mike Evans was a full step past Breeland. So it looked like Breeland tackled him, even though in slow motion, basically Mike Evans, when he took the step back, he tripped, and it was inadvertent, but it looked like Breeland tackled him because he was so far past him. You just can't have that. You just cannot do that. But that's the greatness of Mike Evans.
Oh, no. So he dove at his feet. Like, that's definitely a penalty.
Well, they got tripped together and then he fell. When you really look at it, he fell, but I don't think he reached out and grabbed him. When you really slow it down.
I'm going to send you this because I think he did.
Okay.
I'm seeing it.
But believe me.
All right. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're right here.
Adam, I think I called you Aaron. Somebody's telling me on Twitter. It's Adam.
All right.
Did I say Aaron?
I've made really bad predictions, so I'm trying to go by an alias now, so people don't. That's fine. I don't think that necessarily should have been pass interference, but I'm trying to look in slow mo. Oh, what's up, Ray? How's halftime?
It's going good. It seems like whenever you join the stream, my audio wanted to drop out on me, so I'm trying to play nice with your stream here.
What did the weekend open with, RJ?
I didn't see. I was busy working on my computer.
I don't know. He's singing right now. He looks a lot like Bruno Mars tonight, to be honest. He's got the Bruno Mars haircut.
Bruno Mars is a tough halftime show to beat, by the way. That's like an all-time great.
This is a true story. This is a true Bruno Mars story. So a few years ago when 24 Karat Magic came out, he did a one-off concert at Mohegan Sun, and 60 Minutes came up to do the story. Remember what, when that album was such a big success. So I didn't know he was a big wrestling fan. So I'm in the audience in the fourth row. He comes over, he's singing, and he points right at me like, Coach, you're my dog. And I was like, I think he's just pointing to everybody, right? All of a sudden, a guy comes out, and it's his road manager. He goes, hey, Coach, Bruno wanted to say hello. He's a big fan of yours. Would you guys like a beer? I was like, yeah, I'll take a beer from Bruno Mars.
Cool,
so
man.
they bring us out beers, and I'm thinking we're gonna hang after the show, right? Me and Bruno, my crew. And I said, can we hang after the show? He goes, no, Bruno doesn't hang after shows. And he's got to go catch a flight to London to start his European leg of his tour. So that's as close as I've come to Bruno. But they did hook me up with tickets when they came to the Staples Center because I live in California. And I got to see him again there, and he gave me tickets that night too. But I still have never met him in person technically, even though he pointed at me and he sent me beers.
Oh, that counts. That's a meet.
That's a meet, right? Yeah.
That's great, man.
That's my Bruno Mars story, yeah.
That's a pretty good story. I watched this replay 15 times. I still don't know how I feel about it. Like, Breland definitely dove and made contact it looks like with Evans' feet, but I don't know if he tripped over Evans' feet first. It was tricky. I still think that they should be able to review pass interference. Like,
I do too.
Good rule, but they were so bad at reviewing pass interference for some reason where we'd all be sitting there at home being like, okay, that's obviously pass interference. They'd
Absolutely.
be like, just do a better job and use replay to your advantage. I don't know.
Do you think that right now at halftime that the officials are in there and they're obviously discussing the first half? And if they're not saying to themselves, guys, I think we made a couple of mistakes, then they're not being honest with themselves. So I think we're going to see a little bit of a change in the second half on how they call the game. But it may honestly be too little too late at this point, down 15, with all the mistakes that the Chiefs have made. Look at that line. What do you guys think of that second half line? I think it's too much.
Are we sure that Brady's not part of the referees? He's calling his own penalties at this point because that's what it looked like on some of them.
Yeah.
It looked like they were giving Brady the benefit of the doubt at the old Brady flag there.
No doubt.
Yeah, that 7.5 seems too much. But I was talking, I thought it might be 6. I think that was before the last touchdown.
So that's a live line. The second half line I have is Chiefs -8.
Yeah, and I was talking about 6. So, it seems a little high, but I don't know. I would probably take the Chiefs at that. Expect them to get within, 3 or 4. So
boy, look,
is plus 250 enough for you guys to go Chiefs money line?
No,
I can win.
No. And I have my big bet is on the Chiefs money line. So there's no way on God's green earth I'm putting more money on the money line right now for them to come back because I already have enough from before the game.
Well, if you have a good feeling about the Chiefs, I think now's the time you got to take it because they're getting the ball to start the half. So it's probably not going to be lower than this if they come out with a good game plan.
Exactly.
So I'll tell you what I did. I played the over in the second half 28 because if the Chiefs come back, they're going to score at least 21 in the second half. They have to because the Bucs are going to score at least once, and so they'd have to score 24 or 25 to win the game in the second half.
And we were talking about that first half over under for a lot of the first half, and it was 27.5. It looked like it was dead under for the whole time, and it barely got there within a half point. They know what they're doing when they set these lines because
don't they?
Came under by a half point.
So now the bet that you love so much, I still think that it's going to come in, but only if the Chiefs can score early in the third quarter because we know the master of milking the clock is Tom Brady. And if they get to the fourth quarter and it's 24-13, I just don't think we're going to get there either for the second half or for the game.
But here's what happens. If Brady throws one interception and then, he's thinking back to what happened in that Packers game, does he start to tighten up and be like, here we go again? So I think if you're the Chiefs, you get that one turnover. It kind of opens the floodgates a little bit.
Yeah.
It's kind of strange. Look, Tom Brady's having a good game. To me, he's not having an exceptional game. I mean, obviously, 3 touchdown passes in the first half is tremendous. But 135.4 passer rating is good. But I don't know. I'm not looking at him like he's playing so well that the Chiefs can't can't win.
I agree. Well, he had mistakes, but every time he made a mistake, there was a flag on the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Every single time. Interception, flag. They got stopped on third down. They line up offsides on the field goal.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so that's what Adam, you're exactly right. But every time that he makes that mistake, because he is 16 of 20.
Yeah.
He is 16 of 20, but it hasn't felt like he's throwing BBs, and his touchdown pass has been pretty easy, to be honest.
Yeah, and it's pretty. I mean, like the touchdown pass to Gronk, 17 yards. I think that was a nice throw, but Gronk was wide open. He's not making plays downfield or anything like that. It doesn't seem to me like the Chiefs can't make adjustments and win this game. They obviously got to get some pressure on them.
No doubt.
But they got to score. I think they got to get their offense going. They got to score. I think the fact that the Bucs were able to hold them to a field goal at the end of the half is everything on that drive felt to me like the Chiefs were going to score a touchdown.
Yep.
Now Kelsey's going nuts. Mahomes looks good. They're in rhythm. Mahomes running a little bit. He's up to 33 rushing yards. Doesn't look. I don't know if he's going to get any minus 5 yard kneel downs in this game. So if he went over on his yards, it felt like a great drive, and it just for them to hold to a field goal and then obviously score a touchdown is just that was enormous. But Bucs defense, man, I didn't think they had this in them. This is tremendous.
So we're looking at the live odds for some of these player props. Patrick Mahomes is now at 285.5 for his live number. Obviously, he didn't get anywhere near what we thought he'd get in the first half. He got to 67. So 285.5, you're looking at, 217, something like that in the second half. It feels like he goes over because he's going to have to throw every single down at this point to get back in this game. So at that number, I think I would take over on the Mahomes over 288.5 for the live yards, 285.5 right now, actually.
I'll tell you one that I like.
That's one.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, RJ.
Clyde Edwards, and then the next one's Clyde Edwards-Helaire over under 25.5. I mean, they ain't running the ball, so take the under on that. He's at 17. So
over. I'm taking the over because I'll tell you what, they're not running the ball, but they're not running the ball 0 times, and he's obviously their guy. Darrell Williams has 1 carry. Clyde Edwards-Helaire has 4. So what does he have to get? What did you say it was? He has to get like 7 yards? Something like that?
25.5. So I think he gets to get 9 yards at this point.
He has to get 8. Yeah, he has to get 8 yards. I think he's going to get 8 yards rushing in the second half. I will take the over.
Let me jump in real quick with a prop bet that we have not talked about. The over-under on amount of the same outfit that they needed to make for this halftime show. There's 100 people on this field right now that are all dressed like The Weeknd. So whoever got this contract just cleaned up. Red jacket, black pants, black shirt, black tie. Oh, yeah, and we need 125 of those, please, by February 7th. Look at all those people.
I kind of wanted to see this halftime show. I don't like the halftime shows typically, but I think he was going to crush it.
Last year, something you don't see unless you're in the stadium. So I was in the stadium by 2:00, 2:30, and we just sat and watched everything. They had DJ Khaled because we were in Miami, right? So DJ Khaled comes out, and there's only like maybe 10,000 people in the stands at that point. And DJ Khaled has one line. He puts on his thing. He's like, "What up, Miami? What up, Miami? Yo, yo, yo." He must have said the same thing for the next 2 hours. What's good, Miami? There's J-Lo. Yo, yo, yo. I was like, this dude gets paid tens of millions of dollars, and when he DJs, all he can say is, yo, 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 what up, Miami?
Well, did you see him in Pitch Perfect 3? Because he was in Pitch Perfect 3,
He's got acting chops. He's got acting chops. Oh, I've got a 12-year-old daughter.
Oh,
I've seen all the Pitch Perfects many, many times.
I just saw it for the last week for the first time ever. Pitch Perfect 3. They should have stopped at 1. Yeah.
Hey guys,
the maestro's back.
Hey guys, what do you think of this Mahomes over 1.5 touchdowns plus 125?
Over, man.
Whoa! I gotta be able to get that in. Let me see. So over. Let's see.
Over 1.5 passing touchdowns. I mean, do we think he's going to throw 2 in the second half? I do.
Yeah, I would think so. He's got it. I mean, they're not going to get shut down again like they did in this half. So yeah, I would like the over there. How about Tom Brady passing yards? Tom Brady passing yards at 276.5 right now. He's basically halfway there. So I think if we think that the Bucs are going to try to control the ball, run the ball like they've been having success with the running game, Brady, I don't think he's going to throw a ton if that's the case. So is he going to double up his 140 to get to 280? I don't think so. So maybe you go under on the Brady passing yards at 276.5.
I also don't think so. I think the Chiefs are going to possess the ball more, a lot more in this half.
Not if they score quickly, right? Like that, just in terms of time of possession. Oh, yeah. Look, it takes one possession for them to come out, look like the Chiefs score a touchdown. Everything changes.
Everything changes. You're absolutely right.
Everything changes. Like right now, I got this Twitter poll: who's going to win the game? And right now, Tampa Bay is 55%, Kansas City's 45%. The Chiefs go out there and score. I would bet 75% are going to say the Chiefs are going to win the game, right? But then what's Tampa going to do? I mean, they've actually run the ball pretty well, I think. Like, not great, but they ran the ball well enough to keep the defense honest, move the chains, averaging a healthy yards per carry. But they're still going to give the ball. Like, Brady's thrown 20 times, and they're winning by 15. So, yeah, they're still going
to I got one for Larry. I know we love the Kelsey anytime touchdown coming into the game. It got all the way up to minus 175. We take a half off the board, and he hasn't scored. It's now at plus 165 for Kelsey to score a touchdown in the second half.
Wow. Okay.
What do you like there, Larry? You think he's going to get there?
I'll double down. If this one goes up, in flames, I still trusted the process. I mean, he's the guy.
Speaking of doubling down, it's 8-1 to get 2 touchdowns. So if you like doubling down, got to get there twice. That's 8-1. It's pretty good.
Wow. We talked about two bets that I think definitely will come into play. The 2-point conversion bet. And then I told you guys that a lot of people, including myself, bet the money line because I didn't want to win by 2. And if you look at a 15-point spread, easily it could be a 1 or 2 point win for the Chiefs if they come all the way back. You can see there's a lot of different ways that could happen.
For sure, especially if they score and miss the 2-point conversion.
100%, yeah. So
Larry, let me tell you my favorite bet: Kelsey MVP plus 2,000.
Interesting.
I love it. Look, if they win, I think that he's going to have a huge role. Like I said, he's leading all receivers. He's got 5 catches, 47 yards, and they're taking away the deep stuff. So Kelsey's going to play a huge role. If they come back and win, he might have 12 catches, 140 yards, something like that. I mean, it's to me, it's going to come down to Mahomes or Kelsey if the Chiefs win. Of course, there's Tyreek Hill. That 100%. Guy exists too. But
the interesting thing we talked about, Larry was on the Patrick Mahomes win MVP, before the game at minus 120, saying it's a better value for the money line. If you look at the live money line, Chiefs are plus 250. Live MVP odds, Mahomes is plus 290. So we're kind of seeing a little bit of the same split there, where you're getting about 40 points of value there if you take the quarterback in that sense. Because you talk about Kelsey having a huge game if they rally back. It could be another one of those. Mahomes had a terrible first half, he has a huge fourth quarter, they win the game, and the Raiders just give it to him again. So I think that's the thinking there.
Yeah. I like what you're thinking. I like the way you're going, Adam. 9 of 19, Mahomes' numbers are not going to look pretty. I think even if he does rally them back, it's not going to be an efficient performance. He's going to be, probably like 25 out of 47 or something like that. So, yeah, if Kelsey continues to dominate, and he has to probably score twice, though, for that.
Yeah, or get like an insane amount of yards. But I'm just looking at the way the Bucs are playing defensively, and they're so far back, and they're doing a great job. The game is obviously nothing deep. And so I think that, obviously that could change. They're the Chiefs. Tyreek Hill could always break a big play. But it just feels like it's going to be a Kelsey game to me. And he's got 47 of Patrick Mahomes, 67 yards.
Yeah.
I like that.
I think the over-under is going to come into play, too, because, like I said, I bet the 20. All we need is 29 in the second half for it to hit the over. And I'm telling you, I think this thing's going to open up. The only way it doesn't is if they get stopped the first couple of times and then the Bucs just bleed the clock.
By the way,
second half is starting.
Yeah, second half started. How about no touchback on the opening kickoff?
I know. So Pringle's going to bring it out, but not a good idea.
Yeah, I think we've only had a touchdown or a touchback in 6 Super Bowls to start 6 Super Bowls out of 55 now. It hardly ever happens.
All right, what's up, Frank? So I think the Sportsline crew, you guys out of here?
I think I'm staying in the third quarter. I think
cool.
RJ and Larry, I think, are leaving because they've been on for like 4 hours.
All right, man. Good.
I don't know.
Frank. All right, so wait, how about you guys? Who do you think's going to win? Larry, who do you think's going to win? Oh, Clyde Edwards-Helaire! He's over. Sorry, I'm like 30 seconds.
You're way ahead. What the heck happened? What happened?
What happened?
What happened?
I saw he just broke a run.
You can't do that. You're literally 30 seconds ahead.
That was a long one, too.
He just got the ball on my TV right now. No more of that. How are you so far ahead? What are you watching on?
I get this every time we do one of these watch parties. How are you so far ahead? I got the cable. I got no cable box. It's just cable right in the back of the TV. You know?
Hey, Adam, total non sequitur before I go. My wife is watching the stream, and she met you like several years ago, and she says you look younger.
Oh, so I got a haircut last night. So, you know, I got to look young. Thank you. Oh, Kelsey touchdown. Just kidding.
No, you can't. Dude, I'm a Chiefs fan. Adam, I will jump through the screen and beat you down. I'm a Chiefs fan first. I'm working second. You can't do that. He did catch a six. He did get a 6 pass though. He did catch a pass.
He did do that. He did
do that.
Adam, you got to stop that. You got to stop that right now. You got to stop that.
You missed it, Frank. As I said, Kelsey to win the MVP was my favorite prop bet. It was plus 2,000, but no, I don't have any access to betting. So if anybody wants to spot me $10 and throw it on Kelsey, go ahead and do that. I'll Venmo you. But anyway, RJ,
another big run by Edwards-Helaire.
I know, man.
Just like that inside the 40.
They got to be two-dimensional. They cannot 5 carries for their running backs in the first half. Not good enough.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
Frank, how was your first half, man?
My first half was pretty good, man. I was on Gronk to score a touchdown. I gave out on FFT and 5 Gronk first touchdown. I didn't bet it myself, so I kind of wish I did. I have a lot of Gronk in DFS, and I had that TD prop. I have KC -3, and oddly enough, I'm still like pretty confident even before this drive started that the Chiefs are going to cover. It's just blind faith, but I really am not worried.
Wow. Maybe it's the fact that I'm the most diehard Chiefs fan on planet Earth, and I am worried even after all these games that we've come back. But I think Brady could help us in the second half. He has shown that he is willing to give the ball up, but he's looked really sharp tonight. So I'm glad you feel that way, right? Because but they have to score right here. This is a must-score drive, no question about it. You can't kick a field goal here. You gotta feel that touchdown. You gotta feel that fill the end zone.
Big fan of your work, by the way, Coach. Happy to meet you.
Oh, I know.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, look, Coach, I'm gonna give you the Bruno Mars.
I'd take a beer, please. I would take a beer.
Oh, I got you right here, Coach. Here we go. We got some red stripe going.
Sweet. God, I haven't seen red stripe in so long. Now this is a big play right here, 3rd and 7. But I think this is a go no matter what. I know it's early, but if they don't, you got to go for it here because you've got to show your team and that there's something positive here.
I'm sure you guys have talked about it.
Would you go for it on 4th and 7 though?
Yes.
No.
From the 35?
Yeah.
Well, he's gonna and knock down. Did he get there early? No flag. So, wow. So it's 4th and 7.
What are they going to do? Try 50?
You can't.
It's 52 yards. 52 yards. Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of like no man's land right there, right? Do you go for it on 4th down or try to kick the field goal?
You want to say what they're going to do or just no?
No.
Tell us.
No.
It's all right. You'll figure it out.
Yeah, they're going to kick a field goal, I think. 52 yards. He's better from beyond 50 than he is from 30.
Let me tell you, he's a big edge. That was one of the reasons why I picked Kansas City because I thought they had a big edge in their kicking game. Well, I didn't expect their punter to have 3 punts in the first half, but even still, as Bucker, you guys see what happened there?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's good.
He made it. Okay.
He's really good. So I'll throw it over to Coach, but I think, Frank, the Chiefs are going to win. I'm not as confident they're going to cover anymore.
Yeah, I mean, to get the cover there is going to be tough. But look, we've seen the Chiefs down like this before, right? And it's like you guys have probably talked about it a lot already to this point. I think the storyline of the first half was obviously like the referees and the penalties and stuff. It's like, say what you want. Like some of those calls were probably questionable. Some of them, like, I think were warranted, but was it like the Bucs? Did they really outplay the Chiefs that much? I didn't really think so. I just thought it was like obviously some very key pivotal penalties, but outside of that, like it was like a pretty sloppy game on both sides. So
I thought there was 3 plays, Brink, that you can look to the interception that overturned, the last end of the half with the penalty on Mike Evans that gave them the ball inside the 20, and then you had the offsides on the field goal that gave them an extra 4 points. Those were the 3 plays that to me are the difference in the game.
Is anybody here on the Bucs?
I don't think so. We're all the Chiefs.
I wanted to ask somebody who's on the Bucs what they thought of the penalties, right? So like obviously I'm biased in favor of the Chiefs, but like just an objective opinion, like someone watching the game, not betting on the Chiefs right now. What did you think of the penalties? Because the Mike Evans one, it seemed like he just kind of like tripped over himself.
Yes, he did.
Like there was actually any pass interference there. The other ones, it seemed like they were uncatchable balls. So I was just like, I didn't really know what was happening. And obviously, like there was this storyline coming in like, okay, the referees are going to help Tom Brady, but we didn't actually think it was going to happen. It kind of seems like it's happening right now. So I don't know. I don't, maybe I'm just biased because I have a Chiefs ticket, but that's
when you're that age, you get to call your own penalties, apparently.
Well, the Chiefs need to stop talking trash to Brady, and Honey Badger's smarter than that. He's an emotional player, but just worry about your own thing. Because right now, clearly, the young wide receivers are nervous as hell. They can't hang on to anything. McCole Hardman's making so many mistakes. He did against Buffalo, too. I think in the second half, you've got to go to Kelsey the whole time, and you got to figure out a way. How do I get the ball to Watkins and to Tyreek Hill? That's what you got to do. Those are the 3 guys that have got to be the difference in the second half. And the defense right here. The defense has got to lock down.
All right, guys. I just sent you all a tweet. It's got a great slow motion view of the Breland Evans play. And at one point, he dives and hits Mike Evans' feet. So I think it's got to be pass interference. I think it was a good call.
Okay.
But you have to take a look at what I can't tell is did they get tangled up before that? But even still, like he dives, reaches his hands out, and he hits Mike Evans' feet. So
it's pass interference every time. Yeah, I agree.
All right, we're going to let RJ and Larry get out of here. Don't forget that if you use the promo code EDGE, we're going to give you 30 days for free. You get all our cappers, all the simulations, all the guys at all of our great shows. But do it today. Do it today. All right, RJ, Maestro, go enjoy the game for us, will you,
Coach,
please?
I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. See you, Adam.
You're damn right.
See you, RJ.
Hey, guys.
See you later, guys.
Kelsey MVP. Dude, that Clyde Edwards-Helaire prop was too easy, Coach. That was one play. Damn.
That was crazy. That was crazy. It was funny that you did that because I thought he took it to the house when you went so bananas.
No, but like again, the Chiefs defense. I just can't believe that the Bucs defense that the Chiefs haven't scored a touchdown, and then here they come.
Yeah.
Start of the half, Edwards-Helaire first down run, and then Kelsey with the cat. It's like okay, they're scoring a touchdown here, right? Stalled.
They haven't figured out a way to let Mahomes have more than 4 seconds to throw the ball. Even when he's completing to Kelsey, it's that quick dump over the middle, or he's ducking and he's weaving. But this offensive line has played horrendous football. And let's be honest, 2 big drops. Tyreek Hill dropped the touchdown in the first quarter, and then Kelsey dropped that one at the 35 when they were trying to get out from their own end zone. So you got to make plays too.
And that was followed by, what was it, a 26-yard punt or something like that?
Oh, a 70-yard punt that they called back as a holding, and then the 26-yard punt. Yeah,
right.
It just
Adam, even watching that video you sent, I still feel like there was not much there. Like it didn't seem like a catchable. It didn't seem like a catchable ball either, though.
That I couldn't really tell from the video.
Yeah, that I couldn't tell either. It's I think Frank, to be honest with you, I think it might have been a touchdown, depending on if he doesn't trip him or if he doesn't trip. I thought it was inadvertent too. I'm with you.
Mm-hmm.
But the bottom line is you need to have a safety back there on the side of Mike Evans. They did it against Green Bay with Miller, and 2 games in a row, you know what's going to happen. Maybe they shouldn't have called timeout on 3rd and 2 from the 40. Maybe they shouldn't have done that. Who knows?
Yeah,
I thought it was.
but we liked it. We liked it live. We liked
Yeah.
it when the Chiefs did that. Be aggressive there. That's Brady. That's Brady being Brady. I mean, he's a killer on third down, especially with the running back out of the backfield.
I'm always going to be behind you guys because I'm watching on YouTube TV on my laptop. So
I feel like I'm right in the middle because Adam is way ahead. I'm watching in my hotel room on the TV, so I'm right with the rest of America, and then you're behind us.
I'm in the fourth quarter.
What's the score, by the way?
I can tell you.
Also, with that reception, Fournette goes over 27.5 for anyone who bet that before the game. So he's over his receiving yardage prop. He needs one more to get over receptions.
So what's the longest completion today? Is it 17 yards?
It is 31 to Evans.
Yeah, and then 17 to Gronk. The longest completion for the Chiefs is 14 yards.
And, I remember we were talking before the game, Adam. Dave Richard brought up Mike Evans' first catch over, I think it was like 13.5. It was like minus 130.
Yeah.
His only catch has gone for 31. So that's cool.
Boy, I tell you what, these wide receivers from Tampa are such good blockers. Godwin just sealed the end right there, and then Breeland got trucked. Breeland's such a bad defensive back, and I can't believe the Chiefs kept him this year.
Yeah, you've been talking a lot about that, and I was really under the impression that the Chiefs had a very good secondary. I don't know that you feel the same way.
I don't. I feel like Gronk long pass up the middle. They're just not. They have a great front four and they have good linebackers, and that masks how bad the defensive backs are. And you're seeing tonight they put their hands all over the receivers.
Yeah.
And if you're going to be in a game where the referee's going to call that, then you're going to get called all night. And that's exactly what happened in the first half. You cannot touch these receivers when they're downfield. And look at Matthew. He's like, what are we doing, guys? They don't communicate. But this is the way, I'm telling you, it's always been. Oh, that's going to the house. Touchdown.
Yeah.
What just happened?
Leonard Fournette.
Touchdown Fournette.
Rushing or receiving?
Rushing.
Oh, damn. Yeah, I haven't even seen it yet. Oh, here we go. Wow. Sheesh, did he go over? He probably just went over his rushing prop, too.
He went way over.
10 for 64, yeah.
Yeah. That was like 48 and a half, I think.
Take the under on both guys, and they're both going to go over.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, so forget what I said about being confident.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of time left in this game. There's 7 minutes left here in the third, but it's certainly not looking good right now if you are on the Chiefs, especially -3.
Well, they're kicking field goals, and they're scoring touchdowns. 4 touchdowns, 3 field goals. That's a game.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that the Chiefs didn't come out with a different defensive game plan because, as you pointed out, Coach, one of the things that has hurt the Chiefs this season has been running backs and tight ends. And that's why I was on Gronk coming into this game because he's been quiet in the playoffs. But, the Chiefs, you say what you want about their corners. They've done a good job of shutting down wide receivers, at least from like a fantasy perspective. But they've really struggled against tight ends and in terms of yards per carry for running backs and receptions for running backs. So to come out here in this first drive in the third quarter, and those are the things that hurt you most is Gronk up the seam. It's a long run from Fournette. It's a catch from Fournette. It's pretty surprising for me.
There's a reason, guys, that from week 8 on, the Chiefs did not win a game by more than 6 points. They had several games where they had big leads, namely in Miami. And then what happened? Tua went bananas because they couldn't guard anybody in the fourth quarter. And that's an issue for this team. And I was afraid, I've been saying this entire year, is that last year, as exciting as it was for them to be down by double digits in every game and the Super Bowl, it's not sustainable. And what happens is you become very, very complacent, or you're comfortable playing from behind. And when you run into the GOAT, the greatest quarterback of all time, you can't fall behind by double digits. And now we're seeing what happens when you do that. And I put a lot of this on Mahomes, as great as he is. I guarantee you next season, and they may come back to that, who knows? But next season, there's got to be an emphasis put on starting quickly and saying, guys, we got to come out and show that we're starting quickly. We can't be too cool for school, and then we're behind by 10 and say, hey, well, we've been here before. You can't always come back. You can't always go to the well. And now they're down 18. And by the way, that under is not looking so good right now.
Here's the good news, though. if they win, we are probably going to get one of the greatest Super Bowls of all time. Right? Like, we're either going to get a really lousy letdown Super Bowl or an absolute classic. So at least we have that.
Well, Brady's come back from 28-3, so it's not like it's not possible. And when he did that, they didn't really start the comeback till late third quarter.
You want to hear like, I have a reputation of making just terrible takes and having horrible opinions that nobody agrees with. So maybe the one that I get the most heat. I don't know about the most heat. I thought the Falcons-Patriots game was like a really bad game. It was two terrible halves of football that led to overtime. They led to the least suspenseful overtime ever. As soon as they won the coin toss, you knew they were going right down the field and scoring. Like, there were hardly any big plays. There were some. It was two terrible halves of blowout football. I did not enjoy that at all. It was a sickening feeling watching that team just choke. It was just a choke job. It was nothing. I hated that game. That game sucked.
I'm starting to see real quick why people say that you have bad takes.
Yeah, I know.
Let's go back to the Cobra Kai take here, man. Like, Adam is out on Cobra Kai, Coach. I don't know if you've had the opportunity to watch, but I'm a big fan of Cobra Kai. Oh no, I don't have it near me. In fact, I have a Johnny Lawrence signed Funko.
It's on my list. I have a list and I binge because I travel a lot, and so it's like third or fourth on my list right now. So I'm going to get to it.
Don't bother. I'll give you 4 or 5 shows that are better than Cobra Kai. You don't have to resort to that.
Come on, Adam.
Right now, I'm on Yummy Mummies from Australia. To be honest.
Oh, I never heard of one. All right, so what's the
here we go.
Game plan here?
Well, you got to go hurry up now. You can't have long drives anymore. It's got to be, you've got to have a hurry up, and you've got to show some urgency.
Mahomes' live passing prop right now is at 285.5, and he's at 775. He needs 211 yards to go over that live prop. That's a big number.
That's a big number in a quarter and a half.
Yeah, and they're running a lot now too. I mean, I think they're trying to catch them off guard a little bit when they're expecting the pass, try and gain some chunk yardage here on the ground.
The one thing I'm going to be the most interested about is when the game's over, the blitz percentage for Tampa Bay. Jeez. I think it's been pretty low. I think they've been getting a lot of pressure with 4 guys, but I'm not sure. By the way, Special K 24-24 over under on Coach Red Bull's rest of game 1.5.
If I had any, I would drink some more, but this is my last one.
Gosh.
I've been in this room for 6 days. 6 days. I did the PGA Tour event this week. So I've gone through probably 15 Red Bulls this week, I'm guessing.
Ooh,
I never had one.
Oh, when you have to get up at 5 a.m. every day to do the early edge when you live in California, you need Red Bulls. Trust me on that.
I never had a cup of coffee either, so.
Yeah, Coach, I'm the opposite, man. We record the baseball podcast at 10 o'clock every night, so I'm drinking free Red Bulls at like 8 p.m.
Interception by the Bucs. There is a flag down, but it looks like
it's on the Chiefs. This game sucks, man. Wow, what a letdown! How is this happening?
Wow,
because it's as easy as this. They can't block anybody, and now Patrick Mahomes is running for his life. And when you're down 19, and this is what happens. And I just told you they were. Eventually, you're going to have come a time where this bites you in the butt. And I said this about 4 weeks ago. I hope it doesn't happen in the Super Bowl. If this is going to happen, I wish it would have happened in the AFC Championship, or to be honest, in the divisional round, so that this dynasty that everybody says is going to happen in Kansas City, they understand that you can't play football this way and win. But unfortunately, it's happening in the Super Bowl. And they look.
Do you think that they just were kind of taking it easy, coasting through the regular season? Because it looked like the way they played in the AFC Championship game, the way they were playing against Cleveland before the Mahomes injury, they were up by 9. Maybe they were just turning it on when they had to, and they knew what they were doing in the regular season. They could kind of just coast and get to where they had to go.
Andy Reid, as much as I love him, is the worst in-game coach as far as management, maybe in the history of football. And I go back to when Alex Reid was our quarterback, and we were down 9 with about 9.5 minutes to go, and we had an 8.5 minute drive down 9. He's never understood time management, clock management, and he draws up a lot of great plays. And they look good a lot of the time, but in-game adjustments, you're seeing it right now, he's not been very good at, which is why when he left Philadelphia, people are like, you know what? Good riddance. And now he's been good in Kansas City, but you're seeing in-game adjustments. It's not his strength, which is why Eric Bieniemy didn't get a look this time, because people are blaming that entire tree because everybody that's coached underneath him has not been a success as a head coach. And I don't think it has anything to do with Eric Bieniemy being a black coach or a white coach. You just look at the history of Andy Reid, and his head coaches are not good head coaches because you got to be smart, guys. You got to be smart.
Yeah. Well,
you
they
got to
understand
understand.
plays. You know, like you hire Andy Reid's offensive coordinator, you're hiring someone who never called plays, basically.
Yeah.
So that can't help Eric Bieniemy.
No, not at all.
And it's so funny because Todd Bowles right now, if he didn't have a failed stint with the Jets, everybody would be like, this guy needs to be the head coach because he's holding the Chiefs to 9 points through 3.5 quarters.
Oh,
It's
as a Jet fan, I know Todd Bowles. So
yeah. How many words did Todd Bowles speak as Jets head coach? I never saw the guy open his mouth.
Yeah, I think I've already said more on this stream than Todd Bowles in his entire Jets career.
Well, you're starting to see some ridiculous numbers now because it's 28-9, and unless the Chiefs can figure out a stop here, let's be honest, they've let him score 4 touchdowns tonight. They haven't really stopped him at all. And Patrick Mahomes, this is where you can't let anything other than a field goal here and still think you have a chance.
I mean, look, they're being humbled in this game right now. They probably just thought that they were going to come out and coast and kind of do what they always do and come back and give credit to the Bucs, man. Like, they came out, good game plan. Brady's playing a smart game, and they've punched the Chiefs in the mouth, and so far the Chiefs have not been able to respond.
You're exactly right. I can't argue. Even, and
there you go. Fournette over his receptions prop for anyone who had over the 3.5.
And he's wide open. Like, there's nobody there.
And I just spoke about that with their first drive out of this half is they've struggled against running backs and tight ends. And it's the same thing. It's Fournette wide open here, like nobody around him. Maybe it's the personnel doesn't match up well because the Bucs have great wide receivers. So they're trying to double team them there. But whatever's happening, I mean, the running backs and tight ends are getting wide open looks.
Yeah.
Well,
and
Brady's got all day. That's the thing. Like, Brady's got all day. So if you cover well downfield, he's done this. He's made a Hall of Fame career out of it. He just checks down, and this looks like Patriots right now.
I'm telling you guys, I've been a fan my entire life, and this goes back to Gunther Cunningham. And I've said this about I don't know what it is, but any team in Atlanta, you put an Atlanta uniform on any team, they stink. And you could put the Bucs in Falcons uniforms, and somehow they would stink. And for the Chiefs, they've always had bad defensive backs. Always. My entire life. And I don't know what it is. I don't know why they don't put a better emphasis on it. But they just simply cannot guard. And they don't know where they're going when they play a team that really has a good offense and they're led by the best quarterback of all time. You're not facing Derek Carr or whoever else it is. This is Tom Brady.
Yeah. Yeah, I just like they also don't really have a great pass rush, so that doesn't help either.
No. And
Tom Brady has played behind good offensive lines for a big portion of his career, and he's playing behind another one this year. This is even hard to talk about. It's just we're not even talking about the game right now.
No.
Water. It's embarrassing. And
I'm telling you right now.
This is the worst. I mean, this is the worst of the Chiefs, right? Like, they're not this bad. The Bucs are making this bad.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Where's Heath and Jacob? Can we get them on so we can kind of get like a live reaction? Because before the game, they were, and rightfully so, they were so confident.
No, not rightfully so. Not rightfully so.
I'm not even a Chiefs fan, and I was confident that the Chiefs were going to win this game.
Okay, they were confident they were going to win by double digits.
Yeah.
They were supremely confident.
Debo, text Heath. I want to see a drunk Heath and see how he's reacting right now.
Don't text Heath.
I mean, all the time in the world, and oh wow, that was nearly a touchdown.
Yeah, that could have been a touchdown.
Think about this, guys, because there was so much discussion this week that if Mahomes could win, that he very much could be in the conversation to get to 6 because it's really, really hard to do. But if it became 7-1, this might be a record that might never be broken.
Yeah.
And I believe that. I mean, this is because he could get another one next year. This whole team's coming back.
I'm glad that you talked about it in that respect, that if he wins 7, nobody's going to get there. I don't think anyone's – I have a hard time seeing anyone get to 6. That's hard enough.
Yeah.
But what I don't think is fair is this narrative that if Brady wins this game, then Mahomes could never be considered the GOAT, which I'm so sick of that phrase or whatever. But like Patrick Mahomes might have 15 more years left in his career. We have no idea he doesn't have to win as many Super Bowls as Tom Brady to be considered the best player in NFL history. He probably has to win at least 3, but he doesn't have to win as many. And this head-to-head matchup, I don't think is going to really have a big say in that discussion when both of their careers are over, personally.
Yeah, I agree. Well, this is a huge play right here. Huge play right here.
Yeah, well, look what happened.
Get on it. Get on it. All right, so bad snap goes all the way back to the 35.
This field goal is absolutely enormous. This is such a big play right now. You're talking about not only just 3 points, but field position, momentum, everything. They come up empty here. Like, you've got some life breathed into the Kansas City Chiefs. What is this, 40? Is it 51?
51 or 52.
52 yards. I think they said career long on the broad. It's around his career long. Let's see.
How about we don't line up in the neutral zone this time?
They're going to rough the kicker.
Oh, don't. That's good.
That's good.
They cannot do anything wrong right now.
Didn't have a ton of fair, but that was a big kick right there.
22-point game.
22. Yeah.
What's the live line now? What's the money line now? Still a plus 1,100 for the Chiefs?
Let's see what we're looking at here. Yeah, what I'm seeing at William Hill is plus 1,100, plus 14.5, 56.5 over under still. Yeah, look, so if anyone thinks that the Chiefs are going to make this game somewhat competitive, I mean,
I wouldn't touch it.
They have to cover 14.5. But yeah, I mean, you're hearing it from Coach. He's a Chiefs fan. He's worried right now. He's telling you not to do it.
I like the over. If I'm
I bet the over second half.
Yeah, 56.5 going over that. We're at 40 points right now because you think the Chiefs might be able to score some points, but the problem is, are they going to be able to stop the Bucs? I could definitely see us going over, getting 17 points on the board. But there's not that much time left. 18 minutes left in the game.
Yeah. Well, they're going to have to come out and they're going to have to move. They're going to have to really move. My biggest prop bet is looking good, so at least I might get some of my money back. I have I bet big on the Kelsey over 7.5.
I like that one. Yeah, that was everybody's favorite.
Yeah, and he's at 55 yards. So I also bet the over 87.5. I think that's going to be tough to get to, but we'll see. But look at Hardman, 2 for 4, Tyreek 2 for 13. They've done whatever they decided to do, but I don't think it's so much, guys, what the defensive backfield has decided to do. I think they caught a huge break tonight by Fisher being out, by having backups playing in the Super Bowl. You just can't turn it on. There's a reason you're a backup.
Yeah.
And tonight they're letting it's like the gates have been opened every single play.
I feel like there's got to be a little bit more to it than that. I mean, that's obvious. That's a huge deal. And like I said, I'd love to know the blitz percentage. I don't know if there's any way to find that out live, but I really feel like they're not blitzing that much, that they're just playing back. And
that's what I'm saying. Because four guys are getting there because they're shooting one guy around each time. And because there's no communication, somebody's coming open. And eventually, and we saw it, Mahomes can't get away from everybody on every single play. It's just not possible.
Right. You're right. And I think the fact that the Chiefs didn't run the ball, Clyde Edwards-Helaire had 4 carries in the first half, and now they really can't run the ball. Their hands are tied. It just makes it too easy to be a pass rusher. When you don't have to play the run, pin your ears back, go get the quarterback. But also they've 1 point, so that it's twofold here. The Chiefs' defense has been pretty disappointing. They're not getting pressure.
Look, I definitely underrated that aspect of, I mean, we knew all week, right, that the Chiefs were going to be decimated on the offensive line. And I just kind of like looked the other way, even though, I mean, they were going up against a team that had a great pass rush. So especially one that can get there without blitzing. So it's probably something I should have taken into account more. And I think probably, most people should have as well.
For sure. But I still think, if Eric Fisher's playing today, I still think the Bucs are winning this game.
Probably, yeah.
I do too, but he definitely makes a difference. That dude's he's an all-timer. And right now they're showing all these highlights, and Mahomes normally when he backs up 15 yards has time to find somebody. He's just running backwards to get his butt away from everybody.
Let's watch what happens here because they got press coverage. They haven't been doing all that much of that. Well.
Something bad just happened because you just said, "Oh."
No, I thought Mahomes was going to run with it, so it was like not really going to matter what the coverage was, but he ended up throwing.
Oh, almost caught it. Kelsey down at the 15. There's a flag down. That would have gone right over the yardage total.
You know what that was? That was an MVP type of catch right there. If he came down with that.
Oh wow.
So defensive holding.
How upset are you right now?
Yeah, how upset am I?
Yeah.
No, it's at this point in my life. I got my one because I worked with Lenny Dawson in Kansas City when I started my career, so I've been very close my entire life. I don't get that upset over losing games like this. I mean, I'm in my mid-40s. I got 2 kids. I'm blessed, man, and I love being a fan. But I've been covering I've been on national TV for damn near 20 years. And when you see somebody that's not prepared, I can separate myself from my fandom to saying we just weren't prepared. And we shouldn't be winning this football game. I never sit there and go, it's this guy's fault. We're not prepared. We didn't come out fired up, ready to play. And that's been an issue this entire season because of what happened last year when we were down for 3 or 4 games, double digits. You can't be comfortable playing that way. And we're too comfortable playing that way.
Well, look, man, I envy you because the Knicks lost the regular season game today, and it ruined my whole day. So,
exactly. Adam, we are simpatico because I don't have any kids, and I was just thinking, like, if the Knicks ever made it to the championship, I would not be sober right now, and B, I wouldn't be on this stream. I would be somewhere crying, freaking out, like head in a pillow. Oh my gosh!
Yeah, you know what the worst thing is 2 years ago I was in Vegas and I was covering the Manny Pacquiao fight. So me and my son were watching on FaceTime, and there's nobody open. Oh my God, who's he throwing it to? So my son, that was the game that we should have won and gone to the Super Bowl, and Brady beat us in Arrowhead. And my son's crying on FaceTime because we lost, and it was devastating. If I'm going to lose a game, I would rather lose it this way.
Oh yeah.
Than have it come right down to the wire and say what could have been.
Yeah.
Right now, we're clearly not the best team. And as a competitor and somebody who covers, we're blessed to get to cover this. We're blessed to get to sit here tonight and talk about this. And I choose to look at it that way. I love what I get to do. And I've loved everything about being at ESPN, being at CBS. And this is just gravy to me. It really is.
Yeah. Well, it takes a little pressure off, I guess, after they won last year. You got that memory. You were at the game. That's outstanding. And also being on the air takes some of the emotions out. So because you can't,
no doubt.
You can't be petulant, I guess, like I would want to be.
It was sincerely, boy, and they're covering Kelsey pretty good. That's great coverage. It was the greatest day of my life as an adult. I can honestly say that. Spending that time with my son.
Oh yeah.
We were at the game for 8 hours, and my son's in tears when they came back and won. There's nothing better than that. No matter how many we win, I can't get better than that moment. I can't. It was the greatest moment ever.
Yeah, that's awesome. I hope to have a moment like that at some point. That's great.
All right, that's a good play to Tyreek. Now get up on the ball.
Yeah, Tyreek Hill getting loose finally. 3 catches, 34 yards. That's the longest pass play of the game, I believe, for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, you know what? How long was that play?
21 yards.
Dang it. I have over 27.5 for longest catch.
For
I
Hill?
forgot about that. For Tyreek.
Okay. All right. It's still time.
Damn it. No. It has to be a 28-yard catch or more.
Remember,
you sure it's only 21?
Yeah, it's pretty sure.
Yeah, it was 21.
Okay.
21.
Okay.
All right. So they were down. What did I say? They were down by 10 going into the fourth quarter last year. They were down 20-10. So let's say they score a touchdown, they make it a 15-point game, or they go for 2, hopefully get that successful 2-point conversion. If it's a 14-point game with like 13 minutes left, like we got a ball game here. All right. So, but you got to score a damn touchdown.
If they score a touchdown, then look, I'm not saying that the comeback is on 100%, but like things will tighten up a little bit, and you might see things tense up on the Bucs side of the ball, and next thing you know, they get a 3 and out. Chiefs get the ball back. All right, like things can change on very quickly here.
Yeah, absolutely.
But of course, the Chiefs have to score a touchdown first.
They have to score a touchdown. And I'm telling you right now, I just told you about clock management. If they for some reason get stopped on 3rd down and Andy Reid sends out the field goal team, all of a sudden my box will disappear on this feed. Because I will now all of a sudden my iPad will be launched across the room. And I never understood that. How frustrated do you guys get when you're watching it, even if it's not your favorite team, and you're like, how did this guy become a head coach making $4 to $5 million a year, but yet he can't figure out the basics of coaching and time management and what you do at certain times?
That's always been a thing with Andy Reid. It's really weird, time management. But I was down the last time I left New York was a year ago, down to the Super Bowl. Gosh, how things have changed in the last year, right?
Yeah.
And we talked to a lot of players, and one of them was Kyle Van Noy, who was on the Patriots. Now he's on the Dolphins. Like he was one of them that I remember specifically. But you should have heard the way that these players were talking about Andy Reid. I mean, this guy is a genius. The way that these defensive players were talking about how difficult it is to defend an Andy Reid team, the way he disguises things. I know he's always the clock management, but he's an offensive genius. I don't say that because I know. I say that because basically all these football players told us.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And that's never been my issue. He can write up plays better than anybody. But if you aren't able to navigate when you need to do it, then what good are the plays? And you saw it in the Philadelphia Super Bowl when Donovan was quarterback. That was an issue then. It's been an issue since he came to Kansas City. The reason he's been coaching for 20 years is because he is the genius that you're talking about.
Yeah.
But I could give you 10 instances where he literally didn't know what he was doing. But it's not just Andy Reid. It's across sports that you get these big-time coaches that you're like, really? They're paying you $6 million a year to coach, and this is what you do? College coaches are the worst. College coaches don't know how to clock manage at all. None of them. It's horrendous.
I think about the human element about it, right? And he's as smart as he is offensively, genius. What if he's just, even towards the end of the game, like he's thinking so much about, all right, well, what are we going to do on our next drive? Just thinking in general about other things. And you just kind of get caught off guard when everything's kind of going on and happening in the moment that you just really don't know how to react to it. And just talking about all this reminds me of a couple of weeks ago when we had the Packers and they opt to kick a field goal when they just had the MVP of the league on the field with an opportunity to try to tie the game and go for it on 4th down. And you kick a
great point.
Well,
that's a great point.
The new Andy Reid is Sean McDermott. I mean, he's worse. What he did in the AFC Championship game was worse than what LaFleur did.
Yeah. Well, it's the thing about what you're talking about with the Packers is that when coaches, especially in the NFL, when they make a decision and absolutely everything has to go right for that decision to make sense, they had to make a stop. And they still needed. Oh, there's Kelsey's 7th catch.
Yeah, no, baby. I'm telling you.
The 12.
Let's go.
Like they had to stop, and they still had to score a touchdown anyway to win that game. So it didn't make any sense. So now we're down to the 17, and if we can score.
Yo.
All right, so they're gonna.
Oh, Winston, what's up?
Let's go.
Oh, Willie B.
I heard you running it. They're down 31-9. What are we doing?
I know.
Will,
overthinking it.
I heard you won a bunch of money on Golf DFS today.
Oh, come on.
Damn, buddy.
Don't get him started. Did you end up getting the 80? You didn't get the 200. You got the 80.
I got the 80, yeah.
That's still good. It's still a good day.
Yeah, what's the point?
Well, right? Yeah. Xander Schauffele is on my bleep list for the rest of the time. Oh, Mahal.
You're ahead too. You guys, I'm gonna have to dip out because you guys are so far ahead.
We got that HD antenna action. I don't know how Azer has the feed.
Can I just say it was really?
All right, I'm dipping out because it's driving me nuts.
All right,
you're here now. I'm going anyway.
Before you guys want to say, it was really an honor to work with you. I hope we can do it again, man.
Coach, before you go, can we give me one of these?
Give it to me.
There it is. I love it. You're the best, man.
I love being on with you guys, and I love working with you guys. I absolutely love it. I'm having the time of my life. So,
thank you, guys. You guys are killing it on that podcast. It's fun to watch and listen to.
Thank you. Have a good rest of the show, guys. All right.
All right, see you, bro.
If you score on this play, they will win the game.
Kansas City?
Score on this play.
That is. I don't know what just happened because I'm behind.
No way.
Dude, it's incomplete. What are you talking about?
No way. I don't know, man.
What are you talking about? It's incomplete. Oh, you think he made that catch?
I don't know.
I don't think so. I think it changed.
Just the fact that it got completed is insane.
Yeah. That was kind of insane.
What? I just saw it now. I'm so far behind.
Oh, no, it's clearly incomplete. Do they?
I think you almost need to challenge it.
Yeah, they have to go for it, I guess.
Yeah, you got to.
Well, anyway, welcome to our watch party here.
Thanks.
Hope you all are enjoying this crap game, but we got a chance. If the Chiefs can convert here on 4th and 9, score a touchdown, we're going to have a 2-possession game. So unless they regardless, they'll have a 2-possession game.
I mean, weren't they down by? I mean, obviously this is more, but they were down by 10 last year with 10 minutes left. I mean, it's probably over. Somebody asked in the chat, "Am I disappointed by the Chiefs?" Yeah, they have 9 points. I'm extremely disappointed. I'll be honest. The $200 I'm going to lose with the Chiefs, not really sweating it today.
Dude, man, I don't know how Frank feels, but I'm like really happy for you and also like 20% pissed and jealous.
Ryan Wilson said there is no God. And my buddy Franklin, when he saw my screenshot, he goes, "I'm going to be sick to my stomach."
Yeah. No, that's awesome though. I hope you're going to donate obviously all of it to some charity. So that's great.
I have some plans for some of the financial discussions. I'm going to buy some new golf clubs. Somebody stole mine.
I was going to say, did you put some beer orders in yet or what?
Oh, dude.
What just happened?
What is going on, man?
Oh my God.
That was catchable.
Defender kind of got in it, but oh my God, I didn't even get those 2 plays off. They score there. It's like you feel like they.
Yo, you guys want to see something awesome? This is my check out my illustrations. I draw the logos every year. This is my Bucs logo. What do you think?
That's pretty good.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm in by the way, Breach, what's up, buddy?
We've been breached.
Guys.
By the way, if you're watching and you don't if you don't subscribe to the Pick Six podcast, I hope you will choose to. Every week during the regular season, Frank and I do, and Heath was on it. It's probably just gonna be me and Frank moving forward because we have a good time doing it. And Heath is busy doing other stuff. But I think one of the things, just talking about we're all drinking. Talking about the winning that DFS stuff. I mean, legitimately, Frank, doing the podcast with you has made me a smarter DFS player. So I appreciate all that you do.
Well, I appreciate that, man. And I still feel like I'm kind of live right now because I put that lineup in that we made together. Will, do you remember the lineup that we made? Did you actually put it in?
Yeah. Wait.
So we have Brady in the MVP. He has 29.7 right now. We also had Gronk. It doesn't help that Mahomes didn't throw a touchdown there, but I have Mahomes and Kelsey. Anthony Sherman's not going to do anything, but
I have the Anthony Sherman one. Yeah.
We're still live for a little something here. If Mahomes and Kelsey could get going.
I'm currently cashing for 70. I know, because I was like, oh my God, what if I won this tournament and won 50 grand? It was like, hey, look, I won another 50 grand. But Yeah. But anyway, I would say subscribe to. Make sure to check out that podcast and because like there's like I played Brooks Koepka, who's like an 8% owned guy, and that's like and obviously he won, so that's huge, right? But it's like he wasn't highly rostered. Like there was a bunch of game theory that went into the roster that I built out, like specifically that I thought Brooks Koepka could do well, and no one would be on him, and he won.
Hey man, that's great. That's really great. We're really happy for you.
Also, do you know what else I did to prepare for it? On Wednesday night, I took my son's Switch, and I had a couple of drinks, maybe I was just trying to have an open mind about about how I was going to approach these lineups, and I played TPC Scottsdale on PGA 2K1 like 15 times to try and like convince myself who would be the best golfers, and it worked. So
that's how you do it. You got to do a bunch of computer simulations. You're like Sportsline, Will. Good stuff. Hey, Breach, what's going on, man? What are your thoughts on the this thrilling game so far?
My thoughts are Brinson is the drunk version of Sportsline. I mean, what a plan. That is great advice, Brinson. Get drunk, play Nintendo Switch, and you're going to win. I've tried that many times. I have not had the same success rate as you, so it's kind of disappointing. Just like this game, Adam, just like this game, I thought Mahomes might complete one of those two as I walked in the door, one of those crazy ones, but he didn't. And so now we're just back to a depressing state where all you can do is root for props. Isn't this why props were invented, though, was for a blowout like this, and all you do is just hope they cash at this point?
Yeah, I got a sweat. Oh man, Tyreek Hill's not even close to getting.
Hey, Will, I think you gotta. I think you're hosting, not me. Like I think so.
Okay.
Let Frank. Like you got to promo Frank out because Frank wants to go.
I'm not really reading Slack. I'm just sort of sitting here watching football, talking to you guys.
Yeah, you got to be like, hey, Frank, tell us about fantasy baseball today, and then he gets to go.
I mean, I think I already talked Frank up enough. He didn't pick up that I was giving him a promo segue to get the hell out of here, huh?
Oh, all right.
I know. I'm just kidding. Make sure to check out fantasy baseball today. Of course, baseball DFS will be rolling. Frank is one of the smartest minds in the game. He'll get you ready with waivers and all kinds of stuff. Get you prepped for draft work. He has taken an okay product in the Fantasy Baseball Today podcast and turned it into a fantastic product now since he's taken it. I'm just kidding. Azer's the old host. You guys both do great work. But yeah, make sure and check out that podcast as baseball season gets near.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. 5 times a week right now. On Wednesdays, you hear Danny Vietti and Will Middlebrooks. They do more just general baseball conversation. The other 4 times a week, you get fantasy baseball. We're starting our position previews, so it's a very busy time in the world of fantasy baseball. And with that, guys, let's hope for a Kansas City Chiefs comeback. It's not going to happen, but let's hope.
We need a fumble here. We need a fumble.
See you later, guys.
All right, Frank. See you, buddy.
Hi, Frank. Nice to hang out with you for 48 seconds.
Yeah, this is not a great live stream Super Bowl.
Or we have to invent the excitement, Brent. It's the opposite. This is people have nothing better to do now. They're not going to be watching the game so close. Now they're going to see what we're saying.
Well, the thing that sucks too is that it's on CBS, and the ratings are probably not going to be.
And the last Super Bowl we had was Patriots Rams 13-3.
That was a really bad Super Bowl.
That's right.
This is going to be Tom Brady's biggest margin of victory. I'm pretty sure was that Rams game, 10 points. He's played in.
They didn't even cover against Philly.
Yeah, he's played in almost nothing but close competitive Super Bowl. It's actually been pretty awesome when the Patriots have been in. They almost always give you a good game. And now here he is with the Bucs, just crushing people. Disappointing.
Have you guys debated? Maybe you haven't because it wasn't the fourth quarter yet. But have you debated who's going to win MVP?
No.
Brady's under 200 right now, so I don't feel like he's a lock.
I think it could be Gronk.
I hope it's Gronk.
Yeah.
I want them to give it to Gronk so badly, and I want him to spike whatever he's given. Did he get a trophy?
What about Fournette? I mean, he's having a really good game. I don't think he's going to win MVP, but
I just think like Gronk with the 2 touchdowns early. Brady doesn't have huge numbers, and
Fournette's got 120 yards and a touchdown.
Total? What was Gronk to win MVP? Probably like 20-1, right?
Probably.
I would. And now here's the other interesting thing too, and I talked about this a little bit on the pre thing. 60-1 to win MVP.
That's insane.
Wow.
Man, somebody's gonna have some tickets. But so when you have a game like this where it is a blowout, and so they're doing the voting on NFL.com, but you're doing the vote with the guys in the press box, right? But when it's a blowout game, it's a lot easier to sit back and think, okay, or when it's a blowout or boring game, and it's not really close in the fourth quarter, these guys have time to think, okay, like they don't just check who the quarterback is with the best, like for the winning team. It's like they actually look into it and check to see who has the best stats. And I mean, Gronk, 6 catches, 67 yards, 2 touchdowns. I would give it to him right now.
I think Fournette's having a really big impact. But I guess I would also, I don't know. I guess I'd just give it to Brady, to be honest with you. I mean, either Gronk or Fournette. All right, look, Fournette, if he's going to pad his stats and get to 100 rushing yards, combine that with 46 receiving yards, plus that kind of like back-breaking touchdown, I don't know what Fournette's odds were to win the MVP, but he might.
After that 8-yard run right there, Fournette is at 128 total yards. He's got a touchdown.
Because he has 4 catches.
I think he's looking good out there. I mean, him, Gronk, or Brady, but, my heart says Gronk. I mean, you guys have to want Gronk to win MVP, right?
Kind of, yeah. Although, yeah, kind of. Like, what about Fournette going into a free agency year as a Super Bowl MVP, though? That would be quite a sell.
That would reek of like Larry Brown with the Cowboys, where somebody's just going to give him a ridiculous amount of money and he's never going to be good again. We're never going to hear from Playoff Lenny ever again.
Playoff Lenny. If you guys are curious, we had 4 viewers pregame select their favorite props, and we were going to give annual Sportsline subscriptions to whoever won, whoever got their props right, whoever hit. So it looks like we're going to go 2-2. Max Gorenstein said under 80.5 penalty yards. I'm pretty sure the Chiefs were over that in the first half.
Chiefs had 80 in the first half.
Oh, okay. So just almost everything. That's a loss. Don't throw a flag on that, please. Thank you. Brady, we had Concat Will had Brady over 2.5 touchdowns, so that hits. MD Brennan has Mahomes under 339.5 passing yards, so looking good right now. And Dirk Yules says Clyde Edwards-Helaire over 8.5 rush attempts. That's a win. So we're 2-1 right now. Mahomes under 339. What's he at? He's at 131. So I think we're going to go 3-1 on those, unless I'm reading it wrong. But good job, guys. Annual subscription to Sportsline. Well job.
Great job. Way to win.
All right, let's go. Let's get a quick touchdown here.
Block punt touchdown.
Score with 6 minutes left. Make it a 2-possession game. Make it interesting.
Oh, don't.
I mean, I feel like there's a 0% chance the Chiefs are ending this game with 9 points. They're going to score again.
Yeah, the Chiefs are going to have garbage time points.
At this point, why, wouldn't you put Tyreek Hill back there returning punts or something to just try and spark anything? It was McCole Hardman back there.
Man, the live over is 47.5. Crap. I am going to take a bath on this game.
What do you care?
I mean, I still don't want to take a bath. I hit Koepka outright too, by the way. So
what did you? What did you? Did you go over, or what was your pregame bet on the?
I took the first half under and liked the full game under, but I didn't take it.
I like the full game under too. Yeah, I took nothing, but
this Super Bowl is playing out exactly the opposite of how I thought it would. So
it's playing out reverse of how I thought it would.
Well, I thought the Chiefs don't have a touch.
Although, if you wanted big numbers,
Chiefs don't have a touchdown. That's the thing.
Quarter. If you thought this was going to be a high-scoring game, this was playing out perfectly because you're like, oh, the Chiefs are down 28-9. They're going to come back. This is going to be a shootout, but that just hasn't happened. They haven't been able to do anything on offense.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive. Like the Chiefs have been sloppy, but a very impressive effort from the Buccaneers defense too.
Outstanding. Yeah. Can you give?
I'll tell you what. You know what I think happens. Is who somebody asked in the chat, is that the dude from the fantasy podcast? Like which one, bro? Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
Football podcast, and Breach is from the football podcast too.
And Brinson is the
conduit. Oh, and by the way, Breach has a newsletter, a daily NFL newsletter. You need to subscribe to this.
Sign up.
Go to cbssports.com/newsletters and subscribe to the Pick Six newsletter. Every day, Breach delivers the freshest content, and it's going to be key in the offseason because there's going to be so much going on with all these quarterbacks moving around. You are going to want John Breach's newsletter.
And you know what, Brinson? They made me send out a newsletter today on a Sunday. And I sent it out, and you know what my top prop was in there? I said I was betting 5 props in the newsletter. It was the Chiefs. First score of the game was going to be a Chiefs field goal, plus 550. I whiffed on the other 4, but you know what? When you hit a plus 550 prop, it makes up, you lose 4, but you get plus 550.
That's a good prop. It's a great prop.
You profit.
Actually, I'm going to end up being final this game because I took I max bet the anthem over. Booyah!
Who did the anthem, by the way?
It
was those two people, right?
Yeah, it was a duet. And like Church came out, he's like hits like a guitar riff. You're like, yeah, this is going way over. Like it was like 220. Yeah, he's like, it's like, all right, yeah.
It was
somebody
good.
asked in the chat, where is nice job, Ice Bananas? Somebody asked in the chat, where's Wilson? He is on an island with Tom Hanks.
Hey, Mr. Wilson.
He's doing CBS Sports HQ with Eric Casillas right
He's
now.
big timing us, is what it comes down to.
What was more boring, Castaway or this game?
Castaway. I didn't
like the first half of Castaway or the second half of Castaway?
The totality of Castaway compared to this game.
If the Chiefs don't score here, I'm going with this game.
Yeah, I would say so too. Castaway.
They're going to put all Kelsey over. Just it.
Everybody liked Kelsey over 7.5. That's over. Good stuff.
All I took was Tyreek Hill over, so that was a mistake.
So if you're the Chiefs, you're thinking if I can score with like 6.5 minutes left, you're down 2 touchdowns with 6.5 minutes left. That's got to be your goal, right?
Yeah.
They wasted a timeout.
Absolutely. And then you lose by 15, but at least you score a touchdown. I keep saying it, like it's just they're not really. It doesn't really feel like they're bringing a ton of heat, and they're still getting to them. And this was kind of a coverage sack, but I'm curious when people break down the all 22, just how good the secondary played, and it doesn't feel like anybody's really been open, especially downfield. This has been a defensive clinic. Very shocking.
It's crazy though, because if you look at what the Chiefs have been good at, which is like literally nothing in this game, they came out in the second half and they're like, whoa, Patrick's getting crushed. We'll just run the ball a little bit. They're averaging 6.3 yards per carry, but they didn't try to run the ball at all in the first half. They just said, we're going to sling the ball. If they would have thrown or just run the ball just a little bit, they probably could have scored maybe a touchdown. They have any touchdown. So it just blew my mind that they just started this game thinking we're just going to pass it the whole time.
Yeah, basically. And I talked about that before the game because, Vita Vea, when he plays, this is by far the best run defense in football. And the combination of not being able to run the ball and not having your starting tackles is it leaves your quarterback pretty vulnerable. It's played out exactly that way. Although it's not they haven't been able to run the ball, it's that they didn't run the ball. And now it's too late. Oh, yeah. All right. I love it. Roughing the passer. That's a little gift. Keep that drive going. Let's make this interesting.
These are makeup penalties. The refs are like, man, we really got the Chiefs over good in the first half. Let's.
Ooh, yeah.
Okay. It's not a makeup penalty. That's an actual penalty.
Woo!
Oh my God.
I mean, look, credit to the Bucs D. They came to play, man.
Yeah.
This has been a really, really good performance. By the way, speaking of the Bucs defense, here's a bold prediction for you. After this game, Bruce Arians walks away and retires after winning the only Super Bowl he ever coached in as a head coach. And Todd Bowles takes over the Buccaneers in 2021.
Interesting.
JL,
Byron
he was
left.
talking about that. He talked about it today on the pregame show. I watched all 8.5 hours.
Kelsey crushing his own. Now he's over the yards. I think he may have been before that. Kelsey's incredible.
Yeah, Kelsey, yards and catches way over. Tyreek Hill has been a non-factor, man.
Did you guys, by any chance, hear from anyone at the stadium? I'm curious what the fan breakdown is. Like, does it feel like a Bucs game?
No.
Me.
You know what? I didn't. I wasn't really paying attention to football up until about 6:30.
I don't blame you.
I do feel like the breakdown favors Tampa Bay. It sounded like just crowd-wise, it was like 75-25. Because you have to figure the 7,500 healthcare workers, I think about 7,000 of them are from Florida. And so most of them are probably cheering for the Buccaneers.
Yeah.
And if the rest of the crowd is 50-50, you're talking about, 18,000 Buccaneers fans and 7,000 Chiefs fans.
Yeah. And I think the cutouts were like 80% Bucs fans too.
God, Tyreek's not going to get this over, is he?
30. So it was 30-1 for Leonard Fournette to win MVP.
Wow.
I really don't know who they're going to give it to. I
think they give it to Gronk, honestly.
Yeah, I think they give it to Gronk.
It could easily be Brady. Ross Hazard
129 now. I mean, that's huge for total yardage.
Ross Hazard asked in the chat if that was my biggest win in DFS. Yeah. I I won $12K on NBA right the night before the Super Bowl, and then I spent like half of it on whiskey for me and Breach at a bar the next day.
This is true.
We got so drunk in Miami.
We definitely talked about it on a podcast once. That was it. That was a drunk night.
If this ends up being the highest passer rating in Brady's Super Bowl career, like doesn't he? Because it's at 130 right now. Does he kind of have to win MVP?
Well, the only reason like I said, I think there's time for people to think about it. I think Gronk's numbers, Gronk's numbers are like a huge chunk of what Brady did. And there's a decent chance that Gronk retires too after this year.
He said he's either going to retire or if he comes back, it's with Tampa. So there's no like.
Yeah, he's not going to. Yeah. I mean, if you're Gronk, and look, give credit to the coach, the Buccaneers coaches, because they really kept him on ice. Like he was just blocking for Brady the first couple of weeks of the playoffs, and they unleashed him in this game, and he was out there.
I just think you kind of got to give Gronk a career award. I mean, he had 2 touchdown catches against the Eagles, and they lost that game, so it kind of got lost in history. And he's just so big in the Super Bowl. He's come up so big in the Super Bowl so many times. And this is, Tom Brady. What does he have? 4 MVPs? Does he have 3 or 4? I think he has 4. He doesn't need another one. Like this, make it a career award for Gronk. Just give it to him.
I guess so, but this would be his best passer rating in any of his Super Bowls. It would be weird for him to statistically have his best Super Bowl and to not win the MVP. But I deeply regret not betting the Buccaneers +8 second half right now. That was stupid. Nobody really this might sound like a weird thing, but nobody really had that kind of game where it's like, oh, he's got to win MVP. You guys,
right.
The Bucs are -20.5 live.
The best player in this game for the Chiefs has been Harrison Butker.
I see -21.5. Wait, what are they up by? They're up by 22.
How many?
+18.5.
They're up by 22.
Brinson, you sound like Tony Romo right now. Romo is struggling with the math during the broadcast. You are struggling with the math right now.
What are you talking about?
That you just said they're up by what?
What's the end on the field?
By the way, Tom Brady only 28 pass attempts, so he's going way under that. That was 38.5. Trying to look at some other props here. Did Ronald Jones go over? Ronald Jones rushing yards was 37.5. Where is he at right now?
Brady has
I didn't realize he is at 61. Holy
think of having that Brady over. He had 20 in the first half. You're like, oh man, this is gonna hit. This is money. And now he's only thrown 8 in the second half.
What is that Mahomes? Oh, the Mahomes passing attempts over. That was my favorite prop, and I couldn't find it.
Can you win Super Bowl MVP if you only throw 8 passes in the second half?
I don't. I mean,
come on.
But Fournette, the thing about Fournette is,
by the way,
how do you win the MVP with 14 carries?
This game, I don't know that Patrick Mahomes can ever catch Tom Brady as the GOAT.
Oh, okay. Thank you for bringing that up. I brought that up in the third quarter, and I'm curious because that to me, I don't agree personally. And I knew people were going to say that. I think a lot of people were going to agree with you. And I was trying to think of what's the comparison? I don't know. Do you feel this at all? Is this the same as Magic Johnson beating the Bulls in the NBA Finals before Michael Jordan won 6 rings? Oh no, he didn't beat Jordan. I guess Jordan.
I didn't think that.
So that wouldn't be that. So would it be the equivalent of Isaiah Thomas beating Michael Jordan? I don't know. But I just feel like Patrick Mahomes' story is so far from over.
Sure.
At the end of Mahomes' career, this game is not going to mean anything.
Well, I disagree just because now it's going to be 7-1. And I just think
he doesn't have to win. He doesn't. How many Super Bowls does Mahomes have to win to be considered the best? I don't think it's 6.
There's no number.
Now 8.
Yeah, 8.
Yeah,
and he's not winning 8. As much as I think Patrick Mahomes, he's not winning 8.
Yeah, I don't have to win more Super Bowls than Tom Brady to be considered better than Tom Brady. Personally, I don't buy that argument. I don't buy that. I don't buy that winning. I don't buy that. The whole Eli Manning's better than Dan Marino kind of thing. I don't look at rings totals as who is the better player. Mahomes could win 3 or 4 Super Bowls, continue to play this well, and be considered the greatest player ever.
There is so much would have to happen that it just seems you can't be down 7-1 in Super Bowl titles. And, what if he won 6 Super Bowls and passes every record that Brady has ever set? Do people say he's better or because he lost this game?
Dude, people didn't want to give Brady the nod as greatest of all time because he'd lost in Super Bowls in Montana. Oh my God.
Well, those people were wrong.
Killed out there.
Those people were wrong. Yeah, that was quite a hit. But I think Brady, obviously, the GOAT. I just think there's so much to be said about still left in Mahomes' career. We don't know where it's going to go. But I think he has to win at least 3, probably 4, and then he's in the discussion.
So Mahomes complained to the ref on this play, and he thinks he fumbled it, right?
Yeah.
And so he picked it up, and no one touched him. So he's fumbled it.
He was like, I was going to run.
Right. And so he picked it up and rolled out, and the ref's like, whoa, bro, no, we blew it dead after you picked up the fumble when they shouldn't have.
Oh, come on. I need this yards. I need these yards. Go. Oh, man, I need these yards for my lungs.
One of the worst Super Bowls ever.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So, like, what's your postmortem here? Like, what does this mean for the Chiefs? What happened, and were they frauds this year? Like, what is this?
No, they're not fraud. I mean, look, the Bucs D showed up and played an awesome game. Tyreek Hill, 61. Can we get 30 more yards to Tyreek Hill? They're going to get one more possession, probably, right?
I think we've talked about the Chiefs' issue. Your offensive line is injured. You can't have a banged up offensive line playing the Buccaneers.
I mean,
and
Mahomes
Patrick Mahomes, he's hobbled too. He's running around with his bad toe. He's definitely not running like he used to.
That's it. All game.
Wow.
Oh, yo, did you see that? He jammed the cheetah side in Tyreek Hill's face. They're going to give him a first down.
Oh.
No, it's after the play.
Oh, it's 15
how do these work? Is it after the play?
It's part of the play.
It doesn't matter. I think it's first.
It's part of the play.
Yeah, I think it's a first down. Let's find out.
By the way, back him up.
I'll tell you what's gonna really piss me off when you got the Super Bowl squares and there's no points scored in a quarter and somebody wins twice in a row. And right now, that's what we got. We got a 0-0 fourth quarter. My mother-in-law is going to clean up.
That's just taunting. Maybe you could say after the play.
Yeah, maybe. That, yeah. That's a rookie doing that, huh? Yeah, after the play.
That's my guy, Tom Winfield. I predicted him rookie of the year. He could have won it easily.
First round, Bucs.
Okay. That's how it should be.
Yeah.
Breach.
Yeah.
Mute your laptop, man.
Oh, what? You guys can hear that?
Yeah. Sounds like you're taking pictures of us. It's weird.
Why wouldn't I? How's that weird?
What do you want? You want like angry? Or
yeah.
Show me bored for a whole quarter.
I mean, Tyreek Hill runs the mouth a lot. I don't have a problem with that, really.
What? Oh, talking trash like that? Yeah. If you're gonna do that, you're gonna have to see it back in your face. What a game.
Yeah. All right. So I have to rank the Super Bowls every year. Let's see. Ranking. I mean, this is going to be low.
I read that article.
Oh, thanks.
And like I said last quarter with Coach before you came on, I didn't like the Chiefs. I didn't like the Patriots-Falcons game. I thought it was a stupid game. It wouldn't have been as high on my list as it was yours, but other than that,
back in Super Bowl history.
I thought it was I thought you did a great job, by the way. I thought it was a great read.
Well, thank
you. Also rank the quarterbacks?
No. And I don't want to make you think less of me, but
I know, Brinson, I know what you're going to say.
I just add one game to the article and updated every year.
Yeah, but
I will say that like the first year I did it, which was like 5 years ago, it took me days to do that. Like I went through and studied because I'm 39 years old. Like I didn't watch all the old Super Bowls. So I went back and like watched highlights. And like I gotta say, the biggest takeaway for me is that while I've probably underrated Terry Bradshaw to a large degree, like that dude can sling the deep ball. I mean, he could sling the deep ball. And so, but yeah, like I had, let's see. I mean, this might be in the bottom 5.
I think it is bottom 5. I was just literally that was the number in my head. I think 49ers Broncos Super Bowl 24 is the ultimate worst game. That was the 55-10 one. But then this one,
Chargers Niners.
Yeah, no, Chargers Niners I had last at 54.
The thing about Chargers Niners is you knew that the Niners were going to beat the snot out of them. At least with this game, you've got some intrigue. Like, how did they do that? Yeah. At least this one's an upset to some degree.
The closest one for me is the Seahawks Broncos.
Yeah,
modern comp.
I would put that game ahead of this one just because you did get some exciting.
Oh my goodness!
Return for a touchdown.
You see what
on the first play of the game was nuts. So there were some fun plays. Like this game has just been. There's been what's going to be the memorable play when we look back on this Super Bowl like 5 years from now.
I don't know, but AF Pierce asked in the chat, 49ers Bengals.
How about a dunk? Those are 2 of the best Super Bowls in history.
You know, Azer, did you hear? You know that obviously you know who John's father is, right? You do know that. John Breach's dad?
No.
You don't know this? You really don't know this? He's former NFL kicker Jim Breach.
I did not know that.
Who?
But he would have won Super Bowl MVP if not for Joe Montana marching the 49ers down and hitting John Taylor for the catch.
Wow, really?
And to tie it into this game, Harrison Butker with a 49-yard field goal and a 52-yard field goal. Only 4 kickers that ever have hit multiple field goals of 40 yards or more in a Super Bowl. Butker is the 4th one. Jake Elliott, Garrett Hartley for the Saints, and Jim Breach for the Bengals in Super Bowl 23.
Boomer Esiason literally said, Breach played it the other way, but he was like, Gilmore said, yeah, I don't have to chase Cal Stanford tonight, but I'm gonna bet on that game for sure because that game starts at like 10:30. But Breach played audio. Like Boomer, who was the MVP of the NFL that year, was like, I'm telling you, you need a good kicker in these clutch spots. He's like, and Jim Breach was going to win Super Bowl MVP if they hadn't scored on us. What a different world it would be.
What do you think the prop was for that, by the way?
And for the odds for a kicker winning were like plus 2,000. No, plus 200 to 1.
Yeah, but you're right about this game not having a memorable moments. The longest play of this game is 33 yards. That's pretty stunning with these 2 offenses. Oh, my goodness. Just a terrible game.
Yeah, it's bad. Well, it's just the Chiefs have 9 points. It's insane.
Yeah.
All right, we need to get a stop and a punt here because
for points, we need to get.
My Chiefs team total is dead. I got to salvage something with like Tyreek Hill here.
All right, what if the Bucs score?
We're going deep.
Let's go. Come on.
All right, there we go. All right.
Something interesting.
Also, I have this my live over's dead. I'm gonna need 2 touchdowns for the Chiefs. This sucks.
I've got no chance to win my my box pool. I got nothing on the Tampa Bay 1 line.
Wait, I might have a 1. Let me look at these boxes.
Yeah, I don't have a 1. But my wife has a 1.
I got nothing. I got 3 7s. Screwing me here.
3 7.
Tampa, I got a 5, a 7, 5 3 7s, and a 6. Yeah, that's over. Can't even get to those.
Let's say I got a Kansas City 5.
I guess I get a Tampa Bay touchdown, missed extra point.
Do you know what's crazy? Is the Buccaneers have only made it to 2 Super Bowls in history, and they're 2 of the worst ones. The other one was the Raiders, and they won 48-21. Oh, yeah. Look who they have back returning punts.
How about that?
They must have been intercepting our broadcast and listening on the sideline.
By the way, what is everybody thinking about the Brashad Breeland pass interference call?
Was that the one on Mike Evans?
Yeah, the deep ball.
It's tough. Or the one in the end zone or the one down the side?
The deep ball on the side.
That's ticky tack. I thought in real time it looked like, Chris Godwin.
Brinson, can you see the chat that we have?
Yeah.
All right. See that Twitter link that I put in there? Oh wait, you got to scroll.
Oh no, I'm looking at the chat from listeners because I'm a. All
right. Because there's a good tweet that has a slow-mo breakdown of it. I think it was the right call.
Oh.
Yeah. The good thing we don't have to worry about.
I thought watching it live, I thought that it was
Adam, I think what you just said is the key there, is that because this game is a blowout, like it doesn't matter. If this game was close, that's all we would be talking about is how bad the officiating was and how, the refs are in it for Tom Brady to get a win. But because it was such a blowout, it's like, it doesn't matter.
That might have.
But the Bucs will have to challenge it.
Bruce Arians don't care. He'll waste a challenge, especially up.
Dude, he's looked like Bane. That is a hell of a mask. What is that mask that Andy Reid is wearing? It's like a party hat.
Looks like a bird beak feed bag. All right, Tyreek Hill. Let's go. Come on. Let's salvage something here, guys.
If he would have just fallen backward, he gets the first down. Sometimes I don't get it. Not that it matters at this point, I guess.
I have no idea who's going to win MVP. I think it's going to be Brady.
I think it's Fournette. The more we talk about it and the more I'm looking at this, look, here's what you have Leonard Fournette so far. He has 32% of the team's touches, and he has 38.4% of their total yards.
All right, but question for you.
Okay, so if the Chiefs score, they're gonna have to all onside because they're out of timeouts, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God, they used all their timeouts. That's
you got to score 3 times anyway. But
no, but I'm talking about for prop purposes. strictly for
about the MVP, right? Like Leonard, like when you think about the story of the game, I know Leonard Fournette has stats and he played really well, but it's got to be Gronk or Brady. Like to me, they won them the game before Fournette did his thing.
No, I think it's Gronk or Brady. Yeah, I mean, like Leonard Fournette was running with a lead, and what do we do? Like against a
he had a great game. I mean, he is the second leading receiver on the team. Is he
now? The funny thing is because it's 31-9, but also Patrick Mahomes doesn't have a touchdown. The Chiefs haven't scored a touchdown for the first time ever with Patrick Mahomes as the team starting quarterback. They're losing a game by double digits. They're going to lose a game by double digits for the first time ever with Patrick Mahomes as their starting quarterback. And that's because of the Buccaneers defense. So, is there anybody we can make a case for on Tampa Bay's defense?
Levante David? I don't know, but he was covering Travis Kelce, who has 117 yards. I don't know how much of that came on him. I don't think so. Nobody made a big play. Like,
dude, it's Brady or Gronk. Brady or Gronk.
By the way, if I told you that Antonio Brown, Mike Evans, and Chris Godwin were going to combine for 62 receiving yards, you think that the Bucs would be winning by 22 points? Unbelievable. A weird game, weird stats.
I put a poll on Twitter. It asked, who will the Bucs be playing in the Super Bowl next year? Guess who's winning the poll? It's the Bengals. Suck it, Brendan.
Yeah. Is your Twitter feed just all Bengals fans?
I mean, apparently. I wasn't sure, but this confirms that it is.
I'm trying to find this Georgia fan who was tackled on the field.
Oh, there's a couple videos. Do we need my God, Mahomes is spending way too much just running for his life.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna blame this whole thing on Mahomes' toe. Like, guy was playing hurt.
Super
Bowl.
It's not crazy.
There's nothing. Like, there's Eric Fisher, healthy toe. There's nothing that can convince me that the Bucs weren't going to win today. This was such a thorough butt kicking. Dude, you're like, that's such a weird look. You're chewing gum. You got the headset outside the mask, but folded over. It's just a weird look right there. Bruce Arians got it going on with the mask.
Please throw the ball to Tyreek Hill. It's really annoying. And the Bucs defense has been swarming.
This is
the last time. Let's see. Before I say something really stupid. Yeah, no, I'm going to say it. I guess it's been the Eagles Patriots, the last great Super Bowl we had. That was a great Super Bowl. This would be last year's was fine game. This is a good game, solid game. Where did you rank last year's, Will?
I ranked it right below the second Giants Patriots game.
Yeah, it was a good game. I think it was like a lot worse than that though, so that's kind of curious. But I grew up in the 90s.
Okay, so sorry to interrupt you, Adam. I just want to say real quick on a play like this that we're watching. You catch the ball, you got to go straight out of bounds.
Oh, who cares?
But this happens a lot in, say, a 2-score game or a 10-point game where you have 3 timeouts where a player, you have time and you need a comeback. You need You need to go out of bounds there.
Would he have gotten out of bounds before the 2-minute warning?
Easy. There have been like 2:03 left.
I wasn't even paying attention.
Hauling ass. It's 10 o'clock. The Super Bowl's be over by 11, by 10:30.
Yeah. So
the Super Bowl's usually like on until like midnight.
So I was saying, like, I grew up in the 90s, and most of the Super Bowls were pretty bad. But then, like, turn of the century, once the Patriots started playing in all the Super Bowl, like, we had a run of just really good game after good game. There were some few bad games. There were some stinkers in there, but we had a lot of great games so far this century.
No, I mean, it's been an epic run. And you know what? Ironically, given what's going on tonight, it's largely been fueled by Tom Brady.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think part of that is that, because Brady and Belichick are so good that they maybe take teams that aren't elite per se to the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? Like
sure.
Like they take a team that normally, and that's why the games are close. Like teams can compete with Brady and Belichick in these Super Bowls and they keep the games close or beat them, but because you're just there so often.
Yeah. I want to, where's your article? Will Brinson ranks.
What do you want to know? I got it up right here.
Well, I just want to know, like, I want to find games that should have been ranked ahead of last year's Super Bowl. So,
well, I don't think, I feel like you're underrating last year's Super Bowl because the Chiefs
I'm going to tell you this.
The Chiefs were down 10 points with like 6 minutes left, and they won by 11. I mean, it was an insane final. The final 6 minutes were bonkers.
All right, I'm going to tell you the games that were ahead of it.
I got the article.
You want the games that are ahead of it or games that are behind it? I ranked it 19th.
Behind it.
I ranked it 19th all time. Right behind it was Super Bowl 30, Cowboys 27, Steelers 17. Then
Patriots Eagles was that Patriots Eagles game. That's interesting.
Packers blow out the Patriots. Steelers 21, Cowboys 17. Maybe that one should have been ahead. I don't know. It's Super Bowl 10. Oh wait, did I have Niners over Bengals? That was a better one, right?
You did have you had one Niners Bengals one behind it, but it wasn't the catch one. Was it? No. Oh,
is that game good? I don't remember that. Well,
Which one?
The Super Bowl 16.
That is where the 49ers had a 20-0 lead.
Okay, all right. So the Bengals had to try to come back.
Well, everybody thought it was going to be a blowout. Final score is 26-21. Unlike this game, it actually ended up being thrilling.
Yeah. Yeah, then there's a caption. The 49ers come up with one of the biggest goal line stands in NFL history to hold off the Bengals.
That is 4 plays from the 1 yard line. If they would have just sent Jim Breach out there for a field goal.
Really? 4 plays from the 1 yard line? Really?
Couldn't score.
Damn. How old were you?
Do you really want to know how old I was for Super Bowl 16? I can tell you. Oh my goodness.
Last play of the game is going to be a QB kneel down.
Were you alive?
Adam, I was 11 days old.
Really? Wow. You must have cried all night after that game.
11 days old.
How about that?
The fun fact about that game is that obviously my dad playing the Super Bowl, my mom didn't get to go to the game because she had just had me and her doctors did not allow her to go.
Oh, wow. Wow, it's your fault.
I take the blame. I take all of the blame. This game has just been a butt whooping. I cannot believe this is the way I expected this game to play out.
You thought the Chiefs were going to win easily?
I predicted 34-27. I just didn't think there was any way that the Chiefs wouldn't score a touchdown. By the way, it's the first time the Chiefs have not scored a touchdown in a game since week 11 of the 2017 season.
That's the last time. Wait, the last time the Chiefs or
the Chiefs?
When is the last time?
Week 11 of the 2017 season. So
you're going to tweet that now, Brinson?
No, I'm texting it to some friends.
Oh, okay.
I just said holding Patrick Mahomes' touchdown list is
that happened. Mahomes didn't have a touchdown pass against the Colts in their playoff win in 2018. I think it was like 31-13, so they didn't really need him. I think that was his first playoff game ever. And he had 0 touchdown passes, but they scored a bunch of touchdowns, so it didn't matter. So it's never happened in Mahomes' career where the Chiefs didn't score a touchdown at all.
Did you guys see the SNL skit a couple weeks ago where Jim from The Office played Tom Brady? He was Tom Brady in a role.
What was it about? I feel like I did.
It was like a "Does anything work anymore?" bit.
Yeah. It was like I think it was open.
You're going to the Super. Yeah, it was the. You're going to the Super Bowl. It's like, yup. It's like, oh, great. So you still?
Oh no!
I'm rooting for you. He's like, nope.
Got him with Gatorade.
What color was it?
Oh! I lost everything. I had no Gatorade for plus 275.
All right,
Gatorade. Oh man,
I took the question. I lost all the props.
The last prop I have a chance to win is MVP, and I voted on any other position but quarterback at plus 275. So sorry, Brady, but I'm rooting against you. I need Brady. This is why you can't give sports writers a vote on the MVP. What if they're sitting up there like betting on this and then also making their vote? You know, like it's a little conflict of interest.
Yeah, it's actually pretty interesting. Is it? Do you think it's even worth it to win the Super Bowl when it's so anticlimactic like this, or is just like whatever?
If you're Tom Brady, yes.
What?
I mean, don't you want to win the Super Bowl and like run like on a game-winning kick or something, a game-winning touchdown and go crazy?
No, you won't. No. As someone who just lost $120,000 on an 18th hole putt, trust me, you want to win comfortably. You won. You don't want to sweat.
Oh man. Well, guys, this has been fun.
Are you leaving?
I'm leaving. I got to go do a podcast with Dave Richard now to talk about one of the worst games ever.
Why would y'all do that?
And now I got to hang out with Brinson by myself?
I think Ryan Wilson's coming on soon, right?
Are you kidding me? Wilson takes like an hour off, drinks champagne. I don't know what else he does. People his age do. Like, puts... I don't even want to think about it. But eventually he shows up.
I just don't understand why you would need to do a podcast.
It's FFT and 5. We do a podcast every night, and we're also going to throw it in the Fantasy Football Today feed. We were expecting more of a – we'll have a fantasy spin to it, all right? We'll do a fantasy spin. Like, we'll get a Leonard Fournette spin, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank everybody for watching. This is a really cool way to watch the Super Bowl. Hopefully all y'all at home.
Yeah, Wilson's not going to be done for a while. Although 10-15, Super Bowl's over. Man, I lost my bees on that one.
All right, well, thank you, Will and John. Been fun.
Thanks,
nice hanging out for one quarter. I got to hang out with you longer than I hung out with Frank, so that was exciting.
Well, same time next year. Thanks for all of you who watched our pregame show and halftime and all that. Really appreciate it. Thanks for helping us out and being part of this. It's great stuff. Twitch has been a lot of fun this season, and they'll be.
Did they throw a Gatorade? They did throw a Gatorade, right?
Yeah,
they did.
All right, see you later, guys.
All right.
Bye. Well, I guess it's down to me and you, Brinson. One guy who won 5 figures playing DFS tonight, and one guy who didn't.
What did you win?
I'm the guy who didn't.
Just kidding. Wow. Patriots tweet out, congratulations to the greatest of all time.
They don't mean it.
No, they don't.
They tweeted out with their fingers crossed.
So is this the plan? Just you and me?
You know what's funny is that I literally thought about betting the Chiefs not scoring a touchdown, just one of those flyer bets, put like $5 on it because it was 20-1 on my mobile betting app, and I didn't do it. I was going to do it with the Chiefs and the Buccaneers just in case, because I thought maybe if it rained, this was back when we were talking about the weather and it might rain, I was like, it could be interesting. And then it didn't rain, and guess what happened? It happened anyway.
Man, that's pretty disappointing. I lost a lot of money on that game.
Here is our buddy David Townsend with a fun fact. Guess what, Brinson?
What's that?
The last team to repeat as Super Bowl champs was the New England Patriots, 2003 and 2004. Since then, 2 teams have had a chance to match that, and Tom Brady stopped them both in their tracks. The other one was the Seahawks, Tom Brady beating them.
That's right.
And now the Chiefs. Not letting anybody join that.
Tom Brady over 2.5 passing touchdowns. I mean, Patrick Mahomes over 2.5 passing touchdowns.
So I'm seeing a lot of. We have Pro Football Talk thinks Devin White should win MVP. I've seen some people who think Shaq Barrett should win. This I think is going to be the most split vote we've ever seen.
Shaq Barrett, what?
Did you watch the game, or were you counting your money?
I just think it's either going to be Gronk or Brady.
I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying this is what.
Nobody knows the color of the Gatorade. Wait, somebody just did Doge just go? Did dog coins just go explode too?
What?
Oh, yeah. Oh no, dog coins just collapsed.
Oh, that's not good. Hopefully you got out, man.
No, dude, it got high during the thing. Why is it going down?
Because it's fake money. That's why, Brenton. It can't go to the moon. Not everything can go to the moon. You know, there's only like 13 guys that have been to the moon, so not every stock can go to the moon.
Stonks only go up. I'm gonna buy some more Bitcoin with my DFS winning.
You know what you should do? What? Buy stock in Tom Brady, because that man never fails.
Tom Brady is quite good at his job. Bitcoin's down too. Oh man, I sold my ZRX coins and they're going off. I love this crypto stuff.
I'm just waiting for the MVP vote to come in. That's it. That's all. I'm not even paying attention to what you're saying. As soon as someone sees it,
it should have been announced already.
Now, usually they announce it right here. I have my TV muted, so somebody might announce it on Twitter. Look at Brady. He's so happy. How do you feel about Tom Brady?
It's unbelievable. I mean, he's unbelievable. He's the greatest athlete of all time. 2.5 Bitcoins. That's what I could buy. Somebody said I could buy 2.
Tom Brady has won more Super Bowls than any other franchise. How crazy is that?
It's insane. Is Debo telling us what our plan is?
No, Debo said we need to just wing it.
Okay, cool. We'll just hang out and wing it. Whoa! Debo in the house? Who's joining us? Debo, what's up?
Yo. We're
chatting in on my annual Super Bowl DFS winning.
Your annual, right? TJ Warren last year, Brooks Koepka this year.
That's right.
You really believe Brady the greatest athlete in any sport ever?
Yeah, people argue this. They're like, "Well, he's not an athlete. Like he's a pretty good athlete." Yeah, I think he's just.
That's. I think people have this mindset. He's not the most athletic, which we know that's clear. But athlete doesn't necessarily translate to
he's
how
the greatest professional sports player of all time.
He's the greatest winner. I mean, you could argue Bill Russell when there was 8 teams in the NBA winning 11 rings, but
Bill Russell is my grandfather's favorite
for good reason.
Yeah.
All right, pick one though. Brady or Gronk for the MVP.
I would pound the table for Gronk.
I think because of the storyline, and Gronk is a great storyline, but the people voting on this, Brady heading to a new franchise, I think it's a pretty certain going to be Brady.
Wow, that's a great
story. I do feel like writers have tried to be like smarter about it. Not that they were not necessarily before. I just thought there was a lot of groupthink back in the day where it's just like, oh, let's automatically give us a quarterback. And so I do think we're going to see some defensive players get votes here. And I just think because the vote is going to be split, that maybe it won't be Brady, or maybe that's just me secretly rooting for Brady.
Blowouts,
not to win.
It is much more likely to be somebody not Tom Brady.
Yes, exactly.
It's like if there's a blowout, it gives the people time to think about it.
Brady was 2-1 entering the game. Fournette 30-1. Gronk 60-1. JPP was 60-1. Who else did we say?
Man,
going down.
Somebody says Gatorade was blue. Is that true?
I don't think we know yet.
Man, I was.
What if it's like
I was dead wrong on this game, buddy. I cannot believe the Chiefs didn't score any points.
Excuse me, Harrison Butker scored 9 points, Brenton. That's slanderous to kickers everywhere.
What was the biggest thing you think you failed to recognize in just your?
All right, hold on. Hey, put up this comment from Lee Carney on YouTube. Can I put it up? Breach got just about every kicking prop wrong. Not a criticism. We were all just guessing.
I was the one that said a 50-yard field goal was a lock. That was a plus. I said the Chiefs would score a 50. I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah,
that's incorrect.
I'm pulling it up now, but I think Breach at least.
I hit 2 out of 3, and both the 2 I hit were big pluses. The Chiefs getting the first field goal plus 550. If you bet on any other prop I gave you, you profited off that plus 550 and a 50-yard field goal. There was 2 of them. You know what the odds were on a plus 50-yard field goal? It was like plus 115.
So the props that Breach gave out, just to reaffirm what he was just saying there, he gave this out on our Thursday podcast. Both teams hit field goals of over 35 yards or longer. Yes, plus 120. He gave out, will there be a missed extra point? Yes, plus 220. And distance of first field goal, 37 to 43 yards, plus 300. What was the first one, Breach?
Let's see. They both hit. First one was 49, but hit 1 of 3, and it was plus of. I didn't know which ones I gave out in the podcast.
Right. You got to go beyond the pod for all of Breach's kicking props.
Well, you got to listen to the pod, the bold predictions, the 50-yard field goals. There's 2 of them. There's never been a Super Bowl with multiple 50-yard field goals. It's insulting.
So, man, I lost. Shortest field goal I got, Scotty Miller not involved at all. Mahomes, no touchdown passes. Yeah. No liquid thrown. That's going to be a loser.
When did you get in on Scotty Miller? Because he, right before the game, he went to 16.5, and earlier in the week, that was 11.5.
I had a worse number than that. He didn't have a catch, I don't think. I mean, the game script just wasn't. I lost 2 units on Tyreek Hill over. Oh, boy, this is bad.
Scotty Miller not even targeted.
Brenton, I feel like we both went wrong thinking that Mahomes would be able to figure out, like, even if he was getting rushed, he would still be able to get the ball out. Tyreek Hill will still have a huge game. Travis Kelce will still have a huge game. And that definitely didn't happen.
Yeah. I mean, look, Mahomes, the Chiefs got the crap kicked out of him. Mahomes was running for his life, and they didn't do anything on offense. I mean, that's, I definitely had the props wrong in that sense. I don't know that, although, like, it's not like the Bucs outside of the rushing props. I don't think a lot of Bucs overs hit. Like both the running backs overs hit, but I mean, Brady's way under on everything.
Gronk's over touchdowns. There's probably somebody hand counting MVP votes right now. It's probably so close.
Gronk was 16-1 to score 2 touchdowns.
What was Devin White? What was any of the defensive players? Do you have those, Debo?
Yeah, so I was listing it a little bit. We had JPP at 60-1. Devin White also 60-1. Levante David was 80-1. I know BMAC put a cool $100 on that one on Levante David. That's not going to come true.
Are they not going to announce this MVP? It's ridiculous.
I mean, at some point they're going to.
I'm telling you, they're just like, oh God, we have a tie. What do we do? We need someone. Let's call Brenton. Let's give him a vote this year.
Harrison Butker was 150-1 to win MVP. So close yet so far, Breach.
What was the odds? Oh, somebody in a comment. the streaker on the field. Did we talk about the streaker?
A little bit. Hold on. Here we go.
Is Brady up there? Well, we've got the socially distanced Super Bowl ceremony, so it's hard to tell what's going on.
The Glazers really have some.
Let's see. There's no players up there, though.
All right. It's cold up here, man.
And
all right, Breach, what's your final pick?
My final pick
Gronk
is Leonard Fournette.
We got Brady.
We'll go all different here.
Your final pick is Fournette?
I would like, one of our commenters just pointed out that there was a tie one time in the Super Bowl MVP voting in Super Bowl 12 when Harvey Martin and Randy White won it for the Cowboys, 2 defensive players. So,
I love when these championship things start happening. It's just like total like chaos as to who's wearing a mask and who's not. like
Does Prisco have a vote?
I don't know.
This is.
He's a regular season MVP vote.
Right.
Imagine if you like were trying to like hedge, and so you took one favorite as MVP, like Brady, and one long shot like Gronk, and then they tie, and they both win MVP, and you win both bets. Like that would be insane, right? You would win both, right? That's what I want. I need somebody that did that. There's Brady. Doesn't look like he's talking to anyone
This
about.
team was 7-9 and just swapped out Jameis Winston for Tom Brady and won the Super Bowl. It's incredible.
What does that tell you about Jameis Winston? That, you know, if you're the Saints,
Who's the worst QB in the NFL that would have won the Super Bowl with that Bucs roster this season?
I don't know. There's many.
Patrick Mahomes.
Like Carson Wentz isn't.
His name was not going to come out of my lips tonight.
I don't think
that for our merchant.
Ben Roethlisberger, Baker Mayfield, Lamar Jackson does. I don't think there are many quarterbacks that win with this roster.
Interesting.
And we're assuming that they come in on 1 year and they have to learn the system without an off season. Like same situation as Brady, how they came in.
All right, they're about to announce it.
Here we go. Is it Brady?
Brady.
Oh, it's Brady.
Wait, no, he's just a Super Bowl champion.
To present it to his best friend,
Brady won.
Fences.
Tom, you're also Super Bowl MVP.
It's crazy watching this celebration, everybody trying to stay away from each other. I think he just said F yeah, did he? Is Brady cussing? Do we have to bleep
In
that?
front of his kids.
5 Mike.
Got the 7-second thing going. 7-second delay. This is you know what? What about Derek Carr, Brinson? Did the Buccaneers win the Super Bowl with Derek Carr this year?
No. They didn't make the playoffs. Remember, the Bucs were a 9-7 team. Like they, oh boy,
What changed in the playoffs? I mean,
defense got rolling.
This is crazy. The NFL season ended. There were so many good games this year, and then it ended on a dud.
First wild card team to win since Packers.
Yeah.
You guys said at some point that Derek Carr is having a better season than Brady. I don't think I've ever said that.
Oh, I got the tapes.
DB will go back. We have plenty of time this offseason to go back and look at everything. This is just
what a disappointing game.
Where did it go wrong? You know, like where did it fall apart for Tampa? Because they were winning 3-0 at one point, and the Buccaneers.
KC.
I mean, we'll talk about it once we get to Wilson, but like the Buccaneers punted on the first 2 drives, and it really felt like if Kansas City could have gotten anything going, but man, they were just dead in the water.
13 yards on their first 2 drives. Kansas City got that field goal, and then they just gave up. I mean, 3 of Tampa Bay's next 4 drives were touchdowns, and the one that wasn't was the stuff at the 1 yard line. Like Tampa was just marching all of a sudden.
If this game turns out to be 31-24, even within 2 scores, I think we talk about the officiating early on with some of those calls in the secondary a lot. It turns into 31-9, and it's just like that's going to be brought up, but I think mostly forgotten because the Matthew call, the Breland call, the play out of the back of the end zone where Matthew was holding, but that was uncatchable ball from Tom Brady right before half. All that stuff comes into play. I mean, is it a different game if it's 14-6 instead of 21-6 at half? Probably not because of the lack of offensive line. But that officiating was super shaky early on, I think.
Real shaky. And look, I mean, you know, that touchdown before the half is brutal. You know, if it's 14-6 at half, I mean, I understand that Tampa, scored 10 points in the second half, but like if it's 14-6 at half, you just feel a lot better about Kansas City coming out, maybe making a stand, forcing. I mean, the way that Brady just,
especially the first play of that drive right before half when they scored the touchdown, they ran into the line on the first play, no yardage. You think, okay, Bucs are going to run out the clock with a minute left. It's going to be 14-6. Chiefs get the ball. This is a game. And then all of a sudden they hit a quick pass and the rest is history. Tom tries that deep ball, questionable calls, but I don't know.
And if it is 14-6, then you also, the Chiefs are down 1 score and they're getting the ball first in the second half. And you definitely feel a lot better about the game if you're Kansas City. But man, 21-6 is brutal.
Where did you guys feel at halftime though? Because Frank hopped on with us and he had a Chiefs -3 and still felt great being down 21-6. At that point, did you still think it was going to be a ball game?
21-6. I thought KC would get back in it. I took the KC team total second half. Yeah, I lost.
The Chiefs live line, I think, was at like plus 165 at halftime. And I thought about betting it, but I was like, no, I'm not going to get suckered more of this because you look at, you think the Chiefs can come back, but they just got so dominated in the first half. The offense couldn't do anything. I mean, it was unbelievable. You've just never seen Patrick Mahomes get suffocated like that. And the Chiefs only had, I think, 124 yards in the first half. And it was like, what? They're not going to score.
Yeah, I mean, KC had, so they had 5 drives in the second half, 7 plays, 47 yards field goal, 3 plays, -3 yards interception, 11 plays, 64 yard turnover on downs, 10 plays, 60 yards turnover on downs, 9 plays, 58 yards interception. Just unbelievable. So they got to the Tampa Bay. I mean, they got into Tampa Bay's red zone 4 times and came away with 3 points.
But also don't forget
that's incredible
that there was the goal line stand. If the Buccaneers score there, then I mean
this game's a
get out of here.
28. Yeah.
We turned this chat off at halftime. We're like, everyone go home.
Yeah. I mean, I'm stunned. I'm stunned. I can't believe that they held Patrick Mahomes without a touchdown. That is incredible.
Brenton, one of the first things I bet, which I know was one of your best bets as well, was Chiefs on a heavy alternative spread, like double digits up into the 20s. And I felt about that.
Carlos wants to know, entonces, ¿quién ganó? Los Buccaneers y Tom Brady. Los Bucs. They won the football game.
Los Bucs.
I mean, I thought KC would get within 1 score at some point in the second half. I'm shocked. I mean, they kicked a field goal in the second half. That's it. They scored 3 points in the second half.
Yeah, I think it was surprising that they weren't even able to get a touchdown in garbage time. Because if you're holding anything, even if you were holding the over at 56, you're hoping, hey, maybe the Chiefs can barge back. You probably felt alive in the fourth quarter thinking, hey, if Kansas City gets 2 touchdowns and the Buccaneers get another field goal or something, this can hit. But it just fell apart. Just Buccaneers defense overwhelmed Kansas City. It's painful.
How do you end up evaluating Patrick Mahomes' performance, in the moment tonight, how we look back at it, throughout the offseason and years to come? How are we going to look at Mahomes' performance, factoring in, what he had to deal with that beaten up offensive line? I mean, I think it's hard to overly criticize him for tonight.
Yeah, I don't put a whole lot of blame on Patrick Mahomes. I think a lot of blame goes on Andy Reid for the game plan, Eric Bieniemy, and the Chiefs offensive line, and a ton of credit to the Bucs defense, of course. But Mahomes, it just felt like, they just didn't have, like AF Pierce notes in the chat that, not being able to get pressure with their front 4 most of the time was the biggest, it didn't feel like they had to blitz a ton,
How many total yards do you think Patrick Mahomes backpedaled tonight?
Yeah, and what our friend AF Pierce is saying, I mean, that's usually how you beat Brady. If you can get pressure with the front 4, that's it. That's how Tom Brady's lost all 3 of his Super Bowls, and all of a sudden the same thing worked on Patrick Mahomes. I don't think we're going to hold anything against Mahomes here because, number one, as you said, Debo, offensive line's banged up. Number two, there was a report this morning that his toe was bad enough that he's going to have off-season surgery. And so he's been hampered by it. And, obviously, if he's at full speed, I don't think there's a huge difference. But there was a couple of those where, I think the Mahomes from midseason gets away from the defender, but the person ended up pulling him down. He ends up making some sort of wild throw. So I thought there was a couple plays that Mahomes probably would have escaped from if he was 100% healthy. But not that I don't think the Chiefs would have won. I just don't think we're going to hold this against Mahomes because, one, he already has a Super Bowl win. If he would have lost last year's game in a similar fashion, have been like Mahomes, the next Peyton Manning can't win the big one until Manning finally did. But he's already won the big one. So I don't think this will be anybody talking about how Mahomes isn't a great quarterback because he got smoked in this game.
Yeah. I don't think it's not a Mahomes. The Chiefs just offensive line got outplayed. They got outcoached and they weren't ready. Do you think that the thing with Andy Reid's son had an impact?
Brinson, you know what's funny about you asking? I was literally going to say that next. And I know that the Chiefs will say it did not, but if you look at the biggest distractions, and I'm using that as a general term of crazy things that have happened in the week leading up to the Super Bowl. I can think of 3 off the top of my head, and all 3 teams lost. Number 1, Barrett Robbins ditching the Raiders the night or 2 before the games, ending up in Mexico. And he does, again, the Buccaneers somehow benefited. That was against the Buccaneers in that 2002 Super Bowl, 2002 season. And the Bucs won 48-21. Then let's not forget we had Eugene Robinson. So Eugene Robinson got caught with the Falcons. He was with the Falcons, and he got caught with. I'm going to Google this real quick because I don't want to accuse anyone of anything illicit. He got caught with a
illicit
prostitute, an undercover police who was soliciting a prostitute is what he got caught for. And what happened, the Falcons lost to the Broncos. And of course, the one I remember the most is when Stanley Wilson, Bengals starting running back, got caught doing cocaine the night before Super Bowl 23. They didn't allow him to play in the game, and the Bengals lost this game. And so now those are all players. But the thing is, this is still the head coach's son. There's a lot going on here. It's a sensitive situation because you're talking about a car crash where a 5-year-old girl has life-threatening injuries. And so that hangs over your head. And that's not the reason they lost, but I think it's fair to say that it was something it's a distraction. That's what it comes down to.
I agree. I think, I just sort of think about I'm just sort of walking through what would be unfolding in my situation if if I was Andy Reid, you're trying to spend this time preparing for a Super Bowl. And your wife, you're probably talking to your wife 10 times a day, like deep, long conversations. You're dealing with, you got to deal with lawyers and you got to deal with reporters. There's just a bunch of stuff that takes away preparing for the Super Bowl. It's tough.
And Britt Reed is still in the hospital, he's got internal organ injuries, which is what Jason Lockenford reported earlier today. So, aren't only dealing with the fact that he got in a wreck where he admittedly was drinking alcohol, but he's dealing with serious injuries of his own. So yeah, it's a dicey situation.
It's a touchy subject, but Andy Reid has unfortunately encountered situations like this before. With 2 of his sons, they were arrested on the same day back when he was with the Eagles in the mid 2000s. His son tragically overdosed, and he was balancing it and was back at work a couple of days later. So Andy Reid has balanced and have that balancing act before, but this close to a Super Bowl, nothing like that has ever happened.
And if you're Patrick Mahomes or anybody else in that offense, you start wondering where your head coach's head is at because you don't know. And I guess Mike Garofalo is saying that Andy Reid opened up his press conference by sending thoughts to the young girl in the accident and said, just from a human standpoint, my heart bleeds for everybody involved in that, but I can't take questions on it because it's a legal situation.
Yeah.
So
it's a tough spot, man.
But yeah, and who knows where Andy Reid's head was at. Not a lot of time to think about anything. And as Brinson said, you're dealing with so much in a situation like that. There's legal issues, health issues, just a lot to deal with.
On the flip side, Bruce Arians, first title as a head coach, oldest winning Super Bowl coach in history. He is coached for less than a decade. I believe so. I'll look that up. Coached for less than a decade, but a lot of people thinking he's a Hall of Fame now. Obviously, had a couple titles.
Oh, I think he's in. I think he's in.
Steelers. This propels him.
He's got 2 Coach of the Year awards.
Right.
He has 3.
Yeah, he was the
He was the coordinator for the Arizona win.
Coordinator in 08, and then he was also on that team in 05. I want to say he was the quarterback coach in 05 for Ben's first Super Bowl versus the Seahawks.
Is it right?
I asked BMAC this week, so I think it's right.
Okay, yeah. He is coached in. No, I don't think so.
No?
What's the question?
I don't think he was, because Kim Wisenhunt was the coordinator then.
No, not coordinator.
Or what'd you say? The QB's coach?
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah,
that might be true.
He was coach in 05. And then he
was with both those teams. Both Steelers.
And he was also with the team that lost.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So he's a 3-time Super Bowl champion who's won Coach of the Year twice.
I wonder how different it feels that you have the rings because you were an assistant coach. So it's not like you want to win one as a head coach, but if you finish your career without one, you still have those 2 to hang your hat on. So I wonder how much better this feels to win as a head coach versus an assistant.
Probably a lot better. I would say a ton better.
But yes, Bruce Arians is definitely the oldest coach ever to win a Super Bowl. Held the record before.
No.
Bill Belichick.
Super Bowl 53 against the Rams. He was 66 years old, 293 days. Bruce Arians is 68 years old, 127 days.
And he said leading up to the game, there's no shot he retires. He wants to, if he did win, he wanted to come back for another one. And with Tom Brady back, there's no reason you would see Bruce Arians deciding to retire.
Jason Light just tweeted out a GIF. Is this heaven? He deserves a ton of credit too, man. I mean, you got to make the Tom Brady thing happen. Jason Light's a good guy, but I mean, he was in the hot seat, he's been on the hot seat several times, and to bring Arians out of retirement, to bring Tom Brady from New England, I mean, very impressive.
I mean, hold on.
Are we excited about this?
He was justifiably on the hot seat. Like, this is a guy who traded up to draft a kicker in the second round. And I think the lesson here is that if you think you're a quarterback away, then you need to go out and get that quarterback, because what we saw, Arizona's a good example where they draft Josh Rosen, Steve Keim's like, man, we have Kyler Murray here and we just used a first round pick on Rosen last year. Can we do it? Can we pick a quarterback 2 years in a row? And he said, yes, Kyler Murray's such a huge upgrade. And Jason Light's looking at this roster like, man, I put together a good roster, but no one's going to appreciate it because we have Jameis Winston throwing 30 interceptions. I mean, that Buccaneers team should have won 10 games minimum last year, except for Jameis was just giving out picks. It was like watching Brinson throw the football.
Look, they're not the laughing stock that the Browns are or the Jets, but for the most part, the Buccaneers have been the laughing stock of the NFC. They had a long playoff drought. They were never horrible. They were 2-14 in 2014 and got that number 1 pick, which turned up to be Jameis, but they were the laughing stock and they just flipped that in a season. And a lot of that is Tom Brady. Jason Light deserves credit. Arians, I think someone that's overlooked is Todd Bowles. Deservedly, not deservedly, got a bad rap with the Jets. I don't know how much that's the Jets, how much that's Todd Bowles.
No, he was a good coach.
I fully expect him to be a head coach in 2022.
Yeah, I think the funny thing is, and I'm glad that he's African American, because you're gonna have people who, when they do look to make coaching interviews next year, if Eric Bieniemy had a bad game, well, now you have an excuse not to interview him, but now you don't, because you're saying, hey, maybe I want to interview Todd Bowles first. Like, one of those two guys, if not both of them, should have a job as a head coach in 2022.
I'm telling you, I think he'll end up. I think Bruce Arians retires and walks away, and
After next year?
over in Tampa Bay.
But see, the thing is, you got to be careful about what situation, because if Bruce Arians walks away and Tom Brady walks away,
I'm saying I think he walks away after this offseason.
You still think Bruce Arians walks away right now, and Todd Bowles is the coach in 2021.
I think they'll elevate Bowles to the head coach.
Man, you know how many coaches have retired after a Super Bowl win, Brenton?
I don't.
Do you want the answer?
Sure.
One. Bill Walsh. That's it. Because nobody.
I mean, how many coaches came out of retirement and won a Super Bowl?
I mean, that's fair. That's also fair. But your first thought is, oh man, I won it this year. I can win it next year. We don't have to deal with Drew Brees. That was my biggest competition, the NFC South. So now I can cakewalk to the postseason. The Falcons have a new coach. I don't know what the Panthers are doing. Hell no, I'm not retiring. I'm staying here for another year and going.
No, I get it. I'm just saying that, like, I think there's a chance that, I think there's a chance that he's like, you know what? I've had enough. I want to give Todd Bowles a great situation because I think he got a bad rap in New York, and so I'm gonna walk away.
There's a chance.
Somebody's mentioning Bill Cowher in the chat. He retired in 2006. He coached one more season after they won the Super Bowl in 2005. They went 8-8, and then he retired in 2006. Like Brenton, I don't think it's completely crazy because there's also that. Why not retire while you're on top? You already, you left football once because you had a health situation. So, if you don't want to put yourself through that again, this is a great time to leave the game. Like, I absolutely do agree with that.
Debo needs to pull Brinson flipping from Bucs to Saints and Saints to Bucs. Yeah, that's right. I did bet on the Bucs to win the NFC title midway through the season, so that's good.
We'll do that.
And also, Jimmy Johnson left the Cowboys after winning Super Bowl, but he was fired.
Actually, my bets, I bet the Saints to win the division and the Bucs to win the NFC, so that worked out really, really well.
Did you get on when you said you would?
What?
Season you won at Washington at like 9-1. You said it on a podcast. I don't know if you actually bet it. Probably not.
Probably not. Washington to win the division? No, I don't think I did.
I mean, while we're on the subject of returns, 0% chance that Tom Brady calls it a career. I mean, we have to
zero.
Okay.
There is a better chance of one of us retiring this offseason over Tom Brady retiring this offseason.
Brinson almost retired tonight.
Oh, why you guys think I would retire over $80,000? It's gonna pay I have to pay like $30K on tax.
I want to know where you're gonna fly us all for your upcoming milestone birthday now that you can afford it.
I am gonna take a vacation with my wife. I can tell you guys where. We don't know yet, but I have an idea, but I'm not gonna tell you. And I'm gonna buy myself some new golf clubs.
Some buffaloes? You're gonna buy buffaloes.
Golf clubs.
Oh. Okay.
Remember, mine got stolen. Who won the official CBS contest? I don't know. I hope they won $1 million. I didn't enter. We're not eligible.
The game is tough to pick 15 correct props on. I can tell you that.
I think I picked 15 wrong tonight. Bring
this up. Stefanski. I know we had McDermott. I think someone had Rivera.
All right.
Who won it? Oh, Stefanski won it. That's
I'll
right.
tell you who won it. Ryan Wilson won it.
He had Stefanski?
I had McDermott. Wilson had Stefanski and you had Rivera, and that was our 20. I went over too because we also bet on which NFC East team would make the playoffs. You won that, Brenton, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So you won $20 there. Wilson won $20 in Coach Theater. So you guys just even out, and now I'm just out $40 because I owe you both 20.
Pay up, son.
I will pay up Ryan's as soon as he gets his tattoo, and then you can tack on that 20, that 85 grand you won. So, what do you get more joy out of, Brenton? The 20 you won from me, or your other
$80,000?
Really? You don't need my money then.
I'll
send it to the charity of your choice.
I should probably pull that out of DraftKings, huh?
Yeah.
What if DraftKings went broke tomorrow?
That would suck.
Because they lost so much money. They had such a high liability.
DraftKings stock.
They had such a high liability on the Buccaneers winning the Super Bowl. That would be hilarious.
Yeah.
This is from James Palmer. Just tweeted this out. I'm sure Bruce Arians said it to everyone, but seeing this tweet now, I ain't going anywhere. I'm coming back trying to get 2. That's from Bruce Arians, who returning next season.
There you go. That is makes me look stupid already. What are you gonna do? How long do we think Wilson's gonna be? I need a little bite of food. Can I go get some food?
Me and Breach can kick it for a minute.
I'm just lacking. I'm lacking energy and focus.
That's not the first time that's ever happened, Brinson. And the thing is, we still have a podcast to record. That's the scary
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to. I can feel my stomach rumbling a little bit. I got to get a drink and some ice, so I'm gonna.
Wilson is going to have to host.
Ask us questions in the chat, and Breach and I
ask questions. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
for a few minutes. Yes, Nathan Wilson is still farting around in Stamford.
Oh, I like the first question up here.
What you got?
Debo, what are your thoughts on the Wentz Foles trade rumors? What a great question.
Come up. Well, I was going to bring it up a couple moments ago because I was actually open to Todd Bowles during the coaching search. I will admit now, and I'll admit it when we do our emergency pod when Breach Thursday when Wentz gets traded. What do we think? Thursday?
It might be before. I feel like the NFL sent a few texts and they're like, "Hey guys, let's not pull a trade off. We don't want to be overshadowing the Super Bowl with a Carson Wentz, Nick Foles trade. Everybody's going to talk about a Super Bowl from 3 years ago." So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes down like Tuesday. Well, let's make the over-under Wednesday.
Well, Brinson has joked that, Drew Brees was waiting, not even joked, this is probably the case, that Drew Brees was waiting to announce his retirement to get that spotlight until after the Super Bowl, but now might have to delay it again because there could be an Eagles trade, there could be a Texans trade on the horizon. So at this point, Drew Brees might be retiring in March or April. But regarding Wentz, I will admit that it seems like I was completely wrong. The first thing that I thought when the Eagles hired Nick Sirianni was, okay, that means Carson Wentz is going to be the week 1 starter in 2021. I was convinced of that, and it seems like I'm going to be blatantly wrong. I don't understand really anything this team has done this offseason. If you would have asked me after week 17, the odds of both Doug Peterson and Carson Wentz not being with the team the following season, I would have put it less than 5%. If you told me that one of them would have been gone, I would have understood that. Probably would have been over 50%. We'll welcome back Foles. I'll root for Carson Wentz in another city. I really believe he will be successful elsewhere, and maybe it's not with the Eagles. But the Eagles, I thought they were a better run organization, and I'm seeing signs that maybe they're not.
You know what's funny, Tebow, is that after they fired Nick Foles and they're kept, it was kind of murky about whether Wentz actually wanted to come back, that there was never any clarity. You didn't have his camp say, "Oh yeah, Carson definitely wants to come back." And the more I thought about it, it felt like it made sense that Wentz wanted to leave. And I didn't think they would trade him because that would just contract and all that. But the more you think about it, because if you're Carson Wentz, you're kind of in a no-win situation. Look, Doug Peterson is more popular than you in Philadelphia because he was the coach of the Super Bowl team. You were not a Super Bowl winning quarterback. So Peterson's more popular, right?
Yep.
So now Peterson's out. If the Eagles are not good next year, if they go 6-10 or 7-9, Sirianni's first year, and Carson Wentz has an okay year, the fans are going to turn on Carson Wentz, right? Like they're going to think, he hasn't gotten any better. He was just
already, yes, because a lot of the fan base has turned during 2020.
And so worst case would be going like 6-10 or 7-9, where Sirianni's like, all right, let's stick with Wentz for another year. And then like the animosity from Eagles fans of Wentz would just keep building and building, and he'd become the most hated person in the history of Philadelphia. I don't think he wanted that. So it's like, I just need to get out. I don't want to be living in Doug Peterson's shadow, and I don't want people to think I forced him out. And so if I'm also gone, then people will stop thinking that.
It's weird. I never would have expected him to be or turn into the villain. But it seems like that's where this thing is headed, especially the fact that he doesn't want to be in Philadelphia. And I think that's what angers fans even more coming off of a poor season on the field. If you don't want to be a part of the organization, that's what's going to enrage people and have them not want to root for you wherever you land up. Were you surprised by some of the compensation that's been floating around? The Eagles apparently seeking a Matt Stafford type of return. They're not going to get it, but even to get a first rounder, would that surprise you a little bit?
It would. It depends how desperate. I feel like if you're desperate, again, I was just saying that with the Tampa Bay situation, with the Arizona situation. If you feel like you're legitimately a quarterback away and Carson Wentz is the guy who can win you that Super Bowl, then you say, you know what? Let's just give up that first round pick, especially if I'm big. That's why I think the Colts are a great fit. Like if they have to give up 21 to land Wentz, and you think you have a Super Bowl winning roster, and Carson Wentz is the key, is the one missing piece, then I give up the pick. And so do I think do I think another team should? In most cases, no, but I do think like in certain situations, it makes sense.
Bears?
Oh, I don't think the Bears should do anything at quarterback because they're dumb. Like You had all these quarterbacks last year, and you got Nick Foles, and now you're going to get like poor man's Nick Foles, Carson Wentz. No, like
what?
I don't think the Bears should give up anything. If Carson Wentz was a free agent, I'm okay with the Bears signing him. But if they're going to trade him and give him a first-round pick, I don't think it makes any sense. Although I don't think Carson Wentz will be horrible in Matt Nagy's system.
Did you call Carson Wentz poor man's Nick Foles?
Yeah. Does Carson Wentz have a statue outside of Lincoln Financial Field?
No, he doesn't. But I've just never heard it phrased that way. I know you were down on Carson this year. I didn't know it got that low.
Oh, it's low.
Same amount of Super Bowl rings. I will say this, and I'll say it on the emergency pod. The Eagles unequivocally do not win the Super Bowl that season if Carson Wentz isn't the starter for the first 13 weeks. Nick Foles, a tremendous postseason quarterback. He's not getting you to 13-1 or 12-1 like Carson Wentz did. So there is respect there that season does not happen without Carson Wentz. But again, we'll have an emergency pod on that coming up soon. I'm expecting, where you can really see my my true emotions. All right, what do we think Brinson's eating right now is the next question.
Knowing Brinson, it is either a bologna sandwich.
No, he's too rich for that now.
Oh, that's true. He's not gonna. So caviar, definitely caviar. What would Brinson like? I don't even know what he eats. Does he have time to cook salmon? How long has he been gone? He would eat something fancy.
I mean, you've hung out with him in person at Super Bowls and combines and drafts. What does he eat in those? Like, what
he eats fancy stuff, but I don't think he can cook. So unless his wife is still awake to like cook him something, I just don't see what he's doing here. I'm gonna say he is eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
I think he just wanted to go call his lawyer about his DraftKings.
Can you get that out for me right now if I give you my password?
All right, we got a good one from Nathan, our guy Nathan. Debo breach bet as we see Brinson creep back into the screen. Who wins more games next year, the Bengals or the Eagles? I'd love to, and we can set like what we think the Vegas win totals might be at this point. If I'm assuming Jalen Hurts is the starter coming off of this year, might set the Eagles at 6.5. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, I do. That's fair. And I would say the Bengals probably about the same.
Yeah, we fully expect Joe Burrow to be back week 1.
I mean, I do, but I'd say that's still up in the air. I think he'll be back, but that's not a guarantee.
So obviously I'm going to answer the Eagles. Breach is going to answer the Bengals.
Although I'll give you a quick explanation why I think it is going to be the Bengals. A very quick explanation. Number one, Debo, have you seen the Eagles schedule?
For the people who like to ask what I'm drinking, tonight we'll drink some nice stuff.
Oh, it's Super Bowl night. Oh, I should do that too.
Angels Envy.
Real quick.
I'm going to tell Debo real quick that 3 teams over the past 2 seasons have been in the Super Bowl. The Chiefs, the Buccaneers, the 49ers. Eagles play all of them next year. It's not an easy schedule. You play the AFC West and NFC South as your out divisions, and those are 2 tough divisions. So I'm not sure the Eagles are going to be able to get to 7 wins.
They play the last place schedule because of that final week. But yeah, we'll see what happens with who knows? We didn't mention the 49ers and the Wentz stuff. Maybe that's a team that Carson Wentz is on.
But just real quick, I was just going to say to add on to the schedule stuff, the Bengals get to play teams like Jacksonville and the Jets and the Lions, like just winnable games.
And we a big debate that we had. We're not going to talk about anything.
$20. Is that what we're doing? Make the bet right now.
Yeah, let's do it right now. $20. We're not going to do a tattoo. We're going to do $20. A normal ass bet.
Yeah, tattoos are out. We're done with tattoos.
I mean,
a lot of people seem to
tattoo of a $20 bill on your shoulder.
A lot of people are asking what I was eating.
Yes,
we guessed.
Yeah, I see that. I will give somebody $20 if they correctly guess what I ate.
I guess the peanut butter and jelly sandwich because you cannot cook.
That is incorrect.
Which one? The sandwich or that you can't cook?
I'm a great cook.
Oh, okay.
Kickoff milkshake is a good guess. Oh God,
it's like me saying I'm great at being tall.
I should have eaten a Butterfinger. Butterfinger sent me a bunch of candy. I love Butterfinger.
Hey Debo, what's the key ingredient in Butterfinger?
Chocolate.
And
chocolate. That's
peanut butter.
I will Venmo somebody. Anybody in the chat can guess. Anybody's eligible. I will Venmo you $20.
I like what these people think of you. Ham and cheese hot pocket, Uncrustable.
Yeah. Pizza, no. Cookout milkshake, no.
Let's say
Uncrustable. No.
you're always, whenever we're chatting like during the day and you got to get lunch, you're getting sushi, but you're not eating that right now.
No. That's good bourbon. I'll say this. It is not a Tostino's pizza roll. No. Chicken cordon bleu. No. Microwavable. No. It is not something in the microwave. No on cucumber sandwiches, although cucumber sandwiches are very good.
Eggo waffles.
No on Eggo waffles. Buffalo chicken sub. No. Scrambled eggs. No. Barbecue and sushi. No. Wings. No. Although I think wings is probably the closest so far because it's the only person who's guessing something that's like Super Bowl related.
With some buffalo
Leftovers, technically. Maybe. No, not leftovers.
turkey hoagie. I just got a text. Turkey hoagie.
Oh. Buffalo chicken dip. That's a very good guess. We have some of that downstairs. Very close. Did not go with it. Nachos. No, but very close. Chips and dip.
That's literally the same thing as peanut butter and jelly. Like the bread is the chips.
Artichoke
and the peanut butter is the dip.
Chips and dip is I guess correct, but I'm not going to give it to you. I need more specific.
Hummus.
No.
Is that closer?
Guacamole is very close too, but no.
So,
All right, nobody's going to get it. Artichoke dip. No.
oh, I thought
7-layer dip.
9-layer dip.
No, 7-layer dip. 7, not 6. Oh, Isaac. Did Isaac get it in on time?
Oh, he said it before you. Yeah.
Oh, he did?
I thought you were reading off the screen.
No,
Yeah.
7-layer dip is correct. Isaac.
Polar Bear might have gotten it in there too. Back to back.
Ooh. I don't know.
Well, let me see what my scroll says. Oh, it was back to. It looks like Isaac showed up first, though. I just refreshed it
Briefly.
I mean, the fact that they basically said it at the same time, and it was such an odd guess. Ooh, name the 7. Whoever names the most ingredients out of the 7, that's the tiebreaker. Boom. Go.
Oh, wait, did Tag say it before all these guys and we missed it?
Did he?
Is Tag
No,
calling us
he
out?
said, he said he was the original chips and dip.
Yeah, chips and dip. That's right. Yeah. Need some water too. Put your Venmos in the chat. I'll send you $20 right now, both of you. The 7-layer guys.
It's going to be Brinson the whole offseason. You guys need to be rooting for Brinson to have these big wins. He's just going to be Uncle Brinson, Mr. Monopoly Money. Just put your Venmo in the chat. We'll have a trivia question. You get it right, Brinson will send you $20.
Give us a 5-star review.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. I can get some water.
And he's off again. This is what he can do now.
I feel like our viewership will go up by the millions if Brinson's just giving away money. That's just word gets around quickly when you start giving away money. Mahomes said the toe was not a problem. So I know we talked about, but obviously that's what he said after every game. He's not just going to come out and blame it on the toe because he doesn't make excuses. Leonard Fournette said all week, this is from Jenna Lane, ESPN. Leonard Fournette said all week long, Tom Brady was texting everyone at 11 o'clock at night saying, quote, "We will win," unquote. That sounds like the most Tom Brady thing ever.
And I mean, I couldn't imagine this. I mean, it's clear you can never count Tom Brady out, but back in March when he signed, we do the emergency pod. Okay, the Bucs are going to be better. There's no way that they're here. There's no way I thought that.
Well, I think when Wilson gets on the podcast, I think he predicted the Bucs to win the Super Bowl this year. He'll be able to rub that one in.
Not the Cowboys?
Got a Steelers stuck in my throat. Good Lord.
Aha. Some in the comment section. TV Noko says Leonard Fournette is obviously lying because Tom Brady goes to bed at 7:30 at night. There's no way he is sending out texts at 11 p.m. I believe it.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do.
Dunking on Brady.
We'll do and since we had to give out tons of hints for that, how about we do 10 for Tag Gaming and 10 for the two guys who got it? Does that seem fair?
They're your rules. But yeah, I think that seems fair.
I mean, I feel like I was basically giving it away.
Yeah,
so put the Venmos in the chat. Tag Gaming and the two and whoever the two guys are that got it. Don't make me go look.
Polar Bear and Isaac.
All right, Polar Bear, Isaac, and Tag. Put your Venmos in there, and I'll send you $10 each right now. What? I'm not doing this all offseason. For instance, 7-layer dip. His friend Zeke, Prisco's tears, Phillip Rivers bourbon, not getting his picks in on time, getting Wilson riled up and more bourbon. That's a 7-layer dip of me.
Here's the big question. Have you told Pete Prisco yet about your win tonight? Do you think he's aware?
Are you kidding me? Of course. Yeah, I tweeted out something about it too.
I know the tweet goes out, but he's at the game, doing his thing.
Pete got the text within.
I figured he was the first one.
Not the first one.
Close.
So one of my buddies was watching the live show, and he texted this thread of guys who were like, we had Super Bowl squares together, and he was like, "Look at Brinson, he's not even paying attention. He's watching golf." And I replied back, I was like, "Because of this." And they're like, "What? Whoa, whoa, whoa!" And most of them were like, "I'm going to be sick to my stomach." All right, hold on. Let me write these down. How much did I have on Koepka? Man, I got Koepka in after the tournament started. I did tell Pete before my wife. That is correct, D-Mart. Over under on my drink totals tonight. Number of drinks that number of drinks that I pour? Breach, what's the over under?
3.5.
That's what I was going to say.
Well, we know each other well. I've hung out with you at the Super Bowl before.
Take the over. Okay. Let's see. All right. I got Tag Gaming's is Chrissy, Anthony. Why don't you put them on the screen if anybody wants to? 96. Did the other guys send theirs? Everyone's taking the over. I don't blame you guys. What's Breach's 7-layer dip?
That's a good question.
Okay, I got Polar Bears here.
Talking about field goal kickers, talking about punters.
Justin Tucker.
Crying about the Bengals.
Randy Bullock.
And who's the other one who had the?
Who do you have right now?
You know, a 500 to 1 bet I was just looking at that I almost made that I didn't.
What's that?
Was Patrick Mahomes' exact pass attempts.
Is it 49?
In my head, so literally when I made the bet about the first points being a Chiefs field goal, I was like, I feel like this game's gonna play out something like the last time they played in week 12, which it didn't, obviously. You know how many pass attempts Patrick had in week 12?
49.
49. He had the same in both games. And that was the only reason I was going to pick that number. And it was literally 500 to 1.
Did
you had to pick exact pass attempps.
Jeez. So
did Brady only passed what? 29 times, maybe 28?
29.
Not bad.
The total 70. We still got a 75 or 78 though. Like if that hadn't been a Bucs blowout, I think we easily get to that 100 pass attempts that I predicted.
Brady finished up 38.5 was his pregame total, and then Mahomes was 41.5. Mahomes over, Brady under on the pass attempts, both under on the yards pretty comfortably. Mahomes did get to 270, and it seemed like a long shot he would even get there at one point, but nowhere near 339.5. Prisco lost all $200. I got to check about the other guys, but that was never in doubt. Tom Brady,
the Super Bowl MVP, went 5 of 9 for 61 yards in the second half.
I think we need a.
If I had just given you that number, would you think there was any way Tom Brady won Super Bowl MVP? Like if you didn't know anything else about the game?
No, I would not have guessed that.
If you blindly told me that, I think Patrick Mahomes has 4 first half passing touchdowns, and the Chiefs would be up
and they just decide to run the ball. They're just like, whatever. Let's just get this game over with.
Let's see.
Edwards-Helaire crushed his prop of 28.5 rushing yards. He finished with 64.
He had 64?
Yeah. Azer, so at halftime, Azer was just like, he was only 9 yards away, and everybody was like, no, they're not going to run the ball at all. Edwards-Helaire comes out, runs it for 15 plus on the first carry of the first half or second half and crushes that over. Fournette way over with 89. He finished at 48.5 on the pregame prop for rushing yards. Ronald Jones finished with 61. He was 37.5 pregame. So a lot of these running backs go over. Patrick Mahomes stayed over rushing yards the entire game. No kneel downs, no backtracks this year, but
real quick, somebody mentioned there was no reason to pass in the second half. I understand that part. I am saying that if someone only throws 9 passes in the second half, do they deserve to win MVP? If you literally don't do anything for 2 quarters of a game, how are you the most valuable player? That's my point.
Also, they were tossing the ball down the field. They just didn't complete them.
So that's an argument against him winning MVP.
By the way, those Venmos should be sent. Thank you for your guesses. So
I do agree with that. The Bengals optimism definitely number 1. They're winning the Super Bowl next year. You guys see my poll? Everybody's voting for the Bengals. Can I share that poll?
No. Your followers, do you think are Bengals fans?
I don't think they're going to win the Super Bowl.
Are you going to tattoo if they do?
No.
Commit to it.
No, we got these tattoos things are getting old. Like we haven't even we can't keep doing these tattoo bets if we haven't even gotten.
We had one, and Wilson lost it. So why don't we have another one?
Waiting to be able to live stream it when that's allowed again. Wilson will get it.
So are you saying the Bengals can't win it, Princeton? That's what you said, and I'm saying put your tattoo where your mouth is.
No, I don't want a tattoo. I don't. Did I dodge? Did I come close to getting burnt by it all? On tattoos? No.
You had the Bears. If the Bears won the Super Bowl, you had to get one.
Breach of the Cardinals.
We made that in week 17 in the week 17 podcast.
Next bet must be a branding. Nice. We just need to be more creative with our bets. I mean, like just the tattoo thing over and over again. Like this tattoo thing was awesome because it was it seemed like it was an impossible situation, and Wilson, and then the Wilson lost. But like until Wilson actually gets that tattoo, we can't keep talking about tattoos.
So after he gets it, we can keep making tattoo bets.
After Wilson gets his tattoo, then we can potentially make another tattoo bet.
It was
a tattoo bet on a single NFL game is a single NFL road game in a divisional. Having a tattoo bet on a single 1 week divisional road game NFL like regular season football game is moronic. Like those like that kind of upset happens every week.
I think the best part is that it was unprompted. None of us said, "Hey, Wilson, Ryan Finley beats the Steelers. You got to get a tattoo." He called his shot.
Yeah, he's like, if Finley gets, we had the Finley. Did y'all watch any of the videos we did from Radio Row?
Check out Pick Six Pod on Twitter and Instagram.
They're pretty entertaining. I thought they were entertaining.
A couple of those up on YouTube. Who'd you enjoy chatting with the most? Mark Ingram, probably. He's always fantastic.
Mark Ingram was really good. Jalen Waddle was awesome. Really nice kid. Crazy to call people kids, but I mean, he was born like 90. Like he was born. Oh my God, he was born after it. That's right. He was probably born in 99, which is when I graduated high school. That's terrifying.
He might be a 2000 kid.
I think it was
98. He's an old one. He's old.
He's a little bit older. He was mad that I said he was going to run a 4.37. It's going to be his second fat. He said it's easily 4.2s.
Can you believe Tom Brady was the MVP of Super Bowl 36? Like this is Super Bowl 55. That's insanity.
It's crazy, man.
How is that even possible?
It shouldn't be. It's insane.
Like what would
modern medicine?
What would 2002 Brinson think if he found out 2021 Brinson just won nearly 100K? Like, he wet his bed, right? And that's insane.
2001 Brinson?
Yeah. We're going back to Brady's first MVP
called golf,
man. Yes. You don't even want to know what 2001 Brinson would do.
He would have blown it on cheap vodka.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I remember I went scuba diving in the Caymans with my dad one year in college, and that sounds kind of ritzy, but whatever. And I came back, and like I found like you can get the cheap liquor on the way back in because it's with customs or whatever, duty free. I got some Crown Royal, and I go up to Crowley's in Raleigh, and I go to Kurt, the bartender. I was like, Kurt, I think I'm going to be drinking Crown from now on. He goes, you can't afford that. Just dead man. He's like, nah, it won't work out for you, buddy. You need to stick to the cheap stuff. Excuse me. I got something.
This was a good stat. I want to give proper credit, so I don't know exactly who put this out first, but saw on Twitter that between Brady's 3rd and 10th Super Bowls, so that one against the Eagles, the first one, and then tonight, Calvin Johnson was drafted, retired, and selected to the Hall of Fame. That is a wild stat.
That is insane.
Wow, that's crazy.
Calvin Johnson, just 55th player ever in the Hall of Fame. This would have been a fun trivia. I didn't though. That did not make it to a Super Bowl. Think about it. Because you think about Hall of Famers, they play in a Super Bowl or won a Super Bowl. And that number was higher than I thought. I did not think it would be that high. Calvin Johnson also, I think maybe just the 3rd player ever under the age of 35 to make it to a Super Bowl. And the fun fact for everyone.
Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Hall of Fame. 3rd player ever under 35 to get to the Hall of Fame. Calvin Johnson in 2003 finished as the runner-up as the high school offensive player year in the state of Georgia.
Who, Brinson?
And who did he lose to?
Calvin Johnson
In 2003 was the runner-up for the offensive player of the year in the state of Georgia for high school.
Really, the only person you could suggest is Sean McVay.
Sean McVay.
Yeah. SA class worship says kind of killing the mood here, but not really. I was wondering if you guys had any memories or stories about Chris Wessling that you might want to share. I'll be honest. Like oh boy, I don't even know how to do this. I'll start crying on here for real. I literally cried all last night. Like Wes was my boy and a really, really good person. And it sucks. I don't know if any, just specifically like hanging out with him at league events. I'm trying to think if he was, I've hung out with Dan and Mark and Greg and Chris a lot and, awesome dudes. I was texting with him a little bit last night. And, it's heartbroken for Chris because he was like the most genuinely, earnest guy. And he was like, he always wanted to learn and he was always interested in knowing if you gave him a music recommendation, he would check it out. And then, and if you gave him if you taught books, he was always willing to recommend and he wanted to learn and he wanted to spread knowledge. And, he was just good people, man. I don't know if there's something, can't really think of something specific that I would point out there, but really, really heartbroken by his loss. And I feel sorry for Lakeisha and young Lake. That ain't easy, man.
And everything you just said, Brenton,
He's a Cincinnati guy like you.
Well, that's where I was about to go with my stories of Chris. And I actually remember the first time I met him. I think a lot of people think that maybe we're like rivals with the around the NFL guys or just whatever, we don't get along. But no, to be honest, I know Brinson's friends with them, but I've met Greg, I've met Mark, I've never met Dan. Chris is the only one I would consider someone I would call a friend, just because he's the only one I ever talked to. And the first time I met him was at Super Bowl 50. And, we have a ton in common. We had both been drinking and we literally spent an hour not even arguing, talking about all the dumb things the Bengals did in the 1990s. And we probably could have spent 5 hours. If you guys listen to the Around the NFL podcast, you know that Chris was a Bengals fan for a long time. And then he finally smartly gave up on him, which I should do. That should be like
he did.
That should be my hashtag you win, Wes. I'm giving up on the Bengals. But he was from Cincinnati. I'm from Cincinnati. So we had a lot in common and we usually bonded over that. So it was easy. Anytime I was talking to him or we catch up, it was a fun conversation. And, one of the things, it's just look, if you go on Twitter or you watch the NFL Network Super Bowl pregame coverage today, I know Rich Eisen talked about Chris and Colleen Wolfe talked about Chris. And there's a reason there were so many people doing this, because he was just one of the most beloved people in our industry. Like, it is literally, you can count on one hand the number of people in sports media who are universally beloved. And Chris Wessling was absolutely one of them. I have met, even when he was alive, there was never a person who said anything negative. It was always, oh, you got to meet Chris. Chris knows something about everything. He loves everyone. He could have a conversation with anyone. He could have an hour conversation with someone walking in off the street about any topic. I mean, he was just an amazing guy. It is. And Brinson, you said it. I mean, it's really sad. And I really feel for his wife. And as someone who just had a baby with my wife, myself, and I know Chris had a young baby in Lincoln. And that's really where my heart hurts, is knowing that, they're not going to have, Lakeisha's not going to have this awesome husband around, and Lincoln's not going to have this awesome dad around. And again, that was like another thing we could bond over. So it's just heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah. I mean, like I was looking back at the last, I texted with him. We got cancer the second time, and I'd reach out to him when he, it's weird. I thought I saw, so I just reached out to him at the beginning of the pandemic, just because I knew that they were expecting, and like, you just, it was like in March, and just like thinking about, everything that, don't get me wrong. Like, I wouldn't, like, I'm sitting in my house podcasting about football. Like, I'm not up against it. Right. But, when you're through this whole thing, if you had a family that you were dealing with, and, things got kind of intense and crazy. And I just was thinking, like, man, I cannot imagine. And Breach, I mean, the same thing. I just talk to you more regularly. I just can't imagine, like, having a pregnant wife through all, especially the beginning part of this, and like dealing with the anxiety and the unknowns of a virus moving across the country and the world, and you're bringing a new kid into the world, and but I think it is kind of neat. I mean, I know it sucks that it sucks that like Link won't ever know him, but I do think there's something kind of cool about the fact that he beat cancer once, and then met Lakeisha, like, because they started dating, I think, like 2 weeks before he got diagnosed with cancer. And so they bonded over that throughout the whole thing. And then, they get married, they have a kid, and I don't know, like the timing of it, I think is really interesting, because I just think that, like, I just think the timing is interesting, because it's like he fought back, and then he was able to bring, his son into the world. And it stinks that son won't know his father, but you know what I mean? Like, it is like, there's somebody like carry on his legacy, and somebody that, that he'll be remembered for. And I think they'll do a good job of that. So I don't know whether it's like a tough thing, but it's also kind of a cool thing that it happened in that very specific window. Like, I tend to think there's a reason for that. So, yeah. Thank you, Jim Rat 0331. Around the NFL, pick six got me through my multiple deployments. Whew, man, thank you for your service. There is like a bizarro, like a bizarro world, like from Seinfeld, aspect to the pick six, and around the NFL guys, like Ryan Wilson's the tallest one. Yeah. Like all those guys are not, maybe Hansis might be a little bit taller. And there's somebody put the GoFundMe in there. I didn't realize they'd even done a GoFundMe. I was trying to figure out how to do how to give to their meal plan last night, and I just could not do it. I could not figure it out. And I finally reached out to somebody who was, I noticed that, so I know whoever was running it, I recognized the last name, and I reached out to that person's husband, and I said, hey, listen, my apologies, but I cannot figure out how to do this thing. Can I Venmo you money? And that worked out. But like, if you have extra money to give, please consider giving it to them, because they certainly need it, in this time, and you're going to have a lot of things that they're going to have to, deal with coming up. And man, I mean, it's just tough. And I saw like, Chris's brother had, and Lakeisha too, in her Instagram post said that, like it's easy to be angry right now. And, I get it. I think the one thing about, and I tweeted this at Chris's brother, who I don't know at all, but I think like Wes would encourage anyone who is upset and angry that he's gone to try to flip it back into not a positive, but instead of having the output be anger, have the output be love. And I think Wes is also like the quintessential, raise, like, I'm gone, raise a glass and celebrate. Not, don't sit around and mourn, toss up your glasses and celebrate. So here's to you, Wes. Miss you, buddy. Ready. Yeah, but I really did spend, I was home by myself. My wife and child were out of town. I just sat in my living room and kind of cried a bunch. Not afraid to admit it. Got up in my feels, so to speak. So, anyway,
There's not a good transition.
No, there's no easy way to transition from it. The timing of it. Rich Eisen did a really nice memorial this morning on NFL Network. The timing of it with the Super Bowl is, I don't think it's like, it's obviously never, it's never, there's no good time, right, for someone to pass away. But like, I don't know, I just found it like fascinating that it happened. Oh, I know. I was in a cab with Chris and with Wes and Dan at the San Francisco Super Bowl 50, San Francisco Super Bowl. We all took a cab together. Maybe it was me, Dan. It was Dan, Wes, and Mark. And in fact, when Calvin Johnson retired, because he walked away from football, and we were in the cab, and I had to pull out my laptop and write the freaking story for CBS. But I don't know. That guy loved football, loved it. Go watch the around the NFL Twitter page, and one of the guys created a really cool video that is like Wes's favorite Wesisms, or his favorite lines. It is absolutely worth checking out. And man, I would imagine that it might be an emotional podcast for those guys recapping the Super Bowl. I don't think they're at the game either, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. Do we get any word from like Prisco and Jamie how the set was? Or how the setup in the stadium was?
I haven't heard much.
Yeah.
Didn't you watch CBS Sports HQ, Brenton? You can see the set from there.
No, Breach, I was watching. I'm telling you, this, like,
you were locked into your golf.
Yeah, I was freaking out. I don't think that. I don't know. I know that like it's we're working from home, so it was like totally different. But golly, like it just did not feel like the Super Bowl, and so I don't know if that was me. Like I'd be curious to know what like other people who normally watch the Super Bowl at home, and this was different because you're not planning for a big party, but it was still like you have the same setup just at your house. Did it feel? Did it? So, decent ice. Would I have bad ice? Was you talking about my grill?
So hop in here.
Yeah, Musso, you want to come hang out? Is Wilson done, Musso? It just didn't feel the same. And like, I don't know. I was doing that preview show with RJ and Larry, and I had some technical difficulties before, but it was like 6:15. I was like, oh yeah, game's Super Bowl starting. And obviously for us, it's a little different. This is the first time since 2009 that I haven't been at the Super Bowl. And, when you're there, it's obviously different, right? there's Breach and I do the walk before the game. There's the anticipation leading up to it.
I wrote a concession piece today, Brenton, in honor of our walk. In honor of our walk.
I missed that walk, Breach. It is like my favorite part of the day.
And what's funny? We go out and we take like an hour walk, or we go check the tailgate. We go check the concession prices. And like, I was scrolling Twitter and Instagram pretty hard to see if anybody else was putting this stuff out there. And I was like, this is why we do it, because nobody else is doing it. And you want to give people a feel for what it's like to be at the Super Bowl. So I will give a shout out to the person who did tweet concession prices. And it was actually Jim Wyatt, who is the lead writer for the Tennessee Titans official website.
He was at the Super Bowl?
He was at the Super Bowl. I mean, a lot of time the teams will send their official writer, their lead writer.
Yeah, I was just assuming that the 60 people or so in the press box were highly concentrated for the teams, and
I think they might have been sitting in the stand. I'm not sure. I do know that there were a couple Titans players at the game because Ryan Suckup was playing. He had spent the past few seasons in Tennessee. He was pretty tight, and so there were a few Titans players that actually attended the game.
My wife made a ton of food, like an insane amount of food.
Did she make a barbecue platter that cost you $22?
What's it like after a decade of not having, you didn't have a Super Bowl party, but just like the Super Bowl at home experience?
Yeah, it was, incredibly low stress, I know this, because with the Super Bowl, you take the bus over to wherever the game is usually, unless it's, New Orleans, you can walk. Minnesota, we made the very stupid mistake of walking and in 1 degree weather. But like when you take that, bus, you have to leave kind of early, like 12 or 1. And so, typically, not always in the fashion of Miami Debo, but typically speaking, Saturday is a
one-time thing.
We would hope so. Saturday is kind of a let your hair down day, so to speak. Like, cause you don't, like when you're there on set, I mean, Monday through Friday, I mean, it's like, it's not really.
Brenton says, let his hair down. This is how he lets his hair down on set. This is how I find him on midnight Saturday.
Yeah. Passed out against my door.
His hair is literally let down. Cause it's
I didn't eat lunch. Okay. That is what happened.
Real quick.
Lunch.
How many times do you think that story was? How many times do you think I was asked about last Super Bowl this week?
1,000.
It was a lot.
Yeah, that's all Pete talks about.
Not just Pete.
What's that? Is it
word travels, probably because of Pete. But
well, I got down to the lobby the next morning. I was like, oh my God, I do not feel good. And one of our coworkers looked at me and was like, man, glad you're okay. I was like, yeah. Okay, like cool. Like what? Okay, I mean it's Saturday night. Like what? Did I do anything? I was like, did I do anything stupid? She was like, do you not remember? I was like, no, not really anything after like 9 p.m. So
you were like, here's a list of people you need to contact. Breach is the final one. Here's who you need from 4 to 9. Here's who you need from 1 to 4. We got to account for each.
It was like, dude, where's my car? Super Bowl edition. And then like another coworker came in and was like, oh yeah, she missed this part. I was like, oh my God. And then that's when the anxiety started building. And at that point, we went up to the rooftop pool and I submerged myself like 7 or 8 times, just in freezing cold weather, just to shock my system back in. But then, then we like, I don't know, the day of the Super Bowl, you have to like, there's this long buildup. Oh God, it would be something. Yeah, it's like the hangar. I don't know why I said, dude, where's my car?
We found him on the roof.
That literally could be a fantastic comedy. The hijinks, the 24 hours from Saturday before the Saturday afternoon to Super Bowl kickoff.
We found him on the roof of the Fontainebleau.
Like instead of the mascot quarterback being kidnapped, like in Ace Ventura, it could be like the reporter gets kidnapped, but really he didn't actually get kidnapped, but he thinks he did because he was so drunk. This is fantastic. We should write all this down.
Musa, if Musa's talking about the ice, it's currently my cocktail. What happened was my family's been gone for 3 days, so I haven't been up in the office a whole lot, and so I don't have an ice maker up here. So I have like an ice cube trays, and I hadn't filled them back up. And so they were sort of like, they're like leaky ice cubes. They hadn't get completely frozen. I filled them up like earlier tonight. So that's what's happening. I will have some high quality ice in a second. Anywho.
But real quick to was this a normal Super Bowl? I agree with you that it did, like watching at home, it just felt like it didn't feel like this was the final game. It didn't feel like, and I don't know how else to like encapsulate the feeling. But I will say that my baby turned 10 months old today. And so my wife, her original,
happy birthday to
10-month-old.
Annabelle. I was like, that was called Andy.
Well, so our original plan was that my mother-in-law was going to come here all week if we went to the Super Bowl to like help with the baby. So it wasn't just my wife and the baby. And so when we got to stay home, that makes it more easier for my wife, but the baby is teething. I don't know when the last time you were around a teething baby was, Brenton. And Debo, I don't even know if you know what it's like to be around a baby, let alone a teething baby. But it adds a whole new layer of just chaos. So it was an interesting week to say the least.
My son I would go downstairs and like get something during a commercial. And my son would be like, "Are you done podcasting?" I'm like, "I'm not going to be done until like 2 a.m. This is Super Bowl, pal." And it was just very weird having my family in there. And there's not like all the build up to the game, and you get set up, and then Breach and I do the walk. Like anybody who listens to this podcast, and obviously Devo and Breach know this, but I'm not like a super regimented person when it comes to how I operate. What's that?
I can confirm that.
Yeah,
literally truer words have never been spoken in the history of Earth.
But I do think that while not regimented, I do prefer like a pattern style schedule. Like I like everything to be on. I don't like things to like go very wildly and go out of control. And so the Super Bowl day for me is like a little nerve wracking because there's a lot of travel and a lot of movement, and we have all these things in place. But you're checking out a new scene. You're going to that stadium. It's very, you're going through like security with the dog. There's a whole. Like it's just there's a lot going on, it's not just a simple little day. And so all of that, and usually, there's some preview show you got to do. And so like all that planning and all that stuff. And today was like, all right, like I'm going to watch golf until 6 o'clock. And then
like we've been on this stream. I've been in this chair for 7 hours, 2 minutes and 47 seconds now. Didn't really get a chance to watch commercials, halftime show. What's that like when you don't you get to watch the halftime live, but not how they present it on TV, the commercials. How was that? Stand out? No, nothing really. I was sort of checked out on the commercials and great game presence.
I sort of wonder if that
first quarter I was paying attention to the commercials, but you kind of get dialed in, trying to pay attention to the storylines, keep track of what's happening. And so while the commercials are happening, you're like writing things down or thinking about what might happen next. Like literally the only commercial I remember is when the Bud Knight returned. Did that happen? Or am I like making that up? I think that happened.
I feel like you'd be like a big commercial guy though, Breach.
I love commercials. I literally wrote in the newsletter today that I was actually excited to be covering the Super Bowl from home because for the first time in 8 years, I would get to watch the commercials. Like I love Super Bowl commercials more than anything on TV. It's my favorite thing to watch on TV or Super Bowl commercials.
Get that.
Nice. Sign up for the newsletter, everyone.
I know. Are you writing all this down? They asked, "Man, I'm not coming on to you, but I consider you to be a saint." What are you supposed to be writing down? I'm confused. Joanna, what is you can hit on Debo, he's single. But what is you're single, right, Debo, still?
Yeah.
From State Farm. David G. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. David G. I saw Drake from State Farm. I thought that was hilarious. Actually, I had friends text me. They just wrote Drake from State Farm and like the funny emoji face. That was the only text I got from friends about commercials. So it must have been a hilarious one.
I didn't really care for the halftime show too much.
Not a weekend guy.
I shouldn't probably be saying that on a CBS podcast. Yeah, it's okay. I can't hear that song anymore. I'm out on that song. Like I've just heard it a million times.
A single weekend song on Spotify, or
you don't? They don't have one, or you don't?
Like on whatever music platform you use. I shouldn't assume anything. Do you have a weekend song downloaded, saved, liked, hearted, whatever?
What kind of ridiculous question is that? No.
You have semi-eclectic tastes.
I have eclectic taste, yeah. But I definitely have like some Whitney Houston downloaded. I know that's not like remotely the same, but I think that's like eclectic relative to like
last year. Did you have any Shakira, J Balvin, Jennifer Lopez, or Bad Bunny?
No.
Yeah, I could have saw that coming too.
Will feels it coming. What do I feel coming? I'm confused. I'm not Madonna. I like Madonna. I mean, yeah. I will say that today. So usually, like on the day of the Super Bowl too, like I like to play music loudly in my hotel room, like until like it's time to go. Just sort of get in a good mood, get pumped up for it. And so I was doing that today because I knew I had a big sweat with this golf thing. I was going into it top 20, and I knew that I had a chance to win money. And so again, my family was out of town, so I was blasting JJ Cale. And then I was like, ooh, I want to hear Panic play Ride Me High, which is just from Oak Mountain, which is just an absolute banger. So I had that like max volume in the house, like running around with like kitchen instruments, like playing air drums. And then I listened to some meters, and then the golf was on. I watched Coach and won some cash.
I mean, it's a solid day for most people.
Yeah.
We've probably answered this, but what's the favorite halftime show you've seen live?
That's a good question.
Again, you are working, but
Bill Galvin. Hey, Brinson, for the 2021 season, let's get those picks in the rundown, please. Thanks. I
heard that 60 times this week with Prisco.
Oh my God, he's so repetitive. Favorite halftime show.
When I was at Super Bowl 23,
is it like one I've seen while I'm like
live.
Okay.
Covering, I know Breach has been to Super Bowls when he's not working.
Well, that's what I was going to bring up. Super Bowl 23. This is before the halftime show got big, so there's no big concerts. It was literally a dude in a jetpack flying before you knew like jetpack technology was possible. And I was like 6 years old at the time. It was literally the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life as a child, and probably until I was about 20, it qualified as the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. A guy flying around the stadium in a jetpack. And then also some guy did a card show with giant cards so that people at home could play. And I guess if I played on TV, maybe it would have been more interesting, but I didn't care about that because I was 5.
Maybe Katy Perry.
Oh,
I'm sad I didn't get to go to that.
So the problem. Oh, no. Wait, was it Timberlake? Timberlake was really good. See, the problem is that usually for these halftime shows, if you're in the press box and it's closed, like you can't really hear it that well. And it's really frustrating. Like that's why I don't like sitting in that press box. So, somebody said it's a song. Got any feels it coming? Like, is that like the Phil Collins song?
No, I think that's The Weeknd.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I don't have any Weeknd. I don't think the Black Eyed Peas were that good. Gaga was good, right? Breach, what's the best one you've seen live since we've been working together? I can't remember if
the one in Minnesota was Justin Timberlake.
Yeah.
We had Bruno Mars. He was good.
Bruno was really good. Bruno and Justin Timberlake. I will say that, and this is like the most dad rock answer of all time, but I went to the Who's press conference.
Oh,
Beyonce was really good. Yeah. And I went to the Who's press conference and they played some acoustic live stuff up on stage, which was really, really cool. And so I'm a big fan of the Who. And so I know people probably don't love that. Yeah. Somebody in the comments said Prince. Yes. Prince best halftime show ever. But I just wasn't there working for that.
That was Colts Bear.
Yeah,
I don't like Maroon 5 now.
We had Maroon 5. We had Coldplay, I think at Super Bowl 50. And then I would say the best one I've been to since I've been working at CBS is probably Lady Gaga. Because I was not at the Katy Perry one.
Had the left.
I was in Las Vegas.
Left Shark.
Left Shark was iconic. Still, like, you know what? How about Left Shark Tattoo? The next person who was a bet.
Yeah, I would need to go back and sort of watch him. I think, but I mean, I remember Timberlake. That just had everything about that Minnesota Super Bowl, just in terms of like the game day itself. That's my favorite game day experience for the Super Bowl.
For instance, somebody asked about Beyonce. You were at that Super Bowl. The electricity went out when I caused the blackout.
Yeah, you caused the blackout. Yeah, Beyonce was awesome. But I mean that. Maybe Beyonce was the best one because we were in the auxiliary press box at that time. So, I mean, just very quickly, here are the ones that. So, in 2011, February 2011 was my first CBS Super Bowl, first one I ever went to. Black Eyed Peas were the halftime show at Cowboy Stadium. Is all right. I mean, whatever. Then Madonna in New York, in Indiana. That was really good too, I think. And we were in the stands. That like makes a huge difference. It's way better if you're in the stands than if you're in the press box, depending on how the press box is set up, obviously. Beyonce, we were in the stands. That was really, really good. Bruno Mars, we were in the press box. Was that the first time we were in the press box? I think so. I want to say that's a closed press box because that stadium's open. So it was really good, but you couldn't really hear it. And then like Katy Perry, Coldplay, whatever. That's on CBS too. Whoops. Lady Gaga, good. Timberlake, good. I don't really even remember Maroon 5 from that year. And Shakira and Jennifer Lopez were fine. And then The Weeknd was there. I don't know. I don't think that like all this new music is all that great.
There's something to make you sound old.
Yeah. I can't believe
I don't know if
they have the Backstreet Boys. Nick Carter lives in Tampa Bay. He's a Buccaneers fan. They should have gone all out. And you know what? It's a good thing they didn't blow the cannons because they would have run out of gunpowder. They don't use gunpowder, but like the cannon guy would have been working overtime.
Wait, where did the Chili Peppers play?
Not
like only a boomer. Get out of here.
Yes, agreed.
I mean, most of the best like music I've seen.
They were at the Bruno Mars one. They were in New York.
Oh.
Chili Peppers, but they weren't the featured guest. That was the Bruno Mars one because that was my first Super Bowl, so I remember that well.
This is pre-show banter, not post-show banter.
Wilson shouldn't be too far away. We don't want to make any certain promises, but shouldn't be too far away for our official post-game pod.
What if Wilson doesn't show up?
That would be a surprising plot twist.
Brinson, did you know if you had bet $80,000 on the Buccaneers, you would have like 200,000 now? You'd have the 80,000 you won plus like 200 from betting on the Buccaneers.
Yeah, but I would. Wilson is texting. Yeah, but I would have bet on the Chiefs. Sound like Prisker with my music takes. I don't think Wilson is. Ew, we can't say that. How many QBs get drafted in the top 5 next April? Like this coming April? Like as in a couple of months? I'll say 3.
3.
Thank you. Yes, very excited. There's like a little bit of the Zach Wilson is better than Trevor Lawrence thing happening right now.
It's a February storyline.
Yes, indeed it is.
And we're going to have at least one draft centric episode a week on the Pick Six podcast, probably more. So mock draft every week, a ton of draft coverage coming.
Yes. Does that mean a day off for me?
No, this is the time you get draft episodes off during the season. You get ingrained into it in the off season.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
You were on those episodes last year.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm sure they'll make me do a mock draft every week too. The only reason I like doing the mock draft
Monday, Brenton, mock draft Monday. You know what? You got to get used to it.
The only reason I like the mock drafts is because I get to trade a quarterback every year and people get mad when I do it.
I know people used to just say, oh, Brinson's doing that to get the clicks, but then he stopped writing stories and only doing video. So you couldn't even accuse him of that anymore. He just does it. Just Brinson.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Breach, you read about Aaron Rodgers getting engaged.
It's because he made a surprising announcement during his MVP speech during an event I was covering because I still write stories.
I've been having an urge to write more.
You know what? I'm glad you brought that up because we have some time to burn until Wilson gets here. I mean, that came out of nowhere. Aaron Rodgers, it was everywhere. It's trending.
Oh, yeah. I was, you meant me like not writing. I was like, what? All right, whatever, preach. Do I try and piss off a different fan base with each mock draft? Nah, not really. I usually focus in on a couple each offseason. Yeah. Rodgers is like, been a crazy year. Like, got engaged. It's like, what? Like, what? Like, how did that slide in there?
Has there been any more details, Breach? Because the first thing I thought when I watched that was like, oh, he's just like trying to pull, like this is a type of prank that Aaron Rodgers would play and say it casually like this and just keep moving on. I feel like he has that sense of humor. Has anything else come out? You're the guy for this.
Okay, so here's the timeline. Like earlier this week, last week, Monday or Tuesday, 5 or 6 days ago, there were E! News reported that Aaron Rodgers was dating Shailene Woodley, the actress. So now this goes way back. Therese Hilton, is that a real person?
Yeah.
Is that how you pronounce his name? No, did I get his name right?
Therese Hilton, the website, yeah.
Oh, Therese Owens. Therese Owens is the website.
Therese Owens, Perez Hilton. Yeah,
that's what I meant. I got it mixed up. Okay. I think, I'm not even sure which one it was.
Okay, boomer.
One of them said that Aaron Rodgers and Shailene Woodley had been dating since July, since right around when he broke up with Danica Patrick.
I didn't see that under wraps.
Well, he didn't do a great job because when we played in that golf tournament in Tahoe, somebody leaked out a picture of Shailene Woodley in Tahoe. And like, why else would she be there unless she was hanging out with Aaron Rodgers? So that made the timeline add up. So I feel like they've maybe been dating since.
I don't even know who she is or what she looks like.
Okay, well, she's in a bunch. She's in Big Little Lies. You can Google her. Why I tell the timeline. So if they have been dating since July, nobody confirmed it until this past week. All right, so we're talking about. It's not like they've been together 5 days. They've probably been together about 6 months, and then all of a sudden. Aaron Rodgers' interview with Pat McAfee in September, and a caller called in and asked Aaron Rodgers specifically, like, you look a lot happier this season. Like, you're carrying yourself differently. Obviously, a Packers fan who watches Rodgers all the time. You know, like, we've talked about Rodgers' body language before.
Yeah.
And Rodgers literally said something to the extent of, like, love is better. It was very vague, but it really sounded like he was absolutely like found someone. That's what I took out of the answer. But there was, like, you're not writing about that at the time. And then here we are with him saying he's engaged. And also he said it again when he was going through his list of people to thank at the end of his speech. He went, players, coaches, and my fiance. And so, like, for him to mention it twice, and Debo, because the first thing that crossed my mind was what you just said was like, this is totally something Rodgers would do. He would prank. This would be a Rodgers prank. How many people, I hate the bloggers or I hate, all these writers who put words in my mouth. I will troll them all by making up this story, making all of them write about it. And then in like 2 weeks, I'll be like, yeah, I'm not engaged. I don't know what you guys are talking about. But so Rodgers said it on the program, went dark, has not spoken to anyone since then, has not confirmed anything to anyone. So we think he's engaged to Shailene Woodley, but who knows? And so, he went from Olivia Munn to Danica Patrick, and Therese Owens also said, I think, that Danica Patrick introduced Aaron Rodgers and Shailene Woodley.
Spicy. Yeah.
There we go.
Hey guys, I'm also engaged.
What?
Well, you know what? That I was like,
to an actress?
I was like, how did he keep this a secret? And then I was like, well, I just asked Debo if he was like single. So like, who knows? You're not really engaged, right?
You'll never know.
He goes to Tampa Bay for a week.
Well, I would. Now, all right, let's
to a Florida woman.
Let's ask the awkward question here. If you were engaged and getting married, are we getting invited to your wedding?
I feel like it depends on like how.
Or yeah, it depends on the size. It's not a firm yes or no answer. I'm not asking for that. I'm just saying, let's say that the accommodations allowed for it. I guess it also depends like how many. Like,
gonna say like the day that the invites go out, like if you piss me off or not. Like that's
that's fair.
That's how the decision's being made.
Fair.
But yeah, not.
You would get invited to my wedding if I was getting married today.
Oh, you've made that.
But we had a very big wedding. I mean, literally everybody got invited.
By the way, shout out to our commenters who are apparently also a part of the Shailene Woodley fan club. I mean, these guys are just throwing out movies that she's been in with Divergent, The Fault in Our Stars. I mean, good Lord.
Divergent's big.
They knew more. Yeah, but Brinson didn't know that she was in that.
Popular now. That's a very good movie. I think it's on Netflix, maybe.
Brinson did not know.
What did they get Defensive Player of the Year, right?
Well, you really slid off of that wedding invite thing. All right.
I mean, I'm not anywhere close. I haven't even thought about that. Like,
ooh, if Debo gets engaged, we get an emergency podcast
from the wedding.
Imagine that. Me setting up the roadcaster at my own wedding.
We get a different producer.
So see, Breach invited me, Wilson, Sean, Nate Peterson, and EK. Right?
I did not invite Sean.
Sean was not invited.
Sean was. I only met him once at that point.
Okay.
Sorry, Sean.
Did Wilson come to my wedding? I know I can't remember.
You can't remember if Wilson went to. He could tell you in 1 second if he went.
Well, I would hope so. I think he. I don't think he did. I could be wrong.
2000, what, 13?
11.
11. Whew.
But I've known Wilson for like 5 years then already.
Right.
We've been working together at AOL. Oh, we'll ask him when he gets on. It's kind of
He 100% got the invite, though.
Yes, Wilson got the invite. I think. I'm not sure that I invited Josh and Andy, who we were working with at the time. And I think Wilson was the only one.
You said big. How big was your wedding?
300 plus.
Jeez, how did I not get an invite?
It was awesome. It's like, I mean, like, I'm not, this sounds like a terrible homework. Well, I didn't know you Breach. It's like, no, it's like when people say like, what was the most fun wedding? It's like our wedding gets mentioned very quickly. It was a blast.
In the conversation.
I mean, like we got married in Winston-Salem. It was a 5:30 wedding because we didn't want to have to deal with being formal. Then we had a reception at the Forsyth Country Club. It was like we just had this like awesome band and like the whole vibe. My mother-in-law is very good at like party planning, and no, Pete Briscoe was not invited. And the whole like at like 11 o'clock as we're wrapping up, all of a sudden the waiters just come flying out. And they've got these little like mini tiny like hot dogs for everybody. And it was, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but it was a very very fun time. I didn't even get drunk at my wedding either. I don't know how.
That is the had Saturday since 2001 that Brinson didn't get drunk.
No. I mean, I probably had like 15 vodka waters, but I just never got drunk. It was crazy.
You're bouncing around.
I have you'd lose it.
Adrenaline rush going.
On our rehearsal dinner on the Friday before, they got this guy like to do a karaoke thing, and he came in and he was like, so like he's getting set up after the dinner. He's like, all right, like one thing we love to do, let's bring up the groom and make him sing. And I was like, oh my God, this would be awful. And he's like, we're going to get you. And they were not pigs in a blanket. They were just actual hot dogs. But he's like, the whole point of it is to embarrass whoever the groom is by, you get them up there and they have to sing a song. And it's, it's like and so, but the song that they wanted me to sing was, it's off the Blues Brothers soundtrack, but it's like coming to ya on a dusty road. And like nobody, like most people probably don't know the lyrics to it, but I listened to the Blues Brothers soundtrack a billion times. I think it's a Sam and Dave song. Like growing up, like when I was younger. And so like, I like had just enough red wine where I was like busting out moves, like coming to ya on a dusty, and it was pretty epic. I don't know. I was in rare for heightened energy at my wedding.
I'm guessing no Maroon 5, no Shakira at that wedding.
I don't think Maroon 5 was
no ice
thing.
They've been
what?
And even no ice. It doesn't even count as a wedding if you didn't have vanilla ice.
What song would you want to see me sing? And like I'm not a good singer, but it was just like I think I shocked the entire like restaurant. There's a couple like 150 people there.
I would like to see Brinson sing "Respect." That's my dream. Like you want a football question real quick, and then we'll go back to Brinson's wedding. Who do we think the Buccaneers will open the season with next year?
Ooh. You got to do out of division.
All right, so you get rid of the Falcons, you get rid of the Saints, and you get rid of the Panthers. Their other teams they're playing are the Giants, the Dolphins, the Bears, and the Bills. And the Cowboys.
Wait, say it again? Cowboys is probably the answer.
I think it's the Cowboys or the Bills. I think that
they usually do out of conference games.
They have. It's happened before, but it's not common.
Now, what if Dolphins end up with Deshaun Watson and they make it a Florida battle?
If Deshaun Watson plays for the Dolphins, that changes it. But I feel like
it's the Cowboys. I feel like
Fox wouldn't want to lose.
Oh, is it Fox?
Brady versus the Cowboys. No, they'll lose Brady versus the Cowboys if that's on NBC if it's the opener.
Right.
And I think only one time, so they've been doing the opener where the Super Bowl team hosted.
I mean, we didn't want to lose Pat's Chiefs, and I mean, what do you
They've been doing it since 2004, and there's only been 2 times where it was a cross-conference opener. And the last one was Broncos-Panthers. It was a rematch of the Super Bowl. It was also the Week 1 opener in 2016. So they could be pick the Bills. I think it'll be Bills or Cowboys.
Okay. I think it's the Cowboys. I think the Cowboys are a lock.
Lock it up.
I think like that's one of those things where the schedule makers just flex on Fox for it. Yeah, that's a good point. Somebody made in the chat. Should we be factoring possible COVID restrictions? Man, I hope not. I mean, I probably should factor that in, but I don't think that that they'll be that concerned to keep it in division. Who was the opener this year?
The Chiefs.
Texans.
Against Deshaun Watson.
That's right.
It was 4-12 Texans.
But we're not saying the Texans name. There's a new Sean. We're just calling him Bleep.
What? TH said I did a bet with my friend for the game. He picked the Bucs to win. I picked the Chiefs. He chose to give me an atomic wedgie as my punishment. I'm in so much pain right now.
My God. That's why you don't bet atomic wedgies. I'd rather bet a tattoo of an atomic wedgie than an atomic wedgie.
Oh, you know what? AF Pierce has a great point too. If you do Miami in Tampa Bay, you know, it's just in the same state. So you don't have to worry about any like travel or COVID stuff. You're just in Florida. That's good. I think that's a good point, right? Because they're going to make the schedule in April. You know, like the schedule is going to come out in 2 months.
Yeah,
so it makes sense to do 2 teams in the same state. But and I think you could do Miami with or without Deshaun there. And if Deshaun gets traded, then it's just even spicier. Because like the Dolphins almost beat the Chiefs, and they had them. They're playing them pretty well in Miami this year. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I don't know.
Can you believe that Deshaun Watson hasn't met with David Culley? I don't think he's met with Nick Caserio either. Maybe on the phone. I mean, I would be full court pressing him right now if I'm them. Why are we asking so much about well, guys? What is the future for the Broncos?
Get Deshaun Watson.
That's your sleeper team, right?
If they get a quarterback. That was your sleeper team last year. It'll be my sleeper team.
No, sleeper team for Deshaun Watson.
Oh, yeah. It's my sleeper team for Deshaun.
Yeah. Look, I think Denver's in an okay spot. I mean, it's a tough division, obviously. You know, Justin Herbert just showed up. Patrick Mahomes is here to stay. The Raiders are competent, of course, and you know, we don't know exactly what they're going to, how that's going to happen. I'm very curious to see how this John Elway thing plays out. You know, like is this like a Barry Alvarez thing where he's sort of stepping up, but he's also going to be running day-to-day stuff for another year? Is he walking away after his contract? You know, there's questions with ownership. And so like the Elway thing kind of lingers over it all because, so like if you're the new GM and you're hired by the Broncos and John Elway's your boss,
who was the old GM?
What's that?
Who's the old GM? He's still there. It's not like, usually when you're the new GM, the old GM left.
Yeah. And
this is like you break up. This girl is like, I'm going to start dating you, but my old boyfriend still lives with me. And you're like, I don't know about that situation.
Right. And it's like your old girlfriend breaks up with you. It's like, I'm still going to live with you. And our son that we had while we were dating is, you know, he's here, and that's Drew Lock. You know, it's like you can't be like, all right, get out of here. You know what I mean? Like, maybe that's a terrible analogy, but the point being is that, like, you can't, if you're the new GM, I mean, don't you have to come in and be in, and like, aren't you coming in with the expectation that you kind of like Drew Lock? You know what I mean? Like, you can't come in when you're working for Elway and chase Lock out of there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you kind of can. I don't think Elway likes Drew. Like, I think John Elway would upgrade from Drew Lock if he had the opportunity to. And I think he's going to.
But I mean, he did draft him.
He's drafted Paxton Lynch. He has not had a great history of drafting quarterbacks.
Fair.
So I think it's going to be a situation where when he hired Patton, he said, look, we need a new quarterback. So that is going to be, I'm going to help you out with that. And you can control the rest of the team, but I'm going to have some say in who the next quarterback is.
Okay.
That would be my guess. But Brinson, we don't know.
That's true.
We don't know what John Elway's thinking.
We do not know. I need a waste management hat.
Because the Waste Management Open just hooked you up.
Yeah. I'm going to buy some waste management rope.
AFC North winner next year. I see that comment. It's the Bengals.
Yeah, I don't think it's the Bengals.
Who's the best quarterback in the AFC North?
Why is my dog awake? What is the dog doing?
Dogs don't go to bed till 1 a.m. Everyone knows that about dogs.
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, I would say that if I was picking an AFC North winner, I'd pick the Ravens. Ben's going to be back. Browns could win it. I mean, look, yeah, I think the Steelers got a little lucky.
Now, to be honest, as the Bengals homer here, I would probably lean Browns.
Hey Frank. Hey Francisca. Love you guys. Thanks for the great season. We love you guys. Thanks for the great season from you guys too. That's Broncos trading for Wentz. That's the dark horse, I think. Wentz feels like a very Elway-ish quarterback, doesn't he? Like a guy that Elway could talk his new GM into hiring or to trading for.
If by that you mean not good, then I don't like that sentiment. But yeah,
I mean, Wentz is not good, man. Wentz is gone, Devo. It's over.
I will root for his success elsewhere.
Okay.
He will have a stellar 2021.
Will he?
Yeah. We'll save my real emotions for the emergency pod. Breach and I predict it. I think Breach said Tuesday. I said Thursday when we have that Wentz emergency pod.
The over-under was Wednesday.
I bet Drew Brees is panicking that Carson Wentz's trade is going to, because I really do think that he's been delaying his retirement announcement, trying to wait till after the Super Bowl when like everything had calmed down. He could say, I'm walking away. And like he wanted like 2 or 3 days where nobody talked about anything but Drew Brees. And now he is in trouble because
we talked about this while you were eating your 7-layer dip.
It's delicious.
I said at this point, Breeze might be retiring in March.
Yeah. By the way, the 7-layer dip, for those that want to know, it was refried beans, cheese. There's some sour cream in there. You know, like the cheese sauce, shredded cheese, tomatoes, green onions, and I think that was it. Does Carolina make a run at Darnold? Maybe. Supposedly, Kyle Shanahan loves Sam Darnold, which would be
interesting.
I mean, so I've been trying to talk my buddy Newman into, he's big into trading cards, like football. You know, these cards have exploded, and I've been trying to talk him into buying some Darnold cards. And look back, unfortunately, like before the season, I was like, we should buy some Josh Allen cards and some Baker Mayfield cards. And whoops, if we'd done that, we would have made a bunch of money. So I may buy some Sam Darnold like rookie cards, so like signed rookie cards. They're like $200 now. I mean, if he goes to San Francisco and just turns into a monster and Kyle Shanahan, I mean, they could skyrocket in value. So if you're into trading cards, I would, I think Sam Darnold would be an interesting purchase. Someone in chat, somebody said, I've been listening since 2016, so I've really enjoyed hanging out in this format. Thank you for listening. We appreciate that. We have an extremely loyal group of listeners, and thank you guys for everything. A very challenging season. I think, was it a challenging season? I mean, obviously it was a challenging year for everybody. I don't know that it was a challenging season for us.
You know what's funny is that because we were already doing this, like this is how we did our podcast, was through Zoom or through Skype, and we'd been doing that for almost 2 years. And so I remember when the pandemic started, you saw everyone scrambling to do all this at home stuff, and we were already set up for it. And not just our podcast, but kind of CBS Sports HQ in general, because that was we'd been sending out home studios to literally everyone, not just NFL writers, but anyone who's going to be on there. And so it was kind of, the only thing that was different, I would say, is that we weren't at the Super Bowl. We didn't leave our house. Usually we leave our house 2 or 3 times a year to cover an NFL event. That did not happen this year.
You guys want to hear me yell at my dog? I'll be right back. I have to go yell at my dog.
What do you think Brinson is going to yell at his dog?
I don't know if he muted himself.
You think Brinson has ever... What if we just hear a bunch of cuss words? What would you do? Like, would you just end the podcast so Brinson doesn't get fired?
No, I mean...
Or what if he comes back and his arm is like this and the dog's hanging from it because the dog bit him?
Hey, we're hitting some big numbers. Thanks for everyone for sticking with us. And the pod's not going anywhere. We're staying daily. You guys know that know us before. If you're finding us for the first time, we are a daily podcast. That's not just during the NFL football season. It's the off season now. We're officially entering off season mode. That means daily for us. We're staying that way. Breach, daily newsletter throughout the off season.
There is a daily newsletter throughout the offseason. Now I'm welcoming myself to your guys' world, because I used to laugh at Debo and Brinson because they had to do a daily podcast. Like, like, thank God I don't have to do that. And now here I am. The joke's on me, because now I also have a daily assignment with the newsletter. Here you are. It should be a fun offseason, though. We have all these quarterback moves. There's just so many teams, so many quarterbacks that could be switching teams, and that automatically makes the offseason more fun. I mean, are we going to have a Deshaun Watson podcast? That will happen. Sam Darnold getting traded? That's an emergency podcast, right?
Oh, yeah.
Carson Wentz getting traded. Jimmy Garoppolo switching teams? Probably an emergency podcast.
Yep.
I'm not sure if Teddy Bridgewater would be, but probably if he gets traded. Depends what's at the deal, right?
Depends. We thought about doing an Andy Dalton emergency last year. We didn't. It's the Cowboys. It's your favorite player. We thought about it.
Washington could trade for. We don't know what's going to happen with Alex Smith and Ryan Fitzpatrick. Washington's interested in quarterbacks. There's just so many guys that could end up switching teams.
It seems like we're at that point with the NFL, though. I'm sure, like, even since you started covering the league, the offseason's always interesting, but it's much more of a year-round sport with these rumors. Now, the way that there's certain deadlines and the way that the calendar works, it can't be a full 12-month where these rumors are happening, but it's close to it. Especially in the last couple of years, I think it's followed the path of the NBA, where there's always stuff off the field happening that we're talking about in terms of player movement, where that wasn't necessarily the case before.
Yeah. And, I don't hate that, because you don't want a dead off season. You don't just want to sit around and do nothing. And it makes all of our jobs harder when we're trying to do a podcast or a newsletter every single day and there's nothing to talk about, because if there weren't all these things going on, we'd spend the next week talking about Aaron Rodgers' engagement.
I mean, which would not be an issue. We could go through Shailene Woodley's entire IMDb, but yeah, I mean, in hoops, they call it the player empowerment era. And that's what we're entering with the NFL, where if Deshaun Watson wants a trade, by all means, he can ask and probably get a trade. So I like where we're at with the NFL. Like you said, it always brings something exciting until it's 2024 and Joe Burrow's ready to call for a trade.
Debo, who do you think first of all, that's not nice.
No.
There's no reason to say that.
Carson Wentz this
I
year.
didn't start ripping on Carson Wentz until it was clear that he was a crappy quarterback.
All right, fair enough.
But you can do it. If Burrow's bad in 2023, you have my permission to make fun of me all year long. Who do you think the favorite is to win Super Bowl 56?
I mean, I'm still taking the Chiefs.
Who do you think the odds? William Hill odds?
I would say the Chiefs.
It is the Chiefs. There you go. By a lot.
Comfortably, yeah, I would say comfortably.
Chiefs are plus 550. And then the Buccaneers and Packers are tied at number 2 for plus 900.
Run through it a little bit. Where
I only have the top 6. The Bills are next at plus 1,200. The Ravens are plus 1,200. Matthew Stafford and the Rams are at number 6 plus 1,300.
That's my Super Bowl pick.
13-1. The Rams.
My dog's fine. George, come here. George.
I might jump on the Rams bandwagon.
George, come here. He was so like our deck out back. The stairs point like directly over to my neighbors who are a little older, and George will stand on the edge of the stairs and just bark. And like Dan, our neighbor, has been like, Giants. Like, I guess George does like to wake up in the middle of the night sometimes, huh? It's like, oh god, sorry, Dan. George,
We're talking about the favorites for Super Bowl 56, Brinson.
George the dog. Yeah, I mean, look, I think I love the Rams. I think the Rams, a lot of the problem, I wouldn't be betting a whole lot like right now on the Super Bowl for 56, just because of all the movement that could go through. Now, having said that, if you think there's a team that, if you think there's a team you can identify that's going to be a good value, for instance, the Bucs are probably like 50-1 this time last year. And so if you pick the Bucs, then you got a great future price and you got paid. So I think that's something to consider if you think you can maybe take a gander at the futures market. Like the Panthers are a team that if they landed Watson, the 49ers are a team where if they land Watson or Sam Darnold, that it could make a lot of sense. I have to think they're both like in the somewhere between 30 and 50-1. Washington, it's a good one from worst gang Planka.
You're right. Tampa was 60-1 2 weeks before free agency last year, which is wild. You just got to anticipate things.
Well, and what's stupid?
And if you had listened to this podcast, you would have known that Brady was going to Tampa Bay.
And the other thing too is that it's actually kind of stupid. We told everybody to bet on Brady going to Tampa Bay, but then didn't bet the Bucs to win the Super Bowl.
I think we were all hesitant that was going to be enough, because like he struggled his final year in New England, and they were 7-5 at one point this year. They didn't look like a team. I think Tony Romo was the only person picking them to go to the Super Bowl at that point. They had lost 4 in a row, so their odds fell pretty. You probably could have had almost better odds in December when they fell to 7-5.
Does that make you happy, Musso? Got a nice giant single cube of ice in there.
That is a great ice cube. I have one of those. Do you have?
What's up?
I was going to ask a football question, but by all means, talk about ice.
Somebody said, "Who's my hot pick for next year?" Yeah, it's the Rams. I'm all in on Stafford. I want the Rams. I want the Rams and Stafford and Sean McVay to win a Super Bowl. I need oxygen to breathe. Because then I am jamming the Stafford Hall of Fame stuff in people's faces. Because if Stafford wins the Super Bowl, he's getting into the Hall of Fame.
Prince and I are always on the same team in the NFC. It's getting kind of tiresome.
But we're usually pretty good about it.
We had the Vikings a couple years ago. They made the playoffs at least that year. It's more embarrassing what they did.
Oh, well. 2 hours after the Super Bowl ends, he shows up on the podcast.
All right, 2 hours.
Ryan, you see that number in the top left?
Yikes.
Time code.
That's a long.
Have you talked about your successful day, Brinson, publicly?
What are you talking about?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So let me ask you something.
The show started at 5:30. I was watching the final hole on this exact same stream and losing my mind. I thought I lost all the money.
Debo and Breach have had to live this live. So did you tell your wife about it?
Yeah.
Do you have plans? Does she have plans for it?
Yeah. Well, first of all, she's already talked herself into thinking it's $800,000. We're live. We're live, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just make sure we're live. I'm just making sure.
I'm going to ask you a personal question. You don't have to answer it. Have you paid your house off?
No.
Would you put a large part of that towards the house or not?
Because
my wife would be. I would be the same way. Let's just pay this thing off as soon as we can.
Yeah. Sorry,
will I get it on my? Sorry, Debo. Is this loud enough?
This isn't the actual pod, so if people have been hanging with us this long,
this isn't going to scare them off, right?
Credit to you.
I haven't eaten in a while, so.
Well, first of all, look, Xander Schauffele made the birdie putt on 18, and that cost me $120,000. So that's a dagger. Because the first I lost by like 5 points, and so I mean, so it's 80,000, which is awesome, but it's like I got to pay taxes on it.
Yeah, which is 28% or something.
It's gonna be pretty stiff. Yeah, I don't have to worry about that till next April, which is nice. But
still, even if you,
yeah, but I'm just saying, like,
you could go buy a car in cash, like you were Michael Jordan, and get a nice car.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
I mean, just walk in there with a 50.
I don't really care about having a nice car, though. Honestly,
I don't either. Like, that'd be the last thing I do. I go buy like a beater.
My car. I mean, my car is a 2011 Tahoe.
I drive an 09 Jetta, and I drive it because I can drive around town and people can run into it, and I give zero craps.
Yeah, exactly. Like I don't want a boat. No, so look, I'm going to buy some new golf clubs. I'm going on a golf trip in May with some friends.
And you're going anyway, so you just have pocket money now.
Yeah. And my wife and I are going to take a trip somewhere in June. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'll probably try not to spend it all at once.
I think, yeah. So let's say you clear 50 grand. If I won 50 grand, we pay off all our credit cards, Jump Street. I don't know how much we have left. My wife handles all that.
My wife wants to paint the cabinets in the kitchen.
Well, okay, that's $50. I think you got a little left over.
$1,000. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, I'll buy some paint and paint these cabinets. Yeah.
And I would like to think I would pay our credit cards, and then I'd like to think I'd put maybe half, 2/3 of what's left over towards the house, and then, I mean, like, if we wanted to blow 10 grand on something like trips or something, maybe 8 grand. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, no, we'll do a nice trip.
At no point am I thinking about saving for my kids' college. Emo, what are you doing with 50 grand?
I want to ask Will real quick. Will the clubs approach the price of the vacation, do you think?
I'm going to get custom fitted. So, my clubs
you're not spending more than $1,500 if you do all that.
No, but clubs are not cheap.
It might be about, I bet all told. Well, if you count I should get some insurance money for the stolen clubs. I bet.
What? Right. Exactly. This is a guy who makes his living burning down houses and collecting insurance on it.
I mean, do you think that I prefer having to deal with getting new clubs? Like, I can't go play golf right now because
you're the person that yells at the TSA folks for being mean to you. Yes, you're the person that are quite okay with people.
Yeah, I'm going to buy $80,000 worth of dog coins. I got some dog coin.
What is that? Is that Bitcoin?
Dude, did dog coin just shoot up? Hello.
I don't know what dog coins are.
It's up 2% today. Yeah, it's like it's a long story.
Debo, what are you doing with 50 grand? Helping the poor. That's Debo.
I feel like Debo's not hurting for money. I feel like Debo, I mean, you're like, I mean, I'm not saying you're like Daddy Warbucks here, but like you're a reasonable person who is single.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I don't know. Like,
I don't think Debo is turning down $50,000, no matter how.
I'm saying, like, but like, I just don't think, like, what I'm saying is that I don't know. I feel like it's going in Debo's checking account, and Debo's going to keep doing what Debo does. He'll buy himself like a night, maybe an upgrade, maybe buy a new car.
That would be a sensible thing to do. Debo, yeah. What are you doing, Debo?
Yeah, I'm not like you guys. I don't need like the flashiest car in the world. I could use probably a little upgrade to the car.
You want to buy a 2009 Jetta?
Perfect.
We're about $80,000 worth of rope hats.
It's right in South Florida. I'm saving most of it. Probably invest in a car.
I'd probably put most of it in the stock market. Honestly, I don't know if I'll do that right away. Like, I'll probably wait and see.
I can tell you won't.
Well, I mean,
I know you.
Okay.
1,000 of it's going towards my drinking night. You and Breach had your get together last year. I was at home. I was at the hotel asleep because I had to work the next morning while you two goobers were out living the dream.
I probably will buy like half a Bitcoin.
Okay. I don't even know what that means either.
It's a pretty big chunk of that.
Well, and if that Bitcoin,
yeah,
doubles, then that's
a bigger chunk.
I bought some Bitcoin in November and it has done quite well.
I am glad that this wasn't another NBA win because I would have been pissed off. Like, I'm happy for you now, but if it was like an NBA win, I would have been upset.
Was it NBA last year?
Yeah, NBA was last year.
I could not. The first thing I did when he told me is told Rob. He's like, "Oh my god," and everyone was sitting around going, "What happened?" Said, yeah, the biggest butthole on the planet won $80,000.
I will say, I mean, like, I'm not, like, I think, I mean, I don't think people consider me like a hard, I don't know, whatever you want to call it.
A what?
GTLL stock. I will look that up.
People don't consider you a what?
I mean, I was gonna say like a hard worker. Like I work pretty hard at this DFS stuff. Like I put a lot of
day job.
I don't know. I mean, like I just think that people would like. I mean, I take a lot. I mean, like I take time and I study the course, and I mean, I create a model, and then I eat a gummy and play PGA 2K and see think about which golf.
Hey, you can eat gummies in North Carolina, can you?
You can eat whatever you want in North Carolina. You can't eat gummy bears. They're legal.
Are there dispensaries in North Carolina? Let me ask it that way.
Oh, did you think it was like a different kind of gummy? No, just a regular gummy bear.
And
I just sit down and eat candy. My favorite candy.
This is the 8-hour mark.
I didn't admit to anything.
For instance, drug habit.
But
where'd Breach go?
Serial killing.
I feel like gonna kill themselves.
But yeah, I mean, so I brought up my model just to look at, I've been kind of looking over the weekend, and I use Fantasy National if anybody cares. It's like $100 for the year. It's awesome. You can plug all the stats in, and you weight the stats, and then
I will say that subscription is paid for itself.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, I don't pay for it. I get comped, but whatever. But all
that's a great response to you, though.
I think all the top 24 golfers in my model all made the cut and all did pretty well. So I'd sort of felt like something like this was I felt like there was a pop coming because I'd been kind of consistently locking into some pretty good weeks on these DFS golf things, and I love golf. I mean, it's my favorite sport, and had a week.
My favorite
sport. Putt sucks though. That sucks bad.
Where'd you go, Breach? Couldn't stand to be with me.
All right, let's guess what Breach ate. I'm going to say PB&J because he knew we would guess what he ate, and the fact that he ate the thing that he first guessed that I ate when I disappeared earlier.
You know what he ate?
Hilarious to him.
Tell Ryan what you did. Big baller Brinson. Tell him what you did, Brinson, for the people that guessed what you were eating.
I gave away $10 for people who guessed.
He gave away $30, Ryan. He would not have done that if he did not win that tournament tonight.
Absolutely. Man, if history's any guide, when in the previous iteration of this podcast, you probably were selling College Debo.
No kidding.
Stick was that if you give 5 stars and subscribe, he will mail you beer.
Oh yeah.
Those people 3 years later.
It turns out it's really hard to mail beer.
That didn't keep you from what's your motto? Overpromise, underdeliver.
If you could Venmo beer, it'd be easier.
By the way, I can tell you exactly what Breach just ate. Human spleen.
This podcast is going to be loose.
Wilson, I am not Army Hammer, man. I'm now out here celebrating being a cannibal.
Yeah, who's Army Hammer, by the way? I've heard that name.
Yeah, that's because he's in the news because he texted someone, said he was a cannibal. Now it's all crazy.
Was he previously famous?
Previously, you think he's famous because his name's Army Hammer?
I don't know.
If you don't know who he is, he is not famous. He's not on the Wilson spectrum of famous. The wins over Wilson spectrum of famous. The person who guessed an ice cream sandwich, that is the closest I ate. Well, see, all I had was pizza. And I didn't want to eat a piece of pizza because it's too much bread at this point. So my wife made some mini muffins. So I had a banana chocolate chip mini muffin and this granola bar that I'm still not finished with that I am going to mute and chew on so that I don't.
You ate half a granola bar and some mini muffins?
By the way, twice as many carbs as one plus a pizza, but okay.
Too much bread. So I'm going to eat these mini muffins. And these.
Also, by the way, there's a 100% chance that Rachel Breese's wife His nickname is Mini Muffins.
Oh, that's true. What is Breach? What is your wife saved in your cell phone as? What was it?
My ginger baby.
We saw that we were at it with Breach, and his phone rings, and it pops up and says, "My ginger baby." We're like, what?
And they were just dating at that point. I don't think
I feel like we might have been at the press box in Super Bowl 50. We're like, Breach, what? Is that insane?
Yeah, because that was when we actually hung out with her at the Tenderloin, that crazy place. Your insane. I think your buddy Drew's insane friend took us to.
Oh man, that was crazy. That's the second drunkest Super Bowl night of my life. Obviously behind Miami.
Thank you, Debo.
Yeah, we've covered
We've already covered that. We don't need to cover it again.
Debo, were you at the game today, Debo, or not?
No, I'm back.
Debo says that people have asked him about last year in Miami like 7,000 times this week.
Yeah, and not just from Pete Prisco. It was a small crew there, but I think every single person asked me to kind of just share the whole day that was Saturday before Super Bowl last year.
Right. Did you share?
So I was told stuff that I was unaware of that I won't get into, but not even I, who was with Brinson, I think the longest that day, because I saw him at the first party around 2:00 in the afternoon.
I lost all those wheels up hats too.
But
Was
yeah,
Brinson aware of the things that you found out today?
we'll tell him another time.
Probably. I think I've been told everything about it.
The best part of that whole thing, the second best part was the best part was living it live. The second best part was exactly 4.5 seconds when we got on set the next day. 3 different people came up to Brinson and said, "I heard you had a few drinks."
Yeah, I heard you. So yeah. I mean, look, a regrettable overextension of my inebriation that evening. As I've stated multiple times, we go to the Wheels Up party. I don't really know why. I was like, maybe they didn't have beer available. Is that possible?
All I know is I texted you for lunch because I didn't know where you were. Didn't hear back from you till like 8. So I was like, all right. So I think me and Breach, you didn't go to honors, Brinson. Did you go to honors, Breach?
Go to honors? Are you kidding me? I couldn't walk. No, that's the other problem too. Usually on Saturday night, I have to go do NFL honors, and so I have to like keep it kind of easy on Saturday. We do honors. That's what it is. And so this is the first year I'd never done honors. So it was like, all right, I'll go to this Wheels Up party, and I had like a granola bar for lunch, and just started like drinking vodka drinks, and they're just flying down. It's a killer party. Like Bill Belichick's wandering around. I mean, like it's an awesome time, and then. Yada yada yada.
Breach, did you do Breach? You did honors because I think
yes, Samuel Brooking. This is the Super Bowl recap.
Wait, who did honors last year? I'm looking at my photos. I don't know if I was there.
Oh, you weren't?
Oh, I was. It was in Miami.
Yeah, because I was waiting for you to get back because Brinson dumped us, and then we met. I think you and your buddy that looked like Jesus. We went to that bar around the corner, and that's where we met with Debo, and then Brandon and Garrett
So
came.
you and I did NFL honors together.
I didn't go. I don't remember what I was doing.
Shout out Purdy Lounge.
Purdy Lounge. Thank you, Debo.
Oh, it was me. It was me and Bleep.
It was crowded. It was crowded wherever we went.
There's my picture of Kyler Murray.
Yeah, you don't even remember going. You're getting old.
I am getting old.
I may have gone up on. You know what I did? We say the Residence Inn, which is the nicest Residence Inn on planet Earth in South Beach. There's a rooftop pool.
Rooftop pool at a Residence Inn. Just like it doesn't even sound believable. It sounds like you're
no,
just making
it was really nice. And Brinson actually knows about
like
it.
saying you met a supermodel at a Waffle House. Like it just
jumped it like 7 times.
But that while you were at honors and Brinson was out living it up across the bay there, me and JLC were drinking beer at the rooftop pool. That's what happened. I was waiting on you to get back, Breach.
Yeah, I had like a Cliff Bar. It was like, oh, I'll just eat at the Wheels Up party, and I got there and there was like just apps. Maybe they didn't have beer or something like that.
You know what you should have been eating and you wouldn't have gotten sick? Mini muffins.
That's true.
You were pounding some meatballs at the Wheels Up party. I'm you had more meatballs than I've ever seen someone eat.
I don't know if that's true, but I love the visual of.
I think I had like 5 meatballs. They were good. The Rayo's meatballs?
Yeah, the Raul. I don't know if it's Raul. Those were
chugging meatballs.
Dude,
what does $80,000 worth of meatballs look like? That's what I want you to buy.
Franchise Arrayos.
I wonder if I'll win a DFS tournament every. Oh, you know what? My buddy Garrett had a great point. This kind of blew me away earlier today. I definitely don't enter that lineup if I'm at the Super Bowl.
Not if you're in the same shape you were in last year this time.
No. I put it in on a Wednesday night. But I'm saying like Wednesday, if this is a normal Super Bowl, we're all in Tampa doing Radio Row, and I've slapped together some lineup at the last second and it's definitely not this lineup. Like I wouldn't have put it in. So I thought it was kind of interesting.
But also remember that after you won and you took me out for our $500 whiskey date, you won again. You won again a year later. So like we really need to keep that tradition going.
No, I already nixed that breach.
Wilson's like claiming like he deserves some sort of outing.
Like finder's fee?
No.
How about
last time?
I did get asked a lot, does Brinson care that he's not here this week? And I think that solve some things if you have that type of return to show for it.
I didn't want to be there this week. I didn't want to be living in a hotel all week long. I mean, like I've been trying pretty actively to avoid, COVID situations, and that just felt like one that was kind of risky. So I didn't really have any interest. B Joel Ho asks, I know you guys play DFS. What are your favorite projection sites? And we'll get going on the podcast in a minute. Probably like 10 minutes or something. Wilson's finished up eating. I got to tinkle in a second. I forgot to do that when I got George.
All right, I'm ready.
Well, hold on. He asked a DFS question. Obviously Sportsline is great. Have to promo the in-house stuff, but if you're for football, Evan Silva and Adam Levitan do people. Do I have to plug Sportsline here? I think I probably do. Sportsline.com/join. You can get Mike McClure and Jacob Gibbs do awesome work there. They really do. So I would join that. I would also, I think Establish a Run is really good for football stuff. Evan and Adam do great work there, and they got a bunch of other guys who Cody Main does their showdown stuff. Michael Leone and Drew Dinkmeyer do this like Establish a Million video that's really, really helpful in terms of game theory and talking that stuff through. So I'm a huge ETR fan. For golf, I use Fantasy National and Fantasy Labs for the optimizer. So for NBA, ETR has NBA too. They crush. It's really good. So I would check that out as well. But Sportsline, obviously great. Shraggy B texted me, plug Sportsline. Like is Shraggy B still listening too? Are you guys not exhausted? This chat has been going for 8 hours.
He hung out with us for a while, giving me some good numbers. Thanks for everyone for joining us today.
Yeah.
We had 20,000 people in here at one point. And Brinson had no clue because he was looking at his lineup, which I don't blame him for. It could have been one person here. It could have been 100,000. He would have no idea.
If you would have just said on the chat and asked each person to Venmo him $4, he also could have gotten 80,000. So he could have paid more attention to the chat.
Manchild, no, we have not recorded the podcast.
Somehow.
We have been in here since I've been here since the fourth quarter.
Somebody said that we should tell Wilson about the Hangover movie involving Brinson.
Oh yeah,
Wilson, we're gonna have a Hangover movie involving Brinson. Except
what was that? Isn't that the same thing we had last year?
Well, except it's gonna be a movie, and so instead of the plot being a bachelor party, it's gonna start on 4 p.m. on the day before the Super Bowl, and then like it's gonna be about the sports writer who gets kidnapped, air quote. Yeah. But when we go back and look at the situation, it just turned out that he was so drunk that he thought he got kidnapped, but he really didn't. Right. And then he has to get to the Super Bowl and make it on time to cover it so he can host his podcast.
So it's half Hangover, half Get Him to the Roxy on Time. Whatever that movie is with
Get Him to the Greek.
Russell Brand.
Right.
Yeah.
A third Hangover, a third Get Him to the Greek, and a third Dude, Where's My Car?
Dude, where's my podcast?
All right,
who set the over under for drinks for me tonight at 3.5?
That was an hour ago.
I know. Yeah, we're getting three before we start this podcast.
All right, go change your diaper and let's do this.
Yeah, there'll absolutely be a bird scooter involved. You know it.
Bird scooter.
I can hold off on Yeah, I gotta get a drink anyway. Hold on.
Yeah, do it before.
Devo's seen this movie.
I've seen this.
Devo, how was your week?
It was good. This is my second time kind of being at Super Bowl week. Obviously, a lot different than last year. I told you guys earlier in the week I was a little surprised that it was more lively than I anticipated, but I should have known better being Florida. Yesterday, we went to the stadium for the first time. A lot of foot traffic, a lot of people around, but drove back today. I can imagine that city it's not quiet right now. I'm sure they're out celebrating.
That's what I was thinking. Like after they, you saw them moments after the win, like Gronk ain't going back to the hotel room.
Yeah, in terms of the players, like I don't know what is available to them. If it's just kind of like they have a spot, like they're with that team, like they can't even like have a favorite restaurant that they like would go to last year. Like
I remember in years past, the first Super Bowl I went to was the Indianapolis one. So that was Patriots, Giants, and both teams had the post-game party set up regardless, like one of those big sort of wedding tent things. And I think I know that 2 years ago, a buddy of mine has a friend on the Patriots. He went to their party at the Atlanta game. It was a closed party. I think Snoop was at that party or something. So maybe they have like their closed parties set up anyway. And at this point, I mean, I would imagine everyone gets tested and all that, but I don't think the NFL cares whether you get COVID if you're an NFL player at this point.
Yeah, like I should check like some of the Bucs players like Instagram lives or Instagrams at this point because I feel like we would start to see that. But it's a unique situation because the winning team has never gotten just to stay in the city that they play in. So I don't know if you're just more low key and celebrating with family. But yeah, it was a good week. I'm hopeful that if we all get the chance to be in LA next year, that it's different and things are more like Miami.
Yeah, so LA Super Bowl and then Vegas draft. That's gonna be bonkers.
Yeah, that's one of those where maybe I think Brinson's only be able to mentally handle one of those trips.
Mentally and physically.
What trips?
Nothing. We shouldn't bring it up. You'll have to go back and watch all 8 hours and fast forward to this part to figure out what we were just talking about.
Or I will tell you for $70,000.
What were you talking about?
You can keep 10 for your troubles.
If you will not be Wilson. We'll make your. I deserve one because Breach got one.
You will not be able to handle either mentally or physically.
Oh wait, Wilson thinks he deserves the night out because I got one.
Yeah. I had to go to bed because I had to get up early the next morning.
The difference was we were gonna do this anyway. I didn't even know Brinson had won the money until we were 2 drinks in. I think he got drunk into. I don't think he. You don't.
I wasn't gonna tell you, and then I got drunk. That's exactly right.
That out. And then we had already planned. I was a little, I don't want to say suspicious, but when Brinson ordered like a $16 whiskey for our first drink, but I was like, you know what? It's the Super Bowl. We can have an expensive first drink. We'll go cheap after that. And then 3 drinks in, when he's still drinking the $16 one, he's like, all right, man, I'm going to come clean. And I'm like, about what? What? It's like, I want a lot of money. I'm just going to buy all these drinks. I'm like, okay, I'm in.
This is the adult version of the kid whose parents have the pool and you're friends with him, so you go over to his house. So we're fighting over being friends with Brinson to get free.
This one,
right?
This was a lot more exciting and not even like, I mean, obviously, because it's like
you won 80 grand. That is like that for like 99. Think about this: for 99.9% of the people on planet Earth, that is life-changing money.
I don't think that's accurate.
Oh, 100% is accurate.
I'm not going to pay 30 grand. And my tax bill is going to suck next year.
Okay, 99.7% of the people on planet Earth, 50 grand.
Since Brinson won 80 grand, I should say.
I don't think 80 grand is life-changing money. For 99%, I think it is life-changing money for
7 billion people on Earth.
I don't think it's life-changing money for 99% of the population.
I do.
Wilson, what's the most money you've ever won on it could be lottery, it could be betting on sports, it could be anything.
Oh, not more than a few $100s.
Am I an idiot? Am I an idiot? If it's somebody saying I'm an idiot or somebody's an idiot, is it life-changing money? I mean, like it's.
Yes.
I don't think it's life-changing.
Thank you.
I think it is. I mean, look, don't get me wrong. I'm really, really, really excited. It's huge. But I don't think it's like it's not kind of like it's.
No, anybody could use it to pay off debt, and it would help a lot of people out. But like, 10
It's
years
not
from
going to
now,
change
10
the way
years
you.
from now,
It's not going to change the way you live your life. Like
Yeah.
you're not going to like suddenly be like
People,
oh,
I think you're underselling the idea that the number of people on planet Earth that live in poverty are well below what you consider even middle class. That's 80 grand.
Remember that says 80K is more than I got from my Afghan and Iraq tours combined. Okay, all right, I'll take the L. It's life-changing money. I'm
Great,
sorry.
you're taking an L too. I don't know where you're coming from on that.
But don't get me wrong. Like it is.
No, I don't think you were being.
Okay, yeah. I
other than-
like I'm not coming across like 80 grand. Who gives a crap?
No, you just don't
Like,
have. I mean, why would you? Yeah, you're not thinking about people in third world countries. You're betting.
No, I'm just.
your
I mean,
DFS lineup. I'm not being a jerk. I'm being serious. I didn't take it any other way than you just not.
well,
Have,
like for instance, like FU money, like
no life changing money in terms of you make $4 a day in the job that you do in your third world country working in a factory.
I'll
80
take the L.
grand.
I'll take the L in the classification here. I will take the L. I'm sorry. I did not. I mean, that made me sound elite and snobby. And my
You
apologies.
sounded much worse about it. I didn't take that personally at all.
But the commenters did. They're blasting me.
Oh, well, I'm glad I could add some perspective.
And I view, and
I gotta get some more
the reason
check
I
lines.
agreed with Brinson is because I view life-changing money as something where you can quit your job, you don't have to work again.
You agree with Brinson because you want free drinks, you
No,
jerk.
that's how I view it. That's where your life actually changes. Is this monumental amount of money for anyone? Oh, yes, of course. Like that would be amazing. We all want to steal Brinson's DFS account and send that money to our bank account right now. Like, can you see the password? Can anybody, is it there? Is it? He's not in the. Nope, can't see it. But like, is it life changing in terms of can you quit your job? So,
guys, well, people were like, I can't even.
Look how much fun Devo's having checking out these comments. Yeah. Devo's crying right now.
Oh man,
Keep it coming.
By the way, the only respectable comeback person is to Pac-Man Jones make it rain it. Just start flying off dollar bills.
You got to give at least one dunk on yourself too.
Yeah, that's fair.
What a big jam!
I look, the semantics of that got away from me. I'm sorry. My point was that like somebody was like, are you even going to podcast or just going to quit your job? It's like, no, I mean, I can't quit my job. Like if I won like the Millie Maker or whatever, maybe it's like all right, I'm out of here, but like,
no, I don't think you're not quitting your job. I mean, like Tony Romo, 80 grand, that's what he tips people. Well, Devo found a really good comment.
He's in the purge at Prince's house.
Hit publish, Devo, so we can all see it.
Like,
oh my god.
I mean, yeah, sorry. I took it as like when life changing meaning like you don't like you can quit your job and be like and without any repercussions. And like
Devo, this is the best day of Devo's life. No, life changing. I said for 99.9% of people planet Earth, and most of those people live well below the poverty line. That's all I'm saying.
I agree that the financial the way in which our country is constructed from
the country, the entire world.
The entire world, fine, whatever. Either way, like the whole world, like I think it's screwed up. I agree with it completely.
I'm not asking you to feel bad or sorry. That's just the comment I made. And
I'm not feeling bad or sorry because you're asking me to. I'm telling you that I agree with you.
All right. You're usually unusually defensive about
I gotta do one more thing. I set my alarm on.
What are you talking about?
My security alarm on. These freaking people are coming to my house.
I don't understand why no one else thinks $80,000 is just dropping the bucket. Like, I'll be right back. I gotta set my security alarm for the release the dogs.
Release the hounds.
Get your butler to do it.
I feel bad now.
Oh my god. I can't believe this is the thing that made you have a conscience.
These glasses are $30. These glasses,
by the way,
these glasses are so cheap and flimsy. I will buy some nice blue light glasses.
Big loser here isn't you. It's Breach for agreeing with you and not knowing why other than he wanted free drinks.
No. Now you're just being crazy.
Big loser is you because you're not getting those drinks now, Wilson.
Thank you.
I have my pride.
I do agree.
I'll buy a blue light.
I have no pride. If there's free alcohol involved, I have no pride. I have no problem admitting it.
If you were offended by my comment, I apologize.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe what crazy time. All right, we ready? Or you got to go do something else.
Do your thing. You come back. We start.
Okay. I don't want to come back from that. All right, let's go.
afraid what the comment section's going to say. You ready?
Am I ready? I don't have to do anything. I was joking about the alarm.
Oh.
Oh,
I already turned the alarm on. When I come up here, I turn the alarm on.
Yeah, we thought he was dead serious. That's
There's a Ring camera on, chatters. And hounds everywhere. A moat, a spiked moat.
I don't know what that means. Oh, moat. Gotcha.
Yeah. All right, let's do it.
All right.
What's up, everybody?
Sausage being made. We're aiming for an hour here.
God dang.
All right, let's go. 3, 2, 1. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Pick Six Podcast, CBS Sports Daily NFL Podcast. I'm Will Brinson. I'm your host, and we're done. There's no more football. The 2020 season, the NFL made it. Every single game got played, and against all odds, all 256 regular season games and every single playoff game got played. And in the end, nothing changed because Tom Brady won the Super Bowl 31-9. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Tom Brady defeat Patrick Mahomes and Kansas City Chiefs. Joining me now to break it down, John Breach, Ryan Wilson. This is actually the 8th consecutive streaming hour on Twitch and YouTube. We're recapping. We're doing the Super Bowl recap here. If you're live, you can chat with us and ask us questions. Most people have been chatting with us and asking us questions for 2 hours while we waited on Wilson. But you're here. You were out, doing whatever rich people do, and now you showed up.
Oh, I'm the rich person?
Yeah.
I was out. I don't know. I was driving around in my Rolls Royce yelling at people out the window. By the way, did you guys see I'm in Stamford, Connecticut, obviously. Did you see my video that I shared driving to work today? Did you see that?
Was it snowy?
I was trying to cover the pregame of the Super Bowl, Ryan. I don't have time to watch your videos.
It was at 2 p.m., but okay. Yeah, I mean, they probably got 8 inches of snow today. Had to drive in through that. I don't think the snowplow's been invented in Stamford, Connecticut, so I had to rough it. Luckily, I have a lot of experience driving through the snow, but much different than the weather in Tampa Bay, where turned out, Johnny, no rain.
Yeah, ironically enough, your car was the Chiefs, the snow was the Buccaneers defense, and we all know what happened there. No rain. The Chiefs could have used some rain.
Chiefs did not score
on the Buccaneers parade.
Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs did not score a touchdown. They managed 6 points in the first half, 3 points in the second half. 3 field goals was all they got. Harrison Butker, Patrick Mahomes, 26 of 49, 270 yards, 0 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. Tom Brady, your Super Bowl MVP, 21 of 29, 201 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Rob Gronkowski, probably the runner up there, 6 catches, 67 yards, and 2 scores. Antonio Brown also caught a touchdown, and Leonard Fournette ran for 1. I mean, I think it sort of gets lost in the discussion about how bad the Super Bowl was, because it wasn't a very good Super Bowl. But I mean, Tampa Bay absolutely blistered the Chiefs. I mean, completely destroyed them. That's as shocking as a result as I think I've seen since 2007 when the Giants beat the Patriots, mainly because I didn't think there was a world. I didn't think there was a game script that existed. I wouldn't have planned for this, that the Chiefs could score 0 touchdowns and that every single second half comeback attempt by Patrick Mahomes would be completely and utterly foiled by the Buccaneers.
Yeah, it was a confluence of everything going wrong for the Chiefs at the exact wrong time. It started with the offensive line, which came in injured. It started with Patrick Mahomes, whose toes suddenly looked a lot worse this week than it did 2 weeks ago when he looked pretty mobile. And he also looked to be a little skittish in terms of not trusting that offensive line, because the Bucs, one of the things they do really well, 4 rushers. They don't need to blitz. Todd Bowles likes to blitz, but they can get home with 4. So they just played a lot. They didn't blitz that often from first viewing. They played a lot of 2 high safeties, kept everything in front of them, and then made a ton of tackles. And coming into this week, everyone reads 4,000 reviews and previews, Football Outsiders pointed out that over the course of the season, the Chiefs offensively were like 6 overall on first down in DVOA in terms of efficiency. Were 2nd overall on second down. And on third down, they were number 1 on third and medium, and they were number 2 on third and long. And that went back the last 3 years. So they dominated on third down. Super Bowl, they were 3 for 13. That was a huge part of it. Another huge part of it is that no one on the Chiefs apparently could catch football. The number of people that got hit in the face, Tyreek Hill in the end zone, Travis Kelce dropped a bunch of balls. I think Mecole Hardman dropped that ball that Breach loved so much, the supine throw in the third quarter or fourth quarter. The game was already over at that point, but the point being they dropped a ton of balls, and the defense for the Chiefs, as expected, couldn't stop the run. They never could stop the run during the season, and Leonard Fournette finally on the biggest stage looked like a first-round pick.
Yeah. How do you think Jacksonville feels about that? Like, oh yeah, we've been vindicated. We are right about his talent. He's got a Super Bowl ring.
Yeah, play Patrick Mahomes.
Well, where's this playoff Lenny? Where did this guy come from? You know what's funny is that one story I wrote leading up to the Super Bowl was an interview with Matt Ryan. And Matt Ryan played the Buccaneers in week 15, played the Chiefs in week 16, and played the Buccaneers in week 17. So, like, if you're going to ask an NFL player who's going to win this Super Bowl, he's a pretty solid person to ask. And also, the Falcons were leading 2 of those 3 games in the fourth quarter, and Matt Ryan averaged 307 yards passing, threw 7 touchdowns, 0 interceptions in those 3 games. So he played really well against those 2 teams in those 3 games. And when he got asked who was going to win the game, he did not even hesitate. He said Tampa Bay. Like, just, and usually maybe you don't pick the division rival, or you don't pick the guy who beat you by coming back 28-3 in a Super Bowl that you are forever connected to and kind of embarrasses you now. Maybe you don't pick that guy. But he just said their defensive line was so good and they can put so much pressure on you that you just don't have time to think. And I think, a lot of us thought, hey, maybe that might happen to Patrick Mahomes, that Mahomes is so good that it wouldn't matter. That it was Mahomes can think so quickly, or he has more weapons than a guy like Matt Ryan. Because if Julio Jones is covered, Matt Ryan just like gets lost, gets sacked, it's done. But with Patrick Mahomes, there's Travis Kelce, there's Tyreek Hill, there's McCole Hardman. You can hit someone out of the backfield. There's just weapons after weapons after weapons. And so it didn't seem like it was possible to shut down Patrick Mahomes like the Buccaneers did. And really, it was masterful. I have never seen Andy Reid get outcoached this badly.
In multiple halves.
Yeah.
What I didn't get was that why could they? I mean, I have to go back and rewatch it, honestly. And I really didn't enjoy this watching. Look, again, I'm at home. It's not the end of the world. I would prefer to be watching the game from the game. I didn't feel like I got a great viewing of it. Or actually, you know what? It was hard to watch it because I hadn't seen a Super Bowl like that in a while. But why weren't they just getting the ball out quick? I want to know. Was this an Andy Reid game plan? Was Eric Bieniemy given sort of the reins to try and?
I love this. Eric Bieniemy is now. I've heard a few times his name's been included. Now we include him on it when things go south. I think he probably had something to do with it. Right.
It's are we sure he calls the plays? Is he really that involved? And they lose. They're Bieniemy's offense sucks.
He's definitely calling the plays. I think part of the issue is that, like I mentioned, Patrick Mahomes was skittish because the offensive line was in shambles.
He was under siege.
I will say this, and I said this on HQ when we were talking to Danny Cannella and Pete Prisco down in Tampa. I thought that Patrick Mahomes played really well, all things considered.
I agree with that.
They were like, no, he was not good. He looked discombobulated and out of sorts. Yeah, he was running for his life, but he also had 5 passes hit his receivers in the face, 2 in the end zone, and that could have at least made the game slightly closer. I don't think that the Buccaneers are losing that game, but
he was sacked 3 times. He was hit.
Good. Finish that.
8 times.
Midway through the fourth quarter, he had been pressured 24 or 40 dropbacks.
Well, one thing about Mahomes,
and they weren't blitzing.
That's right.
Well, okay, so how do you, if your quarterback's just getting crushed, one way to fix that is just maybe try to run the ball. And it feels like the Chiefs went in with this game plan that, hey, the Buccaneers have the best rush defense, so we're not even going to try to run the ball. We are literally.
And they did, though, Brees.
No, hold on a second, Ryan. Hold on a second. So they said, we're going to throw the ball on every single down. Now, did they try to run the ball? Yes, they did in the second half, and it was working. Clyde Edwards-Helaire averaged 7.1 yards per carry. The Chiefs averaged more than 6 yards per carry running the ball when they were still in the game in the third quarter, and there's no reason that couldn't have worked in the first or second quarter. They didn't try to do it in the first half. They only rushed for 57 yards, and it was 6 carries. Your running back only had 4 carries in the first half. They didn't even try to.
Here's what I would say to that. In the first half of the course of the season, the Chiefs threw the ball over 70% of the time. So I'm not sure I'm going to, and you're down 21-6 late in the game. Late in the first half.
My point there is though, if your quarterback's getting crushed, you've got to try something else, and they refuse to try something else.
I'm fine with that because you got there playing that way. Patrick Mahomes got there playing that way. They had a glimpse of what it was going to be like with Eric Fisher in the championship game, and they held it together. I'm not turning to the running. Le'Veon Bell, was he even active? I mean, he wasn't.
Le'Veon Bell is not the answer. No, he was.
Well,
not,
I'm saying it's going to be
Clyde. I don't think he played a snap though.
That's right. That's my point. I'm not changing fundamentally what I do best and better than anyone on planet Earth just because I'm down early. Because they were down 24. We talked about this to the Texans. They were down.
A bad defense though.
Fair enough, but they were down 4 to the last 5 postseason games by double digits, and they won all those games by double digits.
This is a very good defense, and your quarterback, who is already injured, playing with a messed up toe, is getting beat up. So you at least have to keep the Buccaneers defense honest.
I don't even know if the
Buccaneers defense, by the way, is number 1 against the run.
I already mentioned that. That's what I just said. I said the Buccaneers defense is the top against the run. So it seemed like the Chiefs decided they weren't even going to try to run the ball.
I thought that was going to be their plan. I thought that was the plan that was going to work. That was my impression, that Andy Reid would come out and he would get the ball out quick out of Patrick Mahomes' hands. Mahomes, whatever they were running wasn't designed to get the ball out quick. It was crazy. Like it was like he was holding on every play and running around like Russell Wilson and then trying to find Travis Kelce down the field or Tyreek Hill.
And also, by the way, and I know why you're saying what you're saying, Breach, and any other team, I would agree with you. Like the Steelers, yes, please run the ball more because Roethlisberger is, like I've said a million times, a tub of goo. But if Travis Kelce doesn't drop that ball that hits him in the hand in the first quarter, that extends a drive, and if Tyreek Hill catches that ball that hits him in the face in the first quarter, we're not talking about running the ball. They missed out on a handful of plays early on, and by the end, it ended up being, felt like 25 plays they missed out on. But they make 2 or 3 plays in the first 20, 30 minutes. Yeah, you're not caring about Clyde Edwards-Helaire running the ball.
I mean, maybe.
I mean, I think it boils down to this. The Buccaneers had a very good defensive game plan.
Hey, shout out to Todd Bowles. The Buccaneers got home without having to blitz. Shout out to JPP. By the way, he's now 8-0 in the postseason.
And Ndamukong Suh had 1.5 sacks.
And Ndamukong Suh was awesome. Shaq Barrett was awesome.
During the week last week, I said one of my favorite props, Shaq Barrett gets a sack.
Yeah, you did. You nailed it. Look, their defense played out of their minds. Let me
ask you this though, Brinson.
Can I finish?
Yeah.
No, I mean, if you don't want me to, it's fine. I don't care. But I also think like they did such a great job in the red zone too. And a lot of the red zone stops were maybe later in the game when it felt like it was already over. But I mean, the Chiefs went to the red zone 4 times and came away with 3 points. And that's crazy. That's the Chiefs are a great red zone offense, and the Buccaneers locked them down. And I think that maybe they just got out coached. I don't know. I don't know. And Tom Brady played really well and made some big throws. And they got a bunch of calls early in the first half. And it was just flummoxing to see the Chiefs. I mean, every time they've been put in this position, you're like, all right, so, it's going to happen sooner rather than later. And it just didn't. They couldn't turn it on. It was wild to see.
Yeah, flummoxing. And what I was going to ask you, and I'll ask Breach too, and by the time the second half rolled around, you sort of forgot about it. But the Chiefs got hosed in the first half by a handful of calls that made zero sense, especially throughout the playoffs where they were letting them play, every team play every week. We saw it in the Packers game. Like if the Packers game was called like this game, I'm not sure why you're throwing flags on Mike Evans for DPI. Excuse me.
I felt like that one felt like in the you're talking the deep ball on the left side or the touchdown.
The deep ball upon first viewing looked like he tackled him. It turned out Breeland just fell down.
That's
the second one was absolutely under no circumstances acceptable.
Yeah, that's a tough flag. And the problem there is that the NFL has they haven't figured out how to adjudicate these these penalties in a way that's fair, because if the guy throws the flag, it's just like, all right, the flag's done. Like, and again, like these are wild.
Sometimes they convene before they ultimately.
Yeah, no, but I was saying like you have all these replays, and you when you watch the replay, you're like, okay, clearly that's not DPI. But in real time, maybe it felt like it because he's like stumbling and like, when you're stumbling, you're like falling forward. And then as somebody points out in the chat, the one in the end zone shortly thereafter that was completely uncatchable.
The ball was almost in the stands.
There's no way he's catching that. And you throw that flag, and it just feels like, I don't think there's some vast conspiracy to help out Tom Brady. The NFL has proven that that's not their bag. But like, when you're doing that for one side, it really just makes you like, oh.
Let me reset this. So it was 7-3, and the Chiefs punt, and the punter gets off that 56-yard bomb, and there's a holding call. Whatever, it's holding. Fair enough. The next punt was 29 yards, so the Buccaneers get the ball at the +38. Brady's intercepted on a ball that they call defensive holding on. It's very close to defensive holding and the ball being tipped to the line of scrimmage for Tyrann Mathieu. Tyrann Mathieu makes the play.
Tyrann Mathieu.
And I think, first of all, it doesn't matter that it's defensive holding because the ball was tipped, even though by the letter of the law it is. I don't know why you're throwing the flag on that. So that's one sort of give back. Then after that, Suckup hits the 40-yard field goal, except there's offsides on 4th and 5.
He made the field.
Huh?
He made it. You said he missed it.
He said he hits.
Hit it. Hit it. Just like I'm going to hit you for correcting me when I'm right, Breach. But he's offsides. Who's calling offsides on a field goal? It's on the end of the line, too. It had nothing with the play. The very next play after that, because it makes the first down, is the Gronk touchdown. 17 yards, Gronk's first touchdown. And then it's 14-3 at that point, and that's a wrap. Game's over.
And to that point, we had Terry McCauley, the rules guy, NBC, said neither defensive hold called. This is what
the game is on CBS, right?
Yes. Well, he tweeted this out. I'm saying that an experienced former NFL official said that the NFL has not been calling holding penalties like this all season.
Oh, gosh, it's frustrating.
And so that it's surprising. And also, the Chiefs' penalty yardage in the first half was the most that any team in the NFL was penalized by in the first half of any game all season.
Wow, that's a stat right there. Good job, Breach.
So you're talking about not only are you have these uncharacteristic penalties that, as Ryan just laid out, are huge because they're giving the Buccaneers free first downs, but all of a sudden, you're calling penalties that just weren't called during the regular season or even during the playoffs because it was this whole let them play thing that was going on, and all of a sudden they're letting everyone play except for the Chiefs secondary. So it's, the Buccaneers were 100% the better team, but this was such, the whole confluence of events that Ryan just described felt like that was where the game ended up swinging. And, where does it go if every single call, you think one or two things, the ball doesn't bounce your way in a Super Bowl, but when every single thing goes against you, it's hard to rebound from that. So the Buccaneers were the better team, but it was just weird that kind of every call went against the Chiefs.
Yeah, I would never want to say that, this is not one of those where you want to say, I mean, if this goes this way, like the Chiefs win because the Bucs played awesome. And
they got steamrolled. I mean, that it didn't help.
The Chiefs didn't score a touchdown.
That's right.
They didn't score a touchdown. You don't score any touchdowns, you're probably not winning the Super Bowl.
And by the way, go ahead, Breach.
I was just saying, if the Chiefs get these calls, the final score of this game is probably like 20-9. Like, and the Chiefs couldn't move the ball. That's the point here, and they weren't going to win.
And this is also assuming that don't forget the Bucs had the ball at the 1-inch line and couldn't score. The Chiefs' red zone defense is dead last. The Buccaneers' red zone offense is like top 5. So what are the chances you're throwing a ball to an offensive lineman who drops it, and then you're running the ball twice with Rojo as opposed to just center sneaking it with Tom Brady, who is $1 million for $1 million on center sneaks of 1 yard or less?
That's literally the only rush play Tom Brady knows. He looks at his bracelet, is like, the QB sneak. They didn't.
But one more thing.
That Super Bowl was fast too.
Wasn't
it
fast? What was fast?
The game was fast. It was
yeah.
It was over 10-15.
And I don't know why. It took me 2 hours to walk up here, apparently.
Yeah.
But the other thing, we're talking about the officiating and the defense for the Buccaneers playing lights out, both of which obviously had impacts. That was one of the worst coach, and this might bring back flashbacks for Debo. Andy Reid, why are you calling timeout with 50 seconds to go in the second quarter? I know you want to get the ball back, but here's the deal. If you score a touchdown instead of a field goal on that final drive of the first half, you take off more time, Tom Brady's to get the ball back, you don't get those DPI calls. And you're also getting the kickoff to start the third quarter. You don't need to call timeout to give the ball back to Patrick Mahomes, who's clearly struggling when your defense is out there getting, by that point, they were getting personal foul penalties because they were so frustrated.
It felt like the Bucs were like, it's 14-6. You're down 8 points. And the Buccaneers were more than willing to go to half. And your offense has been awful. And your defense has been, getting steamed up a little bit the last two drives. Maybe the move is to just take your medicine. I understand you wanted to get the ball back one more time, but it's what is it, 3rd and 2, and you call timeout? Was that the one, or are you talking about the one on first? And
they call timeout.
First down, the Bucs ran the ball up the middle with Leonard Fournette, and they get 1 yard or no gain. That's what Andy Reid calls the first timeout with 50 seconds left. And they're at the Tampa Bay 29. So let's give them the 35 if they're punting. You're still going to need to go like 60 yards, and you haven't done anything with the football. Maybe just go to half.
You need to go about 35 yards. If you get the ball at like the 30,
your own 30
would have a realistic shot from 55 the way he was kicking tonight.
Right. I'm just saying, like, it.
I think that Reid was thinking, hey, we've got some momentum. We just got a field goal on our last drive. We had been struggling offensively in the first half. Now we've got them on 2nd and 10. Like, I didn't hate it because what you're being aggressive, and what you're thinking is they've got 3rd and 2. If we stop them here, we have Patrick Mahomes. We just scored our last possession. And if we can just get a field goal, all of a sudden we're trailing 14-9, and we get the ball to start the second half.
Or what if it's 14-12 or 14 all? Or 14-13 or 14-9, any one of those outcomes, and you get the ball back, and you're feeling like, okay, we have played the worst half of football we played since like week 17 of 2017. We're in the Super Bowl, and we're trailing or we're tied, but given how badly we played, this feels like a win. Let's go get a touchdown on this first drive, and all of a sudden the Chiefs could control it. I mean, I would say at that point I'd be live betting. Live betting the Chiefs anyway. Like, continue to live bet them.
I just feel like it was a sort of panic move because you've been down before. You know what you have, and it just makes more sense to get into the locker room, get everyone settled down, come out, score a touchdown drive to start the third quarter.
The Buccaneers were definitely trying to go to half, up 14-6 and feeling good about it.
Yeah, I mean, the decision blew up in Andy Reid's face.
Yeah. Well, so the Goblin pass happens on 2nd down.
And as
see, at that point, I think that second timeout might be worse than the first. I know you're like already sort of all in on the first timeout, but you call the second timeout with 44 seconds, and it's 3rd and 2. It's not like it's 3rd and 7. It's 3rd and 2. So if it's 3rd and 2, you have to be feeling like the Bucs might convert this, and then all of a sudden you've given them all this time, and they're getting closer to midfield, where they're going to have a look at a field goal, And after they converted the 3rd down, first down is the bomb to Mike Evans.
I mean, that ball was so overthrown. I don't understand. We'll go down that road again.
That really was because even if it's 17, let's say that the Buccaneers get a field goal, probably with that much time left, 24 seconds.
Yeah.
Probably. I remember the Bucs only had one timeout left as this sequence is occurring. So maybe oh my God. The Buccaneers getting that touchdown there.
That was a killer. It was the dagger.
Not even though.
We didn't know it.
So it's 21-6. You're only down 2 scores. If you can come out and score a touchdown to start the half, but you can't. You kick a field goal. The Bucs come down and score a touchdown. It's basically the Bucs have reversed, turned the tables. They're playing like the Chiefs. The Chiefs are selling for field goals against a team that's going to rack up at the end of the day 31 points on you.
By the way, Kelly Seamus in the chat correctly dunks on Wilson last week. I wish we had the audio. Wilson's like, if every coach made calls like Andy Reid does, they'd win 1 million games.
Yes. Let me see. Kelly may have actually said that to me on Twitter too.
No, but I mean, it's you know what, I referenced your quote. I used your name because I didn't want to be stuck on it. But I was like, Wilson's right. Like, Andy Reid's calling play, like he's calling plays, like he's free and he's not worried about it. And maybe maybe in hindsight, we should have been like, oh, Andy Reid just figured this whole time clock management thing out.
Yeah,
I'm not saying he blew the game for him.
Malcolm McSween on Twitter said you can't say, what would Andy Reid do anymore? Fair enough. Both of you.
You guys want a fun fact? The Chiefs won the coin toss in this game, and the team that wins the coin toss has now lost the Super Bowl 7 straight times.
Also, heads won, so heads fails.
Isn't there some uniform situation that happens?
White wins 14 out of 17 now, I think is what Danny.
Yeah, 14-3. I think the coin toss, the winner of the coin toss has lost 7 straight Super Bowls. That's insane.
Can you refuse to go out there to the coin toss?
That's what if I'm the captain next year, I'm not calling anything. I'm taking the automatic L. I'm not calling it.
If anyone's used to taking the automatic
the Chiefs won and man, I feel like I didn't. I mean, I watched the game.
Did you?
Huh?
Did you?
I don't know. I feel like
I like how you said
the whole day is a blur for you.
I love that he's used to watching the Super Bowl in the press box. You just watched 256 football games at home. I think you can figure out.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I thought about that while I was saying that too. I don't know. It just felt the whole thing was weird, and my family got home at like 4:00. It was very off. I don't want to say off-putting because that seems mean, but it was just like threw my day off.
All right.
So that's all. Yeah.
Wanna take a break?
Yeah, we're gonna take a break. I'm just staring at this box score and I can't. It's hard to get past it. Like,
I mean, hey,
Chiefs scored 9. Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes scored 9 points
with 6 minutes and 30 seconds left in the fourth quarter of last year's Super Bowl. They only had 10.
Yep.
That's a good point.
They only had 10 in week 16.
Wait. They only had 10 with 6 minutes left?
With 6.5 minutes left.
Didn't they win 31-20?
They did because San Francisco got crazy and crazy stuff happened over the final 6.5 minutes. But the point is that's 7 quarters of not great football by the Chiefs.
So they've trailed by double digits in all but 2 playoff games the last 2 years?
No, all but 1. I think the Browns game, they never trailed it by double digits.
They never traded. They're only down 9 because they missed extra point in the Bills game.
I think the only
down 9 to the Bills and 9 against the Titans, but they end up winning by double digits in all those games.
The only thing with the penalties in the first half is it overshadows how well the Chiefs defense played because the score says it was a blowout when I think they played better than the score indicated. And also probably props up the Buccaneers offense more than it should have been. Like the stars of this game was the Buccaneers defense.
For sure. Unquestionably.
Wait, did you say the Chiefs defense played better in the first half or the Buccaneers defense?
No. I just said the Chiefs defense played better than the score indicated.
Oh, yeah.
And because of those penalties that you were talking about at the end of the half that shouldn't have been called, the Buccaneers probably scored more points than they should have.
Right. Oh, but then you could give them credit. They turned it over on the
Tyrann Mathieu had an interception.
I feel like the final score should have been like 20-9. And so I feel like the stars here were the Buccaneers defense.
So Tyrann Mathieu had an interception. They had that goal line stand. I mean, that was unbelievable. No one saw that coming. That was probably the craziest thing that happened.
I'll say this in hindsight. I think that this game felt a lot like Giants over Pats and Pats over Rams. And I failed in the moment to kind of realize that. Like, I think the move was at halftime. I had a buddy, a sharp guy who hammered the Buccaneers like plus 350 and plus 8 in the second half. And I was just convinced that the Chiefs were going to find a way to do what they always do and put up a ton of points. It's like a crazy spurt.
Yeah, and it happens all the time.
It happens all the time. They did it against the freaking Bucs in week 12 and it never happened. It never materialized.
So at halftime it was 21-6 and they asked me while we were doing HQ what I thought the chances were. Now the Vegas thought that the Chiefs probably had like a 25 to 30% chance of winning based on the line. I said 50% before I knew that, just because that's what Patrick Mahomes does.
I mean, the thing is, if it's 21-6 and they go down to score a touchdown,
they were down 15 points. Patrick Mahomes is only trailed by 14 or more points 3 times in his career at halftime, all 3 games against Tom Brady.
Ooh, that's a good stat. But you're down 15 points. You go down, you score a touchdown. Maybe you don't even get the 2-point conversion, and it's all of a sudden you're down 8. And the game is just, obviously materially different. At that point, it feels like the Chiefs can. get a stop and then flip it. And instead they get
Patrick Mahomes never lost more than 8 points in his NFL career.
Well, they got a touch. Actually, they got a field goal in their first possession, right?
Yeah, field goal. Then the Bucs came down and scored a touchdown.
Yeah, but they got a field goal and they never scored again.
No, yeah, right. That's right.
It's crazy. Patrick Mahomes scored 0 points in the Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes.
0 touchdowns, 2 picks.
All right, let's take a break, and when we come back, we will discuss what it means for the legacy, if Brady was the deserving MVP, and much more. All right, I was gonna grab some more ice, but whatever.
Hey, I'm gonna give you another. Before if you want to get ice, I'll tell you another prop bet that I was keen on during the week.
I lost all of my prop bets. I'm so sorry if you.
I don't know if you remember this one. I mentioned the Shaq Barrett getting a sack was an easy one for me. I also said the first penalty of the game will be offsides, encroachment, neutral zone infraction, because the Chiefs get teams to do it all the time, and the Bucs are terrible at it. JPP, boom, done. First quarter.
Nice. Keep talking.
Nice. I will say the one I'm most proud of. Ryan, someone called me out for my kicker props.
I saw that, jerk, and you responded very meanly to them. What'd you say?
Well, I mean, I hit 2 of 5 that I gave out in the podcast.
Oh, I thought you meant my tweet at you.
Oh yeah, no, that was different. I hit 2 of 5 that I gave out over the past week, but one of them was first score of the game would be Chiefs field goal, which was plus 550. It's like if you bet $100 on the props I gave you, that paid off or if you bet $10, whatever. That
Breach got murdered in the comments earlier.
No, I didn't get murdered.
We're going to talk about the fact that Breach missed all his kicking props.
My 5 kicking props.
$550.
If you bet my 5 kicking props, you profited. That's it.
All right, so you got the field goal one right. What else did you?
I got 50-yard field goal or longer.
Yeah,
I was at plus 115, and I got both teams would hit a field goal of 35 yards or longer.
What'd you miss on?
No. The other one was the bold one. The first field goal would be between 37 and 43 yards, like picking the exact distance when we were trying to do I think 10-1. I don't know. We had it in a window or something. I don't remember what it was. So like that's one of those where you put it out where you look at the numbers, hope it's going to be right, and then what was the other one? I can't remember, but there was another one.
I will say this.
Although I was actually happy with how I did on kicking props, to be honest. And kickers,
really, you were the only one.
Kickers.
I max bet the anthem over, so that helped a lot.
This is the first time I actually had a glimpse of the halftime show. I had it on mute. I didn't know what to make of. I didn't know what was going on. It sort of freaked me out, all the mirrors and stuff.
I didn't really care for it. Can we say that if it was on CBS? I feel bad, but I
didn't listen to it. I just saw the
weekend. The weekend is not. It's fine. It's okay.
I don't know who the weekend is.
He didn't dance. It
wasn't. You know what though? I'll say that he didn't. There weren't a lot of people involved because we're in a pandemic, so you're in a tough spot if you're a musician trying to put on this monstrous show because we have. We've seen in the past where they bring out thousands of people on the field where they circle the stage so it looks like there's a giant crowd out there. You can't do that this year.
So that is actually fun to watch. The setup and the breakdown is actually fun.
Right. And so this is all on your set designer to come up with something brilliant. It's not easy to plan a concert during a pandemic. That's why there haven't been live concerts. So,
Well, and also let's not sleep on the fact that one song was the famous one that they.
I don't know any of his songs. I didn't hear it. It was on mute.
It's like I'm in the dark. You know what I'm talking about? It's been. How do you not know the song?
Is it 7 minutes?
Played 70. They played it. First of all, no one talked about this, but they played it every week on Monday Night Football, going to every commercial. It was like I thought I was losing my mind, and then of course then I realized, no wonder they were beefing everybody up for the halftime show, and then they did the weekend Pepsi commercial every minute of every playoff game for 3 weeks.
One of the saddest
is the name of it.
Okay, the saddest part of Super Bowl 54 for me, which is last year's Super Bowl in Miami Gardens. Breach put his camera on time lapse to film the breakdown halftime show extravaganza, which is 20 minutes, whatever. And it's pretty amazing to watch. And some poor sap stood in front of Breach's phone, so he couldn't.
No. It started fine for about the first 3 minutes.
Right.
Then he stood up, and then so I thought he was going to get up and go to the bathroom or something like people do at halftime. He didn't. He just stood there.
You stood there.
And I thought, oh, you know what? After a minute, he'll sit back down, and on a hyperlapse, it will look fine. It'll look like he stood up for like a split second. He kept standing there and then stood there for the rest of the halftime show, and I had to delete my video. If I ever find out who that was, I will block him on Twitter, whether or not he follows me.
It was indeed very sad.
Yeah.
Can I tell you one of my favorite moments from the game? And I have a quote to accompany it. So I was at first, I laughed when Antoine Winfield threw up deuces to Tyreek Hill after the
was hilarious
pass breakup. Yeah, it was funny because he got it right in his face and he's like that.
Also, again, shouldn't that, if you do that, shouldn't that
was a penalty?
Convert the fourth to a first?
No, it was after the play.
No, I understand that, but it's like your taunting is as a result of the. I don't know.
Well, the play's over, then you taunt them. So I think I'm okay with that. And the best part, but right, you don't want it to happen. I just thought it was so out of the ordinary, hilarious that I didn't care either way. And neither one of these teams are my team, so I had no vested interest in it. But I didn't realize till later, people started tweeting out that the last time they played in Week 12, Tyreek did the backflip and the deuces while Antoine Winfield was in close proximity. And he didn't forget about it. So Antoine was asked about it after the game, the Super Bowl, and he said, it's something I had to do. When we played earlier, he backflipped in front of my face and gave me the peace sign. So it was only right that I gave him the peace sign back to him. It felt amazing to do that. I'm not even going to lie. I love that. He's like, yep, that's the deal. There it is right there. Thank you, Debo.
For the record, Antoine Winfield, my guy. Don't be creeping on Antoine Winfield corner, because I picked him for Defensive Rookie of the Year. I said he should have been a first-round pick. My guy.
I picked the Buccaneers to win the Super Bowl before the season started.
And I picked the Chiefs to lose the Super Bowl before the season started. So
Hey, did you get the Bucs winning?
Yeah, over the Ravens.
How'd you not bring that up? Lead the podcast. Talk about burying the lead, Ryan.
Because I wanted Breach to bring up who he picked to win the Super Bowl.
8.5 hours into a live. Man,
I've been mentioning it for weeks.
Not loud enough.
Apparently.
I'm telling you, Wilson, when I tell you, you got to plant your flag. You got to plant your
Brinson
flag.
would have literally put this as his Twitter header. It would have just been up there so everyone could see it. It would have been like, what?
Do you have an easy way to find our picks? You're pretty good at finding
people who listen to this podcast religiously, who are in the chat right now. Were you aware that Wilson had the Bucs winning the Super Bowl? Because, I would have been nonstop talking about it. Of course, my preseason pick, the Bucs are here. Wait, hold on.
Wilson, what do you want to know?
Did I in fact pick? I thought I picked the Buccaneers over the Ravens. Is that what I had?
Okay, but
you have Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Breach. Hold on.
Beating the Baltimore Ravens.
Breach. Hold on. More importantly, Wilson, are you trying to tell me that in August of 2020, in the middle of a GD pandemic, you picked the Buccaneers to win the Super Bowl in their home stadium, the first team to ever do that in the history of professional football, and then you picked the Chiefs to win the actual game?
Oh yeah, I was all in on.
What a big jam!
You picked the Chiefs to win the game?
Yeah, I thought they were going to win
the Super Bowl for the season, and you picked the Chiefs to win the game?
If the Ravens were in the Super Bowl, I'd 100% pick the Buccaneers. At that point, it didn't matter. I mean,
you know what's funny is I understand Ryan's logic.
Yeah.
The same thing happened to me last year. I picked the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl in the preseason, and I picked the 49ers to win the game. There's kind of it's a hedge. You end up being right either way.
Down on your preseason pick. You always do that. What the hell?
You don't always do it, Ryan. Don't listen to him.
I know.
You're the one who just told a story about being in Vegas and doubling down and betting on the Broncos against the Panthers because they were your preseason pick and you bet money on before the season. This is insane. Why would you pick the Chiefs?
It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, first of all, you didn't know that I picked the Buccaneers till 4 minutes.
Because you picked the Chiefs to win the game. That's why I didn't think about it. Because that's why you didn't say anything all week.
I did
because you picked the Bucs to win the Super Bowl and you were picking the Chiefs to win to beat them.
No, I said it all week. I'm okay with it. I've done a lot dumber things than that.
That'd be nuts. Why would you do that?
You are fired up.
It's insane. You picked the Super Bowl correctly.
Hey, listen, build a time machine with your $80,000. I'll go back and I'll pick the Bucs. How about that?
Yeah. You know what? Maybe we should start putting money on our preseason Super Bowl picks because Wilson got it this year. I got it in 2019.
Yeah, but he's going to pick the Philip Rivers high school team to win the Super Bowl.
Rams.
They'll have good odds. He's on the Rams bandwagon. He's already on the Rams bandwagon. But Ryan, the Buccaneers, I guess.
I think you're also underestimating how much a time machine costs.
I mean, if you're a MacGyver, you can make it for like 20 grand.
What? MacGyver can't make a time machine.
Have you ever watched MacGyver?
I have.
MacGyver is my favorite show growing up. He's never made a time machine.
You don't even know his
he makes explosives with pocket knives.
Have you ever watched Quantum Leap? The Quantum Leap MacGyver crossover? He makes a time machine.
Okay, first of all, that's not a thing.
It could be.
Second of all, Quantum Leap is fiction. MacGyver,
it's based on a true story.
Hey, a commenter
man who can create bombs out of avocados,
out of toothpicks, bubble gum, and a plastic wrapper.
Have you watched MacGyver recently? By the way,
it's terrible.
It's CBS.
It's
on CBS. It's not terrible.
And it used to be like.
Oh, Wilson says the CBS show sucks, huh?
No, it used to be must watch.
Wilson,
you know when a CBS show, when a CBS show sucks, Breach, when the Bengals are playing.
Whoa. Wilson, let me ask you this. Someone in the comment section wants to know who you're going to pick for the Super Bowl in 2021 since you predicted the winner this year.
The Rams are the sexy pick. So like the long shot pick.
Don't you dare pick the Rams.
I'm not. The long shot pick, like crazy, like what's funny before I get to that? Todd Furman, our Vegas expert, they played a clip today from February 3rd, 2020, the day after Super Bowl. He said, I love the Bucs at 60-1. He said they may have Jameis, they may have Phillip Rivers, we don't know, but he goes, I like the high-powered offense or something like that effect.
Question is to Todd Bennett. Somebody in the chat is asking, I thought MacGyver was a documentary. No.
I mean, it came out in the mid-'80s. So
that's MacGruber.
MacGruber.
Documentary. But my
was a weekly show. I mean, I watched MacGyver every week.
Oh, it was must-watch television. It was great. And that's when, you didn't have, you had to sit in front of the television and watch it because there was no way to stream it. But my long shot Super Bowl pick for next year, not my favorite, my long shot. I'm on the La Chargers bandwagon.
Whoa.
La Chargers. I'm going to start calling them the La Chargers.
I don't hate that. Oh, you know what I might do? I'm going to top you. I'm going to go Chargers, Rams, all L.A.
In L.A. The game's in L.A.
Teams playing at their home stadium.
Can you fire the cannons then?
No. I don't even know how you
that's
deal
Ryan dunking on the NFL.
Yeah. I don't care. But the cannons thing is the very bottom.
Did Rob Gronkowski get screwed by Tom Brady being named MVP?
Does anyone, other than you get paid, like when Malcolm,
DB Noko, who wants to know next year's champs are the Rams, man. The Rams, Matthew Stafford hoisting that trophy.
The Rams are plus 1,300 and the Chiefs are plus 550.
How are we all on the Rams? We're all going to be on the Rams by next.
It's just because
the Rams are my team. It can't be your team. It's my boy Sean McVay, man.
Once the Watson stuff and the Darnold stuff gets all shooken out, it'll completely change.
This is gonna be interesting.
Actually, you know what?
Buffalo's a great pick.
Here's a good pick. The Buccaneers. They have to get Chris Godwin back if they want him. They don't necessarily need him.
Franchise tag him.
All
right, let's talk about that instead, real quick. So Bruce Arians said after the game that he is 100% coming back.
Hell yeah, I'm coming back.
He's like, hell yeah, I'm going anywhere. I'm trying to win another one.
Yep.
It makes you think, like, did he think he was going to win this one? Right. It is his third Super Bowl victory.
Oldest coach to ever win a Super Bowl. I didn't know he was 68.
First time as a head coach winning a Super Bowl. So he and Tom Brady have 10 Super Bowls. And in fact, so two of the ones that Arians was in with Pittsburgh, obviously, didn't feature New England.
05 and 08. They played.
So that means,
Seahawks and.
I'm sort of just doing the math on like how many years didn't feature Tom Brady or Bruce Arians at the Super Bowl over the last 20 years. It's not many. Like 5. So Tom Brady has a $24 million cap hit, I think, some $25 million cap hit, somewhere in that range next year. Chris Godwin, they can franchise tag. And if you're Chris Godwin, why would you leave? Like the Buccaneers are the team, like you could get a ton of money somewhere else. That's a good reason.
That's why you leave.
Right.
But you look at what the Chiefs did, where you have like Travis Kelce saying, yeah, I could have broken the bank, but I want to win Super Bowl. So if you have that mentality, if you're looking at the Kansas City Chiefs and saying, That's the team we have to beat in the AFC if we're going to be in these Super Bowls and win these things. But the only reservation I have on Chris Godwin is like, if I sign a 4-year contract, I'm probably not going to have Tom Brady for all 4 years. And then what happens?
You might.
I mean, that's true. I don't want to say, because there's like a 60% chance Tom Brady's going to play 4 more years. But
you could also do something if you're Chris Godwin where you say, because I think there's a good chance they franchise tag him. I mean, the wide receiver franchise tag is not like,
they're not going to franchise Shaq Barrett again.
Antonio Brown is not under contract, right? He signed a 1-year deal, didn't he?
Gronk isn't either, but it sounds like he'll play.
Gronk said he's only coming back for Tampa Bay. I would expect he comes back next year and try it. Because at this point, it's just like, if you're Gronk, you're just rolling with house money.
He already has the videos recorded of him in different T-shirts, so he's going to do that for another team.
Right. No, he said it's Tampa Bay or bust. So you convince Gronk to come back on a cheap deal. You tag Godwin, and then you go to Godwin and say, hey, look, man, we want to give you a 2-year deal worth 2 franchise tags plus. So we'll get you paid now. You'll get a huge signing bonus. We won't have to worry about these tags, or just pay Godwin. But Godwin's awesome.
So 2-year, $40 million deal.
That's probably a little steep.
Well, you just said 2 franchise tags.
Is that what the wide receiver franchise tag will be?
No, that's what the highest guys make. So I mean, who's the highest?
2 years, $36 million. And just be like, look, we want to line your contract.
Well, guarantee.
If you want to just give Godwin a big contract, I don't care. He's awesome. It's fine with me. But I'm saying, like, if you want to try and get it done quickly, dude, 2 years, 36.
If I'm Chris Godwin, I take the franchise tag. Because look, you're looking at what the salary cap's going to be this year, which is like 180. That's the estimate. And you say, you know what? I want to know what it's going to be the year after that. Because you don't want to be negotiating with 2021 being.
Great point.
So I'm fine if I'm any player in the NFL, this is the one year.
Someone's giving him $18 million a year. He doesn't care about the salary cap.
Yeah,
no,
but
no.
To bring the point, like, you take the franchise tag this year.
I understand, but if the Rams, for example, are giving a 4-year deal worth $18 million per year, he doesn't give a crap that this.
If he thinks he can get 4 years, $21 million starting next
that
year,
the highest paid or one of the highest paid.
When the salary cap,
I'm just throwing out a number. If he thinks he can get out $12 million, $3 million more per year over 4-year deal for a total of $12 million more when the salary cap goes up again, which it's supposed to in 2022, then I'm fine being the 5th highest paid receiver on
the math there is it worth the risk of getting hurt? Because I don't know if it is.
What was Sammy Watkins, your guy, got a $16 million a year deal from the Chiefs like 4 years ago. So Chris Godwin can get 18 or 20 from the market if you play. Anyway, the point being is that, and look, the Chiefs, the Bucs, might not want to do a franchise tag deal because then that soaks up a ton of cap space for a 1-year contract. Point being is,
he might leave.
Yes.
No, I said the point is, to your point, he'll probably end up leaving. So you usually lose guys when you win Super Bowls.
Yeah, but Tom Brady usually brings guys in, man. If Chris Godwin,
they could sign Marvin Jones. They could sign Kenny Galladay. I mean, they have a million options. They have Tyler Johnson.
If you're Chris Godwin, are you going to the Jets for $19 million a year over 4 years versus?
I don't know. We have to ask Chris Johnson, but we've seen it happen 99 times out of 100 where guys leave winning programs, they'll get paid, and at the end of the day, they typically hate it, but they got paid.
I'm just saying, I think there's a greater than 0 chance that a guy like Chris Godwin is like, cool, tag me. I don't care. If you want to work at a trial, that's great. But like, I'm cool being in Tampa with Tom Brady, being one of his top targets, developing my resume, winning, getting a chance. I mean, like, it's not like it's hurting him to play with Tom Brady. It's raising.
All right, let me put it this way: how many times have you heard a player say, "Please franchise tag me" instead of giving me a long-term deal?
I mean, dudes took discounts all the time in New England to play with Tom Brady. That's all I'm saying.
Your answer is never. You've never heard anyone say that. That's my point.
I mean, okay, whatever.
You just dunked on yourself.
Shaq Barrett is a free agent. That's a problem. He played on the franchise tag this year and played really well.
Yep.
Somebody in the chat point. Levante David's a free agent.
See, you can't.
Levante David.
You want to revisit Jason Licht Jr. about paying Chris Godwin all that money? Get all these other guys you got to play.
Oh, okay. I love Jason Licht. He's a good dude.
That's my point. That's why I called you Junior.
And he deserves a ton of credit for this championship because
100%.
He's the one who went out and got Tom Brady, brought him in, convinced him to come. Like, he pulled an Elway with Peyton Manning in Denver and won a Super Bowl with it in his first year.
Well, Wait, did this entire conversation start like 20 minutes ago after the break? We came back from the break and we were talking about MVP.
Yeah, and then Wilson said, we're talking about like what happens to the Bucs.
Yeah, someone was asking in the chat. That's why.
But did Tom Brady deserve to win MVP?
Yes. And I was going to say originally Malcolm Butler, that was an instance where I don't think he won it that year, but I think Tom gave him the truck or the money or whatever. Gronk doesn't need the money. I think Gronk is fine.
Should we get Debo out in an hour? Or
what about a defensive player, Ryan?
Yeah. So I saw someone tweet that if you had a ticket,
I thought we were still on the break.
You thought we were still on the break?
People in the chat thought we were still on the podcast break.
That's what happens when we start talking about MVP and then go off the rails. We went off the rails.
But to your point, Breach, Devin White was 50-1, and he had that interception there at the end and played really well, made a lot of tackles. Someone was upset about Brady winning it over him, I guess, but Devin White ain't winning MVP.
I think my biggest issue with Brady winning is that he only threw for 61 yards in the second half. And that's not his fault because they were so far ahead. But if you are a player who literally did nothing for 2 quarters of a game, you are not the most valuable player of that game. So
if I
was going to give it to an offensive player, I would have given it to Leonard Fournette, and I would have given it to a defensive player, though.
But Leonard Fournette's stats were only good because Tom Brady's stats were good.
Who was the defensive player to give it to?
16 carries for 89 yards had nothing to do with Tom Brady.
Because he ran the ball because they were winning.
Yeah, but
Tom Brady put up points.
He could be a terrible runner. Ignore that, Breach. Breach, who was the defensive player you would give it to?
I mean, but defensively, I'd have to go back and watch everything. You give it to Devin White, you give it to Shaq Barrett, you give it to
it's either Shaq Barrett or Sue.
And Ndamukong Suh. There's a few guys, but I just think that Tom Brady was almost. I'm not sure I would have given it to Brady. I would have voted.
If you asked Tom Brady, I think if you asked Tom Brady who he would give it to, he would tell you, not him.
I would agree with that.
And I think what they should do is say, Tom Brady, you're in charge of giving out the Super Bowl MVP. And he would have given it to Gronk. 100%. Gronk's the guy. Gronk had the first 2 touchdown catches. Gronk was running wild out in the field. And everything after 21-6 to me, I mean, like, I'm not assigning the most valuable player after 21-6.
Does anyone, if you don't have a horse in the game, and by that I mean have bet on it, I don't care. But like the MVP, I don't care. I don't care.
People got really worked up last year over Damien Williams.
From a historical perspective, it's a big thing to have Super Bowl MVP on your resume.
Why?
I don't know why. It's the biggest game.
It's made a life-changing difference for Malcolm Smith.
Right. I mean, John. Well, we did say that John Breach's life would have been different if Jim had.
Larry Brown got a giant contract when he won MVP. You know, like it doesn't change anything for Tom Brady because he's already done it so many times.
You get some money. You get money for it in a car. Yeah.
Well, he gave Malcolm Butler.
Oh, what if the car is worth $80,000, Wilson? Is that a life-changing moment?
What a big jam! Almost took it in his hands.
Is being awfully cavalier.
Anyway, you know what else we can't say, by the way? No more Andy Reid off the bye.
Oh,
Andy Reid. That was actually, fun fact, Patrick Mahomes' first loss ever off a bye. He was 7-0 going into this game. Also, Rob Gronkowski, the first player in Super Bowl history to score the first 2 touchdowns of a game.
And also, we might have to start saying Bruce Arians off the bye because he's now 7-2.
Ooh, that's good. That's a good number. The one thing I really screwed up on these props is I wanted after RJ and I did a prop podcast later in the week was to take a bunch of Gronk overs, but I was waiting to see what Cameron Brate's status was. And then like today kind of got away from me and I didn't put a bunch of prop bets in. I wish I had taken I mean, obviously the hindsight, whatever, but like I was going to be on a bunch of Gronk props and that would have really evened things out from a Tampa Bay side. I mean, I don't care about the MVP. Look, it goes to the quarterback. Like whoever picked it on the show was like, take Brady. He's plus money. It's a good bet. Yeah,
I said that.
Yeah, Bree said that. I mean, I think that Devin White would have been somebody from the defense would have been fine because the defense held Patrick Mahomes to 9 points.
How about this? Give it to Todd Bowles. He was the MVP.
Sure. I mean, the Malcolm Smith MVP thing was just basically because, the Seahawks dominated the Broncos. It's like, we got to find one guy. Let's get the guy who scored a touchdown. I would, if I were Devin White, I would have been fine with Gronk. Leonard Fournette, I wouldn't complained about. But I'm not surprised it was Brady. Brady's slinging touchdown passes in the first half. He's out, he's out statistically performing Patrick Mahomes
by a ton.
And he's Tom Brady. Of course he's going to win it.
Only Breach would hate Tom Brady for being handsome.
What are you talking? He threw for 201 yards. That's MVP performance.
Yes, he just got the MVP. So clearly it is.
I think there's a, and then to your Leonard Fournette point, I mean, Tom Brady didn't throw many passes because he built a lead. I'm
okay with the Leonard Fournette thing because Leonard Fournette just fell down. He historically he just falls down. So at least he was able to stay on his feet. He scored a touchdown.
But he only ran the ball a bunch in the second half because they had a huge lead. Otherwise,
I don't know why Ronald Jones was in that series in the first half where they kept running behind the line.
On just the long-term legacy stuff. Or actually, we can just do winners and losers. I'll wrap into that.
Wait.
Debo's trying to get out of here, and he's got to talk about some special team stuff. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not. I don't
you see what he did, Debo? You thanked him, and he did that to you.
I do need to bring up the kickers real quick. This was a historical Super Bowl for kickers. Probably the greatest Super Bowl ever for kickers. First of all, it was the first Super Bowl ever where both kickers from each team made a field goal of 50 yards or more. There have only been 5 field goals of 50 yards or more in Super Bowl history. We saw 2 in one game. Harrison Butker, the first kicker ever to have 2 field goals of 49 yards or more. Long field goals do not happen in the Super Bowl. These guys nailed them all. And also the stat that I'm required to point out.
Let me interrupt you. You can finish.
Last one.
No, let me interrupt you. Then you can finish a second. Brenton, this offseason, please get a button that they play like at the award shows, the music that plays people off when they go too long. Just
do you think Breach is on one of his first that first date? Not the first date, but the first date that someone comes back to someone else's house and Breach is on the date with Rachel and they go back, they're having cocktails at the house. And Rachel's like, this has been a lot of fun, John. I think I'm going to call it a night. She starts to go to the door. And all of a sudden, Breach comes flying over and slams the door. He's like, we haven't talked about kickers.
2 hours later.
We have not.
She's like, no!
That meme where the girl is so bored. You know the meme where the girl's really bored and they're sitting somewhere and the guy's whispering. He's so excited.
Yeah.
That's I'm the meme I'm talking about. Kickers.
All right, what's your last point?
The last part. Harrison Butker.
Kickers made a 50-yard field goal.
Harrison Butker became the 4th kicker in Super Bowl history to hit 2 or more field goals from 40 yards or more. That's
one is your dad, isn't it?
1 is Harrison Butker. 2 is Jay Gillett of the Eagles. 3 is Garrett Hartley of the Saints, and 4 is Jim Breach
of
the Bengals. Boom.
Oh, he missed.
Jim Breach. He made all his Super Bowl field goals. There we go. All right, I'm done with my kicking stats. You guys can kick me off.
All right, well we'll do winners and losers here. Who wants to start?
I'll start because there's no reason for anyone to have to listen to Breach talk for another 5 minutes.
That's ridiculous.
Who is Jim Breach? Someone said in the chat.
Oh boy, them fighting words.
Yeah.
So my winner is Tom Brady because he won the MVP and that clearly makes him the winner. Here's why. And David Townsend tweeted this at us, and it's a great fun fact, even if it's not true. I love it. And he tweeted out, Tom Brady has stopped every potential back-to-back Super Bowl winner since he accomplished the feat himself. He's beaten Russ Wilson and now Patrick Mahomes. Tom Brady, of course, did it 2003, 2004. That's why he's the winner, not because of all the things he did on the field today or that you don't think he did on the field today. Brinson, but Tom Brady.
I'm going to fact check that, but that's a great stat if that's true.
Right. The fact that old man Brady.
If you Google Super Bowl winner, fireworks go off on Google. That's annoying.
Yeah, if you're a Bucs fan, probably not. I mean, a Chiefs fan, you're probably not loving that. The fact that old man Brady at 43 years old slapped down Russ Wilson and Patrick Mahomes as they tried to win back-to-back Super Bowls. That's a winner in my book.
So, in other words, what we're saying is that the team who won the Super Bowl the year before had to get back to the Super Bowl.
So Russ, and you mentioned it, Russ and the
Super Bowl
Seahawks beat the
49.
Broncos.
Or-
They beat the Broncos and they come back in that Super Bowl in Arizona.
Yeah.
And Malcolm Butler gets the interception. Last year, the Chiefs obviously won. They come back this year and lose to I call them the Patriots. They lost to the Buccaneers.
Okay. So but what I'm saying is like it's not like Brady knocked out the team. Brady had to play the team in the Super Bowl.
He beat them. That's right. That's right.
In the Super Bowl.
Kept them from repeating.
He kept Russell Wilson from repeating, and he remained the only repeat since 2003, 2004, and he also kept the Chiefs from repeating.
Speaking of Russell Wilson, he was sitting next to Roger Goodell, and also that Seahawks-Broncos Super Bowl, that was the Super Bowl I felt like this Super Bowl, where you had a high-powered offense, you kept thinking it was going to come back, and then finally, like at the end of the third quarter, you're like, yeah, it's not going to happen.
No, that's a good call.
When the Seahawks lost the Broncos 43.
I had the flu that week. That was a fun week.
That was the week I bought a handle of Jack Daniels. I don't want to talk about it.
You showed up to dinner with a backpack.
Got a backpack.
You're like, oh, hey, Reach, what's in the backpack? You open up, it's a half gallon of Jack Daniels.
I've never been to New York. I heard that's what they
the
do.
hell, man? Like this guy's going big.
He takes that mobile serial killing kit with him everywhere. We've seen it all over the place.
All right. My winner is Jason Light.
Oh, what F you, bro? I mentioned it earlier. I was
That's Branson's winner. You send me half your winnings, and I will let you have my winner, and I'll come up with a different winner. But if I don't see that deposit in the next 3 seconds, 2, 1, nothing. All right. My winner is Jason Light because guess what?
Unbelievable.
This is why Brinson has to go last. But it's Jason Light because look, he went out, signed Tom Brady. As a matter of fact, he just signed Tom Brady.
Just to be clear, you were going to recycle everything I said 15 minutes ago into your winner's rant.
No, I'm going to add a little twist to it. Every single player that scored in the Super Bowl tonight was someone that Jason Light signed during this past offseason. It's not just, Tom Brady didn't score, but he threw touchdown passes. Rob Gronkowski scored 2 touchdowns. Leonard Fournette scored a touchdown. Antonio Brown scored a touchdown. Ryan Suckup scored extra points, kicked field goals. And then Leonard Fournette put up nearly 130 total yards. So you had all these free agents that Jason Light went out and got who were just
every single person who scored a touchdown in this Super Bowl was not on the Bucs last year.
Yes. And then also Ryan Suckup scored the points that those touchdown scores didn't score. So
he drafted Devin White.
So every point scored in this game was by someone who wasn't on the team that the Buccaneers had to go out and sign. And so this is, if you're a general manager, sometimes you say, hey, going out and making all these free agent signings doesn't work and you need to build your team through the draft. Well, Jason Light proved, hey, you know what? We were close. We had a few pieces of the puzzle we were missing. I went out and got them. The Buccaneers had horrible times with kickers with Jameis Winston. He fixed those problems and they won the Super Bowl. He is the winner.
Okay.
Sorry, Brinson.
Yeah, I'm furious that you
can get Breach back by going with Harrison Butker.
I was just trying to think of I was going to see I was just going to add to it too that I think Breach, look, he drafted Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Cameron Brate, Ronald Jones, Devin White, Sean Murphy Bunting, Antoine Winfield.
Jamel Dean, Mike Edwards, all the guys.
Carlton Davis. I don't think he was. I think Levante David was 2013, maybe.
The joke is on Brinson because my winner was going to be kickers, but then you guys laughed at me when I started talking about kickers, so I switched it.
Signed Ndamukong Suh, franchise tag Shaq Barrett.
Is there a winner, or you just
drafted Vita Vea and got crap for it when he did it too?
Okay,
like this team, Jason Light built this team.
Yeah, that's Breach. That's why he just said what he said.
That's why he's the winner.
Are you? Is that your winner?
That was going to be my winner. Yes.
Instead,
well,
you're the guy that wrote the same book report as the person who went before you in class, and you're just reading it like no one heard the guy just read it.
That's disrespectful. I would tell you a story right now, but it would indict my honor as a.
Debo has 1 foot out the window. He's about to jump if you make this go longer.
I want to tell the story, but I probably shouldn't. So instead, I will give my winner. My winner. Who's your winner, Wilson?
Tom Brady, because of the keeping the Russ Wilson and Patrick Mahomes from winning back-to-backs.
Gronk.
My winner, Bruce Arians.
There you go.
We came into this week thinking that Bruce Arians was going to get his pants coached off by Andy Reid.
Except me, I'm going to win it.
What's that?
Except me, I picked them to win it before the season. Remember?
No, this week you came in thinking that the Chiefs would win. And Bruce Arians, people were kind of crapping on Bruce Arians because, he loves to, like, he's hadn't been a full no risk it, no biscuit guy since he came back. He came out of retirement. He was calling games for CBS. He takes over the Bucs with Jameis Winston. He kills Jameis Winston. They signed Tom Brady. Brady has a really good year, but not like a very, very, very good year. But it felt like, it just felt like there was going to be something left on the table for the Buccaneers. They win 3 road playoff games. They win a game at home for the Super Bowl. Bruce Arians, in my opinion, cemented his Hall of Fame legacy with a Super Bowl win. He has 3 Super Bowl wins, 2 Coach of the Year awards. He's coached Peyton Manning, Tom Brady to a Super Bowl, Ben Roethlisberger to a Super Bowl, Andrew Luck, Carson Palmer to a borderline MVP season in an NFC Championship game. And I think that Bruce Arians, with this win, as much crap as he's kind of gotten over like the last year, just because he tends to be a little more conservative than we like he tends to kick a little early, and he's been very run heavy on first and second down. Bruce Arians is probably going into the Hall of Fame because of what happened on Sunday night.
And you see Debo's tweet there? That also is noteworthy. I didn't think about it till just now. Slack, give me a read.
Ryan Clark, thank you, Bruce Arians, for showing the world that all 3 of your coordinators can be black. Your assistant head coach can be black. You have 2 full-time women coaches. Be the best team in the world. BA, you're a trailblazer. Leadership doesn't have a look. Great point. Wilson, you're loser.
Yeah, I think it's easy to pile on the offensive line, but they were injured, so I'm not going to go that way. I'm going to go with the Kansas City Chiefs wide receivers / pass catchers, because while Travis Kelce had 10 catches for 133 yards, I think is what it ended up being, they didn't score a touchdown. We know that Patrick Mahomes was running for his life. Even though he was running for his life, he was finding guys, and they were dropping passes. Started with Tyreek Hill, ball him in the face. Travis Kelce had a drop. There's another drop, I think it was Mecole Hardman that dropped in the end zone. They weren't at their best. And after the game, Patrick Mahomes wasn't making excuses, but he said sometimes I didn't hit the guys I needed to hit. Sometimes I ran a route that I didn't think they were going to run, and they just never were on the same page. So I think if a couple of those passes had been caught early on in the first half, it's a different ball game going into halftime. And then, I think the Bucs win, but maybe it's a little closer.
My loser is Andy Reid. I think I outcoached. We haven't seen him get outcoached like that in a long time. I know 41 Super Bowl last year. We'll say from 1999 to about 2018. We always used to make fun of how he struggled to coach late in games, but he never really got outcoached over the period of an entire game. And that is what happened here. They didn't adjust at halftime. Nothing changed. They got dominated. This game wasn't close. And man, it was ugly. So Andy Reid for losing a Super Bowl.
Does if Zach Taylor's coaching the Chiefs, does he win that game?
The Chiefs, if Zach Taylor is coaching the Chiefs, the Buccaneers win 47-9.
Okay.
But that only says Andy Reid's only 16 points better than Zach Taylor.
Right, that's the takeaway.
Okay, yes.
I was going to pick Andy Reid too. I mean, like,
what a fitting end to the 2020 football season.
Oh my God. I pick the same thing as Brinson all year.
You know what that means? It's officially draft season, fools.
Yeah, do you know you're doing the show 2 times? I'm off 2 times a week now.
You said that last year. I didn't fall for it.
Yeah.
What if he's not kidding? This year would be believable though, because last year you were a junior draft analyst and now you're a senior draft analyst.
I'm taking so many vacations this offseason. You have no idea.
You pull a breach?
You have no idea.
How's maternity leave? There's a baby, Ryan. That's not vacation.
I'm gonna fake a baby.
Breach, your daughter is
no idea. You have no idea how much vacation I'm gonna take. I'm leaving. I'm out. I'm out.
Brinson, you go have a baby. Nobody judges you if you're off for a while.
I judge
6 months. I'm
out like out.
So I'll say, I hate to say this, but I think Patrick Mahomes is a loser in the sense that, like, I don't think he played poorly. I think he left everything on the table, but I am firmly of the opinion that it's probably like a 2 or 3% chance max that Patrick Mahomes can catch Tom Brady for the GOAT title, the greatest of all time?
Lower, especially it's 7-1 as opposed to 6,
I think it's like 1. So it's 7-1. So that means Patrick Mahomes, who is incredible, but is going to have to win 7 more Super Bowls. Because if he wins 6 more Super Bowls and you're trying to figure out if there's a tiebreaker between Mahomes and Brady, there is. Brady smoked him in this one, and Brady beat him in the AFC Championship game 2 years ago to win his 6th Super Bowl. So Mahomes has to go. It's like when Brady got past Montana, the only way that the Montana truthers would concede that Brady was better was when Brady got so far past Montana that there wasn't an argument. Like once he got to 5, it's like, all right, look. I mean, what are we doing here with the comeback against the Falcons? He got to 5,
6. That's when they.
No, 5. It was over. 6 was just a gravy pour.
No, because then he lost to the Eagles, and all of a sudden he was 5-3. 4-0.
When he beat the Falcons, there was no more discussion about Montana.
It's 4-0 versus 5-3. There was still a discussion.
Is that how that happened?
Yeah, that's why the Montana truthers exist. Joe Montana's never lost a Super Bowl.
I hate that argument. That's the stupidest argument on the planet.
It's gone now. It was 3 years ago. When we talked
I'm saying like the he's never lost. It's like Michael Jordan never lost the NBA Finals. It's like, well, LeBron made it to the finals more. You know what's better? Making it to the finals and the Super Bowl more than not making
this quote at the bottom. Thank you very much. I agree with Breach.
I don't care.
Doesn't agree with Brinson.
My point being is that Patrick Mahomes now basically has to win 7 or 8. He has to win 8 Super Bowls total. He has to win 7 more Super Bowls in order.
I don't know if he has to do that to be the GOAT, though. I mean,
yes, he does.
I don't know.
You can't end up tied with Brady and you lost your only head-to-head Super Bowl with Brady and also lost to Brady head-to-head 3-2. Like, I do agree with Brinson.
All right, just for the sake of argument. What? Yeah.
Bleeps and giggles,
poops and chuckles. What if, for the sake of argument,
he beats Brady next year?
No, not even that. There's something less head to head. Let's say Patrick Mahomes plays for 10 more years. Let's say 4 of those years they go 16-0 or 15-1 and win 4 Super Bowls.
And so he ends up 5-1 in Super Bowls.
And he's had like 2 16-0 seasons and 2 more 15-1 seasons.
If he has 2,
he's like a poor man's Tom Brady. What are you talking about?
I'm saying, is he the greatest of all time?
No, because Tom Brady exists.
He needs 8.
Even if he goes 16-0 back-to-back years.
If he goes 16-0 back-to-back years, that's about it. Then maybe.
Okay.
But even that's just a maybe. Even then.
Okay, I'm just trying to see where the line is.
And you know the thing about Tom Brady is, and the Mahomes debate is that, like, think of the quarterbacks who thought they were going to win a Super Bowl this year, like Drew Brees. He beat Brady twice in the regular season. It's like, all right, we can beat him. We'll get to the NFC title game. Lost. Aaron Rodgers. I just had the best season of my career in 10 years.
Good point, Brady.
There's no way Brady's just going to show up, beat me in my home in the NFC title game. Rodgers loses. And now Patrick Mahomes. Look, it's my time now. I'm the best quarterback in the NFL. Mahomes loses. It's amazing that Brady just took down the best quarterbacks in the NFL and get this. Like, it's insane.
Breeze, Rodgers, Mahomes in back-to-back weeks. It's like, it's a reminder that Tom Brady is basically Thanos of the NFL. And he is inevitable. And he is going to snap his fingers and destroy you. I don't know why people are mad at me in the comments. What did I do?
Debo was going to snap his fingers in this podcast in a second.
Yeah.
Oh, Debo. What? Debo's whining because he's been doing it. He's been doing this. Oh, you know, if we went 30 more minutes, Debo would get 10 hours in of live streaming.
Does Debo get paid overtime?
He's like, please, God.
He was like,
look at that.
Guys, I need to go to bed. Brinson, if you want to wire me 10 grand, I'll stay up for 10 more minutes. But otherwise, it's bedtime.
All right. Well, there's not enough people in here to do a poll. But I was gonna say, should I do like no. I got to buy 4 cocktails. I was gonna suggest I send Debo like a Venmo, like, thanks for what an incredible season. You did a great job. Bonus, but no.
Yeah, that wedding question from earlier pre-podcast, that the answer is a no at this moment.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
But we'll check again tomorrow.
Debo, what is your favorite online shopping? Like, where's your favorite place to shop online?
Amazon.com.
That's boring.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have like a local business to shout out.
I was going to buy
SoundCloud.
Maybe I'll see if Wilson and Breach want to chip in. You did a great job this year.
No, everybody did a great job, but like I said before, it's not stopping. We're like, people think we're gonna stop being daily. No, we are.
And in fact, I would even argue that like now is when it gets harder. Like now is when we like crank it up, because you go from Super Bowl straight into the off season.
The good news is though, we're not doing it at 2 a.m, which I fully
well, it's better because we're not recapping it exactly at 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m.
You got to start learning all those prospects. Will,
I'm on these.
If you guys move to the central time zone, it's only 1 a.m.
Yeah, but then we live closer to you.
Is that bad?
Final block of the 2020 season right there.
Yeah, you and your best friend Clay Travis.
all right,
I'm just kidding. I love Clay Travis. He's great. All right. Try to get out of here. Why did somebody tell me to take a permanent vacation? What did I do? I'd love a permanent vacation though. Is this over the 80K? Is this like a
Look at you. You have one of those dumb glasses, you got a white hat. You look like Judge Smales.
I can't help what I look like.
No, the outfit. It's like the white on white, like you're getting to go play golf. You're yelling at the caddies. Yelling at the nuncio.
We did it, guys. We made it through another season.
this is quite different than podcasting outside of Hard Rock Stadium last year.
And we
I
still
can't believe that was 365 days, or well, I guess it was like
that.
a little bit more. But I mean, like, I can't believe that was a year ago. It feels like 4,000 years ago.
That's
not sauntering out of Hard Rock Stadium through a parking lot. We set up on that. It was freezing up there. We had beers. We had beers, right?
Someone who I won't name kept stealing my mic. My
Nikes.
But that too.
All right.
Right. 30 minutes away from sending a certain email.
Yeah, that's right. I was fired up. Went back to the Residence Inn. We had some beers at 3 a.m. Had to get up and take a $100 Uber ride back to the office so I could sit for 8 hours.
Oh man, and then we did the podcast in the office. Came home on. Did we come home on? We all spent Monday night in Fort Lauderdale, right?
No, I flew home Monday night, like at 5 p.m.
Oh no! Because I drove on the side of the road.
I left before you guys, and then you guys left after.
Yeah, so we flew out Monday. That Monday night, I got sick. I'm convinced I may have had COVID. I've gotten sick as I've ever been.
I had to do this number while we were driving, so no one could see my face when Brinson was driving.
Like 2 wheels off the road, and Breach panicked. I've
2 wheels off the road. If by 2 you mean 4. Yeah, it's exactly how many you had off the road.
All right. Well, look, hey, great season, guys. Cheers. Wilson, you didn't.
Evo Cheetah.
Wilson, I told you to bring a beer.
I had my smoothie.
Damn office. You didn't bring. You brought your freaking green fruit stuff.
Learn the game.
Thank you to all of y'all everybody in the chat for hanging out, watching, listening, for the downloads, for everything you do for us. You guys are a very loyal fan base. We love you guys, and it's a great season. Let's get better. We'll have more fun this off season. Tom Brady won another stinking Super Bowl. Who could have seen that coming? Wilson could have, just not this week. All right, see you guys later.